Chapter 416, The Fossil Helmet reappeared. The 16th day of joining the gym, cloudy. Today's weather was pretty good, without the scorching sun. After Yu-Hai's morning exercise at the gym, he took advantage of the clear sky and took the fishing tools to the beach to go fishing. Grandpa Dunmei was also there. How could fishing be without this old guy? But today they were all miserable. Both of them were empty-handed, and no one could laugh. "Old man, fishermen never go empty-handed, drink 2 more cups." Yu-Hai raised his cup to Grandpa Dunmei and drank it all. "Boy, no more, my old bones can't drink more than you young people." Grandpa Dunmei waved his hand. He often came here because he was greedy. After all, this boy had a lot of good wine. These good wines were obtained during the storm in Big City and the poaching group. Yu-Hai kept more than 10 bottles for himself. All of them were the best wines. A light sip would give you an endless aftertaste. "Okay, let's drink this today." Yu-Hai saw that the old man didn't drink, so he didn't drink either. He looked at the time on his watch and prepared to put away his fishing rod and go back to punch in. "Boy, are you leaving?" Grandpa Dunmei could see that Yu-Hai wouldn't stay for long. Dunmei had already told him about this and asked Yu-Hai to win a championship in a big competition. Yes, the gym leader's request. Yu-Hai did not hide it. Maybe the grandfather and grandson were in the same boat, so it was meaningless to hide it. Anyway, after the competition, he will be promoted to an elite trainer. If he doesn't get the top-grade water stone by then, he can't continue to stay in the Xiaogan gym. He will leave the gym and find another way. Even if he uses the advanced evolution stone, he doesn't want to wait any longer. The current frog is stuck. In addition to continuing to hone his combat skills and move proficiency, it can no longer make progress. He will not let Frog pull too far away from other Pokemon. "Come on, kid, the Xiaogan gym hasn't had a champion for a long time," Grandpa Dunmei sighed. The last champion was still his stinky boy, and now his granddaughter can't even get into the top 3. It's really that each generation is worse than the previous one. "I'll try my best." Yu-Hai saw that the old man was pretending in front of him. He knew about this matter, but he didn't say a word about the top-grade water stone. He didn't say it either. If the old man didn't give it to him, he couldn't rob it openly, and he couldn't beat the Slow King. "Boy, I'm curious, where did you subdue the elf?" Grandpa Dunmei hinted, and he was talking about Darkrai. He had checked Yu-Hai's identity thoroughly. Even the old drunkard and Xiaoying on Hasa Island, and the orphanage behind, were all turned up. Yu-Hai's origin is very simple. Yu-Hai is not an orphan of a big family, and Darkrai is not an elf left by the family, nor is it an elf specially protecting Yu-Hai, which means that Darkrai is a fantasy beast subdued by Yu-Hai himself. Yu-Hai is an orphan. His parents have long passed away. The earliest record that can be checked is that orphanage. After he came out, he was registered under the old drunkard's household registration. Those people are local snakes, and they are also the lowest snakes. They are all insignificant little characters. It seems that there is nothing wrong with Yu-Hai's identity. Although he may have been in the underground world of Hasa Island, these are minor problems. As long as he is not caught in public, it's fine. After all, who doesn't have a dark history when they were young? It's just that Yu-Hai's origin is a bit unworthy of the position compared to the phantom elf that can only bring nightmares. He really wants to know how Yu-Hai, who is carrying the mosquito-repellent frog, can subdue that kind of phantom beast. This matter is incredible everywhere, and it is also the most confusing thing for him. "Old man, don't ask about other people's secrets." Yu-Hai was too lazy to tell the old man. At present, the only outsiders who knew that he had Darkrai were this old man and Luo Yan. Luo Yan is still one of his own people, and this old man is an uncontrollable factor. He can't tell the other party his secrets. "Then can you tell me where you have seen Lujia?" The old man saw that Yu-Hai didn't say it, and he didn't force it. Regardless of whether Yu-Hai said it or not, Yu Hai, it was a fact that Darkrai had been subdued. This was an unchangeable result, and it was also the most bizarre thing in his opinion. Logia? How do you know I've seen Logia? Yu Hai was shocked, and looked at the old man in surprise. He had never told anyone that he had seen a hair of Logia. Hehe, you can hide it from others, but not from the old man. Grandpa Dunmei smiled mysteriously, pretending to be mysterious, but in fact, Yu Hai had already seen through it. Old man, stop pretending. You can hide it from others, but not from me. It's that slow king. Yu Hai just thought about it, and thought of the slow king that had pressed him down before. From Darkrai's description, he knew that the slow king was very strong, not just ordinary strong, but extremely strong. If the slow king next to Grandpa Dunmei forced them to stay, they would not be able to escape at all, and they would not even have the chance to struggle at that time. Hey, young people nowadays are so boring. Grandpa Dunmei saw that he was seen through, and immediately blew his beard and glared. He turned his head away and didn't bother to look at Yu Hai. Instead, he looked at the slow king who was meditating with his eyes closed. Old man, this matter is not a big deal. I saved a forest fire during my trip. The mosquito frogs were seriously injured because of the fire. Later, Logia brought a rainstorm to save us. Yu Hai finally knew why Slow King didn't do it at that time. It turned out to be because of Logia. The mosquito frogs blessed by Logia had the breath of Logia on their bodies. There was also a silver feather in his backpack, which was probably sensed by Slow King. So that's it. Grandpa Dunmei touched his chin and fell into deep thought, actually waiting for Slow King's judgment. He didn't lie, Slow King's perception had already covered every pore of Yu Hai's body. It could clearly sense Yu Hai's breathing and heartbeat, and found that Yu Hai didn't lie, at least it didn't sense the lie. What? You've been in this sea, is it strange to have seen Logia? Yu Hai knew in his previous life that many people have Logia feathers, and he is not the first one to have them. Ahem, Grandpa Dunmei almost choked on this. Listen, is this human language? What do you mean by you've been in this sea and you mean by you've seen it? That's a mythical beast, the sea god of the Orange Islands, not a stupid fish. How can it be so easy to see? Yeah, I saw it when I was young. Grandpa Dunmei could only resist the urge to beat Yu Hai violently, saying that he had also seen Logia. Let's go, old man, I'm going to get off work. Yu Hai had packed up his old friend, put on his backpack and returned to the gym. He knew that the old man was bragging again, but he didn't expose the other party, so he had to save some face for the old man. What's wrong? The Slow King noticed that Yu Hai's footsteps were fading away, and then he opened his eyes, and the words also echoed in Grandpa Dunmei's heart. This young man is not simple, I can't see through him. Grandpa Dunmei continued to hold his fishing rod, still thinking about the conversation just now. Hey, King Dai sighed, slowly closed his eyes, and fell into meditation again. It knew this old partner too well. It has been decades, and it is still the same. He wants to control everything and hold everything in his hands. He wants to wipe out all the variables beyond his expectations. After so many years, he has not changed at all. No wonder the child left and didn't go home for several years. Even if he has good strength, he doesn't want to go home or go back to Xiaogan Gym. After so many years, the old partner may have realized this, but it's hard to change one's nature. How can a person's character change so easily? Alliance? Rocket Team? Black Ship? Gym? Orphan? Hey, Grandpa Dunmei sighed deeply. It was too difficult for him to convince himself. He found that he had more and more concerns. What was he worried about? Obviously, everything was caused by himself. Thinking back, he was once a top trainer, and he was also a well-known hot-tempered person who would fight at the slightest disagreement. How could he become so timid now? He is just a broken stone. Forget it, let's wait and see. If he really wins the championship. Grandpa Dunmei let out a long breath and stopped thinking about those things. He is old. After the brat was forced to leave, he has not returned home for several years. He is the strongest fighting force in this family. It is useless to think too much. While this old bone can still move, he should train his grandson more, at least they can keep them in peace for a few more years. Yu Hai has returned to the gym. He doesn't know about Grandpa Dunmi's entanglement. He is chatting with Ah Man outside the gym and preparing to take the seagull back to the wooden house by the lake. Brother Ah Hai, I have been thinking about it all day, so I'd better tell you. Do you know what kind of Pokemon this Pokemon is? Ah Man has been thinking today whether he should show the Pokemon that was accidentally caught while fishing at home to Yu Hai. Although he didn't know what kind of Pokemon it was, he could vaguely feel that this Pokemon was not simple. Neither his father nor he could protect this Pokemon. What Pokemon? Yu Hai took the Pokeball. Ah Man was not illiterate, so how could there be Pokemon that he didn't know? It's a stone Pokemon. Does Ah Hai know what kind of Pokemon it is? Ah Man handed over the Pokeball, feeling a little uneasy, not knowing what he would face next. Then, Yu Hai opened the panel and saw an antique fossil helmet. Attribute, rock plus water. Gender, male. Potential, 47%. Level. When Yu Hai saw this panel, he looked up at Ah Man again, and then at the Pokeball. After going back and forth several times, he finally swore. Fuck. He found out that this person's luck was too good, it couldn't be called luck, but poison. Luck is only called luck if you can grasp it. If you can't grasp it, it's deadly poison. Unlucky, 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 he kept saying it in his heart. He didn't even dare to touch this thing, but Ah Man actually took it. Ah Man, how many people know about this elf? Yu Hai never doubted the origin of this fossil helmet. After all, fishermen often go out to sea to fish, and it's not strange to fish it up from the bottom of the sea. What's more, it's just a fossil helmet. There are already islands with sleeping fossil helmets in the Orange Islands. It's not just one or two fossil helmets, but a group of fossil helmets and ammonites. Only my dad knows, and my dad told me not to tell others. Ah Man scratched his head. His father said so, but he didn't know how to deal with it, so he could only ask Yu Hai for advice. Your father is right. From now on, don't tell anyone about this elf, Yu Hai had to warn Ah Man. If Ah Man leaked the news, it would attract more than just a group of hyenas. The fossil helmet is an extinct elf. Even if there are still some surviving in the cracks of the trench, the fossil helmet is also a rare ancient elf. Once others know that there is one here, they will definitely flock to it. Brother Ah Hai, is it really that serious? Ah Man didn't understand. It was just an elf. Is it really that scary? Nonsense, Yu Hai didn't know what to say to this fool. Fortunately, the other party told him first, otherwise it would be a disaster, and the whole family would die. After a moment of calm contemplation, he wanted to know how Ah Man would deal with this ancient Pokemon. Ah Man, this Pokemon has the attributes of water and rock. Do you want to capture and cultivate it, or do you want to sell it as your starting capital to become a trainer? Of course I want to capture and cultivate it, but for me now, selling it should be a better choice. Brother Ah Hai, do you want to buy it? Ah Man thought about it. He didn't know the value of this Pokemon, but he believed that Yu Hai would not lie to him. After all, they have been together for so long. I won't buy it. I can find a buyer. Yu Hai was talking about Luo Yan. Didn't the other party want to go to the Sandstorm team? This rock and water fossil helmet is very suitable for the Sandstorm team and the Rainy Day team. For Luo Yan, both sides can use it. And this is a rare ancient Pokemon fossil helmet, and its value is at least several times higher than that of an ordinary Pokemon cub. This talented baby is normally worth about 3 or 4 million. If it is a fossil helmet, if it is operated well and the heat is hyped up, it can be sold at least tens of millions at the auction house, and the highest value is between 20 to 30 million. Fossil helmets are rare, but not unavailable. From time to time, there are rumors in the underground black market that some lucky person has captured ancient rare Pokemon, so fossil helmets are just rare, not rare. Trainers with good luck can still encounter 1 or 2 fossil helmets in places where few people go. The research value of this Pokemon is greater than the value of capturing and fighting, which is why the premium is so high. The fossil helmets on Fula Island No. 4 are also of similar value, but there are more fossil helmets there, but he can't keep this overwhelming wealth. Once too many fossil helmets are released, sooner or later they will be exposed and people will come to the door. Until now, he dare not touch the fossil helmets there. It is best to let the fossil helmets there continue to sleep. When he has strength, he doesn't want to touch the fossil helmets there. He will only go there to select a fossil helmets with good potential to cultivate. He doesn't want to destroy the place where the fossil helmets sleep. Brother Aha, who will buy it? Amon doesn't understand who would want this kind of Pokemon. I'll take you to see the buyer, and you'll know then. Yuhai accepted the fossil helmet. This elf was too dangerous, and he was worried about leaving it in Aman's hands. I'll keep this elf for you first. Go fishing these few days, and catch as many as you can. I'll go to Jingan Island in 2 days, and you should prepare yourself. I'll take you there to find a buyer. Are you selling elves? Aman's eyes lit up instantly. He thought that after teaching the big-mouthed gulls, their fate would end here, but he didn't expect there would be a follow-up. You decide whether to go or not, Yuhai waved his hand helplessly. If Aman didn't want to go, he would return the fossil helmet. As for what will happen to Aman in the future? May the best of luck to him, what else can he do? He's not a nanny, and they have no relatives, so it's none of his business. Of course I'll go. Aman was still worried about where he should go to make money after Yuhai's teaching task was completed. The Pokemon Center couldn't accept any missions. Without a source of income, his journey as a trainer would come to a standstill. Unexpectedly, Yuhai had already arranged for him and wanted to take him out to sea. Okay, remember to go fishing. See you tomorrow. Yuhai waved goodbye to Aman. Aman had brought fish over these days, and he was also helping Aman find water Pokemon. Aman had captured another giant crab these days. Giant crabs are everywhere on the beach by the sea. They are the standard equipment for every water trainer. It's not surprising that Aman could capture a giant crab with good potential. After saying goodbye to Aman, he went to the kitchen to get dinner and returned to the wooden house by the lake. These days, the Pokemons are missing the last new move. When the Pokemons have learned all the new moves and Aman is ready, they can set off. The first stop is naturally Jingan Island. He will arrange Aman's affairs and then go to Tiangan Island. Island evolved Gyarados. I haven't seen him for more than a month. I really miss Old Green River. I can have a couple of drinks then. The 17th day of joining the gym. Chapter 417, Departure. The 18th day of joining the gym, Sunny. In the morning, this is the 18th day that Yuhai has stayed in the gym, and it is also the day he will leave the gym. He is preparing to board the ship at the harbor, with Aman standing beside him. Only Ada and Ada's driver came to see them off. Grandpa Dunmei is old and he is not familiar with him, so it is impossible for him to see him off. The owner of the Dunmei gym wanted to tear him apart alive. They are just subordinates, and it is even more impossible for him to see him off. The elves he didn't take away were also given to Ada to take care of, and they were raised in Ada's gym. Anyway, they are all fed by the public food of the gym. It doesn't matter whether you raise 1 or 2. The water elves are all in the pool of Xiaogan gym. Butterfree and others are also in the gym. There is an artificial ecosystem specifically for elves to live in. The elves inside include not only Butterfree, but also Dunmei's elves, Ada's elves, and the young cousin's elves. The elves in the gym are basically raised in artificial ecological environments or in pools. After all, when there are too many elves, it is impossible to bring them all with you. For example, the back garden of Professor Oak's Institute. All the elves captured by Zai and Xiaomao are raised in the back garden, and Xiagan Jim also has a back garden. And Aman can go with him, and Aman's parents have agreed. This is the first time Aman has gone far away. Originally, Aman's parents did not agree, but when Aman's parents heard that he was going with him, Aman's parents agreed. After all, nothing is more convincing than the identity of the acting gym leader, so Aman's parents blindly trusted him and handed Aman to him, thinking that he would take Aman to venture out. Although this idea is not wrong, Aman will stay on Jingan Island and learn from Luo Yan. Now Aman is too green and has no ability to travel alone. He still needs to hone himself. Brother Hai, I will watch you on TV. You must win the championship, Brother Hai. Ada waved goodbye below. Yu Hai and Aman waved goodbye to Ada on the side of the ship. After being together for so long, Ada, this little brat, is not bad by nature, but too naughty. You have to work hard too, don't let me throw you away. Aman also shouted loudly, saying goodbye to Ada below. Ada can't beat him now. Yu Hai said nothing, just quietly watching the harbor go away. He didn't know how it would develop in the future. If Ada really became his brother-in-law, it would not be impossible to take care of him a little, provided that he really became his brother-in-law. If not, then I'm sorry. Based on the current situation, hope is too slim. May I ask how to pursue Yi? He hates himself so much that he wants to tear his sister alive. Just thinking about it is very troublesome, so he doesn't want a wife anymore. He just wants to get the best water stone. However, Aman and Ada have become good friends these days. It can only be said that childhood friendship is very pure. When the two grow up, if they can still be good friends, then they are real good friends. After saying goodbye to Ada, Yu Hai and Aman sat under the parasol on the deck to watch the sea. He also ordered 2 drinks. The two planned to watch the scenery pass by. They were only on a short voyage. Xiaogan Island was not far from Jingan Island. The ship could reach Jingan Island in the afternoon. Don't be nervous, relax, we will be able to reach Jingan Island soon. Yu Hai saw Aman was a little uneasy, and immediately reached out to push the juice on the table. He didn't laugh at Aman. It was like this when he went out for the first time. He was like this in his previous life. Later, he slowly got used to it. After all, everyone will experience such a first time. Brother Ahai, thank you, Aman said gratefully. Not only the juice on the table, but also the boat ticket was bought by Yu Hai. His trainer guide was also Yu Hai. If it weren't for Yu Hai, he would still be in that small fishing village and a fisherman all his life. It's okay. If you want to thank me, then work hard to become a great trainer. You can't help me now, Yu Hai hinted, but Aman couldn't hear the hidden meaning in his words. There was no way. This boy was too simple, so simple that he couldn't bear to fool him. I will, Aman nodded firmly, looking at the increasingly distant Xiagan Island, his heart full of expectations, not knowing what kind of new world he was about to go to. Seeing Aman looking at Xiagan Island, Yu Hai couldn't help but look at the Xiagan Island harbor. Ada had left, and he also had to leave the island where he had lived for more than half a month, and also leave Butterfree and the others. It would take a long time for him to come back this time. This time he only took away the big mouth gull, frog, giant claw crab, rhinoceros, scyther, smallmouth snail, Zapdos. He also took away the vest Pokemon, frog, Zubat, waterleap, Magikarp, Gengar, Darkrai, Ditto, Orb silk spider, and vest Pokemon. Only Butterfree, Slowpoke, Starfish, Giganotosaurus, Squirtle, Farfetch'd, Agate jellyfish, Mudfish, Magikarp who was unwilling to leave, and 9 other Pokemon remained in the Xiagan gym. He took away 15 Pokemon, and the team was reduced a lot. The owls were the Pokemons he would use in the competition, and he would not expose the frogs to Dunmei. So he could only take frogs with him to take care of them. 15 Pokemons were not many, and he could still take care of them. If he needed Butterfree and the others, he could also ask Ada to teleport them to him from the gym. The gym had a landline phone, video calls, and a Pokemon teleporter that could teleport Pokemons. Teleport to the Pokemon Center. However, the main force is with him, and there are few situations where Butterfree is needed. Without him, they need to take care of themselves. If they miss Butterfree, they can use video calls. Butterfree has lived alone in the cabin for a long time and should be able to take care of themselves. With Ada and Dunmei, Butterfree should be fine. He hopes that Dunmei will not vent his anger on the Pokemons for the conflict between him and Dunmei. Putting aside his longing for Butterfree, he thought of the goal of leaving, which could be called the task required by Dunmei, which is to win the Quartz Conference. According to the competition system of the regional competition, it is basically a 6-on-6 competition system in the end, but he can only play 5 Pokemons, and the snail is still a little short of the heat, and the Zapdos is even less likely. Therefore, he needs to use 5 senior Pokemons to compete with a group of Alliance direct descendants, and to win the Quartz Conference Championship. This difficulty is not small. The reason why others have to train 2 teams of Pokemon is because there are substitute Pokemons to play at critical moments. If they can't even get a team of 6 Pokemon together, let alone substitutes. The competitions are all consecutive games. If the 5 Pokemons of Frog are injured during the game, then only 3 or 4 main Pokemons will be left in the final. 3 against 6, if the Pokemons are of the same level. If the trainer's command ability is strong, there is no way to fight, and it is normal to miss the championship. After all, the second team of Vest Pokemons that he invested resources in cannot be used. The main force of the Vest cannot be exposed, and he can't use the main Pokemon of the Vest at all. The responsibility of winning the championship can only be placed on Frog and a few others. At that time, he will stick to the end with Frog and 6 Pokemons. Even if they don't win the championship, they have tried their best. They can come again next year. He can't afford to lose. In addition to the main Pokemon that he took away this time, he found that Zapdos had left the premature birth and entered the juvenile stage. Zapdos. Attribute, electricity plus flight. Gender, male. Potential, 59.98%. Level, 5.11%. Features, pressure /0.53%. Hidden features, static electricity /0.53%. Mastered moves, Peck /2.21%. Electromagnetic wave /1.61%. Electric shock /0.93%. Zapdos finally took off the hat of premature birth and officially entered the juvenile stage. In another half a month, Zapdos can be trained and enter the growth stage. After Zapdos passed the premature birth, the biggest change was the potential of Zapdos, which actually increased a little and was about to break through the King of Heaven. That's right, seeing this, Yu-Hai nodded secretly, feeling that this was reasonable and a bit like a mythical beast. If it weren't for premature birth, Zapdos' potential would definitely be at the level of a king, but it was a pity that it was born 20 days prematurely, resulting in its potential being only at the level of a quasi-king. After the premature birth, his potential was restored a little, but the level of the king was the most difficult. In order to break through the threshold of the king, Gengar ate tens of millions of gems. I really don't know how many resources Zapdos needs to break through. No matter how many resources are needed, he will continue to pour money into it. He is not stingy even with the frog, not to mention that he can't raise a legendary beast Zapdos. He has experience as a Pokemon nanny. If he can still raise it to waste, he will be laughed to death. He has to thank the Pokemon hunter for getting this Zapdos. He is such a good person. Good people have a lifetime. The good person seems to be gone. He suddenly remembered that the Pokemon hunter was killed by him. After he became a trainer, the Pokemon hunter also gave him a sum of startup funds. That's fine. Fortunately, he is not a good person. He. In addition to the good news that Zapdos escaped premature birth, there is another good news for water leap fish. Water leap fish. Attribute, water. Gender, male. Potential, 56%. Level, 15.87%. Characteristics. Water leap fish is about to evolve. It will evolve to level 16, either today or tomorrow. Water leap fish is just a little bit away from evolving into swampert, and will then leave its infancy and enter the growth stage. It won't be long before the level 36 swampert can evolve into swampert. The evolution speed of the 3 starters is very fast, and there is almost no bottleneck in the early stage. This is why the 3 starters are very suitable for newcomers. No wonder so many people want the 3 starters of the Alliance. The 3 starters specially provided by the Alliance have a really fast evolution speed and a fast growth speed. He still remembers that water leap fish was hatched on Sweet Orange Island. It's just a blink of an eye that water leap fish is going to evolve. Time is really fast. To evolve water leap fish, you only need to prepare 1 or 2 ground gems. Water leap fish will have ground attributes after evolution. As for why not eat more? It also requires that ordinary Pokemon can digest it. Not everyone has the evolutionary talent of Gengar, or the talent of eating stones. The last time Magikarp transformed, it was already the limit to stuff 4 or 5 gems into its big mouth. It even spit them out that time. Gyarados did not digest all the gems. Anyway, it can slowly absorb gems to improve its potential in the future. It's just a change of 1 or 2 gems. There is no need to rush for success. Let the Pokemons slowly absorb and improve their potential. After looking at the panel of Aquasca, he put the Pokeball back into the backpack. When he got off the boat, he would prepare for the evolution of Aquasca. Aquasca was not convenient to show in front of people. He would take down the unchanging stone at that time. Only a few Pokemons didn't have so many concerns. The main Pokemons were hung on the belt around their waists. Pokemons were even released and carried around. Gengar and Darkrai were in the shadows. This Pokemon can protect him at any time, which is his last line of defense. It is difficult for strangers who don't know him to get close to him. Not only did he put the mosquito frog outside, Aman also put the big-mouthed gull outside. Aman had a good harvest during this period. After fishing for the fossil helmet, Aman also captured the agate jellyfish and the iron cannon fish. The iron cannon fish is the Pokemon that can evolve into an octopus barrel, a red octopus, and can also attach to the ball flying fish and evolve into the giant winged flying fish together. This is also a Pokemon that evolves in combination, which should also be applicable to the method of improving the potential of Gengui's evolution. If Aman hadn't captured the iron cannon fish, he wouldn't have known that there was such a combined evolution method. He could study the iron cannon fish in the future and cultivate 1 or 2 of them. Moreover, this Pokemon also has the characteristics of swimming freely, which is also suitable for the rainy day team. If he could really cultivate the champion giant winged flying fish, he would still capture it, but reaching the championship requires a lot of resources. He doesn't have so much money now, at least he has to rob a black ship to be enough, so he can only talk about it when he has money in the future. Now, Aman already has a team of all water-type Pokemons, and the only thing missing is the trainer's starting capital. The fossil helmet can revive this dead end. He can't help but sigh at Aman's good luck. If it weren't for Aman's insistence, he wouldn't have noticed Aman. He chose to help Aman because he didn't want to see Aman become a Pokemon hunter. Then there is now. He took Aman away. This is also part of luck. He envied this kind of luck. If he had this kind of luck at the beginning, and had a guide, he wouldn't have been stranded on a deserted island and forced to start more than a month of survival on the deserted island. However, he also got a blessing in disguise. On the deserted island, he met his first partners, the little mosquito frog. It's great to have them, mosquito frog. Yobo! Mosquito frog heard Yuhai suddenly call itself. Every time it didn't know what Yuhai was talking about. Yuhai always liked to call it inexplicably. Nothing, I'll take you to relax after studying for so long." Yu Hai drank the remaining juice in the cup, let Mosquito Frog drink the juice, and stood up to take Mosquito Frog to watch the game on the ship. After more than half a month of study, Mosquito Frog and others have learned those new moves. They can relax these days. There is no need to be too tense. Only by relaxing properly can they grow better. Brother Aha, a man saw Yu Hai was leaving and hurriedly stood up to ask. He had just adapted to the unfamiliar environment here, but Yu Hai was leaving again. "I almost forgot about you. Come with me. I'll take you to watch the elves fight. Maybe we can play 2 games." Yu Hai waved to a man and took a man to the middle of the ship, where there were several open-air battle venues. He heard the loud shouts of the crowd before he approached. That's it, a man was at the game for the first time. He was also a part of the huge crowd that he could only see on TV. This is the charm of the elves. Yu Hai stood on the edge of the railing, overlooking the elves fighting below. The elves on the battlefield were Gyarados, Gyarados, Gyarados. Swampert, Swampert, Swampert. With his current eyesight, it is not difficult to see that the 2 elves on the battlefield are veterans among the senior level. I didn't expect that I could see such a passionate elf battle just by taking a boat. The enthusiastic shouts of the onlookers made him unable to help but cheer for the elves fighting below. "How is it?" Yu Hai saw that a man was dumbfounded and smiled and pushed a man with his elbow. This a man was at a loss for words. He didn't know how to describe this scene, describe everything he saw, and his current feelings. The lack of knowledge made it impossible for him to organize his words. He was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. "You will get used to it slowly. There will be many such battles in the future. Do you want to go down and fight? Just like the battle with Ada, this is your first step out of Xiagan Island." Yu Hai saw that a man was gradually fascinated and infatuated with this place, and was completely shocked. Immediately proposed to let a man go up and fight. Anyway, it was a free battle. Let this inferior and shy boy take the first step. The suffering that follows will be much more difficult than going on the field to fight. A man needs to adapt, needs to grow, and finally complete his transformation. Can I do it too? A man pointed at himself in disbelief. He would tremble just standing in front of so many people, not to mention fighting elves in front of so many people. Of course, be more confident, a man. Yu Hai patted a man on the shoulder. A man's shrinking came from his lack of confidence. As long as he stood on the battlefield, a man would be pushed away by everyone. "I want to give it a try." A man took a deep breath and said what he was thinking. He knew that he had to take this step. Now that Yu Hai was by his side and there was a master who could help him, he could let go and fight a battle. "Go ahead, come on, it doesn't matter if you lose, just win it back," Yu Hai encouraged a man again. As long as a man tried hard and fought hard, even if he lost, he would have successfully taken this step. This was a necessary experience for a man, and he couldn't avoid it, just like the battle he had on Hasa Island. At that time, he felt what a Pokemon was, what a trainer was, and what a Pokemon battle was. That was the Pokemon world in his heart. Chapter 418, Arrival at Jingan Island. At 2 p.m., the ship arrived at Jingan Island. It was Luoyan who came to pick him up. There were 2 people around him. They were both acquaintances. Yu Hai had seen them before. One was a Xiang, who had just separated from him not long ago, and the other was De Shi, who came to the poison team to challenge him on the last night of his night watch at the underground black market in Big City. He remembered that this person seemed to be Luoyan's trusted subordinate, but the other party should not remember him because he had changed his appearance at that time. "Boss, everything is ready. Should we go to the hotel first or go to eat first?" Luoyan received Yu Hai and hurriedly asked. "Let's go to eat first." Yu Hai looked at a man beside him. His stomach had been rumbling for a long time. They had been watching the battle just now, and they had eaten some fast food on the boat until now. "Boss, who is this?" Luo Yan looked at the somewhat restrained boy beside Yu Hai. He should be Yu Hai's subordinate, but this subordinate was a little weird. He looked around everywhere, as if he was a little shy and curious about everything. Let's talk while we walk. Who is that person? Yu Hai asked Luo Yan to lead the way. He also pretended not to know and asked Dashi behind Luo Yan. That person is my confidant in big city. After the turmoil, I escaped. He was captured by the Yuzujim and was reformed in the bureau. He escaped during this period and was wanted by the police. Hearing Luo Yan say this, Yu Hai secretly thought that it was indeed the case, but this person might be a bait released to lure Luo Yan out. Are you sure there is no problem? Yu Hai asked Luo Yan again, hoping that Luo Yan could handle the tale and never overturn. Don't worry, boss, those people may betray me, but Dashi can't betray me. Dashi is an orphan I raised. We stayed in the orphanage together. I treat him as my younger brother. It's up to you. Yu Hai was too lazy to say anything. It was still someone else's family matter. As long as he was not involved, he would not admit it anyway. At most, he would live a new life with a new identity. Boss, all of Dashi's elves died in that battle. This is the elf I bought for Dashi on the underground black market. Please help me see if there is any talent that is a treasure of the store, and see if that fat guy cheated me. Looking at the 3 elf balls handed over by Luoyan, Yu Hai took them and looked at the panels of the 3 elves. He found that these 3 elves were all ground-type elves, with potentials above 50. They were all treasures of the store. That black shop did not cheat Luoyan. The talents are all very good. How much did you spend? Yu Hai looked at the panels of the 3 elves and returned the elf balls to Luoyan. Not much, almost 30 million. They are all ground-type and rock-type elves. The price here is not expensive, Luoyan raised 3 fingers. Each of them cost nearly 10 million. He was relieved to hear that the talents were all good. By the way, the guy behind is called Aman, he came from a small fishing village. I want you to help me take care of him, find him a job as a trainer in the city, teach him how to become a trainer, let him hone himself on Jingan Island. Yu Hai introduced Aman to Luo Yan, let Aman learn from Luo Yan, and let Luo Yan teach Aman how to become a trainer. As a quasi-king trainer, it is still very simple for Luo Yan to lead a boy who knows nothing to become a trainer. These are all small problems. I don't know how far to teach him. Luo Yan said whether to let Aman get in touch with the underground world, or to just teach him normally to become a trainer. It's okay to let him get in touch with it a little, so that he won't be so naive all the time. Yu Hai was also thinking about how far to teach him. If he doesn't get in touch with the underground world, it's not good for the trainers trained by the Alliance to be too naive. How can he follow them to do dirty work in the future? Okay, boss, I know what to do. Luo Yan was confident about this. He had trained many new trainers in big city before. He was just a simple boy, so he could still train him. By the way, Yan, see if you want to capture this Pokemon. This Pokemon is very suitable for your Sandstorm team. Yu Hai threw the Pokeball of Fossil Helm over. Anyway, they were already sitting in the hotel box, and no one could see Fossil Helm. Fossil Helm. When Luo Yan saw Fossil Helm, he couldn't hide the surprise on his face. He didn't expect that the boss would bring him a Fossil Helm. This Pokemon was not very strong, but it was too famous. Trainers who play the Sandstorm team basically know the Pokemon Fossil Helm, the harvester in the Sandstorm. After Fossil Helm evolves, it can quickly approach the prey in the Sandstorm, tear the prey with a sickle, and give it a fatal blow. Boss, where did you get this Pokemon? Luo Yan was so excited that his hands trembled. When he was a gang leader before, he was looking for this Pokemon, but it was a pity that this kind of Pokemon was hard to find. He searched for a long time but couldn't find it. Amon's family caught it, and will give it a price. Yu Hai looked at Amon, the silly boy was chatting with the other 2. As soon as Amon opened his mouth, coupled with his eyes full of curiosity, the other 2 knew that Amon's knowledge was limited. but neither of them disliked Aman. After all, the two bosses were still here. Ask a price. Luo Yan looked at Aman, then at Yu Hai. He knew how to make a price, and whispered to Yu Hai, "Boss, how is the talent of this fossil helmet?" "The talent is not bad, with a talent close to the treasure of the town. If you cultivate it well, it can enter the king level." Yu Hai knew what Luo Yan was worried about. The fossil helmet has a potential of 47, which is not low. You just need to pile up some resources to increase the potential to more than 50, and the fossil helmet can successfully break into the king level after evolution. "Boss, if it is a fossil helmet with unknown talent, most of the ones on the market don't know the talent. Fossil helmets are usually sold for less than 50 million. If this fossil helmet inherits rare moves, it is worth at least 40 or 50 million. Yu Hai understood Luo Yan's meaning. When it is impossible to judge the strength of the elf's parents, you can see whether the elf has inherited moves. If the inherited moves are more and they are all big moves, it means that the talent of this elf is not bad. Yes, this fossil helmet inherited the grass-type move Super Absorb, the insect-type move Blood Sucking, the ground-type move Digging, the ice-type move Aurora Beam. Although these moves are not very good, with these basic moves, you can learn other moves of the same attribute. This fossil helmet is a rock type plus a water type. There is no need to doubt the talents of these two attributes. The talent of this fossil helmet is very good. Hi, the talent is not bad, at least worth 20 or 30 million, Luo Yan was ready to pay. He was determined to get this fossil helmet. There was no premium for 20 or 30 million. If it was put on the auction house, it would be more. After all, the research value of this elf is greater than the value of taming and cultivating. As a training, it is a disadvantage to buy it for cultivation, but he just likes it and is willing to pay for it. "Ian, wait," Yu Hai raised his hand to hold Luo Yan's hand that was taking out his bag, looked at Aman and whispered, "There is no need for so much. Aman has no concept of money. If you give too much money, he will not know how to spend it. For Aman, too much money is not a good thing. Boss, Aman is one of us. When Aman understands the meaning of money, won't he say that we deceived him?" Luo Yan really didn't want to plant any gaps between them. If it breaks out in the future, it will be detrimental to the unity of the organization. "Aman, come here." Yu Hai was ready to ask Aman to come and deal with this matter. After Aman came, he introduced Luo Yan to Aman. "Aman, Ian is the buyer. Next, you will learn how to cultivate elves from him. You can call him Brother Yan." "Brother Yan," Aman called Brother Yan honestly. Anyway, whatever Yu Hai said was what he didn't understand, so he just listened to Yu Hai. "Aman, a Yan wants to buy this elf for 20 million. What do you think? Are you satisfied with the price?" Yu Hai knew that Aman didn't understand, but he still asked, so that he wouldn't think it was a deception when he recalled it later. 20 million, how many zeros are there? Aman heard 20 million for the first time, and he quickly counted on his fingers, and stopped after counting 8 fingers. "Oh my god, 88, 8 digits, that's too many." Aman was shocked by the number after he counted the number of zeros in 20 million. He didn't expect that a stone Pokemon would be so valuable. "Aman, I will leave Jingan Island tomorrow. Ayan is a great master, a quasi-king trainer. You stay and learn Pokemon knowledge from him, learn how to cultivate your own Pokemon, he will teach you without reservation." "Brother Ahai, don't I follow you?" It was the first time that Aman knew that he had to stay on Jingan Island. He didn't know anyone here, and he was unfamiliar with the place. What should he do? "No, I'm going to Kanto. It's too far. You stay here to study. When you can be independent, you can travel alone." "Boss, are you going to Kanto?" Luo Yan was not so surprised to hear that he was teaching newcomers. When he heard that Yu Hai was going to Kanto, he could no longer remain calm and asked hurriedly. "It's the mission of the gym leader. I have no choice but to go there in person." Yu Hai naturally wouldn't say the quartz conference. If Luo Yan knew that he was going to the quartz conference, he might think of some bad tastes. After all, what other purpose could the king trainer have for frying fish at the quartz conference except bad taste? It doesn't matter whether he said it or not. He also reminded Aman not to reveal it to others. Such a simple child should keep the secret. Brother Ahai, this money is too much. Too much, Aman pondered for a moment, and soon accepted the fact that Yu Hai was leaving. This was also a process he had to adapt to, just like the battle on the ship. He could only follow Luo Yan and the other two people. Yu Hai was paving the way for him, and he had no way to retreat now. Take a deep breath, he thought that Luo Yan was a quasi-king trainer, and his vision and knowledge must be no less. Even if he didn't follow Yu Hai, he could learn a lot from such a trainer. Aman, if you want money, I can give you 20 million now, Yu Hai smiled. He smiled, he really wanted to know how Aman would deal with the 20 million. He saw Aman's eyes asking for help, but this kind of thing needs to be decided by oneself, it is useless to look to others. Brother Ahai, I only want half, this money is too much, Aman thought about it, and seeing that Yu Hai didn't say anything, he could only decide for himself. He will follow Luo Yan in the future to learn about elf breeding knowledge. He doesn't know what kind of person he is, and he doesn't know if he is a good person like Yu Hai. But the other party is a teacher introduced by Yu Hai, and his character should be fine. He simply sells himself well and hopes that the other party will take care of him in the coming days. Aman, you have to think it over and make your own decision. Yu Hai turned to Luo Yan and reminded him, Yan, give a man 1 million first, and give the rest slowly. If this guy loses it, he will have nothing to do. When he has the ability to manage money, give him the rest. Aman, if you want all the money now, you can give it to you at any time. Yu Hai has made it very clear that the money is only for temporary safekeeping. A man can distrust Luo Yan, but can trust him. Brother Ahai, I have no objection. This is the first time I have seen so much money. I feel that 1 million is enough. There is so much money that I am afraid of losing it if I hold it in my hand. Aman saw the 10 bundles of money on the table, each of which was 1 million, and together they were 10 million, and he could take it away at any time. But he still chose to take 1 bundle, leaving 9 bundles on the table, and said to Luo Yan, Brother Yan, please keep it for me first, I believe you. Aman, right? Luo Yan recognizes you as my brother. If you have any difficulties in the future, come to Brother Yan. Luo Yan finally understood what Yu Hai meant by unnecessary. It turned out that this silly boy was not pretending to be stupid, but really stupid, and didn't want 10 million. Even if the other party took 20 million, he would not hide his incompetence, but teach the other party without discount. After all, it was the boss's favor, and he had to accept it. In fact, Aman was not stupid at all. After all, Yu Hai had hinted twice that Aman would follow Luo Yan's study, so after thinking about it, he asked for half less. But Aman still had no idea about money. Even if he only asked for half, 10 million was still an 8-digit number, and Aman still felt it was a lot. However, even without the money, with Yu Hai's instructions, Luo Yan would definitely guide Aman without reservation. This was him using his own favor to pave the way for Aman. Asking for 10 million less was Aman's own favor. At least the knowledge below the quasi-king level could be opened to Aman without reservation. With Aman's persistence, it would be no problem for him to become a quasi-king. 10 million in exchange for an unreserved teacher. Although the teacher's teaching was just a piece of cake, even without the 10 million, the teacher would still teach without reservation, but without this teacher, it would be impossible. But with this 10 million, and a favor for Luo Yan will pay more attention in the future, at least he will not be too perfunctory, but will teach Aman wholeheartedly. Yu Hai's special instructions, plus the 10 million favor, are enough for Luo Yan to accept Aman as his own, and treat him as his own. How could Luo Yan treat his own people badly, and he is still a young man he is very optimistic about. Xiao Shun, that guy has a gift for meeting, and Aman even gave money as a gift for meeting. Luoyan has to accept this favor from A Man. Moreover, many of Luoyan's water spirit notes are his. He stole Bao Feng's notes and put them in Luoyan's hands. He just taught A Man. Anyway, there is no loss, as long as Luoyan tries his best. He spared no effort to help Luoyan, and it was time to get Luoyan's return, which was to help him take care of this a simple boy. Ian, A Man is now in your care. A Man is out for the first time and doesn't know anything. You need to take care of him more, Yu Hai had to remind Luoyan. A Man was like a countryman coming to the city, curious about everything. Don't worry, boss, I will take good care of A Man. Luoyan heard Yu Hai say this and glanced at A Man secretly. It seems that the boss values this child very much, so he must pay more attention to him. What's more, this silly boy also brought him a fossil helmet and asked for 10 million less. Although he is not short of money, he began to like this silly boy a little. Boss, the food is here, let's eat first, and then let Dashi take A Man to walk around and get familiar with the surrounding environment. Luoyan wanted to say something, but when he saw the waiter bringing the food, he stopped talking. Even if there is anything else to say, it's okay to say it when we return to the hotel later. Chapter 419, Evolution. The 19th day of joining the gym, cloudy. He is no longer in the gym, but in Luoyan's villa. The hotel Luoyan mentioned yesterday is the villa, and it is also Luoyan's safe house. After getting up this morning, he had breakfast in Luoyan's villa and prepared to say goodbye to Luoyan and the other three and go to Tiangan Island to evolve Magikarp. Boss, don't worry, I will teach A Man to become an independent trainer, Luoyan repeatedly assured Yu Hai that he would definitely take good care of A Man. In fact, I said it yesterday, but Yu Hai and I drank too much last night. A Man was the only one who didn't drink last night. They all drank too much and took a taxi back to the villa. A Man, you have to study hard, okay? Yu Hai patted A Man on the shoulder. A Man and Luoyan and the other three are acquainted, and they will get familiar with each other slowly. After all, A Man is not stupid. A Man, there is only one strait between Jingan Island and Xiagan Island. If you want to go home, just take a big-mouthed gull and fly back. It will take 2 or 3 hours to fly home. Brother Ahai, I will try my best. A Man knew that the two places were very close, and Luoyan said last night that he would take him to work in the club, with a monthly salary of 250,000 yuan, which was just the basic salary. If the guests gave tips, it would be his. With such a job, he was not afraid that after spending 10 million, he would have no source of income to cultivate elves. That's it, I'm leaving, no need to see me off. Yu Hai waved his hand to say goodbye to Luoyan and the other four, took off directly in the villa yard, and flew towards Tiangan Island. This was his second trip to Tiangan Island. He was already familiar with it. He would not get lost in such a close place. He quickly flew away from Jingan Island and came to the sea without reference points. For A Man, the arrangement ended here. Being left with Luoyan was enough for A Man to study for several years. Although it was not as good as the other teenagers, it was the best choice for A Man. In the case of A Man, the gym would not accept him. Team Rocket would take him as cannon fodder. It would be difficult for A Man to survive in the treacherous Team Rocket. Bigger clubs would not want A Man either. He was only accepted into the small club by Luoyan, a senior trainer, who guaranteed him. He was only a sparring partner. It was too early for him to be a coach. The club coach is different from the one who teaches his Pokémon new moves. The trainers he found said they were teaching, but the focus was still on the spirit. In the case of spirits, trainers are all half-baked. Whether they can teach elves depends on how elves teach elves. Since Luoyan is in the club, his younger brother Dashi is also in the club, Axiong is also in the club, and now Amon has also joined. The four of them are considered a small circle. Except Luoyan himself, who is a coach, the other three are sparring partners. To become a coach, you must not only have strong strength, but also be able to teach newcomers. I hope Amon can stick to the club and keep the persistence of teaching the big-mouthed gulls. While learning, he can train elves and get a not small salary. After all, training elves day and night is a very boring thing. Otherwise, the League would not encourage newcomers to travel. The League also knows that most newcomers can't stand this boredom at all. Especially in one place, training elves day after day, year after year, or training those few elves, those few moves, which young people can stand such loneliness. In order to liberate the vitality of new trainers, the Alliance allows new trainers to travel, which can also satisfy their strong curiosity and allow them to see more scenery and more powerful trainer rivals. Traveling and growing while playing is the best of both worlds, but it is a bit useless for new trainers. After all, the wild is not a good place, and it is normal to be ambushed by wild elves. To survive in the wild, you must at least have the strength of an elite trainer. If you are a senior trainer, it is safer. Elite trainers are still a little bit worse and are prone to die in the wild. However, Xiao Ying should have enough strength to travel now, and I don't know what Xiao Ying is doing. Flying over the sea, Yu Hai thought of the old friend he met before. He didn't know if he would meet old friends when he went to the Kanto region this time, but it was certain that he would be completely exposed to the eyes of major forces. Although he was just an ordinary civilian trainer, he would not attract the attention of higher-level officials. After all, there would be a champion of a major competition in each region every year. The champion of this baby competition was not uncommon, unless he performed too shockingly. If he wants to go further, his past life will definitely be dug up and studied over and over by interested people, and some clues will definitely be found. But none of this matters. Since he has chosen to stand in the spotlight, he does not intend to hide anymore, but to make a splash. For the mosquito-repellent frog and the top-grade water stone, there is no need to continue to hide. Anyway, Xia Ganjim will take the blame. Not long after flying, he arrived at Tiangan Island. Observing the island lake below from above, he saw Lu He fishing by the wooden house lake with Hera Cross and Far-Fetched beside him. He directly let the gull land. "Old man He? The return period of the Magi Carp has passed, and you are still here," Yu Hai called Lu He after landing, and walked towards Lu He. "Ahai!" Lu He held the fishing rod in his hand, a little unbelievable, blinked several times, and then confirmed that it was really Yu Hai. They had only been separated for more than a month, and they didn't expect to meet again so soon. "How are you, old man He?" Yu Hai came to the lakeside. There was a tree trunk lying by the lakeside. Old man Lu He used it as a stool, so he sat on it. "It's been more than a month since we last met. Are you passing by? Where are you going?" After being surprised, Lu He looked at the calm lake again. He was quite surprised by Yu Hai's sudden visit. "I'm passing by. I plan to evolve Magi Carp here." Yu Hai did not hide it from Lu He. Lu He should know this very well. "Evolve? You want to use the waterfall to hone Magi Carp?" Lu He immediately guessed Yu Hai's intention. After all, Magi Carp here have a chance to evolve as long as they jump over the waterfall. He told Yu Hai that. "Yes, I have cultivated a good relationship with Magi Carp, it's time to evolve." Yu Hai looked at the calm lake and asked the question again, "Hasn't the return period passed? Have you been here all the time?" "Most of the time, this place is good for retirement, quiet." Lu He smiled, he was not used to the life in the big city. Here is his beloved Magi Carp, he was too lazy to go back to the city. "The environment is quite good. Did the rockets come after I left?" Yu Hai wanted to make a cut at that time, but the old man Lu He refused, and he didn't know whether the old man Lu He encountered the rockets. They came. Not only the rockets came, but also the trainers of the Liugan Gym. Lu He sighed lightly. Every time he thought of the past, it was really dangerous. At first, he thought the two would fight, but he didn't expect that there would be no conflict. In the end, who knew that the rockets came back again and almost scared him to death. Under the questioning of the rockets, he told everything he knew. Fortunately, he didn't know much, just a name ahai, and a few mosquito frogs. But the rocket was still not satisfied. He thought he was going to die and had closed his eyes to wait for death. However, the killing move was delayed, and when he opened his eyes, the rocket was gone. "Are you okay? I see you are not missing any limbs." Yu-Hai saw that Midorikawa was okay and made a joke. However, when he thought about the old man's encounter with the rocket, it must have been very dangerous and he was very lucky to survive. "It's okay. The trainers of the Liugan gym are polite, but the rockets are much more violent." Midorikawa smiled bitterly and shook his head. He was old and didn't have many years to live anyway. The research on Magikarp was almost completed, so he was not afraid at all. "It's good that you're fine. I'll punish myself with 3 cups later. Let's have a good drink." Yu-Hai smiled and took out all the food and drinks in the backpack. "They will camp and barbecue by the lake later." "Haha, you still understand me? I haven't had a drink for a long time. I've finished the wine you left." Lu-He looked at the wine that Yu-Hai kept taking out. This kid still understands himself. "What a manganese ammonia, old man." Yu-Hai took out all the ingredients and released a few mosquitoes. "Anyway, they are all water spirits. They can just play in the lake and don't need to train. Just relax." After studying at the gym for more than half a month, the mosquitoes need to relax. It takes a long time to become stronger. There is no rush. The Magikarp that is ready to evolve this time was also released by him. Today, he will get familiar with the environment and prepare to climb the waterfall. He will jump over the Dragon Gate to complete the evolution tomorrow. If other Magikarp still have a chance to fail to evolve, then his Magikarp will definitely evolve as long as he crosses the waterfall. In the more than 1 month since he got Magikarp, he not only cultivated feelings with Magikarp, but also taught Magikarp how to shoot with a water gun. Sometimes he would feed Magikarp and caress Magikarp himself. During this period, this silly fish has eaten a lot of calcium tablets, and its size has grown a lot. Under normal circumstances, the size of Magikarp is 90 centimeters, but this one is more than 1 meter, a real fat man. He felt that it was not as exaggerated as the Magikarp of Black Joey. He didn't know how long Black Joey had fed Magikarp with calcium tablets to have such a big Magikarp. That Magikarp was about the same size as the Magikarp submarine of the Rocket Trio. In fact, even if he didn't come to Magikarp Falls, this silly fish had reverse scales, and he could evolve into Gyarados with a little anger. But in order not to destroy the bond that he had established with great difficulty, he couldn't use the anger stimulation method to evolve Magikarp. It was better to evolve it by taking the fish leaping over the Dragon Gate. Seeing this Magikarp, Lu-He suddenly had a different idea. He had a Magikarp, the one Yu-Hai gave him, with a potential of 58. "Ahai, I'll give you this Magikarp back." Lu-He used the Pokeball to retrieve the Magikarp by the lake and threw the Pokeball to Yu-Hai. "Old man, the one I gave you." Yu-Hai heard about the Magikarp and immediately looked at the Magikarp's panel. The Magikarp in the Pokeball was still struggling and jumping. Yes, the talent should be very good. It's a bit unfair to keep Magikarp here. Find him an excellent trainer. "Old man, you have to think about it. Even if you leave it to your grandson." Yu-Hai saw that the old man didn't want it, and hurriedly dissuaded him. "Think it through, even if Magikarp can evolve, it will be a very irritable Gyarados, and I don't feel at ease with the younger generation." Lu-He's grandson is not around, and his son and daughter-in-law will not agree to the little grandson taming Magikarp. Because he often didn't come home because of his research on Magikarp, his family didn't like Magikarp. Even if he gave Magikarp to his grandson, they would throw it away. He thought, forget it. This is fate. Okay, let's have a drink. Yu-Hai didn't continue to struggle. He put away Magikarp and sent it to Ada in the gym. It was fine to give it to Ada. After all, it was Magikarp with 58 potential. Then, he set up the grill, opened 2 bottles of cold beer, and drank and fished with the old man by the lake. The two of them ate and talked until the afternoon. After they had enough food and wine, he said goodbye to Green River and set up a tent in the woods near Green River's wooden house. Mosquito Frog and others have been playing in the lake. It doesn't matter if they play for a while longer. But Mosquito Frog, Scyther, and others can't stay idle. They helped him set up the tent and went to practice boxing. After he set up the tent, he fell asleep in the tent. He couldn't hold on after drinking so much. When he woke up, the sun had already set and the clouds were on the horizon. He went to find the old man in the river, but was told by the onion duck that the old man was still asleep. He returned to the tent and prepared dinner before taking out the bad frogs and others for dinner. After releasing the water jump fish, he also took off the stone on the neck of the water jump fish. The moment the stone was taken off, the water jump fish lit up with a flickering white light, which seemed to be evolving. He quickly took out the ground gems that had been prepared in his backpack, prepared for the water jump fish's upcoming ground attributes, and put them in the mouth of the water jump fish. Water jump fish, bite these 3 ground gems in your mouth, absorb the energy in the gems when you evolve, and you can evolve. Yu-Hai had just fed the gems, and the water jump fish nodded, and the white light on its body instantly bloomed. The evolutionary light of the water jump fish illuminated the coming night into daylight. The white light came and went quickly, and the water jump fish also grew a lot from its previous petite and cuteness, and even its color turned into sky blue. The orange gills on both sides of the cheeks remain unchanged, the eyes and abdomen have also turned orange, the body and head are sky blue, and the fins on the top of the head and behind the back have turned black. Swamp leap fish. Attribute, water plus ground. Gender, male. Potential, 67%. Level, 18.27%. Feature, torrent/6.13%. Hidden feature, moisture/8.23%. Mastered moves, bite/12.21%. Impact/4.51%. Call/10.52%. Water cannon/8.11%. Waterfall climbing/6.14%. Pray for rain/3.31%. Water gun/15.45%. Throw mud/5.22%. Mud shooting/9.23%. Power of the earth/4.31%. Stomp/2.81%. Dig hole/3.58%. Frozen punch/1.55%. Water leap fish evolved into swamp leap fish, and its potential increased a lot. It reached level 67, and it is considered to be the king. It has also reached level 18, and is about to enter the elite level. There are more things to learn next. Anyway, I always keep it with me. When there is no one around, let the mosquito-repellent frog take it with me. Swamp leap fish can practice waterfall climbing with the mosquito-repellent frog first. The mosquito-repellent frog has already mastered the use of waterfall climbing. It is best for the mosquito-repellent frog to teach swamp leap fish how to burst waterfall climbing. Other changes of swamp leap fish are also quite big, and its characteristics have increased a lot. There are also moves, especially the changes of water gun moves. Water gun shooting can also hit moving targets. In addition to the changes in moves, water leap fish has learned 3 new moves after this evolution, 2 ground-based moves, heavy stomping and digging holes, and 1 is an ice-based move, frozen punch. Kukukuku, after the evolution of swamp leap fish, it spit out the stone in its mouth and immediately pounced on Yu-Hai. Even if it has evolved, it still can't avoid Yu-Hai hugging. Swamp fish, congratulations on your evolution. Yu-Hai was still thinking about the new moves when swamp fish rushed over. He couldn't help but hug the little guy, sighing that the little guy was still so clingy. Now he could still hug him, but when swamp fish evolved into Swampert, he couldn't hug him anymore. There were ground gems spit out by swamp fish on the ground. The other 2 turned white, and 1 was brown, which meant that swamp fish couldn't absorb them all and there was 1 left. In response, he picked up the 3 ground gems on the ground. Han Han's black eyes were already looking at him. He smiled helplessly and had to throw the 3 gems to Han Han. Crack, crack, slurp, Han Han's steel teeth chewed the ground gems, making slurping sounds in his mouth, congratulating Water Leap Fish on its evolution, and hoping that Water Leap Fish would evolve a few more times so that it could also have gems to eat. Yobo, Mosquito Frog saw Water Leap Fish evolve and hurriedly congratulated it. It watched this little brother grow up. Bailey, although the big-mouthed gull often quarreled with Butterfree, it was still very tolerant of the partners who joined later. It would give any good things to the little guy, and unknowingly became an old senior. Kook, the giant crab followed the crowd. This honest crab, when it evolved, other partners came to congratulate it. When the little brother evolved, it also sent blessings. Fuck, Scyther was not good at expressing, just called softly to express congratulations. Beep snail, little mouth snail and Swampert are brothers. After all, they are not old, they can play together. After Swampert evolves, they can practice against each other. Jija, Zapdos didn't know what evolution was, but everyone was very happy, and it was also very happy, and it also called twice with everyone. Quack quack, Bad Frog also called twice, but it didn't get close. The poison in its body was too poisonous. It could only play with Gengar and others, and couldn't play with other Pokémon. Ah, Zubat hung upside down on the tree, alerting the surroundings with the orb spinner, and congratulated the Swampert. Karu, Magikarp was in the lake, seeing Swampert evolve, and kept splashing water in the lake. The trainer told it that it would be its turn to evolve tomorrow, and it couldn't wait to make the leap. Cowrie, Gengar also emerged from the shadow to congratulate, and gave Swampert a gift, a wild flower picked from the roadside, and then floated up to share the poisonous mushroom with Zubat and Frog. Congratulations, Darkrai rarely appeared, but Swampert had seen him, and the congratulations rang directly in Swampert's heart, and made Swampert turn his head everywhere to look for the voice. E2, Orb Spinner held the poisonous mushroom in his hand, took a big bite, and lay on the tree trunk to congratulate Swampert. Busy, Ditto also congratulated, and turned into the appearance of Swampert, but his eyes were small, which was also a flaw in distinguishing Ditto's transformation. After everyone congratulated, dinner time began. He would arrange for Magikarp to evolve tomorrow, and he could let Frog take Swampert to the forest tomorrow to try waterfall climbing training. After they had dinner, the old man Green River also came and sat down to have dinner with him. After dinner, Swampert had gone to the woods with Frog. There were also Frog, Gulp, Gengar and other Vest Pokémons who ran to the woods. No one knew what they were doing, but he had told Frog about teaching Swampert to climb waterfalls, so he must have gone to teach him. They didn't drink for dinner, they just ate for a while, watching the sunset slowly set, and as the bonfire burned, time also came to night, the moon was high, and there were insects and birds singing. Old River, Magikarp will climb the waterfall tomorrow. What should we pay attention to? Yu-Hai sat opposite Lu-He around the campfire. He planned to ask Lu-He, the Magikarp observer. Nothing to pay attention to. Magikarp needs encouragement and support. As a Magikarp trainer, isn't it your job to encourage Magikarp to jump over the waterfall? You should ask yourself if you are ready to evolve Magikarp. I've learned, Yu-Hai nodded gently. He knew what the old man was talking about, the original intention of a trainer. He almost gave up his original partner, Frog, because he had captured too many high-potential Pokémon. Fortunately, he thought of the days when he depended on tadpoles. After all, he was just an ordinary person. Anyone would lose himself in the face of endless desires. Powerful power, endless wealth, countless beauties, endless fame and fortune, supreme power. Haha, life is endless, tempted all the time. He only hopes that he can keep his original intention and keep going forward unswervingly, with Frog and his companions. Chapter 420, The Great Cruel Floats. The 20th day of joining the gym, sunny. The next morning, Yu-hai was still a little uncomfortable getting up from the tent, as he hadn't slept in a tent for a long time. After getting up, he made breakfast for Frog and the others. After everyone had breakfast, Frog took Water Leap Fish to the woods, and it was unknown whether they were going to train waterfall climbing. As for why they didn't exercise by the lake, Water Leap Fish and Frog couldn't be seen by Lu-hi, so they naturally couldn't exercise by the lake. It was better to run farther away so that they wouldn't be discovered in the woods. He also had to prepare for the evolution of Magikarp. After Magikarp had eaten and drunk enough, he took Magikarp to the downstream of the waterfall and prepared to start Magikarp's evolution. There were only the big-billed gull, Ditto, Orb Spinner, Darkrai, Zapdos, Snail, Hen and other Pokémon around him. The rest of the Pokémon went to the woods with the frog. After arriving at the downstream of the waterfall, Yu-hai stood on the shore and fed Magikarp another water energy cube, hoping that Magikarp would have enough physical strength to swim to the lake above the waterfall in one breath. Magikarp, I will watch you on the shore, you have to do your best, Yu-hai patted Magikarp's head gently. Magikarp had already rested enough energy. The stepped waterfall here should not be a difficult task for Magikarp. Karu karu, plop, Magikarp looked at the stepped waterfall upstream, nodded firmly to Yu-hai, dived into the water, and swam hard upstream. Yu-hai saw Magikarp start to climb the waterfall, he quickly got up and followed. Standing under the waterfall, he saw Magikarp quickly climbed the first waterfall and was climbing to the second waterfall. Big-billed gull, take me up, Yu-hai asked Big-billed gull to grab his clothes and take him to the second stepped waterfall. Karu karu, Magikarp noticed Yu-hai, but it ignored him, just shouted twice and continued to climb the second waterfall. Yu-hai saw Magikarp's round body swimming, and he was really worried about Magikarp. If he had known, he would not have raised Magikarp so fat. However, Magikarp did not stop at all, and quickly crossed the second waterfall and was swimming towards the third waterfall. For today, he and Magikarp have made a lot of preparations, and they have also made enough preparations for the fish leaping over the dragon gate. Magikarp cannot fail, and there is no reason to fail. Magikarp, just keep going forward. Yu-hai was brought to the third waterfall by the gull again to cheer Magikarp. Magikarp heard his cheering, and his determined eyes only focused on the waterfall in front of him, followed by the fourth waterfall, the fifth waterfall, the sixth waterfall. As Magikarp crossed more and more waterfalls, he was also brought to the top of the lake by the gull, looking at Magikarp, who was almost exhausted, crossing the last waterfall. Magikarp, this is the last waterfall, don't give up, come up to give you a snack. Yu-hai saw Magikarp stuck on the waterfall and couldn't get up for a long time, so he had to stimulate Magikarp's stomach. Kalu, Kalu. When Magikarp heard that he could have a snack, he instantly became energetic, swung his tail vigorously, jumped up directly, broke through the last waterfall, and the splashing water turned into a rainbow in the air. Now, Magikarp, eat these gems. Yu-hai saw Magikarp jump up, and immediately threw 3 water gems into Magikarp's big mouth. Karu karu, Magikarp saw the water gem flying towards him, opened his mouth and swallowed it, and then saw Yu-hai took out a blue scale, and he could still feel the faint dragon power from the scale, which made him tremble. Roar, Magikarp was a little scared, but still bit the dragon scale with his mouth and dived into the lake. Plop! The moment Magikarp fell into the water, the bottom of the lake suddenly became as bright as day, and the evolutionary light of Magikarp illuminated the bottom of the lake. Yu-hai saw the evolutionary light at the bottom of the lake, and could only wait quietly for Magikarp to finish evolving. He didn't know what kind of ferocious creature Magikarp would become after swallowing the dragon scale. Magikarp had top talent, plus the reverse scale of the king level. It didn't take long before the white light at the bottom of the lake disappeared. After the anxious wait, a huge black shadow slowly emerged from the bottom of the lake, revealing a hideous and terrifying big mouth. Roar, 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 Gyarados just popped out of its head, and couldn't help but roar loudly to the sky. announcing the existence of its overlord to the entire lake and the entire forest. Intimidation feature. Yu-Hai saw that the great-billed gull, the orb silk spider and other Pokémon were all in a state of shrinking fear. He immediately realized that it was the violent aura on Gyarados that triggered the intimidation feature, which frightened the Pokémon around him. This silly fish is really intimidating after turning over a new leaf. Stop yelling! Yu-Hai saw that Gyarados was yelling endlessly, and immediately yelled, asking Gyarados to be quiet. Roar! Gyarados looked at Yu-Hai, as if he was looking at a tiny thing again. It turned out that humans were so small, as if he could be slapped away by a tail. Silly fish, you are a little bit arrogant. Yu-Hai saw that his words were useless, and Gyarados was still yelling at him. Could it be that he wanted to devour his master? Roar, roar, roar! Gyarados was indeed arrogant. It felt that now it was full of power, but it still felt that the human in front of it was too small. How could it be a spirit of a small human? Aha, you're Gyarados! Green River heard a roar outside the door. When he went out and saw the behemoth by the lake, his legs were trembling. He had seen many Gyarados, but he had never seen such a huge Gyarados. It was like a deep-sea monster. Don't come over! Yu-Hai raised his hand to stop Green River from coming over. He found that Gyarados was at risk of losing control because of the sudden surge in strength. The current Gyarados was very dangerous and had to be defeated. He needed to re-establish his prestige and establish his position as the boss. It looks down on you. Darkrai heard the emotion in the roar and translated it to Yu-Hai. Coo cough, the giant claw crab heard the unfriendly roar of Gyarados and hurried over to block Yu-Hai. Other spirits that were frightened by the intimidation feature before also blocked Yu-Hai. Yobo the frog also came back after hearing the roar. As soon as it left the woods, it saw Gyarados baring its teeth at Yu-Hai. This silly fish was drifting away. Its iron fist hadn't hit its own people for a long time. Boom boom boom! When the frog saw that Gyarados still wanted to attack Yu-Hai, it rushed over with the waterfall climbing technique. Ice crystals appeared on its fists, and it punched Gyarados' ferocious mouth with a heavy punch, directly knocking Gyarados out. The frog wanted to let Gyarados know who was the boss and who could not be provoked. Roar, roar roar roar! Gyarados climbed up and roared at the frog. It was completely angry. It did have other ideas, but it didn't need to punch it right away. The teeth were almost knocked out. Roar, roar, roar! Yobo, you still dare to shout, right? The mosquito frog clenched his fist, raised his hand and released a white freezing beam to the lake, instantly freezing the lake water and freezing Gyarados. Then, the mosquito frog's feet exploded and rushed out instantly. Because of its speed, Yu-Hai could only see the mud and ice that the mosquito frog stepped on. The mosquito frog came to the lake in just a blink of an eye, and punched Gyarados' hideous face again, knocking Gyarados out of the ice. As Gyarados flew out, its huge body instantly froze, and the splash of water splashed by Gyarados when it fell was also instantly frozen. It was really a big splash. That was the freezing effect of the freezing punch, which not only froze Gyarados' body, but also affected the environment around Gyarados. It seems that the mosquito frog's freezing punch has been improved, and the range of influence of the freezing punch can be extended outward. Snap, snap, snap! Roar, roar, roar! Gyarados was not convinced. Why did he hit it again? He immediately twisted his body to break free from the ice, roared at the frog, and opened his mouth to emit an orange-yellow electric light. That's 100,000 volts, frog, avoid it! Yu-Hai saw 100,000 volts and was secretly shocked. He didn't expect that this Gyarados actually awakened an electric move. Yobo, the moment frog saw the yellow electric light, the ice under its feet exploded, and it quickly moved away from the direction of Gyarados' attack. After several waterfall flashes, it punched Gyarados' head again, and beat Gyarados out again. From the punches of Frog didn't hold back at all, and each punch was a full-strength burst. It was only after 3 punches that Frog felt a little hot. This was just a warm-up, and the next was the main meal. Roar, Gyarados could not catch up with the frog in terms of reaction ability or speed, and in such a wide lake, it could only be beaten by the frog. But Gyarados still refused to give in, and immediately opened its mouth towards the sky. A large dark cloud gathered in the sky in an instant, and yellow lightning snakes as thick as bowls appeared and disappeared under the black dark cloud. As Gyarados roared to the sky, lightning immediately struck from the sky. Boom boom boom! Countless lightning strikes were bombarding everywhere, blasting the frozen lake into ice fragments. The frog could only rely on its own waterfall climbing, quickly dodging and moving, and narrowly avoiding lightning strikes again and again. Its thunder, and praying for rain, Yu-Hai saw the large dark cloud in the sky, and couldn't help but sigh at Gyarados' talent. He had just evolved and mastered a new move, but he could attract such a large dark cloud. Fortunately, it didn't rain, otherwise there would be no fight, and he would not let this dark cloud rain. Big Build Gull, use the storm to blow away the dark clouds. Bilibali, the Big Build Gull heard the storm and immediately flew high into the sky, its wings emitting a light blue light, flapping its wings at the dark clouds, creating a strong storm blowing towards the dark clouds in the sky. After the strong wind, the sky above the lake suddenly became clear and sunny, and even the thunder of Gyarados weakened a lot. Yobo, the Gyarados was not hit by the lightning, and after the thunder ended, it hooked its finger at Gyarados. Roar, 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 Gyarados roared again in the face of the provocation of the Gyarados. The roar just now was obviously useful, but why was it useless against this tadpole? But Gyarados didn't care, it couldn't care so much, opened its mouth to the Gyarados, and spit out another terrifying colorful energy beam, with a dragon head phantom in the beam, and the dragon head opened its mouth and bit the Gyarados. Dragon's Wave, Yu-Hai thought to himself, as expected, the talent of this Gyarados is beyond doubt. After all, it is a peerless beast created by top-level talent and the king-level dragon scales. It is not surprising that it can awaken these moves after evolution. It's just that Gyarados is too clumsy, and its reaction and agility have never been trained. Its attack is too slow and simple. How can such a clumsy attack hit the instant exploding frog? At the moment when the dragon head shadow was about to bite the frog, the ice slag under the frog's feet splashed, and the frog quickly jumped away with the waterfall climbing skill, and then hit Gyarados in the face with another freezing punch, freezing Gyarados' entire head. This time, the frog did not give Gyarados a chance to breathe. While Gyarados' head was frozen, it quickly caught up with it, raised its fists and punched Gyarados again and again, and also sucked away Gyarados' physical strength. Under the countless heavy blows of the frog, Gyarados was directly knocked unconscious and fell into the pit of broken ice slag. His eyes turned into mosquito eyes, and he didn't even have the chance to run away. Bang! After the battle, Yu-Hai came over and used the poke ball to retrieve the Gyarados. He reached out and gently patted the clenched fist. The mosquito frog, who had grown a lot taller, said, "Mosquito frog, you've worked hard. Eat an energy block to restore your strength first." Yobo, mosquito frog turned around and saw Yu-Hai, grinned, raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, indicating that he was not tired, but still opened his mouth to eat the energy block handed by Yu-Hai. "Have a good rest," Yu-Hai told Mosquito Frog to rest, and then he returned to the shore with Mosquito Frog. Green River was already waiting for him here. "Ah hi, this Gyarados," Green River witnessed the fight of Mosquito Frog with his own eyes. He was still a little unbelievable and it was hard to believe what he saw. The Mosquito Frog was only a little over 1 meter long. In its small body, it actually had such fierce and violent power. It was hard to imagine how strong that Gyarados was, even though he could punch the giant several meters taller than himself and suppress the attack of the more violent Gyarados. He had seen that there were no useless Pokémon, only useless trainers. Yu-Hai was the first person he had ever seen who could cultivate an ordinary Gyarados to this level. "It's okay, it's just that its strength expanded too fast. Gyarados was disobedient, so it's fine to teach it a lesson." Yu-Hai waved his hand gently, and took a breath at the place where Green River fished yesterday. He was also a little scared, but fortunately there was Gyarados. Although Darkrai could also protect him, Darkrai could not be revealed in front of others, and the fewer people who knew about it, the better. It's okay, that Magikarp is still you. You were right. If it was such a Gyarados, the younger generation at home would not be able to suppress it. Green River was relieved to hear that this was the reason for the battle just now. It is not recommended for newcomers to capture Magikarp without some strength. I don't know what happened to Xiao Shun, Yu Hai thought of the Tiangan Island. Xia Shun's Gyarados was no less powerful, and he also suppressed it later. If it was Xiao Shun himself, he would probably have been beaten to death by Gyarados' tail. Gyarados are really born rebellious, with bad tempers and irritability. I don't know. I heard that he joined the Liugan gym. Lu He was isolated from the news. They only talked on the phone once, and it was to ask Yu Hai. At that time, he didn't know where Yu Hai went. Hi, Yu Hai took a deep breath and didn't answer the call. Instead, he opened the Gyarados panel to see how ferocious this big ferocious was. Chapter 421, The Way to Leave. Gyarados. Attribute, Water plus Flying. Gender, Male. Potential, 79.99%. Level, 31.17%. Characteristics, Intimidation /20.13%. Hidden characteristic, Overconfidence /15.23%. Mastered moves, Reverse Scale /7.11%. Tornado /10.01%. Dragon Dance /6.41%. Dragon Tail /7.22%. Dragon Wave /8.34%. Dragon's Fury /5.37%. Waterfall Climbing /13.24%. Pray for Rain /9.39%. Water Tail /7.28%. Water Cannon /11.53%. Surfing /8.71%. Diving /7.93%. Tidal Wave /5.61%. Mastered Moves, Frozen Fang /4.51%. Freezing Beam /6.64%. 100,000 volts /7.58%. Thunder /6.87%. Flame Jet /5.37%. Big Character Explosion /4.56%. Stomping /5.73%. Earthquake /7.63%. Iron Head /8.95%. Iron Tail /5.61%. Bite /6.77%. Total Retaliation /7.71%. Evil Wave /3.65%. Mastered Moves, Storm /5.33%. Bounce /9.79%. Destruction Light /7.55%. Slam /15.69%. Mountain Pressure /12.24%. Roar /20.37%. Sacrificial Charge /13.25%. Tite /9.33%. Sharp Stone Attack /6.25%. Sleep /17.66%. No moves for now. Jump /3.21%. Impact /2.31%. Wow, seeing this panel, Yu Hai exclaimed in his heart. The potential of a quasi-champion, should I say it or not, he held it in for a long time and could only think of one sentence, damn. This salted fish is not turning over, but turning into a dragon. The 6 dragon-type moves that Gyarados can learn, the silly fish has all of them. In addition to dragon-type moves, the richness of moves of other attributes is unprecedented, and they are all big moves of each attribute. In addition to water and flying, which Gyarados already has talents, ice, electric, fire, ground, steel, evil, general all have big moves with power of 90 to more than 100. He made it. As long as he tamed this Gyarados, he would have a pretty good big guy. Although it was not as good as the frogs, the thick skin of Gyarados was enough to deal with most situations. It was just an evolution. The level of Gyarados has reached over 30. Ordinary senior level Pokemon may not be the opponent of this Gyarados. It is too fierce and its panel is also gorgeous. It also has the intimidation feature. With its huge body and ferocious mouth, it will scare a large group of people just by appearing. It also has the overconfidence feature. After defeating the opponent, the attack will increase by 1. 1 minus 1 plus 1, isn't it equivalent to Gyarados coming out with a second level attack enhancement? It's really a fortune. This Gyarados is only one step away from the potential of the champion. Among his Pokemon, the one with the best potential is Gengar, followed by Darkrai. Now there is another Gyarados. I don't know who the fourth one is. He now has 3 partners who can enter the championship. The excellence of this Gyarados is beyond his expectations. He feels that if he doesn't let Gyarados show his face, it will be a bit unfair to Gyarados. Such a good talent is wasted. He is not in a hurry now. He will let this Gyarados shine when he goes to the Kanto region. After looking at the panel, he closed it and released Gyarados. Roar! Gyarados had woken up a long time ago, but it was in pain all over, and it didn't dare to move. The frog that had just beaten it up was sitting next to it, so it didn't dare to move. Yobo, are you still baring your teeth? Frog raised his fist, which had some scratches on it, all of which were hit on Gyarados' hard scales. The rebound damage caused by the rebound force would recover quickly. Its usual training targets are big trees, and compared with Gyarados' scales, it feels that Gyarados' scales are harder. Roar, boss, I don't dare to do it again. Gyarados lay down and admitted his fear, not daring to do it again. Yobo, can you listen to the trainer's words? Frog looked at Yuhai, who had already taken out the medicine spray and was treating the rebound damage on his fist. Roar, listen to the trainer from now on. Gyarados looked at Yuhai pitifully, not daring to be fierce to Yuhai anymore. The power that suddenly expanded was also beaten back to its original form. It turned out that it was still that stupid fish. Finally, you are honest. Yuhai treated the wound on the fist of the frog before turning to Gyarados. He heard the conversation between Frog and Gyarados, but he couldn't understand it, so Darkrai translated it for him. Hearing Gyarados admit defeat, he breathed a sigh of relief. He finally subdued this big beast, and it was worth his investment of so many resources. However, he felt that the conversation between these two guys was quite funny. In fact, the elves are very simple, and basically they respect strength. Whoever is stronger has the right, and the same is true between trainers and the alliance. If Team Rocket is stronger, then Team Rocket has the right. It's a pity that the alliance is stronger in this world, and Team Rocket can only live with its tail between its legs. After walking around Gyarados, he found that the frostbite on Gyarados was the most serious. He first used thawing spray to treat the frostbite on Gyarados, and then sprayed the wound medicine on the ice wound of Gyarados. After treating Gyarados' injuries, he raised his hand to wipe the sweat. This Gyarados was too big and was beaten too badly, otherwise it wouldn't take so long to treat it. While treating Gyarados' frostbite, he also measured Gyarados' height, which was 9.2 meters. If he remembered correctly, the average height of Gyarados was 6.5 meters. Zaoshun's Gyarados was about 7.7 meters tall, and his Gyarados was more than 9 meters tall. Good guy, worthy of being called a big and brutal one. Even the waist circumference is a circle larger than Zaoshun's Gyarados. Such a big Gyarados would be too conspicuous if released. As long as others see Gyarados, they will instantly think of him, just like the big claws of the giant crab, which may become his label on the road to becoming a trainer in the future, but it doesn't matter. This silly fish is his carefully selected treasure, and he also used a king-level dragon scale. It took so long and so many resources to give birth to this big guy. Others want it but don't have it yet, so how could he dislike it? Even if it becomes a label for trainers and they think of him when they see Gyarados, it doesn't matter. He will have many labels in the future. Zapdos, Darkrai, Gengar, Tyrannosaurus, Scyther, Frog, and other Pokémon can all become labels for a certain trainer. These Pokémon all have such potential, and they are all his Pokémon. As long as others get one, they will wake up laughing in their dreams. However, he has them all, he. Put Gyarados back in the Pokeball. Gyarados' injury will be like this for now, and he will go to Citrus Island and then go to the Pokémon Center there to treat Gyarados' frostbite. Anyway, it's free and he has been waiting for this for a long time. Old man Magikarp has evolved, I'm leaving. Yu-Hai and Lu-He drank wine yesterday, so there's no need to drink today. He still has to rush to Citrus Island to take a boat, and it would be a delay if he gets drunk. Go ahead, come see the old man when you have time. Lu-He didn't ask more, he didn't want to know too much, and he wouldn't know if someone asked him. Old man there are some drinks and food here, you can keep them and eat them slowly, remember not to drink too much. Yu-Hai took out the things he prepared last night and put the Pokémon in front of old man Thank you very much. My supplies are almost gone. With these supplies, I can last another half a month. Lu-He happily accepted the wine on the ground, including 2 bottles of good wine. Just looking at these 2 bottles of wine from the quality of the bottles, it was clear that they were all good wines worth over 100,000 yuan, all good wines that he could not drink normally. Old man I will come to drink with you again when I come back from Kanto. Yu-Hai waved goodbye to Lu-He, and prepared to go back to pack up the tent and leave Tangerine Island. Kanto? You are going to Kanto? Lu-He did not expect Yu-Hai to say it himself. It seems that Yu-Hai's departure this time is not a big deal. Yes, Yu-Hai did not say what he was going to do, but just waved goodbye and returned to the camping site to pack up the tent and daily necessities. However, before packing these things, he first used the Pokeball to take back the Pokémons that were not convenient to show up, such as Frog, Zubat, and Swampert. When the battle broke out just now, Gengar did not let these little guys come out, and Lu-He did not see these little guys. After packing up, he looked at the time on his watch. It was just past 10 in the morning, and it was only noon when he arrived at Tangerine Island. He also needs to go to the Pokémon Center to teleport Magikarp and heal Gyarados, so he can board the ship at 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon and arrive at Orange Island in the evening. He also needs to go to Dejima in the Bay of Orange Island to board the ship, and leave the Orange Islands from Dejima to the Kanto region. The reason why he chose Orange Island to board the ship is that Orange Island is the closest to the Kanto region and it is also the safest route. In fact, there are 3 ways for him to leave the Orange Islands. The first way, the Orange Islands are in the south of the Kanto region, and Orange Island is at the northernmost part of the Orange Islands. It is closest to the Kanto region, and it only takes 2 or 3 days to reach the Kanto region by boat. In fact, there is not entirely a sea between the Kanto region and the Orange Islands. Going north from Orange Island, you will arrive at the new island. Going north from the new island, you will arrive at the 7 Islands, which is also the hometown of Kona. After the 7 Islands, you will arrive at the Red Lotus town in the Kanto region. There is a strait going north from Red Lotus town. After crossing the strait, you will reach the Pallet town, which is also the place where every trainer's dream begins. Going south from the Kanto region is the 7 Islands, going further south is the new island, and going further south is the Orange Islands. So, this is why the young man and his cousin look down on him. Compared to the Kanto region and the Chengdu region, which are prosperous places on the mainland, the Orange Islands are really a rural area. And he is an orphan trainer from an unknown small place like the Orange Islands, so it is normal for the young people in the Kanto region to look down on him. The second way is to take the airship opened by the rocket team on Daigon Island, which is also the location of Dr. Uchiki's research institute. So how arrogant must the rocket team be to open an airship company on the island of the Alliance Research Institute? Although the airship is very fast and can reach the Kanto region in 1 day, he will not choose this way. He is sick to choose the rocket team. The third way is to fly directly there on a large-mouthed gull. If it is a flight, the journey is only 1 day, and it will pass by just by enduring. But it was totally unnecessary. He was not in a hurry. If he got lost, it would be a waste of time. It would be safer to take a boat. This was also the departure route he planned after getting the map. First, it was safe. Second, he could enjoy the beautiful scenery along the way. Third, the most important thing was that he really wanted to see what kind of place the place where his dream of becoming a trainer began was like. He, a country bumpkin, was finally going to the city. It was not known whether the route of Orange Island was controlled by Team Rocket. It was impossible to control all of it, but some passenger ships were definitely passenger ships of Team Rocket Shipping Company. As long as he did not expose himself after boarding the ship, even if it was a passenger ship of Team Rocket Shipping Company, there should be nothing wrong. It would be better if nothing happened, otherwise. Don't blame him if the ship sank. After packing up, Yu-Hai saw Green River fishing again. He had taken back all the Pokémon and said goodbye to Green River with the gull. Old man I'm leaving. Yu-Hai sat on the gull and waved to Green River in the air. Remember to bring a bottle of good wine next time. Lu-He looked up and waved at Yu-Hai, which was considered a farewell to this brief reunion. Don't drink too much, old man. Yu-Hai smiled helplessly, pointed to the gull in a direction, and flew away from Tiangan Island. Lu-He looked at Yu-Hai's departing back, unable to come back to his senses for a long time, until Yu-Hai completely disappeared. He smiled dumbly, whistled, fished, drank a cup of warm wine from the scallion duck, and felt really comfortable in his heart. Ding-ling-ling, ding-a-ling-ling. Suddenly, Lu-He's cell phone rang. He picked up the phone beside him, muttered twice, and pressed the button to connect the call. Who would call now? It's really strange. Grandpa are you still in Tiangan Island? Xiao Shun? Why do you have time to call me? Lu-He recognized Xia Shun's voice. Yu-Hai had just left. What did Xiao Shun call for? Grandpa Haji's Magikarp is going to evolve. We are going to come to Tiangan Island. I want to ask if you are in Tiangan Island. I will bring you some things. You are thoughtful. You don't need to bring anything. The old man has been in Tiangan Island. Come on, Lu-He heard Xiao Shun say that and immediately thought of the evolution of Magikarp. It seems that Haji of Liugan Gym also wants to use the waterfall to hone his Magikarp. Grandpa what's the news? I haven't seen Brother Hai for a long time. Xiao Shun was talking on the phone on the boat, looking at the sea in the distance, shining in the sun. He thought of Yu-Hai unconsciously. He didn't see Yu-Hai on the day he said goodbye to Tiangan Island. He was a little regretful. He also asked Luoyan some time ago, but Luoyan didn't know where Yu-Hai was. In fact, Luoyan knew, but he didn't tell Xiao Shun. In Luoyan's opinion, Xiao Shun is not his own man, so he naturally won't reveal the whereabouts of the boss Yu-Hai. Hi, he just left and is going to the Kanto area. Lu-He didn't hide it from Xiao Shun. Since Yu-Hai didn't ask him to keep it secret, he had nothing to keep secret. If Xiao Shun wanted to know, he should just tell him directly, otherwise Yu-Hai wouldn't tell him these things. Just left? Kanto? What did Brother Hai do in Kanto? Xiao Shun asked on the phone when he heard the news about Yu-Hai. You have the same idea as him. He also came to Tiangan Island to evolve Magikarp. His Magikarp has already evolved. He just left Tiangan Island this morning. He didn't say anything about what he did to Guan. The old man doesn't know either. Okay, I know. We can arrive at Tiangan Island at noon. I also brought wine to Grandpa Xiao Shun finally got the news from Yu-Hai. He tried his best to suppress the excitement in his heart. After saying goodbye to Lu-He, he quickly hung up the phone and went to find Haji. Chapter 422, Teleporting Elf. Haji, Xiao Shun quickly found Haji at the bow of the boat. Haji was with his bodyguard. What's the matter, Xiao Shun? Haji was teasing Pikachu. It was also his idea to go to Tiangan Island to evolve Magikarp. In short, he was tired of staying at home. He wanted to go out to relax. He didn't object to the bodyguards arranged by his mother, as long as they didn't interfere with his actions. Haji, Xiao Shun was about to talk about Yukai, but suddenly glanced at the bodyguard beside him. Yukai's affairs were their secrets, and outsiders couldn't know about them. Stand far away, wait until we finish talking. Haji saw that Xiao Shun was hesitant, and quickly waved to the bodyguard, asking him to step back 10 steps, as long as he couldn't hear them talking. After the bodyguard stepped back, Xiao Shun told Haji about Yukai. Haji, there is news about Brother Hai. Brother Hai went to the Kanto region. Kanto region? What did he do in Kanto region? Haji thought about it, and really couldn't figure out what Yukai went to Kanto region for. I don't know, after we evolve Magikarp, I will also go to Kanto region, maybe I can meet Brother Hai. Xiao Shun is now an elite trainer, and all the Pokemon in his hands have reached the elite level, and Gyarados is about to enter the senior level. He feels that he is now capable of protecting his own safety, and he wants to travel. Kanto, Koji didn't care about Xia Shun's departure, but kept thinking about Kanto, wondering what there was in Kanto that was worth Yu Hai's trip to Kanto. By the way, the Quartz Conference. Koji suddenly thought of the Quartz Conference, picked up the Pokemon magazine on the table, turned to the opening date of the Quartz Conference, and saw that the Quartz Conference would start in the next few months. What Quartz Conference? Xiao Shun didn't continue to talk about leaving, but became interested in the Quartz Conference that Koji mentioned. Stupid, Brother Hai might have gone to participate in the Quartz Conference in the Kanto region. Koji showed Xiao Shun the opening date of the Quartz Conference in the magazine. That was the opening date of last year. Sometimes regional competitions are held twice a year. After all, it can boost the economy of the entire region. If the league didn't allow it, every region would want to hold competitions every day to attract trainers from all over the world to come and spend money here. Quartz Conference? How is it possible? Brother Hai is so strong, and he still goes to the Quartz Conference. Xiao Shun looked at the photo of the Quartz Conference in the magazine, which was the award-winning photo of the last Quartz Conference. How is it impossible? If you think about it carefully, you will know that Brother Hai is not that strong, but he still has the strength of a quasi-king. It is not strange for him to attend the Quartz Conference. Don't you find that Brother Hai is not that old? He is probably only a few years older than us. Should we go? Xiao Shun agreed with Hao Er's analysis. He often thought so, but Yu Hai is more than just his apparent strength, and more than just a few elves like mosquito-repellent frogs. Yu Hai also has some invisible elves, which Hao Er does not know. He just has some vague guesses that those elves should be Yu Hai's real trump cards. He has never told anyone, and he just knows it in his heart. Of course we have to go, otherwise why do we train so hard? Hao Er stuck out his tongue. He has been at home for more than a month, and his grandfather has forced him to exercise his superpowers every day. Now that he has finally escaped, he doesn't want to go back. Well, after you evolve Gyarados, we will set off for Kanto. Xiao Shun was already looking forward to where he would meet Yukai, whether he would meet him at the Quartz Conference, and whether he could become the opponent of Brother Hai. However, even if he could meet Brother Hai, he probably couldn't beat him. Brother Hai was so strong before, and he didn't know how strong he was now. Brother Hai should be able to win the championship of the Quartz Conference. Okay, I have the Dragon Scale, I can complete the evolution of Magikarp today, and then go directly to Tuachan Island to take a boat to the Kanto region. Koji also thought about it. Even if he couldn't win the championship, he wanted to go out and play, and didn't want to continue to stay at home to exercise his superpowers. Before leaving, Grandpa gave him a quasi-king dragon scale, that palm-sized blue scale. Grandpa said it was a scale shed from the guardian god of the family. Grandpa didn't say what kind of spirit the guardian god was, always making it mysterious, which aroused his curiosity. The two of them then discussed the itinerary. After the trip to Kanto was settled, Xiao Shun glanced at Koji's bodyguard and talked to Koji about other issues. The bodyguard would go with them to Kanto, which was an extra layer of security. If they encountered bad guys, there would be a bodyguard to protect them. He heard that the bodyguard was also a quasi-king trainer. President, did you hear everything? Master Koji is going to Kanto to attend the Quartz Conference. The bodyguard was the young man who went to Tiangan Island to investigate Yu Hai. He heard all the conversations between Koji and Xiao Shun, and he also connected the monitoring headphones to his mobile phone, so that Li Yulai, who was far away on Liugan Island, also heard it. Forget it, if they want to go, you can protect them. I will send 2 more people to you. They will wait for you on Dujin Island. You can protect them in the open and in the dark. Kanto is the base of Team Rocket. Don't provoke Team Rocket when you go there. Understood, President, the trainer named Aha? Do you want to? After the young man responded, he thought of Aha mentioned by Koji and the others, and asked Li Yulai how to deal with it. Just pay attention, don't contact, and don't make trouble. As long as the other party doesn't take the initiative to contact Koji, don't worry about it, Li Yulai, the gym leader, thought very clearly. No matter what the other party does, before the other party reveals his purpose, she will remain unchanged in the face of all changes. Yes, President, the young man answered, hung up the phone, and continued to monitor Xiao Shun and Koji. This was a secret mission given to him by Li Yulai. Once Koji had any dangerous behavior, he would immediately stop Koji's impulsive behavior. If he was just attending the regional conference, he would not interfere with Koji's actions. His mission was only to protect and monitor, and would not interfere with Koji's decision. Citrus Island, Pokemon Center. More than an hour later, Yu Hai arrived at Citrus Island and went to the Pokemon Center as soon as possible. He didn't know that Xiao Shun called after he left, and Koji also wanted to use Magikarp Waterfall to hone Magikarp. Now he is probably at Tiangan Island. After entering the Pokemon Center, he took out his Pokemon book and gave Gyarados and Poliwag to Miss Joy for free treatment. This is the benefit of being a certified trainer of the league and a Pokemon book holder. The Pokemon book is a symbol of the identity of a trainer. It has appeared many times in the animation. When Zai was suspected by Junsha, he took out his Pokemon illustrated book to prove his identity as a trainer of the league. Junsha immediately apologized and stopped doubting Zai. These are the invisible identity benefits of trainers. The benefits of trainers on the surface are not only free treatment, but also free food and accommodation, free video calls, free Pokemon teleportation and other benefits. It can be said that the league has fully extended the benefits to its trainers. Just these basic benefits are different from those trainers who have not been certified. How much money did he spend at the Pokemon Center before he became a trainer of the league? At least hundreds of thousands, and this is the cost of a few months, and it must be millions a year. If you can become a certified trainer of the league, you can enjoy all these for free, and the money saved can also be used to cultivate Pokemon. The league's rookie certification is indeed not difficult, but the difficulty is that he is an orphan. Some things were not available when he was born, and it will be difficult to have them in the future. In fact, as long as there is 200,000 yuan in the family, you can complete the first 5 certification requirements of the rookie trainer. The last guarantor can be hired by paying someone. The older trainers are basically senior trainers. But he was an orphan, and his request for money was simple. The difficulty was that he had no family, so he was rejected. The efforts of 3 generations of the old drunkard's family brought him the current Xiao Ying. He couldn't become a rookie trainer in the league, and was stuck. He couldn't rely on his father, and he didn't even have a grandfather to rely on. Who told him that he didn't even have a grandfather? Beep beep. As the video call was connected, he saw the mate of Xiaogan Jim, and his thoughts were pulled back. Is it trainer Aha? After the maid connected the video call, she saw Yu Hai. Please notify Ada for me. Yu Hai had seen the maid in the gym. She was the nanny of Ada's siblings. She was responsible for cleaning, feeding elves, washing clothes, and other work. She was similar to the big sister in the kitchen. They were all long-term workers in Xiaogan Gym. Okay, please wait, I will notify Master Ada right away, the maid asked Yu Hai to wait, and then turned and left. Not long after, Ada appeared in the camera on a stool. Brother Hai, where are you? Is there something you need from me? Ada waved his hand excitedly when he saw Yu Hai. They had only been separated for 2 days. Ada, I just passed by Sweet Orange Island and am at the Pokemon Center on Orange Island. I caught a pretty good Pokemon on Orange Island. Do you want it? If you want it, I'll send it to you. Brother Hai, what Pokemon is it? Ada was so excited when he heard there was a Pokemon. He didn't expect Yu Hai to catch a Pokemon for him. This surprise came a little unexpectedly. It's a Magikarp, Yu Hai answered truthfully without hiding it from Ada. After all, he is the eldest son of the gym and the future gym leader. He should not look down on Magikarp. So it's Magikarp. Ada's face was shocked when he heard Magikarp. He thought it was some rare Pokemon. Haha, if you don't want it, just keep it in your pond, Yu Hai smiled. He knew it would be like this. He didn't force it. Ada could choose whatever he wanted. Brother Hai, has your Magikarp evolved? Ada's frustration was only for a moment. He suddenly remembered the geographical knowledge he had read in the book. Combining it with the Magikarp waterfall on Tiangan Island, he could probably guess the purpose of Yu Hai's visit. It just evolved today. I will use Gyarados to participate in the competition. Yu Hai's Gyarados was still healing and was beaten badly by the frog. I don't know if Ada can suppress Gyarados. So that's the case. I know. Teleport here. Aiden knew that Yu Hai was not only a very powerful trainer, but also a very powerful breeder. He would see the development of the Pokemon, maybe that Magikarp has good talent. In addition, Yu Hai will use Gyarados to participate in the competition. He can see how Gyarados performs first, and then decide whether to subdue Magikarp. Anyway, they are all kept in his own pond, and there is a stupid fish in the pond. Okay, Yu Hai nodded gently, put Magikarp's Pokeball on the transmission machine, and after pressing the switch, the Pokeball flashed twice and disappeared out of thin air. Then, he saw Ada holding an ordinary Pokeball on the screen and shouted to him, Brother Hai, I received Magikarp. I'll hang up if it's okay. You should work hard to train Pokemons in the gym. If you still can't beat Magikarp when I come back. Brother Hai, your Magikarp and Squirtle are so powerful. They always hit the moving target. My Squirtle has been training so far and can barely do it. How did you train them? Haha, you can ask Magikarp and you'll know, Yu Hai smiled awkwardly. He was not angry when he was interrupted, but Ada's frustrated expression was very funny. There is no way to answer this question. Pokemons with good talents will basically learn it after watching them a few more times, not to mention Magikarp and Squirtle. These two stupid fish have the talents of Quasi-Kings and their talents are not weak at all. Ha, ha, Magikarp doesn't spit out water, so it's good. Let's forget it. Ada scratched his head awkwardly, looked around for a moment, and found that there was no one around, then he smiled softly to Yu Hai, Brother Hai, my sister found that your Slowpoke, Starfish, Squidward, Magikarp. She found that these 4 water-type Pokemon are very good at shooting, and now they are using your Pokemon to deal with those challengers, especially Magikarp and Squidward. I saw my sister use these 2 Pokemon to beat many newcomers who came to challenge. Those newcomers couldn't even beat Magikarp, and finally left the gym crying, and said that my sister bullied children. Haha, it's okay, use whatever you want, Yu Hai was amused. What else could he say? He had eaten the free food, and it was just shooting with a water gun, so he could just treat it as training. Brother Hai, you must win the championship. My sister only made it to the top 16 that year, and she has such high expectations for others, and she can't do it herself. I'll try my best, take good care of Butterfree for me." Yu-Hai just thought it was Ada's complaint, and did not guarantee that he could win the championship. After all, he didn't have enough Pokémon to participate in the competition. Even if Gyarados was included, there were only 7 Pokémon. The smallmouth snail was a substitute, and it was estimated that it would not be used in the subsequent competitions. Ada had a grudge against Dunmei, probably because his brother had been suppressed by his sister for too long. The brother wanted to vent his anger, but he didn't have the ability to do so, so he could only find him. "Don't worry, Brother Hai, I arrange the best food for them every day, and my sister didn't treat them badly. They all like them very much." "Hai," Yu-Hai breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Dunmei couldn't retaliate against him and would vent her anger on the Pokémon. It seems that Dunmei is not so stingy now. When he returns, he will let Dunmei vent her anger by scolding her. He can't hold back his anger. "Okay, I'll hang up first. I still need to board the ship." Yu-Hai said goodbye to Ada and hung up the video call. Just after he hung up the video call, Miss Joy called him on the radio, saying that his Gyarados and Frog had been treated. He took the Gyarados away and was told that the Gyarados would need to rest for at least a week, and Frog would also need to rest for 2 days. He also had a free big pot meal at the Pokémon Center, which tasted pretty good. He left the Pokémon Center and went straight to the port of Citrus Island. He bought a first-class ticket to Concave Orange Island and boarded the ship that was about to depart. This time he could reach Concave Orange Island at night, and then transfer to another passenger ship. There are passenger ships to the Kanto area at Dejima in the Bay of Concave Orange Island. After boarding the ship, his journey in the Orange Islands ended, and he would go to a new area and start a new journey. The place he was about to go to was where his dream of becoming a trainer began. He was inevitably a little excited. Sitting on the side of the ship and looking at the sea, he was more or less looking forward to it. After all, he was finally going to meet Professor Oak, Satoshi, and Xiao Mao. Although he was an adult with a mature mind, every time he thought of the scene of Satoshi taking Pikachu out for a trip, he could think of his childhood. "At that time, I didn't know anything, so I just sat in front of the TV, looking forward to Satoshi's capture of new Pokémon, looking forward to Satoshi's captured Pokémon evolving, looking forward to Satoshi winning the championship, looking forward to growing up. It's a pity that Satoshi's Pokémon didn't like to evolve. After 20 years, they were still the 6th best, especially the Bulbasaur, who said that he was a lonely traveler with no relatives. It was so funny that my stomach hurt. Alas, it was a pity that the TV station only broadcast the Orange Islands when he was a child, and the Chengdu area was not broadcast later." He vaguely remembered that the elves at that time were not called elves, but seemed to be called Pokémon. It was really a nostalgic name. Leaning against the side of the ship, staring blankly at the sparkling endless sea, with the mosquito-repellent Frog beside him, his thoughts drifted away again. Chapter 423, Target Kanto. Dujin Island, the port of the island. Dujin Island is a crescent-shaped island. There are urban settlements on the outside of the crescent and the outside of the 2 edges. There is a large plain in the middle of the island. After the ship arrived at the island of Dujin Island at night, Yu-Hai did not leave the port. After getting off the ship, he bought a first-class ticket to the Kanto region at the ticket office, which cost him 100,000 alliance coins. He bought the earliest ship, and boarded the ship directly after getting the ticket. The ship would depart overnight and take 2 or 3 days to sail. It would stop at the 7 islands on the way, and it would arrive in the Kanto region on the 3rd morning. He bought the ticket casually, and he didn't know whether it was the rocket team's passenger ship. Anyway, they were all open for business, and the rocket team would not take advantage of their own guests, otherwise the shipping company's reputation would be lost. Anyway, after he entered the cabin, he did not see any trace of the rocket team. This passenger ship was similar to the passenger ship he had taken before, and there was nothing strange about it. The first-class cabin rooms were also similar. Don't think about how big the room is. After all, it is a place like a passenger ship where every inch of land is valuable. There is a big floor-to-ceiling window, which is true, and there is also a balcony for drinking tea and sunbathing. He was quite satisfied with this room, but the fee was a bit expensive. Lying on the soft big bed, he released the elves to have dinner. After dinner, only the big-mouthed gull, the mosquito frog, the giant crab, the lightning bird, and the round silk spider were left in the room. The round silk spider was responsible for keeping watch, and the rest of the elves were sleeping on the carpet or on the quilt. The giant crab was guarding the door to prevent anyone from breaking in. After arranging these, he hugged the lightning bird and went to the balcony to look at the slowly moving ship. He hadn't had a good time here yet, so he could only do it next time. There are 3 big cities on Dujan Island and 1 big city on Dadao Island. The night view he was looking at was the big city on Dadao Island, and the ship was moving away from this big city. After blowing the night breeze and watching the night view for a while, when the temperature began to drop, he returned to the room with the lightning bird in his arms, closed the French window, and let the lightning bird explore the room. He took out a small notebook. He spent a lot of money during this period. He spent 1 million to renew the lease of the lakeside cabin for 5 months, bought a man's loach for 100,000, bought 2 boat tickets to Jingan Island and drank some cold drinks for 6,000, bought a boat ticket from Tangerine Island to Dujan Island for 10,000, and bought a first-class boat ticket from Dujan Island to Kanto for 100,000. There are also several new moves learned by Mosquito Frog, 5 by Mosquito Frog, 5 by Giant Claw Crab, 4 by Scyther, 6 by Big-Mouthed Gull, and 2 by Small-Mouthed Snail. The other 2 new moves of Small-Mouthed Snail were learned from Scyther and Jengar. Each new move is priced at 50,000, and the total cost of learning new moves is 1.1 million. He also advanced 50,000 to Aman in advance, which is 1.05 million. The total expenditure during this period was 2,266,000, more than 2 million. The balance from the last time was 27,986,000, more than 27 million. The current balance was 25,720,000, more than 25 million. There were still more than 20 million, enough for the trip to Kanto. Yu Hai put down his notebook, raised his head and lay on the bed, reaching out to gently stroke the Zapdos that jumped on the bed and fell asleep after playing tired. He knew that this money was far from enough, especially when he had to study the evolution of elves in combination to see if it could increase potential. He still needed a lot of money. Before, he had been idle for a long time, so he flipped through a lot of miscellaneous books and the elf illustrations, and found a lot of elves that evolved in combination, all of which were potential research objects. The reason why he paid attention to these elves was that these elves could break through the champion in the future by taking shortcuts, just like the evolution and degeneration of Jengar, which only required resources to be piled up. If he wants to become the champion in a short time, he can only do this trick. This is also the inspiration he got from Jengar. The combination of evolved Pokémon can push him to the top without bottlenecks. Frog and others can only slowly wait for time, and it is unknown how long it will take. These Pokémon are, Slowpoke of Water and Psychic, Diglett of Ground, Magneto of Electric and Steel, Ghastly of Poison, Water and Flying-type Megalodon. Ice-type Double Dodo Ice, Steel-type Gear Monster, Steel-type and Psychic-type Metagross, Ground-type and Steel-type Alola Diglett. These Pokémon are combination evolved Pokémon. Let's not talk about the Pokémon in front. He feels that the Pokémon in the back are impossible. After all, an iron dumbbell costs several hundred million. He is not Daigo. His family is a miner. He is so rich that he uses 4 shiny iron dumbbells to synthesize a shiny Metagross. There are other Double Dodo Ice, Gear Monster, Alola Diglett. These Pokémon are hard to meet here, so he doesn't consider them. The only elves he could consider were those mentioned above, which were basically common elves. He had read in a miscellaneous book that the 3 hamsters might have evolved from the fusion of 3 hamsters. After all, someone in the animation named the 3 heads of the 3 hamsters. If the three hamsters can evolve by fusion, then fusion is evolution and separation is degeneration, which fully meets the requirements of evolution and degeneration to improve potential. And the hamsters are also easy to capture. They are very common elves in the Kanto region. There are many wild hamsters near the moon viewing mountain in the Kanto region. He can completely select 3 hamsters with quasi-king potential, and then let the 3 hamsters evolve by fusion. He dare not imagine what kind of terrifying elves can be evolved by the fusion of 3 hamsters with quasi-king potential. In short, it is very awesome. There is also the 3-in-1 magnetron, which can be cultivated in the same way. They are all 3 elves that evolve by fusion. The 3-in-1 magnetron is not like the 3 hamsters. The 3-in-1 magnetron has been confirmed by the Alliance. The visible research results show that the fusion evolution of the 3 small magnetrons is feasible. In addition to the already verified slowpoke, there is also the giant winged flying fish. One bites the tail, and if you let go, it will degenerate, and the other will attach to the body to evolve. Cancelling adsorption will degenerate, which means it is feasible. There is also double gas, which is composed of 2 gas bombs, with a connection point in the middle connecting the 2 gas bombs, one large and one small. As long as they are disconnected and connected, they can complete evolution and degeneration, so double gas is also feasible. Sometimes double gas will have a very rare mutation, with 2 twin small gas bombs connected together. In extremely rare cases, triplets of double gas may be found. In other words, double gas can be connected or disconnected, and as long as it can degenerate and evolve, it should be applicable to the method of improving evolution potential. If evolution and degeneration are applicable to all 5 Pokémon, he needs to capture 3 Digletts, 3 Magnetoms, 1 Shelder, 2 double gas, 1 spherical flying fish, and 1 cannon fish, a total of 11 Pokémon, and they all need Pokémon cubs with quasi-king potential. This is just the first step. To raise these 5 Pokémon to the champion potential, it is conservatively estimated that each will cost at least 300 million, and 5 will cost 1.5 billion. 1.5 billion is already a conservative estimate, and these 5 Pokémon don't need to break through the question mark of the panel limit, just reach the champion. If each one is like Jengar, his wallet can't afford it. He has to rob at least 5 storms and rob the underground black market 5 times to be enough. Is this human talk? Robbing a storm once made him tremble with fear, and he actually had to rob 5 times. Does he think his life is too long? If he wants to die, just say it. So, he can only plan for the long term and find ways to slowly make money and study slowly. If he can find a shipwrecked treasure or rob a poaching group that likes to save money, the money will come. In short, he can't provoke trainers like Storm again, unless he has no choice, otherwise it will be easily associated. However, his top priority now is to conquer these Pokémon, the second step is to make money, and the third step is to study the combination evolution of Pokémon. It's too early to study the combination evolution of Pokémon. He doesn't have a Pokémon now, so what's the point of studying it? This time, he was heading to Kanto to see if he could collect all the Pokémons. He would study them after attending the Quartz conference. He wrote down the 5 Pokémons that could be combined and evolved by Slowpoke in a notebook, as well as the money needed. He then put down the notebook and the matter, planning to study it later. After running around all day, he should have a good rest. He stared at the ceiling blankly, slowly closed his eyes, turned over on the soft big bed, hugged Zapdos, and fell asleep. At the same time, in Luian's villa on Jingan Island, Luian took Aman to familiarize himself with the environment of the club today. Aman's owl was recognized by the club owner, and Aman could be a junior sparring partner in the club first. The club can also get Aman's new trainer status and officially become a certified trainer of the league, but the price is to sign a 5-year long-term contract. After thinking about it, Aman signed the contract and officially became an employee of the club. Luian, Dashi, and Axiong all signed the contract, but they used fake identities and fake looks. After all, these 3 people have been involved in the underworld and are trainers in the grey area. Disguising their identities is too easy. Luo Yan also reminded Aman about this, but Aman refused. Finally, Luo Yan said nothing more. Anyway, they just used the club to hide their identities. This was not their source of income. After working for a few years to restore their strength and start the revenge plan, they would leave the club. After get off work, Luo Yan arranged a room in the villa for Aman and asked Aman to take a shower and rest. He had something else to do. A Xiang came to find him. They were going to do the underworld work. Da Shi was still training his baby elves and did not go with Luo Yan. Before the elves grew up, Da Shi could not do the underworld work. In fact, the so-called underworld work, that is, the bounty missions in the underground black market, is nothing more than some fighting and killing work. The bounty missions of the Pokémon Center cannot be accepted. Is it possible that the missions of the underground world cannot be accepted? During this period, they often accepted the bounty missions of the Pokémon Center and went to the underground world to do the missions. The bounties in hand were collected by a Xiang at the Pokémon Center, and then the two of them distributed them according to their work. However, before accepting the task, the two still need to deal with the last batch of black goods. Last time, there was a batch of black goods that was more difficult to deal with. It was not convenient to deal with it here, and it was easy to be seen by others, so they could only be sent to other places for processing. After renting a private elf transmitter, Luo Yan called the old drunkard on Hasa Island. Since he helped Yu Hai to send elves last time, he knew the old drunkard there. It was still the boss's delivery channel. Since the boss trusted the other party should be a reliable delivery channel. They would negotiate the price before sending the elves. The old man did not rely on his elves. Every time, he paid and delivered the goods. They have cooperated many times. As the video call was connected, he shouted to the old drunkard in the video screen, "Old drunkard, this time I want to ship a batch of goods. Do you want it? The shipping price is 12 million. It's you, I want to inspect the goods." The old drunkard saw Luo Yan's face and immediately recognized Luo Yan, saying that he wanted to inspect the goods. Okay, Luo Yan nodded gently and teleported the elf over. If the old drunkard was not satisfied with the price, he could teleport back. The quality of this batch of goods is good. The old drunkard had sorted the goods into different categories after receiving them. Some can be shipped to the breeding house for breeding, some can be shipped to the underground black market, and some will be taken away by the big hotels in the city. How is it? Luo Yan asked about the price. Okay, 12 million is still a bit profitable. The old drunkard smiled and accepted the goods. Old drunkard, you are almost a middleman, we are the ones who are fighting hard. Luo Yan was speechless. This old guy always gets the advantage and still acts cute. Ha ha ha, the old drunkard smiled awkwardly. He was indeed just running errands. In fact, it was not even running errands, these things would be handled by the subordinates, he just needed to collect the money. By the way, is there any news about that kid? My grandson misses him very much. Where is he hanging out recently? After Luo Yan reached a deal with the old drunkard, he was about to hang up the phone and leave, but suddenly heard the old drunkard asking questions again. He was too lazy to pay attention to the old drunkard. Why don't you ask the boss yourself? I haven't contacted him for a long time, I want to have a drink with him. The old drunkard asked about Yu Hai's whereabouts every time he made a deal, but Luo Yan didn't say it every time, he was used to it. Old drunkard, what is the relationship between your grandson and the boss? Luo Yan was also very curious. Why did the old drunkard mention his grandson every time? Is there any relationship between the old drunkard's grandson and the boss? Well, it's okay to tell you. My grandson is the student of that kid. Speaking of which, I have some relationship with that kid. That kid is an orphan adopted by me. When he sees me, he has to call me grandpa. Bah, this shameless old man, if Yu Hai was here, he would definitely spray this old thing in the face. He dared to call himself Yu Hai's grandpa. He really dared to flatter his face. He wanted to take advantage of such a small thing. Yu Hai was just listed in the old drunkard's household registration book. When did he become the old drunkard's grandson? This old guy is a shameless old thing. Grandpa. Luo Yan thought about it and felt that the attitude of the two people talking was not that close at all. Considering that they were adopted, he didn't dare to confirm the truth of this matter. However, since there is this relationship, there is no need to be wary of the other party about the boss's affairs. After all, the boss did not even hide it from them, which means it is not a big deal. Old drunkard, the boss went to Guandu, and I don't know when he can come back. Can do. The old drunkard thought about it, and really didn't expect what Yu Hai did in Guandu. What did he do in Guandu? The boss didn't say. Luo Yan shook his head, indicating that he didn't know, and that was all he could say. Forget it, I'll hang up if there's nothing else, the old drunkard asked Yu Hai, just out of curiosity. Now that he knew where Yu Hai went, there was no need to continue asking. After hanging up the phone, Luo Yan and a Xiang went to the black market, and the old drunkard turned his head to look at his grandson. Xiaoying, you heard it all, that kid went to Guandu. If you want his phone number, I can give him his phone number. The old drunkard often inquired about Yu Hai's affairs, in fact, he was helping Xiaoying to ask. Kanto? What did Brother Hai do in Kanto? Xiaoying and Yu Hai hadn't seen each other for more than 2 months since they parted on Little Orange Island. Xiaoying had grown a lot taller, and her tender face had matured a lot. Her strength was catching up with Yu Hai, and both her mosquito-repellent frog and parasitic mushroom had entered the senior level. I don't know, maybe that. The old drunkard looked at the TV, which was broadcasting a competition from other regions. Quartz Conference. Xiaoying thought about it and immediately thought of the only large-scale competition in the Kanto region, the Quartz Conference. Calculating the time, this year's Quartz Conference is about to start. Maybe Brother Hai really went to the Quartz Conference, and I don't know how strong Brother Hai is. Grandpa, I want to go to Kanto, Xiaoying clenched his fist. In the past 2 months, he didn't dare to relax at all, training Pokémon day and night, cultivating the bond between trainers and Pokémon, and constantly deepening the tacit understanding between trainers and Pokémon. Continuously honing the coordination with the elves, constantly challenging strong enemies, honing his command ability, formulating tactics for the elves, and enriching his combat experience with the elves, is to be able to compete with Yu Hai on the same stage. Now this day has finally come. Go, Guandu is the territory of Team Rocket and the base camp of Team Rocket. If you encounter Team Rocket, run away if you can, save your life first, understand? The old drunkard knew that he couldn't persuade his grandson, so he could only nod and agree with his grandson's idea. The grandson now is much stronger than he was back then. Although the trainer certification is not senior level, he already has senior level strength. It is enough to protect himself when traveling alone in the wild. As long as he doesn't run into a very troublesome and strong trainer, Xiaoying can basically guarantee his own safety. For the grandson's travel, he took out a box from under the sofa cushion and pushed it to his grandson. Xiaoying, your mosquito-repellent frog has accumulated enough. This time, when you go to Guandu, you can find a suitable opportunity to evolve the mosquito-repellent frog. Grandpa, Xiaoying had already guessed what was in the box. He gently opened the box and saw a crystal-clear water-blue stone quietly placed in the box. He blurted out, "Water stone, yes. It is a high-level water stone, left to you by your father." The old drunkard smacked his old pipe twice, no longer looking at the evolution stone that had been preserved for more than 10 years. Today, he finally said goodbye. What his son failed to complete, what he had never set foot on, will be achieved by his grandson father. Xiaoying looked at the water stone, looked up and saw his grandfather, who had aged a little, nodded heavily, and closed the box again. "Grandpa, I'll go get ready. I want to leave as soon as possible." "Go ahead. I'll prepare the boat ticket for you. Go north from Hassa Island, pass through Napuru Island, and go directly to Dujin Island." You can buy the boat ticket to Kanto from Dujan Island. The rest depends on you. Be careful in everything you say and do. Don't over-express yourself. You've made a big splash on Hasa Island, but you won't be able to do that outside. You'll be targeted by Team Rocket. Don't expose yourself. Remember to be careful. I know what to do. Xiaoying nodded and went to pack up. After saying goodbye to Grandpa, he had to go to the orphanage to say goodbye. This time he left and might need several months to come back. When he came to the street, he looked up at the shining stars in the night sky and remembered the separation from Brother Hai. The day he boarded the ship seemed like yesterday, but in fact, more than 2 months had passed. He was no longer the king of the orphanage. He had seen and learned so much with Yu Hai. He also trained elves alone for 2 months and went to the black market from time to time. He was already familiar with the intrigues, cunning, inconsistency and fickleness of some people. His grandfather also had many tricks, and his experience and ruthless methods he learned a lot. No wonder Brother Hai called his grandfather an old fox. He had seen what an old fox was in the past 2 months. He had been ruthlessly beaten, but he had been reborn and would not be confused by those shitty things. He would use his fists to prove that he was right about certain things, and he could only be right. The hard fist was the truth. When you are so strong that it is suffocating, everyone will treat you gently, and everyone around you will become a good person. Whoever is not convinced, then beat him until he is convinced. This is what he did during this period. Now, he only looks forward to the future, the day when he meets Brother Hai. Chapter 424, Chao Meng. The second day of the trip to the Kanto region, it was sunny. The weather was good today. Yu Hai sat on the side of the ship to watch the sea and occasionally read a book. He felt quite bored. There are battlefields or competition programs on the ship, and even the fitness training room is used on the ship. Trainers can rent and train Pokémon. But he was afraid that this ship was a passenger ship of the rocket team, so he didn't dare to fight Pokémons, nor did he dare to rent the training room on the ship for Pokémons to train. These private training rooms will secretly collect the Pokémon data of trainers, just like the big hotels in the previous life. Each room must have at least 17 or 18 pinhole cameras, eyes everywhere. It was boring to watch the sea, so he put away his books, drank cold drinks, and returned to the room. He turned on the air conditioner, but it was still much cooler here. Even if there was a parasol outside, it was still hot. After coming back and lying down, he fell into a dream again. He couldn't exercise these days, so he let the Pokémons practice in dreams and train combat skills, all in Darkray's nightmare world. The nightmare world is a very magical place. In addition to being able to clearly simulate senses, you can also clearly recognize that you are dreaming, but you will feel a little tired when you wake up in the morning, which is mental fatigue. After all, the body is asleep, but the brain is not asleep, it is very awake, and there is a feeling of weakness when waking up. Well, don't get me wrong, the weakness he said is not that kind of weakness, but the spirit is hollowed out. However, as long as you do nothing in the dream, you won't be so tired the next day if you lie down. Now Darkray is trying to control his nightmares. I don't know if it's because of his level, mental power, or dream-eating proficiency. Allowing Darkray to control the unconscious nightmare breath can also restrain the nightmare characteristics within a very small range. As long as Darkray's emotions are more stable, the scope of Darkray's nightmare will be smaller, and it may even only affect him and the elves. This can be regarded as a disguised solution to Darkray's anxiety problem. As long as Darkray's emotions, level, mental power, and proficiency are steadily improving, I believe that it won't take long for Darkray to completely control the nightmare characteristics and control them freely. In addition to these, he also found that the nightmare world has many uses. In addition to honing combat skills and adapting to his own evolution in advance, he can also command elves to fight here and cultivate the tacit understanding between trainers and elves. He also found that the nightmare world can pull others in, that is, connect to other people's dreams and pull other people's consciousness to talk, which is equivalent to an infinite holographic projection. It's hard to say the distance. It depends on Darkray's strength. The larger the range of Darkray's nightmare, the farther the distance of the nightmare call. The basis for maintaining the existence of this nightmare world is mainly Darkray, followed by the sleeping elves, who can expand Darkray's nightmare world. If there is only Darkray, the scope of the nightmare world is also limited. The more people and elves who are sleeping, the more people and elves who join, the larger the nightmare world. After all, it is a mysterious thing like consciousness, and he has only a partial understanding of it now, but the elf world has souls, and ghost elves are in the soul state. There were also souls in the previous animation. He remembered that it seemed to be in Lavender Town, where there was an elf cemetery tower. He didn't know what Zai went to this tower for. After Zai fainted, his soul was pulled out by a haunter, and there was also the soul of Pikachu. This is not shocking. After all, it is a cartoon, and anything can happen. For example, if Zai is here, it is decided that you are the one. In this movie, he was blasted into A. Even if he is a scumbag, he can be resurrected by Ho-Oh. It shows that Ho-Oh is still very awesome. He can even revive Satoshi, who turned into ashes. He is worthy of being the son of the production team. Not only can he not be killed by lightning or fire, but he also has 9 lives. Why 9 lives? Well, it's not the first time that Satoshi has committed suicide, nor is it the first time that he has died. It's just that he can't die every time he is resurrected. The mythical beasts are all very magical and have all kinds of strange abilities. If even Ho-Oh can resurrect a person casually, then can the power of the creator Arceus restart the world? Oh, it's a bit far-fetched to think about that. He is too far away from those first-level gods. If the secondary gods can still see them, then only the recognized trainers can see the first-level gods. He is not that kind of person. Even if it is the silver feather, he only saw a hair, and the silver feather should be given to the frogs, not him, so don't flatter yourself. After his scattered thoughts were collected, he spent the next few days on the sea. When he had nothing to do, he stayed with Swampert and watched Frog teach Swampert to climb waterfalls. After Scyther lost its sparring partner, it could only find other Pokémon to practice with, but everyone knew that Scyther was a battle maniac and didn't want to fight with it at all. This was pitiful for Gyarados. Scyther found Gyarados and said that he wanted to practice with Gyarados. At first, Gyarados relied on its large size and roared at Scyther with its nostrils, and then was taught to be a fish by Scyther. Scyther was faster than Frog, so Gyarados had better save his energy if he wanted to beat Scyther. Gyarados, who was completely beaten, wanted to cry without tears and came to Yu-Hai to complain, but Yu-Hai didn't want to pay attention to Gyarados. Later, he thought that this was also Gyarados' weakness. It is true that Gyarados is very powerful, after all, it has a large tonnage and combat power, but if Gyarados cannot hit the enemy, it is useless to have brute force. He looked at Gyarados' move panel and found that Gyarados did not have a move to limit the enemy's speed. It seems that he needs to learn one. In fact, Gyarados already has one, which is Stomp, but it is not as useful as Rock Block, and Gyarados cannot learn Rock Block. In addition to Stomp, there is also a Horrible Face and Frozen Wind. These are all moves that can be learned, but they are all moves that reduce the enemy's speed, not moves that limit speed. However, since there is no way to limit the opponent's speed, you can only reduce the opponent's speed, so speeding yourself up is the same. Then, he let Gyarados learn the Horrible Face move, and Gyarados quickly mastered this move. After all, the essence of this move is to scare children. As long as the opponent is afraid and frightened by Gyarados, the speed will be reduced by 2 levels. It's hard not to scare children to tears with Gyarados' ferocious face. After Gyarados mastered this move, he integrated Gyarados into the intimidation feature. Combining the scary face with the intimidation feature, as long as the enemy is frightened by Gyarados' appearance, the attack will be reduced by 1 level, the speed will be reduced by 2 levels, and the defense will be reduced by 1 level if the enemy stares. Good guy, he had never thought of this before, and he didn't expect that the intimidation feature could be played like this. After realizing this, he let Gyarados learn to stare, and he quickly learned to stare with the crab. After letting Gyarados use these moves in combination, he also used Swampert, Zapdos, Snail, and Ditto to try Gyarados' new intimidation effect. He found that the moment Gyarados was released and roared, Swampert and the others were scared to tears, not to mention running away. The little guys were so scared that they couldn't move. In other words, the combination of scary face, staring, and intimidation is feasible. As soon as Gyarados appears, the opponent loses 1 level of attack, 1 level of defense, and 2 levels of speed. After defeating the enemy, Gyarados can add 1 level of attack. Using Dragon Dance once can add 1 level of attack and 1 level of speed. Such a Gyarados can be strengthened once with Dragon Dance, and the opponent will have no chance to play. The game will be unfavorable from the beginning. Unless the opponent changes the Pokémon, there is no way to break the game. But once the opponent changes the Pokémon, the home advantage belongs to him, and he has the home advantage. If everyone has 3 chances to change Pokémon, whoever changes the Pokémon first can finish the game. In the end, it is equivalent to no one changing the Pokémon, and the opponent still has to face Gyarados. When there is a limit on the number of times to exchange Pokémon, whoever changes the Pokémon first will be at a disadvantage, and the initiative will be lost from then on, unless he can turn the tide and eliminate the opponent's home advantage. It is best for him to use Gyarados as the starting Pokémon. No matter what Pokémon the opponent uses, he will throw out Gyarados at the beginning, and the opponent can win the game first without changing the Pokémon. If the opponent changes the Pokémon, he can also get the home advantage. Unless the opponent can defeat Gyarados against the wind, he will have an absolute advantage if he starts with Gyarados. With Gyarados, he has a pretty good starting Pokémon. He wanted to use Owl before, but if the rain comes and the opponent's starting Pokémon is an electric type, it will not be an advantage, but a disadvantage for Frog. Compared to the speed bonus of the Rainy Day Leisurely Swimming trait, the Rainy Day Thunder is the most fatal. Once misjudged, not only the starting advantage is gone, but also Frog is gone. For Gyarados, it doesn't matter even if the opponent sends an electric Pokémon to the field. After all, it's his own routine. How can he not know what the opponent is thinking? When others think he will use Gyarados and use electric Pokémon to restrain him, he can change to Hen to predict the opponent's prediction, and he still has an advantage. Hehe, this is called all is fair in war. It seems that he is on the first level, but in fact he is on the second and third levels. When the enemy thought he would use Hen, he used Gyarados again. Ha ha ha, just thinking about it makes me feel so dirty. He is not clean. At least for this starting tactic, the trainer who encounters him for the first time must be unprepared. He can directly use Gyarados. The second time he encounters him, he will do the opposite. The third time he encounters him, he will do the opposite again. Ha ha ha. Yu-Hai seemed to have found something funny. He sat on the sofa and laughed non-stop, making everyone confused. They didn't understand what Yu-Hai was laughing at. What was so funny? Even Darkrai quietly appeared, he didn't notice it. I found something interesting. Do you want to come and see it? Darkrai saw Yu-Hai laughing, and waited until Yu-Hai laughed enough before reminding Yu-Hai. What interesting thing? Is it more interesting than my dirty routine? Yu-Hai looked at Darkrai, with tears in the corners of his eyes. He really laughed until his stomach hurt because it was too dirty. Although there are dirty tricks such as Poison Substitute Defense, Nail Blow, Step on Shadow to destroy Song, Jigglypuff Shrinkage, and Mischief, he can't use them, and those that can be used can't be used. Jengar can't show up at all. It's really how can it be repaired? I don't know how to describe it, you will know when you see it. Darkrai opened a door and wanted Yu-Hai to go with him to take a look. Let's go. Yu-Hai put down the research on dirty tricks and asked the elves to train. He wanted to go with Darkrai to take a look. After all, it was in a dream, there was nothing to be afraid of. The brain still had a protection mechanism. If he died in a dream, he would wake up from the dream. He and Darkrai passed through a door and came to a city. There was no one in the empty city. Whose spiritual world is this? It's too big. Yu-Hai opened the door and came to the street. Seeing this empty city, he found that there was not only a city, but also the sky and the sun, as well as the wind and fallen leaves, but no one. Where is this place? Darkrai, is there such a place in nightmares? I don't know. This is not a nightmare world. It was created by a very powerful spiritual force. This spiritual force is so powerful that nightmares can't invade. I just sensed it. Darkrai shook his head to indicate that he didn't know. He could only express his feelings. It accidentally discovered this place. After the ship sailed to a certain sea area, it sensed a strong energy fluctuation here, so it came to sea, but it didn't expect to discover this world. Big brother, who are you? Who? Yu-Hai suddenly heard a voice that did not belong to Darkrai, but a little girl's voice. He quickly turned back and reached out to touch his waist. At this time, he realized that he didn't bring a pokeball at all, and this was not the real world. It was too real here, making him mistakenly think it was the real world. When he turned around, he saw that the person who called him was a little girl in a white dress with blue hair. The little girl was accompanied by Charmander, Squirtle, Bulbasaur and other 3 starter Pokémons, as well as Mewtwo. Gudong, Mew, Mew, Mew. Yu-Hai swallowed his saliva, and kept saying Mew for a long time, but still couldn't say the word Mewtwo. He remembered that the ship was passing by the new island, in the sea near the new island. Darkrai may have sensed Mewtwo's mental fluctuations. After all, it is a man-made beast that can rival Mewtwo. Although it is still soaking in a jar, Mewtwo's superpowers cannot be underestimated. After Mewtwo was sensed by Darkrai, Darkrai opened a door from their dream and brought him to the dream of Xiao Ai and Mewtwo. It can also be understood that Darkrai invaded someone else's mental world. No wonder there is no one here. It turned out to be the mental world of Xiao Ai and Mewtwo. How did he break in without knowing it? Sorry, Big brother came in accidentally. I hope I didn't scare you, little sister. Yu-Hai was like a thief who broke into the little girl's spiritual world and was caught by the little girl. He could only use awkward laughter to cover up his embarrassment. This little girl in a white dress should be the consciousness of Dr. Fuji's daughter in the Nyajima Mewtwo Research Institute. The real Xiao Ai has died. However, Xiao Ai's consciousness was preserved by Dr. Fuji and presented in the form of electricity. This Xiao Ai consciousness has all of Xiao Ai's memories, can think, cry, and have feelings. It is considered Xiao Ai's soul body, just like a ghost-type elf. It has to be said that scientists are crazy and can do anything for their daughters. Chapter 425, Mewtwo Runaway. Big brother, no one has ever been here before. How did you get in? Xiao Ai hid behind 4 elves and stared at Yu-Hai timidly. This was the first time she saw a stranger since she came here. She was afraid and happy to ask Yu-Hai how he got in. She was bored alone for too long. Darkrai brought me in. Darkrai can connect the spiritual worlds of 2 people. Yu-Hai told Xiao Ai the reason, and then asked Xiao Ai, little sister, what is your name? Who are they? My name is Xiao Ai, they are Charmander, Squirtle, Bulbasaur, and Mewtwo, all my best friends. Xiao Ai introduced the elves around her one by one, and she was not as scared as at the beginning. Looking at the smile on Yu-Hai's face, she felt that those who could come here should not be bad people, and they could make friends. My name is Aha, and it's Darkrai, who brought me here. Yu-Hai raised his hand to hold Darkrai's neck, and introduced the Darkrai to Xiao Ai as well. Big brother, Darkrai, let's be friends. Xiao Ai was afraid that Yu-Hai would refuse, so she clutched her clothes tightly with her little hands. Okay, we are friends. Yu-Hai nodded gently, and did not refuse Xiao Ai. When Xiao Ai saw Yu-Hai nod, she ran to Yu-Hai in small steps, stretched out her little hand to hold Yu Hai, and with the other hand she pulled up Darkrai. Her feet left the ground and flew into the air, shouting to Yu Hai, "Big brother, I'll take you to see where I live." "Where is it?" Yu Hai let Xiao Ai pull him to fly. This is Xiao Ai's spiritual world, and it's normal to fly. And he also wanted to see where the little girl's home was. This simple little girl was not wary of outsiders, and she actually believed him so easily, probably because she was too young. In fact, he knew this little girl in his previous life, but it was in the movie version, and this little girl didn't have much time left. Zai's journey and Mutuo's rampage all meant the end of Xiaoai's life. He didn't expect that he would encounter such a thing just by going to Kanto. He saw Xiaoai and Mutuo here, which means that Mutuo has not been born yet, but it seems that it will be soon. "Big brother, this is where I was born and grew up. Xiaoai likes it very much. There is the sun, the wind, and the summer that Xiaoai likes." Xiaoai took them to fly over the city. Yu Hai could see that Xiaoai was very happy. As the sun in the sky set, a fire cloud appeared on the horizon. The sun was about to set, and Xiaoai took them to stop over the city. "The sun has set," and the sun said, "See you tomorrow. The stars and the moon are out, so that the dark night is no longer lonely." Xiaoai, although Yu Hai only met Xiaoai for the first time, he had seen the movie version of Mutuo's counterattack in his previous life more than once. Faced with this situation, he could only sigh and regret. He could do nothing. He was just an ordinary person. Even the smartest scientists in the Mutuo Research Institute, with so much funding for cloning research, could not save Xiao Ai. He was powerless. "Brother Hai, it's great to meet you." Xiao Ai has never seen anyone else come here. Xiao Ai can only hear them talking. Hear Dad talking. Dad can't hear Xiao Ai talking. Xiao Ai let go of Yu Hai and Darkrai, looked at the sunset in the distance, just looked at it quietly. The sunset soon passed. The moon and the stars came out. Xiao Ai also had to say goodbye. "Xiao Ai, come with me," Yu Hai sighed. He wanted to ignore it, but he thought about it carefully and found that the current situation was not unchangeable. Xiao Ai is in the state of soul. As long as Xiao Ai's soul is saved, the next thing will be much simpler. After all, Xiao Ji has turned into ashes. The reason why the group of scientists failed was that he suspected that they were in the wrong direction. Otherwise, why could Mutuo copy so many elves later, and they were all copy elves with thoughts and emotions. The cloning of elves has reached this point, which means that the research on cloning elves has been successful. It is just immoral, not impossible. "No, Xiao Ai, you can't go with him." Mutuo heard Yu Hai's words and quickly stopped Xiao Ai in front of him to prevent Yu Hai from getting close. Mutuo is too immature now and doesn't understand anything. Xiao Ai is its only partner. It only knows that it can't let Xiao Ai leave. "Mutuo, it's okay." Xiao Ai comforted Mutuo and looked up at Yu Hai. A smile appeared on her immature face. She was very calm about her disappearance. "Big brother, Dad told Xiao Ai that this is the last time. Xiao Ai is about to disappear." "What? Xiao Ai, what does disappear mean?" Mutuo was confused. He knew what it meant to leave, but what was disappearing? "Xiao Ai, you won't disappear." Yu Hai looked at Darkrai. He just communicated with Darkrai, and Darkrai could temporarily save Xiao Ai's consciousness. For soul consciousness, the nightmare world is a good breeding ground. Although it is a bit scary and sometimes blood plasma will come out, after seeing it too much, you will become numb. As long as he can preserve Xiao Ai's consciousness for a short time, he can save Xiao Ai. What the scientists can't do doesn't mean that the sacred beast can't do it. Isn't it just looking for a sacred beast? When Zai just went out, there was one. He once resurrected the 3 sacred beasts. It should be very simple for the Phoenix King to resurrect a person. As for whether the Phoenix King is willing to do it at that time? Who knows? The most important thing now is to preserve Xiao Ai's last soul consciousness. He didn't expect that he had just gone out and hadn't even reached the Kanto region, and such a big problem came. It was really a headache, but he had to deal with it. This was also his regret in his previous life. Now that he encountered it, he would definitely not ignore it. Squirtle, Squirtle floated in the air and saw that he was glowing and began to become transparent. Squirtle screamed in fear. Now, Darkrai! As Yu-Hai's voice fell, Darkrai instantly flashed in front of Squirtle, opened the door and put Squirtle in. As the god of nightmares, it wanted the fear of nightmares. At the moment when Squirtle felt fear, it transferred Squirtle to the nightmare space, a nightmare world that belonged to it, and used the energy in its nightmare space, that is, its energy, to maintain Squirtle's soul state. After all, the mosquito frog and the others can fight and train in the nightmare world, but it only took a child to put in, and there were still a few spirits. Spirits are nothing to Darkrai. This is only temporary preservation, not permanent preservation. Darkrai is not that awesome. Darkrai can invade other people's spiritual world and intercept other people's soul consciousness and preserve it, which is already awesome. After all, a haunter can pull out the soul of Master Yi, there is no reason why Darkrai can't do this. It's just that the soul without the body is like rootless water. How long can it exist is hard to say. His time is still very tight. What did you do? Mutuo panicked when he saw Squirtle disappear, and hurriedly questioned Yu-Hai. But Yu-Hai didn't have time to deal with this curious baby, but said to Darkrai, Darkrai, suppress Mutuo, use hypnosis to make it forget us, and then transfer Xiao Ai and the others, let's go. Darkrai heard it and did it immediately, and instantly hypnotized Xiao Ai, Charmander, and Bulbasaur, and used hypnosis to guide Xiao Ai and the others to remember the things that frightened them. When it sensed the fear emanating from Xiao Ai and Charmander, it swallowed up Xiao Ai and Charmander's consciousness. It all happened too fast, so fast that Xiao Ai disappeared in the blink of an eye, so fast that Xiao Ai didn't even say goodbye to Mutuo, so fast that Mutuo didn't even react. Xiao Ai disappeared, and the spiritual world evolved from Xiao Ai's memory also disappeared. Where is Xiao Ai? Did you eat Xiao Ai? Mutuo saw that Xiao Ai was swallowed by Darkrai, and was actually transferred to the nightmare world. He clenched his hands, and the meridians on his face and body swelled. Mutuo wanted to burst out with superpowers, leaving Darkrai and Yu-Kai behind. Hypnosis can only make it forget us temporarily, and it will still have some vague memories. When it sees us next time, it will still think of us. It's too strong, and it's getting stronger and stronger. Darkrai's psychological hint to Mutuo was enough. He came to Yu-Kai in a flash, opened the door and took Yu-Kai away, and didn't want to stay and entangle with Mutuo at all. This artificial beast, still in the culture tank, is not a match for Darkrai yet, but as long as it leaves the biological culture chamber, Mutuo will be stronger than Darkrai. After all, Mutuo's strength is innate and does not need any acquired training. This is an artificial beast that combines Mew genes, multiple elf genes, and human genes. It's really a monster. Dr. Fuji, Xiao Ai's life response is declining and disappearing. Just when everyone was sighing that the cloning experiment had failed again, the researcher saw the sudden and violent fluctuations on Mutuo's screen and shouted, Dr. Fuji, Mutuo's brain waves are very chaotic and quite abnormal. We can't continue to stimulate Mutuo, inject tranquilizers, and let it sleep. Click, click. However, before Dr. Fuji finished speaking, the glass of Mutuo's biological culture chamber suddenly cracked. This scene scared all the researchers, and they even forgot to inject the tranquilizer. As the cracks in the glass of the biological culture chamber became larger and larger, only Dr. Fuji regained his composure and hurried to the screen to press the tranquilizer button, trying to inject the tranquilizer into Mutuo. But it was too late. As the biological culture chamber exploded, everything was too late. Boom boom boom. Mutuo's superpowers exploded instantly, blowing up the biological culture chamber. Even the needles inserted into his body and the wires on his body were all bounced away by telekinesis, unable to restrain Mutuo. Woo, woo, woo. The experimental subject is out of control, the experimental subject is out of control, repeat again, the experimental subject is out of control. Execute emergency plan number 1, all personnel evacuate Mutuo's laboratory, all personnel evacuate Mutuo's laboratory. Tap tap tap. The first one to run was Dr. Fuji. When he pressed the warning button, the biological culture chambers and life support chambers in the laboratory all sank rapidly, including the biological culture chamber where Mutuo was. However, after Mutuo woke up, he flew up directly with his superpowers, and even the channel for sinking rapidly was torn apart. Mutuo returned to the laboratory and saw the researcher who was hurriedly sorting out the research materials. Super dream, the researcher saw Mutuo's eyes emitting blue light and flew out, and he couldn't speak clearly. He collapsed on the ground and dared not move, and the research materials in his hands were scattered all over the floor. Go, we will take over next. The rocket's fighters in black uniforms came to the Mutuo lab where the warning was triggered, and quickly released their psychic Pokémons to prepare for the battle. Some fighters also dragged the researchers in the lab and left the lab where the experiment was out of control. Where is this? Who is my sister? Who am I? Xiao AI? Xiao AI. When Mutuo woke up, he was faced with the strange environment of the lab and a group of strangers, and there was no trace of Xiao AI at all. Wasn't Xiao AI taken away by the one wearing black clothes and the black Pokémon? It looked like these people's clothes. Could it be that these people took Xiao AI away? It's telepathy, everyone be careful, use telekinesis together control it, the battle team leader heard Mutuo's doubts. With rich combat experience, he immediately thought that it was Mutuo who was talking, but he didn't plan to answer. The trainers of the battle team released their psychic elves one after another, intending to use telekinesis to control Mutuo, who was still confused and thinking. As many telekinesis acted on Mutuo, Mutuo's eyes also lit up blue light, and raised his arms to the rocket team's psychic battle team. Everyone be careful, let the elves output telekinesis at full power. Hearing the captain's order, more than a dozen psychic elves worked together. Mutuo did not control his own power and was instantly blown away by a telekinesis. With a thud, he hit the alloy wall of the laboratory heavily. Humans, you are looking for death. Mutuo originally did not intend to hurt these humans and these elves. After all, in the spiritual world, it and Xiao AI are friends, and Xiao AI's father is here. When Mutuo got up again, it hugged its head and screamed in pain, "Ah, who am I? Where is this? And small. I can't remember, I forgot, I can't remember." Mutuo kept thinking back, trying to remember what he had forgotten, but after the collision just now, he couldn't remember anything. Be careful, the experimental subject is in an unstable state. The battle team leader raised his hand and slowly moved forward, intending to use telekinesis to control Mutuo again. Hearing the footsteps of humans, Mutuo really couldn't remember and was too lazy to think about it. Seeing this group of humans approaching, it hated humans. It didn't know why, it just hated humans. Mutuo slowly lowered his hands from his head, and his eyes with blue light stared at the humans approaching him. He used telepathy, and the angry voice sounded in everyone's mind, "Humans, damn. Chapter 426, Team Rocket is in action. Boom boom boom. The completely out of control Mutuo unleashed his superpowers without reservation and directly knocked away all the humans who approached him, including those psychic Pokémon. Mutuo was completely crazy. The alloy walls of the laboratory were overwhelmed. Various numerical tables exploded instantly. All glass instruments exploded. The sky-high flames burned fiercely, drowning Mutuo's figure. But Mutuo just raised his hand lightly, his eyes emitting blue light, and directly dispelled the flames. The completely out of control Mutuo was like a no man's land. No one could stop him in the research institute. He killed wherever he went. Until the entire Mutuo Research Institute was blown into ruins, and all the buildings on the surface of the new island were also blown into ruins by Mutuo. Even Dr. Fuji, who wanted to escape from the underground in a submarine, and those scientists and researchers, as well as some combatants, all had unknown lives. The submarine was pulled out of the sea by telekinesis and smashed on the ruins of the new island. It was controlled by Mutuo's telekinesis and smashed more than 10 times until the submarine deformed and exploded, and a fire came out. Mutuo stopped. Mutuo, flying in the air, had a stronger blue light in his eyes, and his body was emitting blue light. His superpower rolled up the sea water around the island, forming extreme astronomical phenomena of dragons sucking water. The clear sky has long disappeared, covered by dark clouds, and the hurricane created by Mutuo is still spreading around. No one can stop Mutuo, who is completely out of control. Only when Mutuo has vented enough will he calm down. This sea area suddenly set off extreme weather such as tornadoes and hurricanes. No one can get close to here. Only the runaway Mutuo is left here. At this moment, a passenger ship is sailing on the sea. It is the passenger ship that Yu Hai is on. The passengers on the ship put down their things and looked at the sudden change in the weather on the new island. A large black cloud was rapidly approaching the passenger ship. Panic spread quickly on the ship, but the captain's voice came from the radio, asking all passengers to return to their rooms and close the doors and windows to avoid being blown away by the hurricane. The ship was moving away from the sea area where the hurricane was generated. If it could not leave, the ship would be destroyed and everyone would die. At the same time, the rocket team headquarters in the Kanto area had received news that the new island Mutuo Research Institute had lost contact. The last news received was that the experimental body was out of control and all the evacuees had lost contact. Boss, new island has lost contact. Sakeka's secretary Minori was reporting the emergency. When did it happen? Sakeka sat behind his desk, and his chair did not turn around. No one knew what Sakeka was thinking. Half an hour ago, scientists on the island sent a message that the experiment subject Mutuo went out of control and caused chaos. They are evacuating, but now even the evacuating scientists have lost contact. Maybe something went wrong during the evacuation. It seems that Mutuo is more powerful than I thought. Are there any witnesses nearby? Yes, there is a passenger ship in the nearby waters. It is a passenger ship of our shipping company. Mana received the distress signal from the passenger ship and felt a little embarrassed. He didn't expect that the ship nearby was his own ship. Notify the captain of that ship and ask him to cooperate. Find someone to disguise as a pirate to control that ship and confiscate everyone's electronic equipment, especially those that can take pictures and record videos, and destroy them all. Okay, Boss. Mana recorded what Sakeka told him and quickly notified the people below to get ready. They can set off at any time. By the way, who's free now? Let him go to that ship to finish it off. Boss, Kazuki is free to hold a show in the nearby waters. Monitori immediately retrieved the information of Kazuki, who is undercover. This kind of work can help Kazuki improve his political achievements. That's him. You should also prepare yourself and wait for Nyajima to come. After the sea calms down, we will take a helicopter over there, and the pirates can go first. Yes, boss. Minori received Sakeka's order and immediately went down to make arrangements. They are in a tight time now and must deal with this matter before the alliance reacts. On the ship, Yu Hai was awakened by the noise on the ship. After he comforted the hypnotized and frightened Xiao Ai in the nightmare world, he woke up from the first-class cabin. As soon as he woke up, he saw the dark clouds outside the floor-to-ceiling window and the lightning that kept falling. The stool outside the window had flown away for a long time. Dark Ray, is that where we went just now? Yu Hai thought of Mutuo. After all, it was sunny and windy before he went to sleep, and the weather changed suddenly when he woke up. Who else could it be if it wasn't Mutuo? Yes, I can sense that the spiritual energy over there is very violent. It should be it. It's really terrifying. What on earth is it? Even Darkrai couldn't help but sigh. They seemed to be in big trouble. It had never seen such a terrifying celestial phenomenon. It was caused by an elf. The elf didn't play its role in the spiritual world at all, otherwise it wouldn't have the chance to show off. That's a monster created by humans. We can't get involved in this. The ship is moving away from the center of the storm. It will be fine, Yu Hai comforted himself and the elves. He knew it was useless, but he couldn't help thinking about it. However, he thought that he had done something wrong, which led to Mutuo's out-of-control rampage. Even if he didn't transfer Xiao Ai's soul consciousness, Xiao Ai would disappear and Mutuo would lose control. This was not a trend that he could change by doing or not doing anything. He didn't have that much ability. Mutuo's rampage was something he couldn't stop or change. Humans created Mutuo, and Mutuo, who had such powerful power, was raised in a cage by humans. He had no companions, and he didn't have normal group activities like other elves. He didn't know what this world looked like. He didn't know how to interact with other elves, nor did he understand emotions such as likes, dislikes, tears, etc. He didn't have the trouble of getting food, and he didn't know what rewards and punishments were. The only people who could interact with him every day were Xiao Ai and the three elves. Cloning the three great beasts, Xiao Ai is just a child, and her values are not formed yet. The three great beasts cloned are even more blank, and they know nothing. Mutuo has now rushed out of the cage and seen the outside world. He doesn't even know who he is, so he must kill a lot first to determine his position in the food chain. This is the disadvantage of cloning creatures. Yu Hai didn't know much about it before, but he had watched Jurassic World in his previous life. There was a genetically fused monster Tyrannosaurus Rex in that movie, which was similar to Mutuo's situation, and had doubts about self-cognition. But Mutuo can still make friends with Xiao Ai, while the Tyrannosaurus Rex is much more miserable. The Tyrannosaurus Rex knows nothing, and the Tyrannosaurus Rex did that out of ignorance, and was finally bitten to death by the mosasaur. Like the Tyrannosaurus Rex, Mutuo also I have doubts about my self-awareness. In Maslow's theory of needs, physiological needs are the most basic needs of organisms, including food, water, oxygen, rest time, the need to express sexual desire, and the need to eliminate tension. Before any other needs come into play, basic physiological needs must be met. If basic physiological needs are urgent, other needs will be suppressed and will basically not affect the behavior of organisms. Just like his survival on a deserted island, survival is his biggest need. He needs food, water, and a partner to relieve his loneliness. But as an adult, he has a complete set of 3 views to help him understand the world, can self-regulate his psychological state, and can support himself for a long enough time without falling into madness. The most important point about why people are called people is that they have the ability to self-recognize. Self-recognition is the process of human beings recognizing the world after they are born. At first, they use their mouths, then they use their eyes, and then they learn new knowledge. Whether it is human or elf, the first step to recognize the world is the mouth, that is, physiological needs drive newborns to do so. Using the mouth can let oneself know what can be eaten, what cannot be eaten, what is delicious, and what is not delicious. This is also the process of all newborns to understand the world. In this process, if there are elders around, they will correct the mistakes of the newborns, and animals will also do this. After Mutuo is born, there is no need to meet physiological needs, no need to fight and compete, and there is nutrient solution every day to satisfy Mutuo. During the growth process, Mutuo only has Xiao Ai and 3 starter Pokémons. There are no elders to teach it to grow up, and no elf tribe of its own. It only knows that it is an elf, but what is an elf? In a confined, isolated, unable to communicate with more of the same kind, and an abnormal and unhealthy environment, Mutuo cannot be sure who it is, cannot be sure where it is in the food chain, and has no sense of belonging to the group. It can only feel a little warmth from Xiao Ai. The newly born Mutuo does not know how strong it is. The first thing must be to establish its own position in the food chain. Originally, the first thing was to find Xiao Ai, but because the attack of humans angered Mutuo, Mutuo forgot about it. In addition to needing to determine its own besides its position in the food chain, what factors would make Mutuo do something that would harm other creatures? The answer is the next need after physiological needs, safety needs. The first thing Mutuo saw was humans and some elves who could use telekinesis. After being blown away by the rocket team, Mutuo might have been afraid for a moment. But the rampaging Mutuo quickly eliminated its fear and even lost its mind. This can be regarded as a kind of self-protection. Mutuo needs all its strength to protect itself. Moreover, Mutuo will soon find that these humans and elves are vulnerable. It gradually finds that its powerful strength can override everything in the new island. Just like a newborn baby likes to bite anything, destruction is a reason, and it is a process of understanding the world, but Mutuo's destructive power is much greater than that of a newborn baby. At that time, Mutuo needed all its strength to protect itself, including its own reason and the things it wanted to find, which were not as important as its own safety needs, so the New Island Research Institute was blown up. When Mutuo first began to understand the real world, it had to face the challenges of physiological needs and safety needs. In order to survive, it had to face attacks from humans and other elves. It can be seen that Mutuo really tried his best to survive. At that time, what Mutuo needed was a child psychologist, not some shitty scientist or researcher. The reason why other elves and humans did not have this situation is that other humans and elves can get the most basic physiological needs, safety needs, and even social needs as soon as they are born. There is a healthy and normal elf society, or human society. Every newly born human and elf will have a clear positioning of self-cognition after they have self-cognition, but artificial Mutuo does not have it. It cannot be said that there is no self-cognition. It can only be said that those scientists are full of cloning research and have not considered the psychological state of newborns at all. They think that artificial beasts like Mutuo are omniscient and omnipotent at birth, so they do not need acquired guidance, which led to Mutuo's rampage. It can only be said that those scientists overestimate Mutuo. It would be strange if Mutuo, who has doubts about self-cognition, does not know who he is, and does not know where he is, does not go out of control. This is also the reason why Zai's mouth-to-mouth later can wake up Mutuo. At that time, Mutuo already had self-awareness, but because he first came into contact with Team Rocket and witnessed Team Rocket's evil deeds, he hated humans. Finally, Mutuo discovered that not all humans were Team Rocket, and there was Zai who sacrificed himself for the elves. Later, he resurrected Zai who was killed and cleared his memory. This is the grown-up Mutuo. At this time, Mutuo can communicate. Before this, Mutuo was a blank sheet of paper, with no concept of good and evil at all. After all, it didn't even have self-awareness. It was too difficult for Mutuo to understand good and evil. Then why didn't he fool Mutuo? Forget it. He was not a good person in the first place. Why should he attract the hatred of Mutuo and the hatred of Team Rocket? Let Team Rocket attract all the hatred of Mutuo, and it won't be too late to fool Mutuo after he has self-awareness. Although Mutuo was not easy to fool at that time, he had the only bond with Mutuo. Smart people know how to choose to maximize the benefits, instead of facing the two big terrors of Mutuo and Team Rocket, which could lose their lives at any time. It is impossible to say that he is not jealous of Mutuo, but he has limited ability. He knows that he cannot subdue Mutuo, and it is difficult to even be friends with him. But with Xiao AI, he can influence Mutuo through Xiao AI, so that he can slowly make plans for Mutuo, instead of fooling others right away. If he really treats others as fools, he will really become a fool. In addition to the regret in his previous life, the second reason for saving Xiao AI is to facilitate the subjugation of future Mutuo. Mutuo is a legendary beast that can be compared with the first-level god. It would be a waste to let it wander around outside. It is better to let Xiao AI continue to deepen the bond with Mutuo, and she can also become his helper in the future. He may have to face all the powerful classes in the Orange Islands in the future, almost fighting alone. If things cannot be done, he is not so stupid. He will choose to lie down and be too lazy to change anything. Even if he is a superstar trainer, what can he do? The Orange Islands are not short of superstars, let alone him. As for Xiao Ai's disappearance, Mutuo's rampage was not beyond his expectations. He had expected it long ago. Except for the initial surprise, he quickly regained his composure, but the following series of changes would disrupt his original plan. Whether he could successfully reach the Kanto region, Pallet Town, and the place where his dream of becoming a trainer began, all became unknown. Chapter 427, Big Swindler Sakeke. Xiao Ai is now in Darkray's nightmare world. He lets Xiao Ai stay in the nightmare world temporarily. There are also a few mosquito frogs to accompany Xiao Ai. More than 10 new friends are enough for Xiao Ai to play for a while. However, Darkray has told him that the nightmare world can only keep Xiao Ai for about half a month. After half a month, Xiao Ai will still disappear, including the 3 transferred starter Pokémons. He must find a divine beast within half a month to completely revive Xiao Ai now. He also needs a body of Xiao Ai. Only by combining the soul and the flesh, plus the ability of the divine beast, especially the divine beast with the ability to resurrect, may there be a possibility of saving Xiao Ai. Xiao Ai's real body may be gone, but there should be many clones of Xiao Ai and the 3 great families. However, they are all in the hands of Team Rocket, or on the new island. He dare not go there now. In this situation, with the hurricane raging and the sea surging, there was only Team Rocket and Mutuo on the new island. It was like a den of tigers and wolves. How could he possibly go there? Moreover, Mutuo was out of control. Going there now would be courting death. Tap, tap, tap. Suddenly, there was a burst of hurried footsteps outside the room, as well as the noise and screams of many people. His room was well soundproofed, so he could only hear the chaotic noise and could not hear what the people outside were arguing about at all. When he opened the French window in the room, he could only hear the whistling sound of the wind. He could only quietly open the door of the room and listen quietly to the movement outside the door. Then he heard someone shouting, "Run, run, pirates are coming, pirates are coming. Run quickly, there are pirates, pirates are on the ship. Pirates, how could there be pirates now? These pirates are too bad at choosing the time. Seeing that the hurricane is coming, they don't run away quickly, but are busy robbing. They really want money but not life. This matter is strange." Yu Hai closed the door of the room again, muttered for a long time, realized that this matter was not simple, and immediately shouted to Darkray, "Darkray, go to the captain's room to see if there is anything unusual." As Darkray in the shadow left, he also used the Pokeball to take back the Pokémons, leaving only Orb Silk Spider, Ditto, Sagar, and Jengar. He also took out a full set of stab-proof clothes and put them on, ready to run away in the chaos. In just a moment, he put on all his equipment, put on his backpack, put the Pokeball on his waist, and put the dagger on his belt. Ditto had jumped to his face and changed his expression, Orb Spinner came to his shoulder and lay down, Jengar also sank into the shadow, and the Swan was on standby. They could open the window and run away at any time, just waiting for Darkray to come back after investigating the situation. During this period, he had also encountered knocks on the door, but he did not open the door at all. Even if the person outside the door was calling for help, he did not open the door. Who knows if Lao Lu is waiting for him outside the door? He will not be fooled, no matter the person outside the door is still calling for help in the last second, and is angry and cursing in the next second. He did not make a sound in the room. Not long after, Darkray, who had left, came back and brought the news he wanted to know. "I went to the captain's room, and Team Rocket was there too. I heard the captain talking to others. These pirates were disguised by Team Rocket, and the captain was also a member of Team Rocket. The captain was cooperating with Team Rocket to capture the passengers on the ship. All the passengers were gathered in the hall in the middle of the ship, and many sailors were in the hall. There were many pirates around to guard the passengers, and pirates were confiscating the passengers' belongings. All the electronic devices were picked out by those pirates. Good fellow, I guessed it right. This is indeed a pirate ship, Yu-Hai saw Darkrai return to the shadow and fell into deep thought again. It seems that Team Rocket wanted to block the news of the new island, so they confiscated the electronic devices of the passengers on the ship, especially the mobile phones that can take pictures. Then the passengers on the ship should not be in danger of life, provided that they do not resist. The purpose of Team Rocket pretending to be a pirate attack should be to divert the attention of the passengers, or to divert the attention of the outside news media, to cover up the cause of this extreme weather change. They were going to divert the public's attention to the pirates hijacking the passenger ship, so that no one would pay attention to this extreme weather, and no one would explore the truth behind the extreme weather, and they could cover up the fact that Mutuo ran out of control. It was really a good plan. Yu-Hai, who was in deep thought, did not hear the hurried footsteps coming from the corridor, and was still thinking about Team Rocket behind this matter. Tap tap tap. Boss, there are still a few hard bones to chew in the first-class cabin. No one responded no matter how hard we knocked on the door. Should we break the door? There is no time. Break the door as soon as possible and pull the people inside out. They are coming, and they have to break the door. Darkrai heard the footsteps and the voices outside the door, and had to remind Yu-Hai, who was in deep thought, that they had no time. Orb Silk Spider, spit silk to seal the door. Yu-Hai asked the Orb Silk Spider to seal the door, and turned to open the French window. Suddenly, a large gust of wind blew into the room, rolling up his messy hair and flying in the air. E2, the round silk spider reinforced the door, leaving many more spider silks, and quickly returned to Yu-Hai's shoulder, reminding Yu-Hai that it was okay. Big-mouthed gull, let's go. Yu-Hai sat on the big-mouthed gull and let the big-mouthed gull take off in the hurricane. There was at least a hurricane of level 11 or 2 on the sea now, the kind of hurricane that would blow him away if he didn't hold the handrail. Bang bang! Just as he and the big-mouthed gull were about to fly, the door was knocked open by a powerful gull. No, he's going to escape. The pirate who knocked the door open saw that Yu-Hai had already sat on the big-mouthed gull, but there was still a spider web in front of them, and there was no way to stop Yu-Hai from leaving. Horiki, Flame Fist. The pirate planned to burn the spider web in front of him with fire and catch Yu-Hai on the balcony. Ha! Yu-Hai saw the two people who broke the door, and sneered behind the veil. He loosened his palm holding the handrail, held the big-mouthed gull tightly with both hands, and took off with the big-mouthed gull. In just a moment, the 12th level hurricane blew Yu-Kai and Otakailas away for hundreds of meters. The pirates who had just broken through the spider web could only see a black dot flying away on the balcony. Hurry up and report to the captain, a trainer has escaped on Otakailas, the pirates shouted angrily, and immediately contacted the captain of Team Rocket with their intercom. The captain was in the captain's room at the moment, discussing with the captain how to deal with the hurricane. Captain, this is Team Guraiki, a trainer has escaped on Otakailas. I've seen it. You guys continue. The captain and the captain of Team Rocket standing in the captain's room have seen trainers escaping from the ship, not just Yu-Kai. They don't need to hold back on these trainers who escaped. Let Team Pidgeot go out and kill these trainers. As Team Rocket's orders were passed down, Pidgeots flew out of the ship one after another, chasing after the black spot that escaped from the ship. According to Pidgeot's cruising speed of Mach 2, no Pokémon can escape Pidgeot's claws. Not long after flying out, Yu-Hai was caught up by Pidgeot before he could calibrate the direction. Flying in a hurricane is not an easy task. Coupled with the pursuers behind him, he was soon caught up. Fortunately, there was no trainer. Here it comes, a Pidgeot. Darkrai hid in the shadows and saw the pursuers behind him. Darkrai, use Dark Hole, the pursuers are in your hands. Yu-Hai couldn't turn back at all. It was not easy for him to hold on to the gull tightly and not be blown away. It was impossible for him to turn back and fight. The gull couldn't fight either. The pursuers could only be left to Darkrai. Don't worry, wait until it gets closer. Darkrai was ready to rub the dark hole, just waiting for Pidgeot to get closer to them. Beep, beep, Pidgeot's sharp eyes have locked onto Yu-Kai's back, and his wings are shining with metallic luster. It is the steel wing move. and it is ready to split Yukai in two. But after Pidgeot got closer, before he could use the steel wing, his eyes suddenly went black, and then nothing happened. Pidgeot was wrapped in the dark hole and fell into hypnosis completely. He rolled his eyes and fell straight into the waves below, and disappeared into the sea with a big wave. Seeing Pidgeot falling into the sea from the corner of his eye, Yukai subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. It was difficult to deal with this hurricane alone, and it would be even more difficult to deal with the pursuers. However, as long as he could survive it and leave this stormy sea, he could find the direction again and head to the Kanto area. But the more he flew, the more frightened he became. The sky became darker and darker. He suddenly realized something very serious. He seemed to be flying in the wrong direction. There are people. There are many submarines on the sea surface salvaging things. Darkrai noticed the abnormality on the sea surface and hurriedly reminded Yukai to be careful. Submarine? Salvaging things? Yukai looked at the sea. Due to the dim light, he couldn't see what was on the sea. He had to unzip his backpack, take out the telescope from the backpack, and look at the sea below. Slowly adjusting the focus of the telescope, he saw a big red R on the black submarine, and cursed inwardly, "Damn Team Rocket!" After seeing the Rocket Team's submarine, he looked carefully at what the Rocket Team was carrying. It was a cylindrical transparent jar with many Pokémon in it. Is it a Pokémon? Squirtle? Charmander? Why are there so many starter Pokémon in the jar? Could it be the clones of the failed cloning research of Nyajima? Yuhai thought of the cloning research on Nyajima. There were not only the 3 starter Pokémon in those jars, but also many other types of Pokémon, and even clones of humans. Darkrai, take Gengar down and find the jars of Squirtle, Charmander, and Bulbasaur, and let Gengar swallow them. One Pokémon only needs one body. Then look for Xiao Ai's body and let Gengar swallow it too. Okay, I'll take Gengar to have a look. Darkrai led Gengar, like a black shadow, rushing down to the undulating sea to search for the jars that Yuhai needed. Because the sky was completely covered by dark clouds, it was raining heavily and the wind was blowing. In such a chaotic environment, Team Rocket, who was salvaging cans below, did not notice Yuhai in the sky, nor did they notice Darkrai and Gengar below. Because there were too many cans below, at least thousands of cans, and this sea area was full of cans. It seemed that Team Rocket's cloning research had failed many times. With only the 3 submarines below, it would take at least several hours to salvage all the cans. Fortunately, there was a flashing red light on each can, otherwise Team Rocket would not be able to accurately locate the position of each can. Yuhai, wearing a hood, braved the rain and waited quietly in the air with the goal. It didn't take long for Darkrai and Gengar to come back. We found it. There are many jars of the 3 Gosangia, but we only found 1 jar of Xiao Ai. Just one is enough. Yuhai breathed a sigh of relief and asked the gull to fly in the opposite direction, away from these submarines as soon as possible. It would be bad if they were discovered by the Rocket Team. As for Xiao Ai and the clones of the Gosangia, we only need to find 1. The sacred beasts can repair their bodies. The 3 sacred beasts that were burned to death can be resurrected, not to mention that it is an intact body. The key to resurrecting Xiao Ai is whether the divine beast is willing. No one can force the divine beast to do something it doesn't want to do unless it is forced. After accidentally getting Xiao Ai's body, he was relieved. Not long after flying in the opposite direction, he saw the passenger ship that escaped from the center of the storm, still sailing on the sea. Seeing this passenger ship, Yuhai suddenly had a different idea. He was going to play with the dark under the lamp and wanted to see how the Alliance would deal with this passenger ship. If the Alliance sent people to rescue, he would continue to follow to Guandu. If the Alliance did not send people to rescue, it would not be too late for him to run. But he couldn't sit on the big the gull flew over. The light here was much better. It was not as dark as the night over Team Rocket. Flying here would be noticed by the pirates on the ship. He asked the gull to lower the altitude and sent Darkrai to get intelligence first. When Darkrai came back, he brought the news that the passenger ship was still under the control of the pirates. After getting this news, he released the mosquito frog, took back the gull, and let the mosquito frog take him to swim across the sea. When they came near the ship, he took back the mosquito frog again and let the orb spider spit out silk threads to go up by himself. He took advantage of the gap when the pirates were patrolling, quietly flipped onto the deck, and hid in the messy room that the pirates had searched, and the door was not closed. The door of the searched room was originally open. If he closed the door, wouldn't it be telling the pirates that there were still people here? Leaving the door open, he asked the orb spider to eliminate the watermarks he dripped on the deck. He hid in the dead corner of the room. He heard footsteps passing through the corridor many times, and he held his breath carefully, for fear of being discovered by passing pirates and sailors. For elves with sensitive hearing, certain breathing and heartbeat sounds will also expose their whereabouts, so he must be careful. The pirates and sailors on the ship are now in cahoots with each other, and they are all members of Team Rocket. He is really under attack from all sides, with enemies everywhere, and no one can be trusted. The most important thing is that he used his real identity to buy the ticket. If Team Rocket wants to investigate him, he can find out his real identity, the ticket he bought, and the room he lived in a few minutes. It's really troublesome. The current troubles have not been solved, and there will be more troubles in the future. The jars swallowed by Jengar should have the positioning signals of Team Rocket, but they are hidden in Jengar's dimensional pocket, and the signals have disappeared temporarily. However, Team Rocket should now know that the signals of several jars have disappeared, and there may be more than a few, but many. After all, it is normal for the jars to be sunk into the sea by the waves in such a big storm. I hope Team Rocket will not associate him with it, and never associate him with it. He really doesn't want to be hunted by Team Rocket. In this way, he hid in the room for a long time, at least 2 or 3 hours. He did not dare to relax during these hours. The footsteps outside the door had not appeared for a long time. It was not until the cheers outside the door that he felt something was wrong. He asked Darkrai to check again. Darkrai went quickly and came back quickly, and brought good news. The trainer from the league is here, and the pirates are gone. Who led the team? Have you found out? Yu-Hai finally breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that the league had come, and collapsed on the bed. The pirates might be Team Rocket, the captain and the sailor might be Team Rocket, but the league couldn't be Team Rocket. I don't know, it's a human with superpower fluctuations. I heard someone thank this human and call this human Yeshu. Yeshu? Yeshu. Yu-Hai jumped up from the bed when he heard the name. The mood of being grateful for being saved just now was cold from the top of his head to the soles of his feet. This is also Team Rocket, and it's the Rocket's undercover in the league. How could Yeshu, the superpower king, come to save the situation? Oh, that's right. The Rocket Team's ship and the Rocket Team's pirates naturally need an undercover agent from the Rocket Team to save the situation. Not only can they gain a good reputation, but they can also accumulate achievements for promotion to the 4 heavenly kings. Damn it, damn the Rocket Team, Yu-Hai finally understood how such a thing could happen in the world. He was too unlucky. He took the Rocket Team's ship, was chased by pirates disguised as the Rocket Team, met the Rocket Team when he was escaping, and now he was rescued by the Rocket Team's undercover agent. No, it's still unclear whether he was rescued or not. He'd better not go out. He'll hide on the ship for the next 2 days. The ship will arrive at the 7 islands at night and arrive in the Kanto region tomorrow morning. He can bear it. Is that Kazuki also from the Rocket Team? Seeing that Yu-Hai didn't have the joy of surviving a disaster, but was planning to hide in the room, Darkrai asked curiously. That man might be an undercover agent of Team Rocket. The trainers of the league he brought this time must also be undercover agents of Team Rocket. Let's not go out during this period. It's 4 p.m. now. We can get off the ship tomorrow morning. Yu-Hai sighed helplessly, closed the door of the room, and lay on the bed, not bothering to care about what happened outside. He just wanted to lie quietly for a while. He had changed his soaked clothes, but his body was still salty. He could only wait until he got off the ship later. He asked the round silk spider to keep watch and planned to have a good rest. After arriving in the nightmare world, Xiao Ai was playing with the little mouth snail and the swamp jumper. He didn't even notice his appearance. He could only gently call, "Xiao Ai. Big brother, is everything okay outside?" "I saw that the mosquito-repellent frog went out." Xiao Ai came over and hugged Yu Hai, worried about the mosquito-repellent frog that had just left. "It's okay, it's been solved. It was all caused by Mutuo." Yu Hai gently rubbed Xiao Ai's blue hair. Unfortunately, there was no delicious food for Xiao Ai to try. Xiao Ai should have not tasted human food for a long time. Since this is a nightmare world, everything will deteriorate, and Xiao Ai can't leave now, so she can only do this for now. "Mutuo? Is it okay?" Xiao Ai heard about Mutuo and started to worry about it again. "It's okay, Mutuo is very powerful, no one can hurt Mutuo." Yu Hai smiled. "Mutuo, who can create such extreme weather, deserves the name of a mythical beast. Mutuo is just born now, and it will only get stronger in the future. After all, it is a mythical beast that can be compared with a first-level god." Fortunately, Xiao Ai and Mutuo were together during Mutuo's growth period. Mu and Mu have formed a deep friendship. If anyone can conquer Mutuo in the future, it can only be Xiao Ai, Mutuo's childhood playmate. As for the time traveler? Forget it. He doesn't have the powerful persuasion of Zai, nor the powerful immortality of Zai. He has no confidence in convincing Mutuo. Mutuo may not even give him the opportunity to communicate, so he won't waste his saliva. Let Xiao Ai influence Mutuo. The two of them are friends. Mutuo should listen to Xiao Ai instead of a stranger like him, but he can influence Xiao Ai. When Zapdos and Darkrai grow up, his Gengar and other Pokémon grow up, Mutuo will be just like that. If he can't beat them, can't he run away? It's really funny. At the same time, the dark clouds over the new island gradually dissipated, and the sky became clear again. A black helicopter with a red R letter printed on it came over the new island. "This is my power. I am the strongest elf in the world. But who am I? Where is this place? I seem to have forgotten something very important." As the helicopter landed behind Mutuo, Sakaki walked down from the helicopter in a brown suit and spoke to the confused Mutuo. "You may be the strongest elf in the world, but there is another powerful creature in the world. Human?" Mutuo asked in doubt. "As long as we combine the power of humans and you, the whole world will belong to us." Sakaki nodded slightly, confirming Mutuo's doubts. "The world belongs to us." Mutuo didn't know what the world was, and didn't know that he was about to be fooled by Sakaki. "However, if you let your power run wild, this world will eventually be destroyed. Try to limit your power as much as possible." Sakaki smiled, and he found that Mutuo had taken the bait and was easier to fool than he expected. Limit. Mutuo didn't understand restrictions, but it was also afraid of its own terrifying power. "Are you going to indulge your power and turn the world into ruins like this island?" Sakaki couldn't hide the pride on his face. As long as he had this powerful Pokémon, his rocket team would be able to dominate the world. "Then what should I do?" Mutuo actually listened to Sakaki's words and asked Sakaki what to do. "Hehe, follow me." Sakaki chuckled and turned back to the plane. He was not afraid that Mutuo would not follow him. Chapter 428, Where the Dream of a Trainer Begins. It was sunny on the third day of the trip to Kanto. After the sudden storm, the weather finally cleared up, and the passenger ship arrived at the port in Kanto. No accidents happened on the way. Yu Hai, who was hiding on the ship, breathed a sigh of relief. He wanted to get off the ship with the flow of people, but the normal disembarkation passage in the port was already surrounded by people, and there were many flashes on the shore taking pictures of the passenger ship. As someone appeared, the reporters holding cameras all aimed their lenses at the 4 Heavenly Kings candidate who was walking down the stairs, the superpower Yushu. Trainer Yushu, you saved a passenger ship hijacked by pirates in an emergency, and this feat has attracted widespread public attention. Could you please describe the situation in detail? How did your Pokemon assist you in completing the rescue mission? Trainer Yushu, there are rumors that you have been nominated as a candidate for the 4 Heavenly Kings in Chengdu. This news has aroused widespread attention and heated discussions. What is your response to this? How do you feel at the moment, and what are your expectations for the challenge of the 4 Heavenly Kings in the future? Trainer Yushu. Seeing this group of dogskin plasters on the side of the ship, Yu Hai turned around helplessly and left. Whether in his previous life or this life, he didn't like the group of reporters. They don't do their work every day, always trying to get others to say something, and also induce others to say negative news that is unfavorable to them. Since this group of dogskin plasters blocked this place, he would take the seagull down. He released the gulls on the deck and asked them to take him to a place with few people to land, and then he was going to find a hotel to rest. When a small person like him left, no one paid attention to him. After all, everyone's attention was on the rising star who was about to become the king, and he was not worth the attention of the dogskin plaster. After walking around the port, he found that there was a Pokemon Center here, so he went to the Pokemon Center, opened a room with the Pokemon Encyclopedia, stayed in the Pokemon Center, took a hot shower in the bathroom, washed all his clothes, and dried them in the Pokemon Center. From last night to this morning, he lived in fear and did not dare to sleep at night. Any sound could wake him up. He did not sleep well at all, and he was often worried that Team Rocket would come to claim his life. Now he can finally sleep well. When he woke up, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The lunch time at the Pokemon Center had long passed. He could only take out his dry food and deal with his rumbling stomach. After packing up and leaving the Pokemon Center, he came to the street and looked at the map in his hand. It was the beginner's guide he got from the Pokemon Center. Only after seeing this Quartz Conference beginner's guide did he know that the city he was in was called Bainu City, a resort. There is a Dr. Nishinomori Institute here, and Sakaki also has a villa on the beach here. There is also a huge wave on Bainu Beach here, called Big Tuesday. As for how he knew this, it was on the beginner's guide on the map, but not on the map of Sakake's villa. He had seen this episode of the animation in his previous life and saw Sakake leading the rocket team trio. When I came here for vacation, I remembered that Sakake had a villa here. However, Sakake should not be here now, but in the Evergreen Gym to trick Mewtwo and put armor on Mewtwo, so he has no time to come here for vacation. What he cares most about now is where Pallet Town is and how far it is from here. However, after knowing that this is Bainu City, he remembered that Tomoya came here to exercise and train Pokemon, and it only takes a while to reach Pallet Town. Got it, Yu Hai stretched out his hand and tapped on the map, and found the location of Pallet Town. He could reach Pallet Town by crossing the winding mountain road. Now he really wants to know whether Tomoya has gone out. He hopes he can make it in time. If Tomoya has gone out, he can't intercept Ho-Oh, then he can only go to Tianqing Mountain to find Ho-Oh. The highest peak of Tianqing Mountain is the residence of Ho-Oh. After deciding on the next trip, he boarded the gull and followed the map to fly over the winding mountain road. After only half an hour, he saw a lush town, full of vibrant green everywhere. Before he entered Pallet Town, a fat orange-yellow gull blocked his way and roared at him in dissatisfaction. Dragonite. Yu Hai thought of Professor Oak's Dragonite, which should be Professor Oak's fat gull. Boa Dragonite raised its hand to stop Yu Hai, and its chubby arm pointed to the ground again, signaling Yu Hai to get off. It said that you can't fly here. Darkrai knew that Yu Hai didn't understand, so he quickly helped Yu Hai translate Dragonite's dragon language. So that's how it is. Sorry, Yu Hai smiled awkwardly, let the gull land. He used the Pokeball to take back the gull, and then released the frog. Seeing Dragonite fly away, he walked into Pallet Town. Walking into Pallet Town, he found that Pallet Town was very small and not many residents. The most famous place on the map was Oak Research Institute. There was also a grocery store at the entrance of the town, where he should be able to buy some daily necessities. He did not replenish supplies when he went to Kanto. Every time he got off the ship, he would transfer to another ship. He also had some leftover supplies in his backpack. He did not know how long he would travel in Kanto, so he also needed to replenish some daily necessities. This grocery store was in the town and could be seen as soon as he entered Pallet Town. Just as he was about to enter the grocery store, a flaxen-haired woman wearing an apron came out and greeted him. Is he a trainer from outside? Hanako looked at Yukai and saw that he looked exhausted. He should be a trainer who had just arrived in Pallet Town. Because of the Oak Research Institute in Pallet Town, it would attract many trainers to come here, all of whom wanted to visit Professor Oak. Yes, my name is Ahai, sister, you are so beautiful. Yuhai really didn't lie. After all, he is an adult anyway, and wives of this age are more suitable for him. Forget about the little girl in Xiaogan Gym. Haha, is that so? Hanako laughed softly with her hands covering her mouth. This child is really sweet. She likes polite children. I am Hanako. Where are you from? You must be exhausted. Do you want to go to my sister's house for dinner? Sister Hanako, I am a trainer from the Orange Islands. I just passed by Pallet Town today. When Yuhai heard the word Hanako, he looked at the woman again, and exclaimed in his heart, and tried his best to suppress the excitement in his heart. It turned out that this person was Hanako. He really didn't see it. She looked like an ordinary peasant woman with an apron. In fact, Hanako was an ordinary peasant woman, but she had a famous son named Zai. Trainer? The Orange Islands seemed to be a very far place. Hanako thought about it and fell into a state of contemplation. In the end, she didn't think about how far the Orange Islands were. She was too lazy to think about it and continued to invite Yuhai to her home for dinner. My son Zai likes trainers very much. He must be very happy to see you. Sister Hanako, this although Yuhai wanted to see if Zai had set off, he was still a little embarrassed. However, from Hanako's tone, he could hear that Zai should not have set off yet, and he still had a chance to intercept Ho-Oh. You're welcome, little brother. There is no hotel in Pallet Town. You have no place to stay at night. You can only live in the wild. Hanako looked at the frog beside Yuhai. Frog should be the Pokemon of this trainer. Zai at home likes Frog very much. In fact, a certain version of Zai's initial Pokemon is a frog. Okay, Sister Hanako. Yuhai saw Hanako invite him again, and he didn't refuse, but followed Hanako. The matter of replenishing supplies can be done at any time later. The most important thing now is to determine Zai's status. Whether Zai has gone out or whether Zai has obtained Pikachu is still a mystery. Soon, Yuhai followed Hanako to the house. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Zai, who was watching TV on the sofa, jumping and making a lot of noise. Zai, stop making trouble. There are guests at home. Hanako saw her son jumping around and couldn't help reminding her silly son of Yuhai's arrival. Who's here? Zai turned his head to look outside the door and saw Yuhai wearing a black shorts. Hello, my name is Ahai, a trainer from the Orange Islands. Yuhai saw that Zai was not wearing a hat and his hair was messy. It was definitely the silly thing he knew. Trainer? Orange Islands, where is your Pokemon? Zai was so excited when he heard the word trainer that he was incoherent and didn't listen to the rest of the words. Mosquito frog. Yuhai smiled helplessly and let the mosquito frog behind him out. Yobo, the mosquito frog immediately made a pose, showing off his strong biceps. Wow, it's Frog, your frog is so strong. Zai stretched out his hand and pinched Frog's arm muscles like a familiar friend, having a lot of fun. Frog has been working hard. Yuhai smiled. Frog is really working hard, he doesn't accept any rebuttal. Then it's decided, when I get the initial Pokemon tomorrow, your frog will be my first opponent on the road to becoming a trainer, and the first opponent I want to defeat. Okay, Zai, don't scare the guests." Hanako knocked her silly son's head unhappily, reminded her silly son to entertain the guests well, and went to the kitchen to cook. But Zai didn't listen to a word, and hurriedly asked Yu-Hai if he had any other Pokemon, and Yu-Hai also released all the Pokemon that could show up. They are Sable, Crab, Rhino, Scyther, and Frog, a total of 5 Pokemon. He didn't release Gyarados, Squirtle, and Zapdos, and there was no need to release them. Wow, there are so many Pokemon I haven't seen before. Sable, Crab, Rhino, Scyther. Wow, Scyther is so handsome. Don't hurt Zai, find a place to sleep. Yu-Hai reminded the 5 Pokemon to play with Zai. Zai is now a curious baby and a teenager who likes Pokemon very much. Seeing Zai now, he basically determined the time. It is now the night before Zai's departure. Zai has not yet obtained Pikachu, so he has a chance to intercept Ho-Oh and find a way to let Ho-Oh revive Zai. Thinking of this, he temporarily relaxed his breath, but he didn't know where Zai ran away again. However, this is Pallet Town, so there is no need to worry about the child running away. There should be no human traffickers here. Not long after sitting, it was not dark yet, and another child came over, and it was Zai who called him. At this time, the only teenagers in Pallet Town were Zai and Xiaomao, and 2 other rookie trainers who received the 3 starter Pokemons. Xiaomao, a trainer from the Orange Islands came to my house. He has many powerful Pokemons. Zai pulled Xiaomao in front. The 2 can be regarded as childhood sweethearts, destined rivals, and best friends since childhood. Orange Islands? What powerful trainers can a trainer from that kind of rural area have? There are also many Pokemons in my grandfather's back garden. There is nothing strange. Xiaomao was very disdainful of Zai's excitement. They can receive the initial Pokemons tomorrow and become rookie trainers. There is no need to be excited because of an inexplicable trainer. The rookie trainer from the Orange Islands might have heard of his grandfather's name and come here because of his admiration for him. There's nothing to be surprised about. He will be able to defeat the other party when he gets the initial Pokemon tomorrow. Xiaomao, I tell you, he is very powerful, and that frog is also very strong. Zai would definitely not say that about Yukai. After all, he was the one who found Xiaomao, and he had boasted about his achievements. He hoped that the guests at home would not let him down. Come on, you say everything is powerful. Xiaomao has a clear understanding of the level of power of trainers. He is not like Zai, who is a fool and says everything he sees is powerful and has no concept of power at all. Anyway, he doesn't think the other party is that powerful. He is just a rookie trainer, and a rookie trainer from a small place like the Orange Islands. How powerful can he be? Anyway, he can't be more powerful than him. Look, Xiaomao, it's the frog, the smurf, the crab, the rhino, and the scyther. The crab is big, especially the big claws, which are as big as the body. When Zai saw the crab for the first time, he was also scared by the big claws of the crab. It's not like he had never seen a crab before, but he had never seen a crab with claws as big as the body. It's a little different. The frog is stronger than the ordinary frog. Xiaomao saw the 5 Pokemons at the door of Zai's house. Only the strong frog and the crab with huge claws could make him look at them twice. The rest of the smurf, the rhino, and the scyther are ordinary Pokemons. His grandfather has them in his back garden, including the frog and the crab, but these 2 Pokemons are much stronger than their kind, which can only prove that the Pokemons have been well cultivated by the trainer. I said it was very powerful. Zai proudly showed off to Xiaomao, as if all these Pokemons were cultivated by him. What are you so proud of? It's not your Pokemon. Xiaomao saw his best friend looking proud, and he immediately crossed his arms and snorted coldly, continuing to mock this best friend. Anyway, he just didn't get along with this best friend since childhood. Xiao Mao, don't be proud, this powerful trainer is at my house. Zai was embarrassed for a moment, and then he was full of fighting spirit. He smiled and pulled Xiao Mao into the living room and saw Yu Hai sitting on the sofa. Brother Hai, this is Xiao Mao. We are playmates since childhood. Zai saw Yu Hai looking at him and hurriedly introduced Xiao Mao to Zai. Xiao Mao? Hello, my name is Aha, I am a trainer from the Orange Islands. Is your grandfather, Professor Oak, at home? Yu Hai certainly knew Xiao Mao, but this was the first time they met, so he could only pretend that he didn't know him. My grandfather is at home. If you want to find me, Grandpa? Xiao Mao was not surprised at all. Most of the trainers who came to Pallet Town came to see his grandpa. Yes, I passed by here on my trip and wanted to visit Professor Oak. Yu Hai nodded gently. Visiting Professor Oak was not his primary goal, but Professor Oak probably didn't have time to deal with him. It's up to you, Ahai, right? Since you are a trainer from the Orange Islands, have you obtained the title of Honorary Trainer and the Champions Cup of the Orange League? What is that? Xiao Mao, Zai was quite curious, how did Xiao Mao know so many strange things? Stupid, that's the Orange League's game. Xiao Mao rolled his eyes at Zai. This best friend doesn't like reading books, so he was too lazy to explain. Asshole Xiao Mao, Zai was so angry. This feeling of not knowing what others are talking about was really uncomfortable. No, I haven't challenged the Winners' Cup yet. Yu Hai shook his head gently. He knew what game Xiao Mao was talking about, which was the Orange Sports Field at the Orange League headquarters, collecting 4 badges and challenging UCI. You haven't challenged it? Then you came to Guan to participate in the Quartz Conference. Xiao Mao touched his chin and looked at Yu Hai. After thinking for a moment, he told Yu Hai's purpose. Yes, we may still be opponents by then. Yu Hai smiled, not caring about Xiao Mao's impoliteness. Xiao Mao has not been taught by Mutuo yet, and he is the grandson of Professor Oak. He can't change his bad habit of pride for a while, and he has the capital to be proud. But these are harmless. He will teach the other party what a trainer is, what a Pokemon is, and what a strong person is. Opponent? I don't think you are an opponent, but your Pokemon are well cultivated. When I get the initial Pokemon tomorrow, the first one I will defeat is you. You will be the first defeated on my way to becoming a trainer. Xiao Mao confidently issued the declaration of his first battle after becoming a rookie trainer. Okay, Yu Hai wanted it very much. Since he had traveled through time, how could he not fight with Zai and Xiao Mao? Now these two are newbies, it is a good time to bully them. According to the growth rate of these two perverts, it will not be so easy to bully them after the second generation. Take advantage of the opportunity now to beat the psychological shadows of these two people. Whenever they see themselves, they will think of being beaten by mosquito. Fear dominated by frog. It's decided. You are also the first opponent I have to defeat on my way to becoming a master trainer. Zai also raised his hand and made the same first battle declaration as Xiao Mao. At this time, the two did not know that today's decision would become a psychological shadow for the two of them for the rest of their lives. The goal will always be a goal, and it will be difficult to surpass it unless Yu Hai, the cheater, lets it go. After saying the same thing, Zai and Xiao Mao looked at each other at the same time, and saw mutual respect in each other's eyes. In an instant, they turned their eyes away in displeasure and disliked each other again. At this time, Hanako came out of the kitchen and asked Xiao Mao is here too. Then stay and have dinner together. Auntie Hanako, Xiao Mao greeted politely. Although he and Zai were not on good terms, they both wanted to become the first trainer to defeat Yukai, but they still knew the most basic courtesy. After all, they were neighbors. Sister Hanako, Yukai also greeted Hanako. He was too lazy to care about the two little brats who were tit for tat. They would deal with them together tomorrow. Let's eat first. Xiao Hai, don't go anywhere tonight. Stay at your sister's house, Hanako's mood suddenly became beautiful after hearing her sister, and even Xiao Mao's aunt greeted, and also put it behind his mind, and quickly invited the three to the table to eat together. After dinner, the four of them sat on the sofa together to watch the elf battle on TV. After dark, Xiao Mao went home. Yu Hai had nowhere to go, so he could only stay in the guest room of Hanako's house. After taking a comfortable hot bath, he lay in the guest room arranged by Hanako, which was next to Zai. The elves had just been fed, and the elves that were not convenient to show up were also placed in the room and fed. Now they were waiting for tomorrow's Ho-Oh. It was just that Zai next door was still watching TV and yelling at the TV. He was very energetic. Should he mention it? Wake the other person up and go to bed early, otherwise he will definitely be late tomorrow and can only get Pikachu. Forget it, Pikachu is Ash's true love, he will not break up this best partner, he can get the new 3 starters tomorrow, he is quite excited. Although he is not the one who can get the 3 starters, he has seen this scene many times in his previous life, but it is the first time to witness it so closely. Among the 3 people who will get the new 3 starters tomorrow, there is also a new trainer from the Orange Islands, and a trainer from Hasa Island, who is from the same hometown as Xiao Ying, named Xiao Zhuang, and he will get Bulbasaur. There is also a fat man who took Charmander away. In the previous life animation, he only showed a fat belly, and he didn't know who he was. The last one was Xiao Mao who took Squirtle away. Hi, Yu Hai sighed lightly and fell asleep to find Xiao Ai. Even if there were the 3 starter Pokémons, they were not his. He didn't have this fate, so he didn't envy them. Now he just wanted to spend more time with Xiao Ai. Tomorrow, he would be able to see Ho-Oh with Xiao Ji. Whether Xiao Ai could be resurrected depended on whether Ho-Oh came to take pictures of Xiao Ji. He was the best photographer in the elf world. The famous scene of Ho-Oh should not be missed. Chapter 429, Xiao Mao really has a cheerleading team. The 4th day of the trip to Kanto region was sunny. This morning, Yu Hai got up early. Xiao Ji was still sleeping at this time. He didn't disturb Xiao Ji, and Hanako didn't disturb Xiao Ji, nor did she worry that Xiao Ji couldn't get the initial Pokémon. He got up early and ate the breakfast prepared by Hanako. Frog also ate the breakfast prepared by Hanako. He took Frog out for a run. When he was tired, he rested under the shade of the tree, released other Pokémon to eat breakfast, and then continued to run on the small road in Pallet Town. When he ran back, it was already past 9 o'clock. Zai was still sleeping. Xiao Mao had already received the initial Pokémon, but Zai had not woken up yet. He was undoubtedly the stupid guy in the animation. Xiao Mao was still wearing the same clothes as yesterday, but he drove a sports car today. He saw 2 sports cars coming, and there were several cheerleaders sitting in the car. Beep beep. Xiao Mao knew that Zai was still sleeping, and the horn of the sports car was to wake Zai up. Then Xiao Mao got out of the car and saw Yu Hai sitting at the door drinking water and resting. He raised his hand and pointed at Yu Hai to challenge him. I got the initial Pokémon. I want to challenge you to be my first defeated opponent. Xiao Mao? Why are you here so early? Zai heard the horn of a sports car and rushed out of the bedroom quickly, still wearing pajamas. Zai, you are late today. As my opponent, you have already failed from the beginning. Xiao Mao looked at Zai proudly. He didn't expect that this best friend would be late on such an important day. He laughed directly, ha 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 ha. So, you have already got the initial Pokémon of the rookie trainer. Zai ignored Xiao Mao's ridicule. The most important thing now is which initial Pokémon Xiao Mao got. That's right, it's in this Pokeball. I will use this Pokémon to defeat him and become the first trainer I defeated. Come out, Squirtle. Xiao Mao played with the Pokeball in his hand and released the Squirtle in the Pokeball. Wow, it's Squirtle, so cute Squirtle. Zai saw Squirtle and jumped up excitedly. He wanted to rush over and hug Squirtle, but an arm stopped Zai. Zai, this Squirtle is my original Pokémon, yours is still in the research institute." Xiao Mao raised his lips and smiled proudly at Zai. Xiao Mao, awesome, Xiao Mao, come on. As Xiao Mao's pride reached its peak, the cheerleaders behind Xiao Mao also began to cheer for Xiao Mao. Damn Xiao Mao, Zai was so angry, seeing Xiao Mao's face full of smug smiles, and the cheerleaders cheering on the side. Yu Hai was just drinking water on the side, not paying attention to what was happening here. Zai immediately shouted to Yu Hai, "Brother Hai, you must not lose, you must wait for me to come back." Haha, Yu Hai didn't know what to say, just waved his hand gently to let Zai rest assured. "Don't lose to Xiao Mao, can you lose to you Zai?" Seeing him waving his hand, Zai ran to the Oak Research Institute angrily to get his own Pikachu. After Zai, the annoying guy, left, Xiao Mao looked at Yu Hai again and challenged Yu Hai again, "Trainers from the Orange Islands, please send out the Elven Roses to fight me. Xiao Mao is the best, Xiao Mao, come on, Xiao Mao." "Okay, Frog, shoot with mud." Yu Hai smiled, and there was only Frog running with him, so he turned his head and smiled at Frog. "Yobo," Frog immediately understood, seeing Yu Hai's smirk, it knew what Yu Hai was going to do. "Tisk, you dare to look down on me." Xiao Mao saw that Yu Hai was not in a hurry to let Frog go, without any serious attitude, and felt that he was looked down upon. He would definitely teach this arrogant foreign trainer a lesson later. "You attack first." Yu Hai waved his hand and let Xiao Mao attack first, and the battle began on the road in front of Zai's house. "You said it, don't regret it, Squirtle, we use water guns." Xiao Mao raised his hand and pointed at Frog, giving Squirtle an attack order. "Squirtle, Frog, puff puff." Squirtle heard the trainer's words and immediately spit out water guns to attack Frog. Puff puff puff, Frog also spit out 3 mud shots, knocking out 2 of Squirtle's water guns, and 1 mud shot hit Squirtle's shell, knocking Squirtle to the ground. "The water gun is accurate, you take good care of this Squirtle." Yu Hai smiled and pointed out that Xiao Mao knew this Squirtle and even bred it. "Tisk, I was seen through." Xiao Mao had already selected the initial Pokémon and had already trained Squirtle a lot, just to get the initial Pokémon and beat Zai's best friend. "Squirtle, since the water gun doesn't work, just retract into the shell and rush over with high-speed rotation." Xiao Mao saw that the frog had some strength. The newly obtained Squirtle would definitely not be able to defeat the opponent, who was still an unexpectedly strong enemy. "Frog, use slap." Yu Hai saw Squirtle spinning and rushing over, and there was no need to watch any more. As he thought, Squirtle came in front of Frog, and Frog raised a slap and directly slapped the spinning Squirtle away. When Squirtle landed and emerged, his eyes had turned into mosquito eyes. "Ah, Master Xiao Mao lost. How could Master Xiao Mao lose?" When the cheerleaders saw Squirtle unconscious, their enthusiasm was diluted. They didn't expect Xiao Mao to lose in his first battle. Even if there were too many bold words, Xiao Mao was still a rookie. "That's pretty impressive, but I just got Squirtle. Aren't you going to participate in the Quartz Conference?" "I will win it back at the Quartz Conference." Although Xiao Mao lost, he also found a reason for himself. Anyway, he couldn't lose face. He turned around and got on the sports car, waved to Yu Hai, as if saying goodbye, and then drove away from Pallet Town with his cheerleading girlfriends. Yobo, although Frog defeated Squirtle, it felt a little puzzled. It didn't understand where the boy got the confidence from and wanted to defeat Yu Hai. "Defeat it. It's okay, Frog, don't bother with a child." Yu Hai patted Frog's head. "Xiao Mao is not his target yet. His target is Divine Beast Man. He wants to defeat Divine Beast Man with ordinary Pokémon. This is his goal. As for Xiao Mao, he is a new trainer with some tactical qualities. His theoretical knowledge is very solid, but he needs time to grow. Zai is different from Xiao Mao. He is a combat trainer. He likes to break through in battle, find his own shortcomings in battle, find the enemy's weaknesses in battle, and make up for his tacit understanding with Pokémon, but he is still a fool." "Xiao Hai, you are really amazing. You defeated Xiao Mao so quickly, Hanako saw the battle just now. She could see that Yu Hai was a very powerful trainer. Yu Hai didn't take the battle just now seriously. Sister Hanako, Xiao Mao just got the Pokemon and is not very skilled yet. I just won by luck, Yu Hai smiled modestly. He is like this. He just wants to be ordinary. There is no need to show off. It is not suitable to show off now. Ah, Xiao Hai is modest. Hanako stopped dwelling on this issue. She still had to go back to the house to pack daily necessities for Xiaoji to go out. Seeing Hanako go back to the house, Yu Hai breathed a sigh of relief and thought at the same time that parents in this world are really careless. They actually let their children go out like this. Aren't they afraid of being robbed? Xiao Mao has 2 drivers anyway. If they are bodyguards, their strength must be good. Xiao Ji is really a fool with good luck. He is probably protected by divine beasts all the way. However, even if Xiaozai died unexpectedly, there would be a legendary beast to revive Xiaozai, and Xiaozai had 2 gym owners as bodyguards not long after he went out. This bodyguard lineup is no worse than Xiao Mao's. Yu Hai sat at the door and pondered. Xiaozai came back not long after. He did not have a pokeball on him, but had a Pikachu in his hand, and there were traces of burning on his body. Wow, he is finally here. He was electrocuted at the beginning. His physique is really extraordinary, Yu Hai smiled when he saw Xiaozai and Pikachu. This movie star level Pikachu, who can fight anyone on equal terms, is finally here. The road to the peak of this Pikachu, the life of a full-level actor from now on, is about to begin. Pikachu, this is what I told you, a very powerful trainer. Xiaozai saw Yu Hai, although he was a little embarrassed, but he still introduced Yu Hai to Pikachu. Pika Pika, Pika hugged Xiaozai's calf and only dared to look at Yu Hai secretly. It felt that Yu Hai's smile was so scary. Xiaozai, you're back. Hanako heard the noise outside the door, walked out of the house, and saw Xiaozai, who was a little embarrassed. Hey, where's Xiao Mao? Why didn't I see Xiao Mao? Xiaozai wanted to ask Yu Hai, but his mother came out, and it was the same to ask his mother. Xiao Mao left after losing to Xiao Hai. Hanako was holding a green backpack in her hand, which should be the space backpack that Xiaozai would use when he went out. What? Xiao Mao lost. Xiaozai looked at Yu Hai in surprise. He didn't expect that Xiao Mao, his best friend, actually lost. They used to fight each other, and the wins and losses were half and half. He knew Xiao Mao, but Xiao Mao actually lost. Xiao Mao has just become a trainer and is not familiar with Pokemon. When you catch up, it's hard to say. Yu Hai has been a trainer for 4 or 5 months. It's normal that he is stronger than these 2 rookies who just got Pokemon. Oh, by the way, I want to challenge you too. Since Xiao Mao lost, I must win. Xiaozai raised his hand and pointed at Yu Hai, issuing a challenge between trainers to Yu Hai. Okay, let's go, Frog. Yu Hai sent out Frog again, but Xiaozai couldn't command Pikachu at all. When Pikachu heard that he was going to fight, he ran to hide behind Hanako, not even wanting to look at Xiaozai. With a shrug, Pikachu's temper came up. Pikachu, come and fight, don't hide, come and fight. Xiaozai was about to let Pikachu use the electric shock move, only to find that Pikachu was gone. He turned around and saw Pikachu hiding behind Hanako, giving him a cold look. He immediately rushed over to catch Pikachu to fight, but when he chased, Pikachu ran, and when Pikachu ran, he chased. The one chasing and the one fleeing made Hanako dizzy. Stop, Xiaozai, stop, Pikachu doesn't want to fight, so don't force it. Hanako grabbed Xiaozai's collar and Pikachu's neck, brought the one and the elf home, and asked Xiaozai to go upstairs to change clothes. Xiao Mao has already set off. How long are you going to make a fuss? Don't fall too far behind. Hearing that Xiao Mao had already left, Xiao Ji stopped making a fuss and stopped fighting. He quickly went back to the bedroom to change his clothes, and went out with a green backpack on his back. He also wore insulating gloves in his hands and tied Pikachu with a rope. Xiao Ji was ready to go out. Yu Hai was also ready to go out, but the direction he was going was different from Xiao Ji's. Brother Hai, the battle didn't end. Wait until I capture Pikachu, and then we'll have another Pokemon battle. Xiao Ji touched his nose and felt a little embarrassed. Xiao Mao was still commanding Squirtle, although he lost, he also captured the Pokemon. He couldn't even capture Pikachu, and couldn't even fight Pokemon. He was far behind Xiao Mao. It's okay. As long as we participate in the Quartz Conference, we will meet at the conference venue of Quartz Plateau. There will be a chance to fight. Huh? By the way, Brother Hai, aren't you going with me? Zai heard about the Quartz Conference and was ready to say goodbye and leave, but suddenly thought of Yu Hai. Could it be that he and he were not going to the same destination? You want to go to Viridian Forest? Go to Viridian Gym. Yu Hai knew Zai's travel route. It must be that he couldn't beat Viridian Gym, so he skipped Viridian Gym and challenged Xiaogong's dark grey gym. Zai met the Ho-Oh on the way to Viridian Forest. Without considering the appearance of the Ho-Oh, his route of action was definitely not Viridian Gym, but crossing the Strait of Bainu City, going to Honglian Town, and the road to Honglian Gym. The reason is simple. Tokiwa Gym is Team Rocket's territory, and Crimson Gym is the Alliance's territory. He will definitely not choose Sakeka's gym. He must be sick to choose Sakeka's gym. Although Xiaobo's Crimson Research Institute is somewhat related to Team Rocket, it should be a research funding relationship, and it will not involve the trainers who come to challenge the gym. After all, it is jumping under the nose. If he challenges Tokiwa Gym now, he may face the crushing of Mutuo. Another scientist who is only somewhat related to Team Rocket knows how to choose the challenge route. Moreover, he will not challenge Tokiwa Gym. He has excluded Tokiwa Gym. Among the 8 competition badges collected, he will not collect the badge of Tokiwa Gym. He will not accept it even if it is given to him. No, I want to go to Crimson Town to take a look, and I am going to challenge the gyms starting from Crimson Gym. Yu Hai shook his head gently and rejected Zai's travel invitation. Well, it's a pity, let's say goodbye here. Zai waved his hand, said goodbye to Yu Hai, and dragged Pikachu with a rope to embark on his journey to become a trainer master. Goodbye, Zai, goodbye, Sister Hanako. Yu Hai also said goodbye to the two of them, and left Pallet Town in the direction he came from yesterday. However, after leaving Pallet Town, he rode on the gull to bypass Pallet Town, made a big circle and entered the Viridian Forest, squatting on the road that Zai had to pass. Chapter 430, It's all a fucked up world. Darkrai, is there anything following us? Yu Hai was a little afraid that Professor Oak would monitor him, so he left Pallet Town first and couldn't set off with Zai. The new trainers who set out from Pallet Town are very special, and he had to keep a hand to prevent being targeted by Professor Oak. No, when we were in Pallet Town, there was a vague sight observing us, but after we left Pallet Town, that sight disappeared. Haha, you really care about it. Yu Hai hid in the woods and laughed while lying on a tree trunk. As the strongest trainer in Pallet Town, he was still very wary of foreign trainers. Darkrai, check if there is anything following Zai. Yes, it was the Dragonite from yesterday. Darkrai went and came back quickly, but just after he went out, he sensed the breath of the Dragonite. Dragonite, Professor Oak still cares about Zai. Yu Hai threw fruit on the tree trunk, thinking that it was a bit troublesome. If it was that Dragonite, he would not be able to intercept Ho-Oh without anyone noticing and ask Ho-Oh to revive Xiao Ai. That Dragonite is very strong, Darkrai sensed it yesterday. That Dragonite is at least at the level of a king. It is very likely that it is not a match for Dragonite. It is only a quasi-king now, and it is too early to reach the level of a king. Darkrai, that Dragonite must not know you. Can you use the dark hole to sneak attack and make that Dragonite fall asleep? Yu Hai thought about it. At that time, he could only paralyze Dragonite. He must not let anyone disturb Xiao Ai's resurrection. Okay, I will hide nearby and quietly hypnotize Dragonite. Darkrai nodded and took the task. He could not beat Dragonite in a head-on conflict, but he could sneak attack. Gengui, after Ho-Oh appears, you need to hypnotize Xiaozai and Pikachu. Don't let them see us appear. Yu-Hai began to arrange the task. Gengar and Darkrai will have to do their own jobs later. Kaoru-He, Gengar popped his head out of the shadow and nodded to Yu-Hai. It also got to know Xiao Ai during this period. She is a very cute little girl. They often play together in the nightmare world. Come back after you hypnotize Xiaozai. To revive Xiaozai, you need to spit out the jar in your stomach. You need all four. Yu-Hai thought of the 4 clones, hoping that they would be useful at that time, instead of Ho-Oh flapping his wings and directly recasting Xiaozai's body. He didn't have that much face to ask Ho-Oh to reshape Xiaozai's body. If he could really reshape her body at that time, what would the price be? There couldn't be no price? Could he afford the price? No matter what the price was, he would revive Xiaozai and would not regret his decision. According to Xiaozai's pace, Xiaozai met Ho-Oh in the afternoon, which was still a long time away. Jija, Jija. Speacock. Yu-Hai stopped throwing the fruit and suddenly heard the call of the Speacock. Just when he was confused, Darkrai came back. It was Xiaozai. The boy threw a stone and angered a group of Speacocks. The Speacocks were chasing the boy. Darkrai saw the famous scene of Xi. Haha, I really miss it. Yu-Hai smiled and waved his hand to let Darkrai continue to watch. Don't worry about it, that Dragonite hasn't made a move yet, so we shouldn't show up. If I'm not mistaken, we should meet the heroine of the first part, Misty. Missy. Darkrai didn't know who Misty was, so he turned and hid in the shadows to continue staring at Ash. When Darkrai came back, he told the story of how Ash was chased into a river by Spearow, and was fished out by a girl. Ash also stole the girl's bicycle. Let's go, Spearow, the show is about to begin. Yu-Hai pulled up the scarf on his face, put on the hood of his stab-proof suit, and sat on the Spearow. In order to avoid being discovered by Dragonite, he did not fly outside, but flew in the woods. He rushed to the scene of the incident first, which was the forest where Ash rode his bicycle too fast and flipped over. At this moment, it was drizzling in the sky and lightning and thunder sounded in the clouds. Darkrai, Gengar, get ready for hypnosis. Gengar, you can spit out the can. Yu-Hai stood under the tree and pulled the bag hat. All the rain was bounced off by the stab-proof suit, and it couldn't get in at all. Kaoru-He, Kaoru-He, Gengar spit out 4 cans. Yu-Hai opened the cans, and took out 4 clones in the cans, 3 clones of the 3 great families, and Xiao Ai's clone. After taking out the clones, he wrapped Xiao Ai's body with a blanket, and let Gengar swallow the cans again, and continued to block the signals on the cans. This is the Viridian Forest, and the Viridian Gym is Sakaka's territory, which is very close to the Viridian Forest. Maybe the rockets have received the signal from the cans, and he must fight quickly. Pikachu Xiaozai fell heavily on the mud, looking at the scarred Pikachu, enduring the pain all over his body, crawling towards Pikachu, and reaching out to touch Pikachu gently. Jija, Jija, the Spearow also chased here, and there were lightning flashing in the sky. Xiaozai had no way to escape. Pikachu, go back to the Pokeball. I know you hate entering the Pokeball, but only by staying in the Pokeball can you protect Pikachu. Xiaozai almost cried and begged Pikachu to go back to the Pokeball, so that he could protect Pikachu. Okay, come in quickly, Pikachu, leave the rest to me. Xiaozai put down the Pokeball, stood up and turned to face a large group of Spearows in the sky, and shouted, who do you think I am? I am Xiaozai from Pallet Town, and I will become the world's #1 trainer master. I will not lose to you, and I will conquer you all. Pikachu, go back to the Pokeball quickly, go in quickly, Pikachu. Come on, Spearows, I'm not afraid of you. Jija, Jija. Pikachu looked at the Pokeball, and then at Xiaozai, who he had just met today and was standing in front of him, wanting to block all the Spearows for him. It was a really touching scene, with lightning and thunder, strong winds and rain, the villain Spearow, the trainer Zai, the disobedient Pikachu, and even the harsh words were so touching. Yu Hai saw this touching scene and couldn't help but sigh that so many friends in his previous life said that this was a world-famous painting, and he was also a witness to the friendship between Zai and Pikachu. He saw that Pikachu did not enter the poke ball, but instead got up and ran quickly towards Zai, rushed into the sky on Zai's shoulder, and used a thunder with the greatest power. This thunderbolt illuminated the entire sky like daylight, and with the increase of the storm, this thunderbolt not only electrocuted the group of Spearows, but also electrocuted Zai. "Hey, Pikachu, you said you don't know martial arts, how can there be a Pikachu who can use thunderbolt right after leaving the novice village?" Yu Hai hid in the woods and witnessed this thunderbolt that soared into the sky. He secretly sighed that Professor Oak hid very well, and Pikachu hid very well. They were all played by that Pikachu. As the thunderbolt that resounded through the sky slowly calmed down, the storm gradually dissipated, the dark clouds disappeared, all the Spearows fell to the ground, Pikachu and Zai also lay on the mud, the sky cleared up, and the sun and rainbow came out. Seeing the rainbow in the sky, Yu Hai knew that it was time for him to go up. He didn't have time to appreciate any world-famous paintings now, because the best photographer Ho-Oh was about to appear. Here it comes. Darkrai didn't know what Yu Hai was waiting for, but just now, it sensed a very strong breath, a strong breath it had never sensed before, and a stronger breath than the Mutuo they sensed at sea. Finally here, Darkrai, Gengar, get ready for hypnosis, come back after hypnotizing Dragonite and Zai, I will negotiate with Ho-Oh. Yu Hai also saw Ho-Oh, and saw the colorful clouds after the rain, which was almost a sign of Ho-Oh's appearance. Through the gaps in the treetops, he saw the best photographer in the elf world, Ho-Oh, who was late but never absent, and finally appeared on the colorful clouds. "Now, do it!" With the cry of the gull, Darkrai emerged from the shadow of Dragonite behind the clouds, and a dark hole hit Dragonite, who was struggling whether to save Zai. Until being hit by the dark hole, Dragonite had not decided whether to save Zai, and was hypnotized by Darkrai and fainted not far from Zai. On the other side, Zai was also hypnotized by Gengar at the same time, including the exhausted Pikachu. They just saw Gengar's scarlet eyes, and they fell asleep tiredly. Yu Hai had already rushed out of the forest on the gull, and his target was naturally the Ho-Oh flying leisurely in the sky. Faced with this sudden change, Ho-Oh was still a little confused, and Yu Hai came to Ho-Oh. "Ho-Oh, please save this child, and these 3 Pokémons." Yu Hai sat on a gull, holding Xiao Ai's body and stopped in front of Ho-Oh, asking Ho-Oh to revive Xiao Ai. Tisk, Ho-Oh looked at the trainer who had inexplicably run out in front of him, and the other party's opening words were inexplicably saving people. It only took a glance to see that this body had no soul, and the child in front of it was no longer savable. It said that this child was no longer savable, and only a shell was left. Darkrai had hypnotized Dragonite and returned to Yu Hai's shadow, helping Yu Hai to do it. Translation: Darkrai, take out Xiao Ai's soul consciousness and the soul consciousness of the 3 little guys. Yu Hai knew what the Ho-Oh was going to say next, fortunately he was prepared. In just a moment, 4 spots of light appeared in Darkrai's hand, which were the soul consciousness of Xiao Ai and the 3 Gozangia. "Ho-Oh, this child's soul consciousness is here, please save her." Yu Hai took out the prepared body and soul consciousness. All the Ho-Oh had to do was to integrate the soul consciousness into the clone, that's all. Hi! The Ho-Oh was shocked when he saw this. He didn't expect that this human was well prepared. But why? Why should it agree to the other party's request and resurrect an unknown child? It is the divine beast Ho-Oh. Since the bell tower was burned down because of human greed, it has faded out of human vision. It doesn't want to deal with greedy humans anymore. It just wants to see how far the boy it likes can go in the future. It said, "Why?" Inexplicable humans. Darkrai began to sweat profusely when he heard this. It was the first time for him to confront such a terrifying existence. He was really afraid that the King of Phoenix would suddenly get angry and slap them to death with one wing. But Yu Hai was still so calm. He had to admire Yu Hai's courage. You know, Yu Hai is just an ordinary person. He didn't dare to show his head in front of the King of Phoenix, let alone face the King of Phoenix directly. King of Phoenix, did you feel the storm on the sea 2 days ago? That was the humans' mistake. Humans created a terrifying elf. It is in a city not far away. Please let this child make up for this mistake and save this disaster. Ho-oh, only this child can save this disaster. Please save this child, the disaster that Yu Hai mentioned is Mutuo. If this can't convince Ho-oh, then he can only turn the table over. Ho-oh did sense the terrifying storm, and saw all of Xiao Ai's memories of the Institute from childhood to adulthood. From the moment Xiao Ai's soul consciousness appeared, it saw the process of Mutuo's birth, saw Mutuo's loneliness, saw every bit of Xiao Ai and Mutuo in the spiritual world, saw how they became friends, and saw a father's obsession to save his daughter. Even if it saw all this, what did human troubles have to do with it? It still spoke in a cold-blooded, emotionless, and indifferent tone, humans, that is a monster created by you humans. Ho-oh? It was the first time that Yu Hai heard the King of Phoenix speak. He didn't need Darkray's translation, it was the King of Phoenix's telepathy. He also saw the King of Phoenix sighing slightly, he should be regretting something, but the implication of that sentence was that he didn't want to care. King of Phoenix, that elf is very powerful, only this child has the bond with that elf, they are very good friends, please save this child. Yu Hai didn't know how many requests he had made, even if the King of Phoenix showed his refusal, he still didn't want to give up. Facing the divine beast is like this, he doesn't have the strength to force it, he can only ask the King of Phoenix for help. Hey, the King of Phoenix finally called with a sound. He didn't want to pay attention to this persistent human and planned to fly away. It said that it doesn't want to care and it's leaving. Darkray helped Yu Hai translate again, looking at the 4 soul consciousnesses in his hand, it seems that this resurrection will fail. Ho-oh, this is the world you protect. Yu Hai didn't look at the Ho-oh who was about to leave, but looked at the hypnotized Zai below, and looked at the vast land below. He really wanted to ask why. But he didn't ask, nor was he hysterical, but there was darkness growing in his heart. He didn't notice the darkness in his heart, but just looked at Zai below indifferently, and the land, the forest below, the carefree wild elves below, the vast world below. Aha, I can feel the darkness in your heart, it is getting stronger and stronger, Darkray sighed softly. Although the yokai it knew was not sunny and could not be said to be a good person, he had not completely fallen into darkness. Could it be that just because of a child, such a terrifying darkness could grow in the heart? Humans are really complicated things, it does not understand. But it can understand the current situation. Zioi failed to revive, Yokai is threatening the King of Phoenix, and he is going to turn evil. There are already enough accidents today. Human, you the King of Phoenix just as he was about to leave. He also sensed the darkness in Yu Hai's heart. There was not such a strong darkness just now, but now this dark breath is like a bright light in the dark night, and it does not conceal its malice towards the earth below. The darkness that suddenly rose in this human's heart was even more terrifying than the darkness of the dark elf in the shadow. Among the dark breaths it had seen, this dark breath could also be ranked first. Thinking of this, the Phoenix King suddenly came back to his senses. It seemed that it had just created a big villain that was more terrifying than the elf that created the storm. Let's go, Yu Hai hugged Xiao Ai tightly with both hands, he did not cry as an adult, he has learned to accept reality, even if no one can understand his feelings. If he can't find other ways to revive Xiao Ai in the next half-month, he can only find a beautiful place to bury Xiao Ai and find a place to accompany Xiao Ai to spend the last time in the nightmare world. Since Feng Wang will not revive Xiao Ai, accompanying Xiao Ai to spend the rest of his life is the only thing he can do. As for what to do next? It's cold, what else can he do? He will continue to participate in the Quartz Conference. He is too weak now. When he has enough strength and climbs to a high position in the alliance, he will bet everything and let the world pay the price. This is his promise to Xiao Ai before he resurrected Xiao Ai. His promise to Mosquito Frog is a promise, and his promise to Xiao Ai is also a promise. He will fulfill the promise to Mosquito Frog first. The elves can leave at will. The next is Xiao Ai's promise. They are all promises made by him, you. He has finally understood that no matter in the past life or this life, it is a fucked up world. Chapter 431, Rainbow Feather. Hey, human, wait! The Phoenix King seemed to have seen something terrible, and he saw a terrifying scene in the future, and hurriedly called Yu Hai, who was about to leave. It is not worried that Yu Hai will hurt Zai below, or the wild elves in the forest below, but the darkness in Yu Hai's heart may cause greater disasters in the future. It can slap the opponent to death, but there are too many trainers who have this idea, such as the humans who burned the bell tower and burned the 3 Pokémon to death. It can slap 1 or 2 to death, but can it slap them all to death? I should not have come out to wander around earlier. I didn't expect to encounter such troubles. It's really a headache. Tisk, Ho-Oh saw that Yukai stopped but ignored him, and he was too lazy to talk nonsense. Directly use telekinesis to control Xiao Ai's body, the 3 clones of the 3 Pokémon in the mouth of the gull, and the 4 soul consciousness in Darkray's hand, slowly floating in the air. Then the wings fluttered, and a gorgeous rainbow halo fell from the sky, scattered on Xiao Ai and the clones of the 3 Pokémon, covering the 4 soul consciousness. Xiao Ai's soul consciousness and body also slowly approached and merged under this rainbow halo. There were also a lot of starlights from the wings of Ho-Oh in the sky, scattered on the 3 Pokémon and Xiao Ai's body. Hey! Seeing this dreamlike scene, with colorful glare everywhere, Yu Hai was mesmerized until a cry woke him up from his daze. He quickly looked up to find the Ho-Oh. Ho-Oh! The Ho-Oh is gone. Darkray was not hypnotized, and he quickly reminded Yu Hai that the Ho-Oh had disappeared long ago. What about Xiao Ai? Yu Hai saw Xiao Ai and the 3 great beasts still floating in the air, and the rainbow and starlight had disappeared long ago. He quickly asked the gull to fly over, reached out to hug Xiao Ai, and the gull used its big mouth to hold the other 3 great beasts. There is a heartbeat, Darkray reminded the bewildered Yu Hai, and the 4 cold corpses came back to life. At this moment, it felt that the darkness in Yu Hai's heart was disappearing, and that Yu Hai was back again, which made it feel relieved. Finally, it didn't turn black. It was too scary. It was even more intense than its dark energy. It was hard to imagine that it was a dark breath emanating from a human. What is this? The rainbow feather. Yu Hai hugged Xiao Ai wrapped in a blanket and heard the heartbeat of Darkray, which meant that Xiao Ai had been resurrected by the King of Phoenix, and the 3 starter Pokémons were also resurrected. But he saw something that could only appear in the animation, something that only trainers recognized by the King of Phoenix could get, the rainbow feather. But as soon as he took the rainbow feather from Xiao Ai, the rainbow feather faded its colorful glow and turned black, dyed black by his hands. People with impure hearts and evil hearts, when they touch the rainbow feathers will lose their luster and original color and turn into black feathers. Hee, Yu Hai chuckled and put the rainbow feathers in Xiao Ai's arms again. The rainbow feathers turned rainbow again. He knew the reason why the rainbow feathers turned black, and he also knew that he would never be recognized by the King of Phoenix, but so what? What he wanted from the beginning was to revive Xiao Ai and the 3 great beasts. Who cares about the recognition of the King of Phoenix? He is a time traveler with a built-in cheat. Even without the recognition of the mythical beasts, he can still make a name for himself. Someone is coming. Darkray sensed that several powerful auras were approaching. It should be Team Rocket, or it could be Sakeki himself. Otoko, let's leave first. Darkray, go wake up Dragonite and let Dragonite protect Zai. Yu Hai just flew away with Xiao Ai when he saw the orange-haired girl rushing out of the woods and waking up the sleeping Zai on the roadside. Is it Zioxia? Yu Hai only took a glance and recognized the heroine of the first generation below, the girl with orange hair and a diagonal braid. As long as the Pokemon fans who are familiar with the animation, it is difficult not to recognize her identity. But he can't care so much now. The people who come this time are likely to be Team Rocket. He must leave as soon as possible. Here, if he runs into Team Rocket, he won't be able to escape. And Professor Oak's Dragonite is at least as powerful as a king, or even a champion, and can deal with Team Rocket's pursuers and help him buy time to escape. Roar! After they left, Dragonite was also awakened by Darkrai. Dragonite was really angry after being suddenly attacked. It was also in an angry state after waking up. It was relieved to see that Xiaozai was fine. However, the strong breath coming from the direction of the Tokiwa gym immediately attracted its attention. It immediately went to intercept the sudden arrival of humans, who came in a helicopter. Dragonite? Didn't the reconnaissance team report that there was a Ho-Oh? Sakeke frowned as he looked at Dragonite, who stopped the helicopter. He heard his men report that there was a Ho-Oh in Tokiwa Forest, and planned to bring Mutuo to test the strength of the Ho-Oh, but he didn't expect to see Dragonite. Boss, the Ho-Oh left a minute ago and disappeared. The reconnaissance team is late. Mono looked at the tablet in his hand, which had the report of the reconnaissance team. Since they left, forget it. Sakeke snapped his fingers and prepared to turn the helicopter back. Boss, the clone culture tank that disappeared in New Island briefly showed a signal here. Managa didn't expect Sakeke to come here. They just wanted to track the signal of the culture tank. Interesting, who stole our tank? Sakeke looked at Xiaozai and Xioxia below through the porthole of the helicopter. He did not take the next step against the two people below. Judging from the current state of the two people below, they were in a mess and had basically no power to resist. Stealing the tank should not be something they did. It's unclear. The reconnaissance team didn't see the man's face. He covered his face, but he was holding something in his arms. The reconnaissance team didn't see clearly what the trainer was holding in his arms. The thing was wrapped in a black cloth. Now we only know that the mount under the man is a gull. This kind of Pokemon is very common. Many trainers will capture it. It can't be used as a reference object at all. It's impossible to distinguish the identity of the trainer. Forget it, save the file and continue tracking. That person dared to steal our jars and dared to face Ho-Oh. He must not be an ordinary trainer. That person will show up sooner or later. Find out who the two people below are, and who the Dragonite in the sky belongs to. Sakeke didn't expect that there would be such a change in Mutuo's plan, but these are harmless. As long as the most important product of the Mutuo plan, the powerful Pokemon Mutuo, is in his hands, it is enough. With Mutuo, he has the whole world. Boss, I found out that the boy below is Satoshi, a rookie trainer who just left Pallet Town today. He received his initial Pokemon from Professor Oak's laboratory. The other girl is Misty, the fourth of the four sisters in the Cerulean Gym. That Dragonite should be Professor Oak's Dragonite. There is a Dragonite in this place, and the only Dragonite related to the boy below is Professor Oak's Dragonite. It turns out that it is the Pokemon sent by the old guy to protect the newcomers. Let the reconnaissance team evacuate and don't contact them. Let's go back. Sakeke snapped his fingers again, and asked the helicopter pilot to turn around and return to the Tokiwa gym. As for why Sakeke didn't kidnap Satoshi and Misty? Don't be funny, Sakeke is an adult, what does he need two children for? Or two children of the Alliance's direct lineage? What's more, there is a Dragonite staring at him, which is a completely thankless trouble. He doesn't bother to care about the Pokemons that the Alliance prepared for the newcomers. Since he got the powerful Mutuo, he no longer takes quasi-gods seriously, even some secondary legendary beasts, he doesn't care about them. After leaving the Viridian Forest, Yu-Hai didn't dare to look back, and quickly bypassed the Pallet Town and came to the beach outside Bainu City where he got off the ship yesterday. After landing on the beach, he asked Darkrai and Jengar to go to the city to steal some children's clothes and delicious food for Xiao Ai. When Darkrai and Gengar came back, he took the children's clothes and put them on the naked Xiao Ai, and collected the other 3 starter Pokemons with Pokeballs. He also took the time to look at the proficiency panel of the 3 starter Pokemons. He was shocked when he saw it. Squirtle. Attribute, Water. Gender, Female. Potential, 59.99%. Level. Charmander. Attribute, Fire. Gender, Male. Potential, 59.99%. Level. Bulbasaur. Attribute, Grass plus Poison. Gender, Female. Potential, 59.99%. Level. Fuck, Yu-Hai saw what he saw. What did he see? It turned out to be 3 top-level talented starter Pokemons. Their potential was almost the king. This is too abnormal. Just from the gap between the toes of the Ho-Oh, a little bit of the gift of the mythical beasts leaked out, and 3 top-level talented starter Pokemons were created. No wonder the Ho-Oh could revive the 3 sacred beasts and create secondary sacred beasts like the 3 sacred beasts. If the King of Phoenix gave more gifts, these 3 elves would be another version of the 3 holy beasts. He almost witnessed the birth of the 3 holy beasts. To be honest, he was attracted by these 3 starter beasts, but these 3 starter beasts were Xiao Ai's elves, not his elves. Yu-Hai took a deep breath and put the 3 starter beasts into his backpack. Since they were Xiao Ai's elves, he would not move them until Xiao Ai woke up. After dressing Xiao Ai, he had to deal with the tail of this matter and let Gengar spit out the 4 jars again, and then smashed the jar, letting Gengar use Will-O-the-Wisp to turn the jar into ash. Then, he released the giant crab and let it turn over the sand. The burnt marks and the jar that was burned into ash were also flushed into the sea by the mosquito-repellent frog with a water gun to completely destroy the corpse. After handling everything, he put Xiao Ai in the mouth of the big-mouthed gull, took out the map to determine the direction of the Red Lotus Island, collected all the elves, and flew to the Red Lotus Island on the big-mouthed gull. Anyway, the culture jar has turned into ash, so the rockets can check it as they please, as long as they don't find it on him. Anyway, they can't find it on him. And Xiao Ai and the 3 cloned elves have 2 obvious characteristics. He must find a way to cover it up, otherwise he will be discovered by the rockets. Xiao Ai has been resurrected, and the 3 starter Pokemon have also been resurrected, so it's time to find Xiao Ai's mother. Xiao Ai's father is a scientist at the Mutual Research Institute, and it is unknown whether he is still alive, or it is easier to find his mother. But he had no idea, so he went to Honglian town first, checked into a hotel, and waited for Xiao Ai to wake up. After he left the beach, Team Rocket received the signal from the culture tank again, but when Team Rocket arrived at the beach, they were a step too late. There was nothing here except the sand that was turned over and over. At this time, Yu-Hai had already arrived in Honglian town, and it was dark. He checked into a room in the largest hotel in the town, and after arriving in the room, he let the seagull fly in through the window. The big-mouthed gull entered the room and vomited Xiao Ai on the soft big bed. He also covered Xiao Ai with a very thin quilt. Since this is an island and there is an active volcano, the weather is very hot, so there is no need to cover too many quilts. After covering the quilt, Yu-Hai looked at Xiao Ai sleeping quietly by the bed and asked Darkrai in the shadow, "Darkrai, when will Xiao Ai wake up?" "Anytime." Xiao Ai doesn't know that she has a body, and is still in the nightmare world. We need to guide her to wake up. The same is true for the 3 elves. Forget it, let her sleep. I have been under a lot of pressure to intercept the Phoenix King today. I also want to have a good rest. I will talk about it tomorrow. Yu-Hai stretched and went to the bathroom to take a shower. Don't think he said it easily. The pressure he faced at that time was really great, especially when he threatened the Phoenix King at the end. He didn't know where he got the courage from. He dared to threaten a mythical beast that could kill him at any time. At that time, he almost turned evil. He also realized afterwards that he almost turned evil. If the King of Phoenix had not resurrected Xiao Ai, he might have really turned evil, but he was not angry. He knew that anger at that time was useless. Only when he became stronger, anger could be transformed into strength. Now it's good. He doesn't need to turn evil. Xiao Ai has also been resurrected, but he has offended the King of Phoenix in the Kanto region. Forget it. Anyway, he is not in the Kanto region. His base is in the Orange Islands, which is the territory of the sea god Logia. He doesn't need to look at the face of the King of Phoenix. Hi, Darkrai saw Yu Hai go to the bathroom, and it sank back into the shadows. After the series of thrilling things just now, it also breathed a sigh of relief. It must be said that this person is really brave. Not only did he intercept the King of Phoenix in the air, but he also dared to threaten the King of Phoenix. It was convinced. Yu Hai, this ordinary human, is really not simple. He is much stronger than it in spirit and courage. It is the first time that it has known such Yu Hai, who dares to face the divine beast and can remain calm when threatening the divine beast, and is even not afraid of life and death. In the situation just now, if Yu Hai had not been in front of it, it would have run away long ago. Jengar was also very scared, but Jengar had it in front of it and Yu Hai in front of it, so it did not show its fear. It is the first time that it feels that being subdued by this human is not a very embarrassing thing. After all, the extremely oppressive scene just now, it can still feel a wave of fear when it recalls it now. Facing the pressure of the divine beast, although it is also a divine beast as the nightmare god, it admits that there is a gap between itself, a divine beast, and the terrifying existence of the Phoenix King, and it can't hold that scene at all. In that situation at that time, an ordinary human trainer was much braver than it. It finally gave in. There is nothing wrong with becoming the other party's Pokémon. It is not shameful at all. At least the other party has proved himself, and it also recognizes the other party. Yu Hai didn't know that his unintentional act of resurrecting Xiao Ai had completely conquered this phantom spirit, the nightmare god. If there is a bond proficiency, their bond has changed from helping each other and taking what they need to a deep friendship of sharing weal and woe, and their bond is getting deeper and deeper. Chapter 432, Wake Up. The fifth day of heading to the Kanto region was cloudy. In the morning, Yu Hai woke up from the big bed, with Xiao Ai lying next to him. Xiao Ai had slept from last night until this morning, and they were ready to wake Xiao Ai up. The method of waking Xiao Ai up was also very simple, just let Darkrai hypnotize Xiao Ai and the three Gozangia, so that Xiao Ai and the three Gozangia would wake up. He didn't know how to do it specifically, just gave Xiao Ai a strong psychological hint, suggesting that Xiao Ai and the three Gozangia had bodies, they were just asleep, and they could wake up, and they just needed to wait in reality. Before leaving the nightmare world, Xiao Ai was still afraid to hold his hand, afraid that he would leave and she would be left alone in the nightmare world. But he told Xiao Ai to believe him, to believe that they could meet in another world, and then Darkrai hypnotized Xiao Ai. He woke up from the nightmare world first, looked at Xiao Ai beside him quietly, stretched out his hand to help Xiao Ai straighten her messy hair, and waited for Xiao Ai to recover. It's okay, Darkrai gave Xiao Ai enough psychological hints, returning to reality to remind Yu Hai that Xiao Ai is about to wake up. As Xiao Ai's eyelashes fluttered slightly, Xiao Ai slowly opened her eyes and saw Yu Hai beside her at first sight, just like Yu Hai in the dream. Brother Hai? You didn't leave. Xiao Ai excitedly reached out and hugged Yu Hai when she saw Yu Hai for the first time, but Xiao Ai's voice was very hoarse, and Xiao Ai still needed to adapt to the voice of her new body. Xiao Ai, I'm always here. Yu Hai reached out and gently touched Xiao Ai's head, letting Xiao Ai feel what touch is. Brother Hai, where are Squirtle? Xiao Ai looked at her fingers with touch, which was different from the touch in the dream. This was a touch with breathing and heartbeat. They are all here. Yu Hai let go of Xiao Ai, and hugged Squirtle, Charmander, and Bulbasaur beside him and placed them next to Xiao Ai. Squirtle, Charmander, Bulbasaur, Xiao Ai gently stroked Squirtle's shell, and Squirtle popped out his head. She stroked Charmander's head again, saw Charmander's burning tail, and touched the garlic on Bulbasaur's back, which was a little cold. After Squirtle was touched on the head and looked around to see if there was any danger, he called Xiao Ai twice, Squirtle. Ka-na, Charmander looked at his tail, where a flame was burning, which was a symbol of Charmander's vitality. The flame burning on Charmander's tail, in addition to being a symbol of Charmander's vitality, also has other meanings. If Charmander is in good spirits, the flame will burn fiercely. If Charmander is not motivated enough, the flame will become weak. When the flame goes out, Charmander's life will also end. The flame on the tail represents its mood. When it is happy, the flame will sway, and when it is angry, the flame will burn violently. If you take Charmander to a quiet place, you can hear the tiny sound of its tail burning. Charmander naturally likes hot things. It is said that when it is wet by rain, smoke will come out of the end of its tail. If Charmander is healthy, the flame on its tail will burn vigorously even when it is soaked. The blazing flame on Charmander's tail at this moment proves that Charmander is healthy and has strong vitality. It can't be better. Da-na, Bulbasaur also made a sound and rubbed Xiao Ai affectionately. They have known Xiao Ai for a long time and have been good friends for a long time. Xiao Ai, are you hungry? Come and eat something, Yu Hai asked the hotel to send breakfast. He took some rice porridge and let Xiao Ai eat it first. After Xiao Ai recovers a little, he will eat the snacks stolen by Gengar last night. Brother Hai, where am I? Xiao Ai hugged the three great beasts, took a deep breath, and looked out the window at the crater with black smoke. She finally realized that she could breathe, she could see the outside world, and she finally left the monotonous spiritual world. Yes, Xiao Ai, it was the Phoenix King who saved you, and you still have the Phoenix King's rainbow feather on you, Yu Hai reminded Xiao Ai. The rainbow feather was in Xiao Ai's pocket. Rainbow feather, Xiao Ai looked at her pocket in confusion, and it was Bulbasaur who took out the rainbow feather with a vine whip, and Xiao Ai saw the rainbow feather. Wow, what a beautiful feather! Is this the Phoenix King's feather? That is the rainbow feather that the Phoenix King gave you, you have to keep it safe, don't lose it. Yu Hai brought the rice porridge, and didn't care about the rainbow feather. He had taken it yesterday, and he was not a trainer recognized by the Phoenix King. When he asked Xiao Ai to get out of bed, he found that Xiao Ai had no shoes to wear. The hotel slippers could be used, but they were too big for Xiao Ai. He could only put on the big slippers for Xiao Ai first and eat breakfast with Xiao Ai. While eating breakfast, he secretly asked Darkrai and Gengar to steal a few pairs of children's shoes and a small skull bag from outside. There was no way. He wanted to buy them, but it was not appropriate now. Xiao Ai might not be ready to contact human society, and Xiao Ai was not suitable to be exposed to others. He could only let Gengar steal some daily necessities first. Before stealing, he had to remind Gengar to steal from the warehouse instead of the store. The former would be difficult to be discovered if he stole one or two items, while the latter would be placed in the store, and the clerk would watch it every day, so it would be difficult not to be discovered. Brother Hai, the rice porridge is so sweet. Xiao Ai ate the rice porridge with a spoon and shared it with Squirtle and the other three. She had not eaten human food for a long time, so long that she had forgotten what sweetness tasted like. Don't worry, Xiao Ai, there is still a lot of rice porridge, you can eat slowly, you can't eat too much now. Yu Hai touched Xiao Ai's hair again, which is what he often does these days. Sometimes he will pinch Xiao Ai's face. Xiao Ai is very cute. However, there is a mess of sticky nutrient solution on Xiao Ai's blue hair. It seems that Xiao Ai needs to take a bath. Brother Hai, Xiao Ai smiled sweetly at Yu Hai. She didn't know who this big brother was, but this big brother was very good to her. She could feel the enthusiasm of the big brother in her heart, and she could also feel that the big brother was very happy in his heart. Okay, I'll eat too. Yu Hai nodded gently, took out a few energy cubes of Squirtle from his backpack, a box of energy cubes of each attribute, and placed them in front of Xiao Ai, reminding Xiao Ai, elf, they also need to eat. You only need to feed them one for each meal. Is this food for the elves? Xiao Ai used to eat rice porridge with the elves. Now when she saw the energy cubes, she suddenly remembered that the elves also had their own food. Yes, Yu Hai opened the energy cube packaging, took out one and gave it to Xiao Ai, asking Xiao Ai to feed the 3 squirtles. Only one energy cube was needed for the 3 little squirtles to be full. At this time, Jengar and Darkrai came back. Jengar took out the stolen things from his stomach, a few pairs of beautiful children's shoes, and a cute backpack. Yu Hai took Jengar's things, and Jengar sneaked in the shadows. He took the backpack and put the unpacked energy cubes, Xiao Ai's clothes and shoes into it, leaving only one set of clothes and a pair of shoes outside. Xiao Ai, let me try them on for you and see if they fit. Yu Hai picked up the white cloth shoes and put them on Xiao Ai's bare feet, and found that the shoes were a little big. It would be better if there was a pair of socks. After putting the shoes on Xiao Ai, he planned to let Xiao Ai make do with them for 2 days, and then buy Xiao Ai a suitable pair in 2 days. For now, just wear them. The current priority is Xiao Ai's personal hygiene issues, Xiao Ai and the 3 Pokémon's disguise issues, and how much Xiao Ai can remember, whether she still remembers her parents, and whether she still remembers the place where she was born and grew up. Xiao Ai, after breakfast, you need to take a bath. I will let Ditto help you take a bath, and you 3 also need to take a bath, Yu Hai said about the 3 Goshawks. The Goshawks, like Xiao Ai, are all sticky. He left in a hurry yesterday and didn't care about it at all. When he held the 3 little guys today, his hands were all sticky. It should be the training liquid or something like that. Okay, Brother Hai. Xiao Ai couldn't wait to come to the window after breakfast, and stood on the bench to look at the streets and people outside the window. This place is different from the spiritual world. She felt the real sunshine, the real breeze and heat, and the noisy people. It's so lively here. That spiritual world is just her, but there are not so many bustling people and elves on the street. She is full of yearning and longing, and she is almost going to go shopping. Xiao Ai, don't worry, do you still remember your parents? Yu Hai did not stop Xiao Ai's actions. This child has been out of touch with reality for too long and needs these new things. He also took the opportunity to ask about Xiao Ai's parents. I remember, my father is a scientist in the institute, my mother is nowhere to be seen, and I haven't seen my mother for a long time, and there is Chow Meng, Xiao Ai said, and lost interest in the new things outside the window. Because Yu Hai's words reminded her of her parents, she missed her parents and Chow Meng. Xiao Ai, do you believe in your brother? Yu Hai came to the window, covered Xiao Ai's head with his big hand, and smiled at Xiao Ai. Of course I believe it. It was Brother Hai who made me return to this world and see the beautiful world with many people. Xiao Ai looked up at Yu Hai, showing a bright and lovely smile, and there were 2 shallow dimples on her small face. Brother Hai was the last light in her life, the last light that brought her hope. She believed in this light unconditionally, and believed in Brother Hai who brought her light. Well, brother will take you to find your mother, okay? Yu Hai also didn't know where Xiao Ai's mother was, but as long as Xiao Ai's mother was still alive, he would definitely find Xiao Ai's mother. If Xiao Ai's mother remarried, then that's another story, but Xiao Ai's father is confirmed to be in the rocket team, and after Mutuo went berserk, his life or death is unknown. He couldn't hand Xiao Ai over to Dr. Fuji, Dr. Fuji couldn't protect Xiao Ai in the rocket team, and Xiao Ai would probably be taken by the rocket team for research. After all, Xiao Ai is a successful human being, and those lunatics can do anything. He never underestimated the integrity of those lunatics, and those lunatics could no longer be called human beings. They had lost their humanity as human beings in order to study cloning experiments. Okay, but Xiao Ai doesn't know where her mother is. Xiao Ai was happy for less than 2 seconds, and her happy smile collapsed again. The last time she saw her mother was when she was born. A big place. Don't worry, brother will help Xiao Ai find her mother. Yu Hai did not give up. This was expected. After all, Xiao Ai may have died a long time ago, at least 4 or 5 years. If Xiao Ai had not died, she would probably be 13 or 14 years old, not 7 or 8 years old now. Only Dr. Fuji knew this time, and he was just guessing. However, Xiao Ai's mother should be found. As long as we know where Xiao Ai lived before, we can visit the local area. That is, somewhere in the Kanto region, it may be Shantown, where Xiao Ai's grave should be. As long as we can find Xiao Ai's grave, there must be news about Xiao Ai's mother. As long as Xiao Ai's mother comes to visit the grave, it will be a good thing. You will definitely meet Xiao Ai's mother. The reason why he knew this was because he had checked the information of Mutuo strikes back in his previous life. The characters in this movie have prototypes. In the special episode in the game, Dr. Fuji is not called Dr. Fuji, but Mr. Fuji. In fact, Mr. Fuji is the prototype of Dr. Fuji. No matter what version these two scientists are in, they are scientists who study Mutuo and can be regarded as the same person. Then the place where Mr. Fuji once lived may have clues about Xiao Ai's mother. The information shows that Mr. Fuji once lived in Ziwan Town and Honglian Town. They are now in Honglian Town, so there may be some clues. Xiao Ai, do you still remember where you were born, Living City? Yu Hai also wanted to know how much Xiao Ai remembered. Xiao Ai lowered her head and pondered for a moment, and soon she remembered it from the depths of her memory. These memories were very clear, as if they had just happened not long ago, and she would not forget them just because she changed her body. This is the strangest thing. Xiao Ai did not lose her memory. Logically, the place where memories are stored should be the brain, but this world has ghost-type elves, and the soul consciousness state can also store memories. This is probably the difference between different worlds. Xiao Ai remembered that the place where Xiao Ai lived was called Ziwan something. Xiao Ai remembered that the adults called it that, and also called Ziwan people. Sure enough, Yu Hai sighed lightly. Fortunately, Xiao Ai still had memories to confirm his guess, otherwise they could only look for it slowly. Okay, Xiao Ai, I'll go to the bathroom to put hot water first. Ditto will help Xiao Ai take a bath later. There are also clothes prepared for Xiao Ai here. After Xiao Ai takes a bath, we will go to find the Red Lotus Gem. After challenging the Red Lotus Gem, I will take Xiao Ai to find my mother. Red Lotus Gem? Xiao Ai looks familiar. Xiao Ai seems to have been here before. Xiao Ai was about to take the 3 families to take a bath, when she suddenly heard about the Red Lotus Gem, and a sense of familiarity instantly surged into her heart. Red Lotus Gem, that's Xiaobo's gem. Yu Hai thought about it, remembering that in some versions, Xiaobo also studied Mutuo. If Xiaobo really studied Mutuo, then he should know Xiao Ai's father, and the two might even be colleagues. Character prototype. Character prototype. Although there are some changes, these 3 people can be regarded as the same person, and the common points of these 3 characters. 1. Knows Xiaobo and is a good friend. 2. Is related to Lavender Town and Red Lotus Town. 3. Studied Mutuo. Theatrical version character, Dr. Fuji, children, Xiao Ai, studied Mutuo DNA, and gave birth to Mutuo. But Mutuo went out of control and destroyed the new island. Dr. Fuji disappeared, Xiao Ai had already died, and only consciousness remained, which had also dissipated. Game version character, Mr. Fuji, granddaughter, Reina, research topic is Mu, and the result is the uncontrollable Mutuo. To atone for his sins, Mr. Fuji and his granddaughter live in the home of Lavender Town, taking care of abandoned or parentless elves. His home is called the Elf House. He is not a native of Lavender. In the past, he lived in the Pokemon House in Honglian Town and worked in the Honglian Research Institute. There is a photo of Mr. Fuji when he was working in the institute. Mr. Fuji and Xiaobo are close friends. There is a photo of the two in the Honglian gym. Special episode character, Mr. Fuji, Camping boy Shunsai and science boy Akihito return to Honglian town to visit Xiaobo. They see Xiaobo looking at the photo of him exploring with Mr. Fuji when he was young. The photo may be taken on a small island on the border. Xiaobo is the owner of the Honglian town gym, an experimenter at the fossil research base, and a former scientific researcher of Team Rocket. He created Mutuo. Chapter 433, Xiaobo. Xiao Ai remembered it. Xiao Ai suddenly became excited, her little hand clenched into a fist and hit the other palm. Xiao Ai was very excited because she remembered something. Xiao Ai has seen Grandpa Xiaobo. Xiao Ai has also played in Grandpa Xiaobo's gym. There is also a very cute big dog in Grandpa Xiaobo's gym. This. Yu Hai paused on his way to the bathroom, stopped and looked at the excited Xiao Ai. If what Xiao Ai said was true, then he had to consider whether to take Xiao Ai to see Xiaobo. If Xiaobo is a trustworthy gym leader, he thinks he can do something about this matter, drag Xiaobo into the water, let Xiaobo help Xiao Ai find her mother, and help him share the pressure of the rocket team. Whether to take Xiao Ai there or not, he must wait until he has tested whether Xiaobo is trustworthy. You know, Xiaobo knows Dr. Fuji, and is also a trainer involved with the rocket team. If he rashly takes Xiao Ai there, maybe it's not a help, but a sheep falling into the tiger's mouth. Xiao Ai, take a shower first, and I'll take Xiao Ai to the Red Lotus gym later to see if Grandpa Xiaobo is in the gym. Yu Hai squatted down and rubbed Xiao Ai's head. If Xiaobo is trustworthy, he doesn't mind revealing Xiao Ai's existence. This is not only for Xiao Ai, but also good for him. If the rockets come to him in the future, he can also pull in Xiaobo as a helper to face the rockets' crusade together. He can also use Xiaobo's power to bully others. After all, that is Xiaobo, the strength of the old king should not be underestimated. This old man will also be Xiao Ai's biggest supporter in the future. Okay, Xiao Ai didn't think too much and took the three families to the bathroom. Yu Hai had already put warm water in the big basin, and he also asked Ditto to turn into a mosquito-repellent frog to help Xiao Ai take a bath. Forget about the mosquito-repellent frog itself, because a rough man can't do delicate work. When Xiao Ai finished taking a bath and put on clothes with the help of the elves, it was already half an hour later. Xiao Ai simply washed off the mucus on her body. If she wanted to clean it further, she needed someone to help her. Then he used a hair dryer to dry Xiao Ai. He blew the water stains off the three starter Pokémons, and then used the Pokeball to collect the starter Pokémons, and then put the starter Pokeballs in Xiao Ai's backpack, and Xiao Ai's rainbow feathers were also in the backpack. After blowing Xiao Ai's hair dry, he also tied a simple ponytail for Xiao Ai with a rubber band, and then took out a baseball cap and put it on Xiao Ai's head to cover the conspicuous blue hair, and Xiao Ai's simple disguise was done. If you don't observe carefully, it's hard to recognize Xiao Ai now, not to mention that Xiao Ai doesn't have that many acquaintances. Except for the few people she knows well, who can know that what a cute little girl, it will be the resurrected Xiao Ai. Xiao Ai, this is your backpack, the three Squirtles are in the Pokeball, Xiao Ai can be released at any time, brother needs Xiao Ai to wait in the room for a while, brother will let the gull and the mosquito frog accompany Xiao Ai, brother will be back soon. Brother Hai, where are you going? Xiao Ai left Yu Hai for the first time, and she grabbed Yu Hai's arm in fear, holding it tightly. She was afraid that she would be left alone. She has no relatives here, the only person she knows is Yu Hai, she doesn't want to leave Yu Hai, and she doesn't want Yu Hai to leave. Brother is going to the Red Lotus gym to see if Xiaobo is at home. Xiao Ai can't be discovered by the rocket team, Xiao Ai knows it. Yu Hai didn't know if Xiao Ai understood it, he could only comfort Xiao Ai softly. Xiao Ai is now sensitive and fragile, and lacks a sense of security. Red Lotus gym? Can't we go together? Xiao Ai asked weakly. She really wanted to go to the Red Lotus gym with Yu Hai. There is also Grandpa Xiaobo she knows. Xiao Ai, if there is Team Rocket in the Red Lotus gym, Xiao Ai will be captured by Team Rocket. Yu Hai knew that it was not good to lie to the little girl, but he had no choice, he had to do it. Okay, Xiao Ai also knew that she could not convince Yu Hai. Although she was still very scared, even if she released Squirtle and Charmander, she was still scared, but she let go, because there were also Frog and Squirtle, as well as Brother Hai's Pokémon. After comforting Xiao Ai, Yu Hai reminded Frog again, "Frog, you must protect Xiao Ai. I will let Darkrai come to inform you later whether you can go to the Red Lotus Gym. It all depends on Darkrai." Yobo, Frog nodded, indicating that he remembered it, but without him by his side, who would protect Yu Hai's safety? "Don't worry," Yu Hai raised his hand and patted the head of the mosquito-coated frog. He saw the mosquito-coated frog's worry and smiled, "It's okay, mosquito-coated frog, I still have Scythe and Giant Crab, they can protect me." After telling the mosquito-coated frog, he waved goodbye to Xiao Ai, opened the door and left the hotel. He came to the outside of the hotel to release Scythe, and rushed straight to the volcano with his backpack. If he remembered correctly, Xiaobo's Red Lotus Gym was halfway up the volcano, a building with a clock. Below was a swing, and above was the elder brother and younger brother racing, which was the riddle of Xiaobo's gym. When he came to the street to find a local to ask, he found the B&B halfway up the mountain, which was a B&B built in the bushes. The volcano below the B&B should be the Red Lotus Gym. Knock knock knock. He came too early, and the B&B was not open yet. Rather than a B&B, it was more like Xiaobo's personal residence, and the dojo of the Red Lotus Gym was more appropriate. "Young man, who are you looking for?" The person who opened the door was an old man with two exaggerated yellow mustaches under his nose, long yellow hair parted in the middle, wearing a pair of black round-frame sunglasses, and a string of green prayer beads around his neck. He was dressed quite strangely. "I'm looking for Xiaobo." Yu Hai saw that this old man should be Xiaobo, who was exactly the same as Xiaobo in the animation. He liked to be weird and cosplay. He was just short of guessing the riddle. "What is the thing that is right in front of us, but we can't see it?" Xiaobo saw Scyther and started to talk about the riddle. After all, it's rare for guests to come here, not to mention that the one who came was a trainer. "Xiaobo." Yu Hai pretended to be in deep thought, and then looked at the old man in front of him and tentatively called out Xiaobo's name. "Ha ha ha, you got it right. Please come in, young trainer, are you here to challenge the gym?" Xiaobo smiled and invited Yu Hai into the house. Unexpectedly, Yu Hai guessed it right the first time. He is really a smart young man. Yu Hai followed Xiaobo and entered Xiaobo's personal residence, which can also be called a homestay, because people can really live here and take an open-air hot spring bath. However, Yu Hai's purpose of coming here is not to take a hot spring bath, but to see if Xiaobo is trustworthy, so that he can decide whether to expose Xiao Ai. If Xiaobo is not trustworthy, he will leave after challenging the Red Lotus Gym. If Xiaobo is trustworthy, he will bring Xiao Ai with him and let Xiaobo help him share the pressure of the rocket team. "Master Xiaobo, can you take me to visit the Red Lotus Gym?" Yu Hai couldn't ask others if they were trustworthy right away. He planned to start with the layout and furnishings of the gym. By observing the environment in the gym, you can judge a person's personality, even living habits, interests, and hobbies. After he has seen Xiaobo's gym, it will not be too late to further test Xiaobo. Just like facing the Phoenix King directly, every step is extremely dangerous. You have to know that Ho-Oh is a divine beast, and Xiaobo is the gym leader, and he is also a veteran superstar trainer. They are not the existences he can provoke now, but he has to face these old guys. "Haha, young man, you are the first trainer who knows that I am Xiaobo, and you want to visit the gym first, instead of challenging the gym right away." Xiaobo only said 2 sentences to Yu Hai, and it can be seen that the trainers who came this time are very special, not those impatient trainers who want badges and are eager for quick success. Where to start? Young man, Xiaobo didn't know where to start introducing the Red Lotus Gym. This was the first time he faced such a request. Few people knew about him, and even fewer trainers came. As Honglian town is famous for its hot springs, many trainers come here for vacation, and Honglian Island has become a resort. Few people come to challenge the gym. However, if young people are interested, he doesn't mind introducing the Honglian gym with a long history to them, and introducing his original intention of establishing the Honglian gym. But the gym seems to be older than him, but it doesn't matter. Before Xiaobo introduced it, Yu Hai saw an interesting thing. It was a few photo frames placed at the entrance. There were photos of Xiaobo and others on them. He walked in and looked at the photos, and shouted to Xiaobo, "Master Xiaobo, let's start with these photos. These photos, those are long-time memories. The one with thick hair is me. It's a pity that I lost all my hair for research when I was young." Xiaobo smiled, took off his wig, and revealed his bright top knot. When Yu Hai saw the wig, he was secretly relieved and sighed that it was indeed the animated version of Xiaobo. He felt more confident about this trip because the animated version of Xiaobo had limited involvement with Team Rocket and did not express his participation in the Mutuo project. Although these gym leaders of the Alliance have some cooperation with Team Rocket, it should be a cooperation funded by funds, and it is estimated that the funding is through formal channels. Xiaobo may not know that the sponsor is Team Rocket, or maybe he guessed it, but these gym leaders are still loyal to the Alliance, which is enough. The person next to me is my good friend. We used to be colleagues and worked together at the Red Lotus Research Institute at the foot of the mountain. Xiaobo introduced himself and his former friend. "Great, are you all scientists? Who is this scientist? Has he published any famous research papers?" Yu Hai's questions are actually covering up the real problem. His real problem is hidden in these questions. His name is Fuji. He is younger than me. When we worked together, he was a great researcher. We were both studying elf genetics. You don't understand, right? Ha ha ha. Xiaobo looked at the two people in the photo. It was a photo of him and Fuji when they were young. They stood side by side at the time. They looked very happy and smiled. He forgot what they were laughing about. It should be a very happy thing. Ha ha. Yu Hai touched the back of his head and smiled awkwardly. He really didn't understand. He had taken many biology classes in his previous life, but he returned them to the teacher. After so many years of graduation, he had forgotten everything. However, he finally confirmed one thing, that is, Dr. Fuji and Xiaobo knew each other and had worked together before. Xiaobo might even have seen Xiao Ai and Xiao Ai's mother, so it would be much easier to find Xiao Ai's mother. I didn't expect it. Just after entering the door, Xiaobo gave him such a big surprise. He was more confident about the next trick. Next, Xiaobo also smiled and took Yu Hai to visit the Red Lotus Gym. Xiaobo also told Yu Hai that he was the founder of the Red Lotus Research Institute. Xiaobo also said that when he was young, he was in trouble while climbing a mountain. The flame bird flew over and illuminated the dim mountain road, saving his life. This also became an opportunity for him to embark on the path of a fire attribute trainer. Yu Hai and Xiaobo walked around the entire homestay. Sometimes Xiaobo would talk about riddles from time to time. Some of them were very simple to guess, and some Yu Hai couldn't think of them, so he smiled awkwardly and skipped them. In this way, the two walked around the homestay and went back to the lobby on the first floor. Xiaobo also asked the maid to make a pot of tea. The two sat on the stools and chatted while drinking tea. For Yu Hai, Xiaobo felt that this young man was very interesting. Few people were willing to listen to an old man talking about old things, especially a young man, which was even more rare. "Master Xiaobo, can I trust you?" Yu Hai was chatting and laughing with Xiaobo when he suddenly asked a very serious question, which caught Xiaobo off guard and stunned him. "What's wrong?" "Young man, Xiaobo can be trusted. If there is anything inconvenient to say, you can tell Xiaobo." Xiaobo did not realize that the atmosphere in the hall had become serious. He thought it was just a young trainer who had some troubles with the battle of Pokemon. Master Xiaobo, please let your maid leave. Yu Hai looked at the maid who was making tea. He could tell Xiaobo something, but he did not trust the maid in Xiaobo's B&B. You should know that as the gym master and the founder of the Red Lotus Research Institute, it is impossible for Xiaobo to have no undercover around him. Go and do something else first. Xiaobo saw that Yu Hai suddenly became serious and did not seem to be joking. He might say something important that could not be heard by outsiders. While waving his hand to let the maid leave, he was also wondering what it was that required such a serious attitude. After the maid left, Yu Hai did not speak, but reached out and dipped his hand in tea, and wrote the 3 words Rocket Team on the table. He wrote in Japanese. During this period, I have been cramming knowledge in this area, so it is not a problem to write it down, not to mention that I am particularly concerned about the Rocket Team, and many Japanese words have Chinese characters, so it is not difficult to learn. Young man, where did you know this? Xiaobo saw the words written by Yu Hai, raised his hand and wiped off the water stains in an instant, and wanted to ask Yu Hai where he knew the Rocket Team, but he suddenly shut up again, because this place is not anti-eavesdropping. Since Yu Hai wrote it with his hands instead of speaking it, it means that Yu Hai has realized that he is not safe here, and the 3 words Rocket Team cannot be said at all. He is really a sharp-minded boy. Chapter 434, Reunion. Come with me. Xiaobo lost interest in guessing riddles, and also lost the initial laughter. He got up and took Yu Hai to the open-air warm room at the side door of the B&B. Spring, press the mechanism to open a downward passage. Xiaobo just glanced at Yu Hai, then turned and entered the downward passage. He was not afraid that Yu Hai would not follow him, after all, it was Yu Hai who came to find him. When Yu Hai saw this passage, he hesitated for a moment, then raised his foot and walked down. Just as he entered the passage, a large amount of hot breath came towards him, hitting his face, making him feel a lot of heat. If he guessed correctly, the passage below was the inside of an active volcano. As he stepped into the passage, the stone door behind him closed instantly, and no light from outside the door could penetrate. Then fires lit up on both sides of the stone wall passage, and Xiaobo was waiting for him in front. He continued to follow Xiaobo down the passage, and in a few minutes he came to an empty stone room, which only had a stone table and a stone bench. This stone room also had a stone door. Xiaobo entered the stone room, and when he saw Yu Hai coming in, he closed the stone door. Young man, tell me what you encountered. Xiaobo sat on the stone chair and asked Yu Hai what he wanted to tell him, and he could tell it now. Yu Hai raised his hand and gently touched the stone bench, and found that the stone bench was actually warm. In fact, it was not residual heat, and no one had ever done it before, but the heat from the inside of the volcano was transmitted to the stone table and stone bench. After all, this is the inside of the volcano. But these are irrelevant. He sat on the stone bench and talked about the purpose of this trip. Master Xiaobo, the Mutuo project failed. What? That Fuji? Xiaobo stood up in astonishment. He didn't dare to ask any more. He was also invited by Dr. Fuji to study the dream gene, but after listening to the idea of Dr. Fuji's old friend, he refused the invitation. Because they had different ideas, studying the dream gene together would definitely lead to disagreements, or even conflicts, so he did not participate in the Rocket Team's Mutuo project. Since the last time they parted, they haven't seen each other for several years. Unexpectedly, when they got news from their old friend again, it was the news of his failure. No, that's not right, Xiaobo suddenly thought. If it was the news of the failure of Mutuo's research, it should be a call from an old friend, who might discuss some research directions with him, rather than a stranger bringing the news of failure. If it was an old friend's request, the other party could not have not known Fuji, and asked him to introduce Fuji and his old friend. It is impossible that he would be so roundabout, but wanted to hand over the information to him as soon as possible. Obviously, there is such important news to be delivered, but he is still listening to an old man talking about his memories, and he is not impatient to listen to the memories before telling the news. This is not in line with the habit of the old friend. The other party is too cautious. What is the other party's purpose? Is he here to test me? Is he a spy of the Rockets? Or an undercover of the Alliance? Bang! Thinking of this, a pokeball slipped out of Xiaobo's sleeve, and he quickly released Charmander and shouted to Charmander, "Charmander, control them!" Gurgle, gurgle. The moment Charmander came out, he heard Xiaobo's shout, and immediately raised his hands to grab Yu-Hai and Scyther's necks. Fuck! Scyther wanted to raise his sickle to fight back, but was immediately stopped by Yu-Hai. "Scyther, don't be impulsive." Yu-Hai stopped Scyther's attack, and then looked at Xiaobo, who had already left the stone chamber, and asked, "How did you find out? You don't look like an informant who transmits intelligence, and your behavior is not the habit of an old friend. You are too cautious and too sophisticated. You don't look like a young man who is ordered to take charge in a critical situation and is impetuous." Xiaobo shook his head gently. If he hadn't realized that Yu-Hai was too cautious and too professional, too much like the spies trained by those big forces, he wouldn't have suddenly attacked. "Young man, tell me, are you a spy from the Alliance or Team Rocket? Are you here to test an old man who has been hiding in Honglian town alone and has not done anything?" "Xiaobo, you misunderstood." Yu-Hai shook his head with a wry smile. He said that the Mutuo plan had failed, and he just wanted to test whether Xiaobo was an insider. He didn't expect Xiaobo's reaction to be so intense that he almost flipped over. From the two sentences just now, it can be seen that Xiaobo should not be an insider, otherwise he would not ask whose spy he is. Instead, he should ask about Dr. Fuji's situation and whether his old friend is still alive. This is what an old friend should care about. But Xiaobo had doubts about him, and naturally doubted the news he brought. It was impossible for him to ask about his old friend, but to force him to ask about his origins. This is not the way of an insider. If Xiaobo was an insider, would it be necessary to force him to question, and would it be necessary to suspect Team Rocket? If it was the Alliance's investigators would be directly attracted. As for the Mutuo project, the Mutuo project on the new island must be the Rocket team's top-secret plan, a top-secret plan that even the League doesn't know about, so how did he know about it? Misunderstanding? I don't think so. How did you know about the Mutuo project? This is the Rocket team's top-secret plan. Could it be that the League noticed the Rocket team's actions and locked on their old friend Fuji, and then locked on himself? Then the Red Lotus Research Institute. Xiaobo thought that the Red Lotus Research Institute should have been figured out by the League, otherwise they wouldn't have sent people to test him. Old man, can you stop imagining? I'm not from the League, nor from the Rocket team. Yu-Hai was really tired and speechless. If he continued to imagine, would he become a triple agent? In this situation, he has to prove that he is a good person, but it's not that easy to prove that he is a good person. He is not a good person to begin with, how can he prove that he is a good person? It's too difficult for him. Well, if you can't explain it, I'll let the duck-billed fire dragon cremate you, Xiaobo laughed. This kid still wanted to quibble, so he would listen to how the other party wanted to quibble. Master Xiaobo, can you relax first? Yu-Hai squinted at the duck-billed fire dragon. Being pinched by this guy, he not only had a hard time breathing, but also sweated a lot. It was too hot. This Pokemon was like a big furnace. You know, the duck-billed fire dragon is a Pokemon that can swim in magma. What's more, it was so close, and he was already sweating profusely. Duck-billed fire dragon, loosen up a bit. Xiaobo waved his hand outside the stone chamber. This guy was already trapped in a jar. It didn't matter if he loosened up a bit. The other party couldn't escape from the volcanic cave. This was his home court. Hey, wait for me to catch my breath. Yu-Hai saw the duck-billed fire dragon loosen up, and then he stretched out his hand to rub his neck, ready to show his cards to Xiaobo. After all, his identity and position were determined, and he had nothing to hesitate. Master Xiaobo, I resurrected Xiao Ai. What? Who? Xiaobo didn't react for a moment, and Yu Hai asked again. I resurrected Dr. Fuji's daughter, Xiao Ai. Yu Hai was sure that Xiaobo was not involved in the game, so he decided to tell Xiaobo the news, so that Xiaobo could help him share the pressure of the rocket team and help Xiao Ai find her mother. Impossible, Xiao Ai died a long time ago, and Fuji participated in the Mutuo project, just to revive Xiaobo said here, and didn't continue. He stared at Yu Hai, realizing that this matter might be true, otherwise this strange boy couldn't know the Mutuo project, let alone know that the Mutuo project was Fuji's for his daughter. Where is Fuji? Where is he? If Xiaobo guessed correctly, Fuji is with Team Rocket, but Yu Hai said that Xiao Ai was resurrected, so where is Fuji? I don't know the situation of Dr. Fuji either. He may be in the new island, but Mutuo went berserk and blew up the new island. Yu Hai was talking about the news of the previous life's theater version. The new island of this world was also blown up a few days ago. He didn't dare to go there and didn't know the situation of the new island. In other words, Fuji failed, Xiaobo muttered to himself, and suddenly realized that he had heard it wrong, and shouted, Wait, you just said that you resurrected Xiao Ai, not Fuji. Yes, Yu Hai nodded. There was nothing to hide about this matter. He originally wanted Xiaobo to share the pressure. Impossible, Xiaobo denied this again. You know, Fuji has a large amount of funding from Team Rocket, as well as the genes of Mu, and a large group of top scholars studying elves. If they didn't resurrect Xiao Ai, this kid who didn't even grow all his hair, where did he come from? He dared to say that Xiao Ai was resurrected. Did he treat him as a fool? What big talk is he talking to him? Or, see it with your own eyes. Yu Hai knew that Xiaobo didn't believe it, so he could only let Darkrai inform Xiao Ai and let the big-mouthed gull bring Xiao Ai over. See? How to see? Could it be you really? Xiaobo looked at Yu Hai in shock again. He had been surprised many times just now, but this time he hesitated. This ignorant kid in front of him dared to say the word see, so he couldn't help but not believe in Xiao Ai's resurrection. Because it only takes a moment to expose this lie, and you can expose the lie without seeing the person. There is no reason for the other party to deceive him with a lie that can be broken with a single poke. Master Xiaobo, go out first. I have asked the big-mouthed gull to bring Xiao Ai over. Yu Hai wanted to leave, but the stone gate was blocked by the duck-billed fire dragon, and he couldn't get out at all. Xiaobo didn't say anything, and the duck-billed fire dragon didn't let him go, so Yu Hai couldn't leave. Now Xiaobo's mind was in a mess. Because he hoped that what Yu Hai said was true, but he knew in his heart that it was impossible, because he had a deep understanding of the difficulty of researching to revive a person, so he thought it was impossible from the bottom of his heart, but he hoped it was true. He was in a very complicated mood now, hope and impossibility intertwined, making him unable to breathe. He had to hold the cave wall with one hand and cover his chest with the other hand to barely support his body. The impact brought by Xiao Ai's resurrection was too fierce for him, an old man. He couldn't stand it and didn't dare to think that it was true. Because the accidental death of that lovely little girl was an eternal pain in his heart, and the pain in his old friend's heart was even greater than his. They were all caught off guard by Xiao Ai's departure. Who, Xiaobo finally took several deep breaths to calm his restless mood. He supported himself on the rock wall and slowly raised his head, staring at Yu Hai. He wanted to see from Yu Hai's eyes that the other party was a liar. But he was wrong. Yu Hai's eyes did not dodge, and he looked straight at him. He was not afraid of his gaze at all. In the end, he felt guilty first and looked away. Let's go out first. I hope what you said is true. If you dare to lie to me, I will hang you in the crater and dry you into human-shaped bacon. Old man, isn't human-shaped bacon too cruel? Yu Hai heard this, and a chill ran down his spine. Following Xiaobo, being stared at by the duck-billed fire dragon, he felt uncomfortable all over. After all, this old pervert said human-shaped bacon. This old guy was really perverted. Why were all the old guys he met so perverted? When they came to the exit, Xiaobo pressed the mechanism on the cave wall, and the stone door opened and rolled to the side. They finally saw the sun, and there was also a hovering figure in the sky. Big-mouthed gull, come down, Yu Hai heard Darkrai quietly tell him that the big-mouthed gull was coming. Darkrai was hiding in the shadow under the eaves. He immediately looked up and shouted to the big-mouthed gull in the sky. Bang! Yobo, the mosquito-repellent frog pine. The claws of the big-mouthed gull fell down first, shaking off the dust on the ground. Then the big-mouthed gull slowly landed, opened its big mouth, and let Xiao Ai slowly crawl out of its big mouth. Looking at the petite figure crawling out of the big mouth, Xiaobo's voice was still a little choked. He felt like it was too much like the figure a few years ago. His lips were trembling, his hands and feet were shaking, and his whole body was shaking, but he never called out the little girl's name. Grandpa Xiaobo? Don't you remember Xiao Ai? Xiao Ai saw Xiaobo, who had aged a lot, and didn't dare to recognize him for a while. It was only when she saw Yu Hai blinking at her that Xiao Ai boldly called out. Xiao Ai, is it really you? Xiaobo heard the little girl calling him. Although the voice was not like Xiao Ai before, he couldn't control his arms. His palms covered his trembling lips involuntarily, and the disbelief in his heart was all written on his face. Until Xiao Ai called Grandpa Xia again, the tears in his eyes could no longer be held back and flowed down the corners of his eyes. Grandpa Xiaobo? I'm Xiao Ai. Xiao Ai saw Yu Hai nod gently, and finally mustered up the courage to walk towards Xiaobo, raised her hand and hugged Xiaobo. Xiaobo quickly squatted down and hugged Xiao Ai, crying excitedly, Xiao Ai, call me Grandpa again, Grandpa wants to hear. Grandpa Xiaobo, Grandpa Xiaobo, Grandpa Xia. Xiao Ai hurriedly called several times again. She hadn't called Grandpa Xia for a long time. Hey, Xiao Ai, Grandpa is here, Grandpa is here, Grandpa misses Xiao Ai so much. Xiaobo hugged Xiao Ai and listened to Xiao Ai's shouting. The familiar feeling a few years ago came back. The regret in his heart for so many years finally. Xiaobo didn't expect that the pain in his heart would be made up one day. At this moment, he was already in tears. He didn't care that there were outsiders at the scene. He just wanted to hug Xiao Ai for a while. He was afraid that this was a dream, a beautiful dream, and he didn't want to wake up. Seeing this scene, Yu Hai also tried to hold back tears. He was the same. He had a home but couldn't go back. What kind of trainer was he thrown into the Pokemon world by God? He just wanted to be a layman and fish. Chapter 435, Wind Speed Dog. Yu Hai did not disturb the reunion of the grandfather and grandson. Instead, he took away Xiao Ai's hat, revealing Xiao Ai's blue hair, and gave Xiao Ai a thumbs up, asking Xiao Ai to be brave. Grandpa Xia, don't cry, isn't Xiao Ai still fine? Xiao Ai comforted Xiaobo, because Xiaobo cried too sadly, crying more excitedly than Xiao Ai. Okay, Grandpa Xia, don't cry, let Grandpa Xia take a good look at my Xiao Ai to see if she has lost weight. Xiaobo reached out to wipe away the tears on Xiao Ai's face and looked at Xiao Ai carefully. He found that the Xiao Ai in front of him was exactly the same as the Xiao Ai in his memory. He would not be wrong. It was his Xiao Ai, his lovely granddaughter. He would not be wrong. Grandpa Xia, Xiao Ai also misses Grandpa Xia. Xiao Ai also helped Xiaobo wipe away tears. In her memory, Xiaobo was several years ago. Xiaobo has aged a lot. Xiao Ai, who saved Xiao Ai and how did he save her? Xiaobo has believed Yu Hai's words, but he doesn't believe that Yu Hai has such great ability. He needs to ask clearly. Grandpa Xia, it was Brother Hai who took me to find the King of Phoenix, and the King of Phoenix gave me this. Xiao Ai took out the rainbow feather from her backpack, and Xiaobo understood everything instantly. Because Xiaobo has also heard the legend of the three sacred beasts. If the legend of the three sacred beasts is true, it can be completely replicated on humans. But taking Xiao AI away from the heavily guarded rocket team's New Island Research Institute, then taking Xiao AI to find the King of Phoenix, and then letting the King of Phoenix revive Xiao AI. Everything is not a simple thing. He doesn't know how to describe it. He can only sigh that this young man is extraordinary. He has done things that he dare not do, dare not think about, and cannot do. Grandpa Xia, is Big Dog still there? I haven't played with Big Dog for a long time. Xiao AI looked left and right, but didn't see the windy dog in the gym. She used to ride Big Dog around in circles. Yes, Big Dog is here. Xiaobo finally confirmed that this Xiao AI was real, because no one called Windy Dog like that, let alone his Windy Dog. Whoa, Windy Dog just came out of the pokeball and saw his trainer crying loudly, and then saw a familiar figure and was stunned instantly. Because in its memory, it had also attended the other party's funeral. At that time, it was also sad for a long time and couldn't eat for a long time. How did the other party survive? Whoa, sniff. Windy Dog wanted to lower its head and sniff to confirm whether Xiao AI's smell was right. They have a good memory and can't forget familiar smells. It's me, Big Dog, I'm Xiao AI. Xiao AI reached out to touch Windy Dog, but Windy Dog's subconscious reaction was to show its teeth. Then, Pa! Smell shit, this is Xiao AI, have you forgotten? Xiaobo saw that Windy Dog dared to show its teeth, and immediately slapped it. Windy Dog was like a child who had done something wrong, and could only lower its head and whimper. Master Xiaobo, Xiao AI is a soul consciousness, and a clone of Team Rocket, and then resurrected by Phoenix King, so she has lost the smell of her previous body, but Xiao AI has not lost her memory, because Xiao AI's soul consciousness still remembers you. Young man, you are really capable, you found Phoenix King. Xiaobo saw the rainbow colored when he saw the feather. He already believed that all this was true. It turned out that Yu Hai was not lying or bragging. The other party really faced the rocket team and the King of Phoenix under such difficult circumstances, and resurrected Xiao AI. Because he had seen the real rainbow feather and studied it for a long time, he knew what the real rainbow feather looked like. Haha, it's just a coincidence, Yu Hai laughed awkwardly. It was fine as long as the misunderstanding was cleared up. He let Xiao AI and Xiaobo recognize each other, not without selfish motives. In addition to asking Xiaobo to help him share the pressure of the rocket team and help Xiao AI find her mother, he also wanted the favor of Xiaobo, the gym leader, which was also one of his many retreats. If he couldn't make it in the Orange Islands, he would come to the Red Lotus Island to retire. Although Xiaobo's trainer path was the fire system, which was different from his water system, he just wanted to pay a visit to the dock to build a relationship. It didn't matter if they were different, it didn't matter at all. Coincidentally, Xiaobo snorted coldly. It was not as simple as Yu Hai said. It was definitely not that simple. After all, he admitted that he could not do it, not to mention that the other party was a young man, so it must be difficult and dangerous. The other party risked his life to revive Xiao AI and brought her to him, so what was the other party's request? It is impossible that there was no request at all. Master Xiaobo, I hope you can understand the seriousness of this matter. If the rockets knew that Xiao AI was still alive, you should know what you will face. Yu Hai did not continue to speak. After all, Xiaobo is not a fool. He is also a scientist in genetics. He immediately understood what Yu Hai meant. No, I will protect Xiao AI this time. No matter who it is, don't touch Xiao AI's hair, Xiaobo said firmly. He didn't want the regret to happen again. Xiao AI will definitely grow up safely this time. Grandpa Xia, why are you so mean to Brother Hai? It was Brother Hai who saved Xiao AI and brought Xiao AI out of that dark place. Xiao AI saw that Xiaobo was mean to Yu Hai, so she quickly let go of Xiaobo and turned around to hug Yu Hai. Xiao AI, Grandpa Xiaobo is also doing this for your own good, you should listen to Grandpa Xia, okay? Yu Hai squatted down and gently stroked Xiao Ai's head. He didn't expect Xia Bo to be so protective of him. It seems that Xiao Ai's death was an accident, so accidental that Xia Bo and his friends couldn't accept it at all, and even reached the point of obsession, otherwise Dr. Fuji would not have participated in the Super Dream project and wanted to revive Xiao Ai. Xiao Ai knows, we can't let Team Rocket see Xiao Ai. Xiao Ai hugged Yu Hai's neck. In the last moments of her life, she was alone with Yu Hai, and she cherished this big brother very much. Xiao Ai, Xia Bo whispered softly, and he could see that Xiao Ai had developed an attachment to Yu Hai. It is not known whether it is a good thing or a bad thing. After all, it was this young man who saved Xiao Ai, but he did not know the origin of this young man, and he needed to investigate before making a judgment. Young man, where is your Pokemon book? Xia Bo asked without hesitation. Didn't the other party come to challenge the gym? Then he would stay in the gym for the time being. He would find out the other party's identity first. I think the other party's identity should not be simple, otherwise he would not know so many secrets, especially the secrets of the rocket team. Xia Bo guessed correctly. Except for Yu Hai's identity as a time traveler, the rest are mediocre, so ordinary that there is nothing wrong with it. He is not afraid of checking it casually. Here, this is my Pokemon book. Yu Hai knew what this suspicious old man was going to do. Anyway, he had nothing to hide, so he just checked it casually. You take Xiao Ai to stay in the gym first, I'll be back soon. Xia Bo finally looked at Xiao Ai and Yu Hai. Since Yu Hai was Xiao Ai's savior, he obviously would not hurt Xiao Ai. At least he is trustworthy for now. Evacuate everyone in the BNB, don't let them see Xiao Ai. Xiao Ai is safer walking on the street than staying in your gym. Yu Hai couldn't help but remind Xia Bo, so that he wouldn't get excited and forget about the undercover. Yes, you are really cautious, Xia Bo had to praise Yu Hai. When his emotions were out of control, he could still think of this. He is worthy of being a trainer who can revive Xiao Ai. No matter how big the matter is, he can remain calm. He will definitely be a big thing in the future. Xia Bo opened the lounge of the open-air hot spring and said to Yu Hai and Xiao Ai, you rest here first. I'll let Windy Dog and Charmeleon guard the door. No one can break in here. Go and come back quickly, it's almost lunch time. Yu Hai looked at the watch time. It was already 11 o'clock, and it was time for lunch. Xiao Ai, wait for Grandpa Xia to come back. Grandpa Xia will prepare a delicious lunch for Xiao Ai first. Xia Bo nodded slightly, approved the lunch time, and decided to go to the Pokemon Center and the Juncha police station. After verifying Yu Hai's public identity information, he will find old friends to ask about Team Rocket's new island, and he can temporarily confirm Yu Hai's words. As for Yu Hai's concealment, he has to consider the issue of position. After Xia Bo left, Yu Hai shouted to Xiao Ai, you can let Squirtle out and play with them here. Really, Brother Hai? Xiao Ai asked while taking out the Pokeball and releasing 3 Squirtle. For this strange new environment, the 3 Squirtle looked around curiously and found that it was very monotonous and there was nothing to see. Knowing that they were all safe, the 3 Pokemons were so bored that they played hide-and-seek with Xiao Ai in the room. Xia Bo, who left, finally came back before lunch, and he was quite punctual. How is it? Yu Hai looked at the door that was opened. Xia Bo from Mumen, this old man is already old, it's not easy for him to make this trip. Boy, you are the trainer of Xia Gan Gym in the Orange League. Xia Bo finally found out Yu Hai's identity, a very clean orphan identity, and also the identity of a trainer of the League Gym. Unlike those who are only certified as trainers, Yu Hai is still a gym trainer. There is really nothing wrong with this identity. Yu Hai doesn't even have a bad record as a trainer. Yes, I came here to challenge the Quartz Conference this time, and it is also the gym owner's task. If I can't win the Quartz Conference, the gym owner will expel me. Yu Hai knew that he would not be expelled. After all, Dunmei hasn't retaliated against him yet, how could he bear to expel him? But it didn't stop him from saying this. If he was really expelled, he could also find Xiaobo to take him in and continue to get benefits from Xiaobo. Good boy, you win, Xiaobo sighed. He didn't know what to say. There was no problem with Yu Hai's identity. Yu Hai's identity was perfect and clean. But this is exactly the most abnormal and unreasonable part, and also the biggest doubt, because this identity is too perfect. An ordinary gym trainer with a clean background actually knew about the rocket team's Mutuo research, the failure of the Mutuo plan, and the fact that Mutuo went berserk and blew up the new island. Even he didn't know this news. Even if he asked old friends about it, everyone was vague and hesitant, and some had never heard of it. How did Yu Hai know this top-secret information? It's really incredible. What's even more ridiculous is that Yu Hai is not an undercover agent of the League or the rocket team, but a rookie trainer who has just completed the rookie certification and joined the gym. It's such a rookie who can get a clone from under the rocket team's nose, and can also find Ho-Oh and let Ho-Oh revive Xiao Ai. All of this is really incredible. If he hadn't seen Xiao Ai, Yu Hai would have given him the feeling that he was talking nonsense, a big liar, a liar without logic. Just like the plot in some picture books, I didn't expect such a ridiculous thing to be true. Are the mythical beasts so illogical? What's even more ridiculous is that they actually got the recognition of the Phoenix King and got the rainbow feather. He didn't have such a big face, let alone a rookie trainer. This is not scientific at all. In short, it's too outrageous. His knowledge over the years can't describe such an outrageous thing. It subverts his cognition. He has only seen molters in his life, and has never seen such an outrageous thing. His cognition of the world tells him all the time that this thing is impossible. But this thing really happened. He saw Xiao Ai and touched Xiao Ai. His five senses were all real, and he couldn't help but believe it. After all, anything can deceive people, but Xiao Ai can't deceive people. Haha, don't put on a stinky face, hurry up and arrange lunch. Xiao Ai and I are hungry. Yu Hai knew that Xiaobo would not believe him so easily, but he couldn't do anything to him, and he was not so unfamiliar with Xiaobo. It's already been arranged. Xiaobo entered the lounge, closed the wooden door, and sat cross-legged in front of Yu Hai. He didn't look at Xiao Ai who was running around, but stared at Yu Hai seriously and asked, "Boy, I don't know what you are hiding. Those are not important, but I believe you won't hurt Xiao Ai. What else? I spent so much effort and took the risk of being almost killed by the Phoenix King, just to play a trick on you? Don't make fun of me, I'm not as boring as you," Yu Hai snorted coldly. In that case, it would be easy for the Phoenix King to kill him, and even Darkrai couldn't save him unless Lugia was summoned. Yes, the old man misunderstood you, Xiaobo sighed. He knew that the young man had a secret in his heart, but he also had a secret. Everyone has a secret in their heart. As long as they know that the other party doesn't hurt Xiao Ai, it's fine. By the way, why are you already 15 years old and have only become a rookie trainer in the league? Xiaobo thought that the other party dared to face the legendary beast. Such a fierce man couldn't be unknown, let alone a rookie trainer. I'm an orphan. Yu Hai rolled his eyes at Xiaobo in anger. Didn't he already know his identity? Why did he ask such an idiotic question? Didn't he know he was an orphan? Ahem, Xiaobo coughed awkwardly twice. He didn't expect the reason to be so simple. Just because he was an orphan, he had been stuck for 5 years. He had to join the Xiaogan gym to become a trainer of the league. He didn't know what to say. If he said that the other party was lawless, he was law-abiding and had not violated the laws of the league. He became a trainer of the league at the age of 15. If he said that the other party was law-abiding, he dared to provoke the local snake rocket team in Kanto. He was really a young man who was not afraid of tigers. He didn't know the reputation of the rocket team in Kanto. Chapter 436, Divorce. What's your purpose? Xiaobo glanced at Xiao Ai. This was already very clear. What was Yu Hai's purpose in doing this? It couldn't be that he had no purpose. He would not think that the other party just wanted to help. Such a naive idea. Purpose. Yu Hai just smiled and said nothing. How could he tell Xiaobo his real purpose? That would only work later, so he couldn't say it. As for the obvious needs, the best water stone, the 3-starter Squirtle, the quasi-god, etc. He believed that as long as he asked, Xiaobo could afford it, but this favor was for free. It was impossible for him to get rid of him with a Squirtle. The Blastwaz Island was just near the Red Lotus Island, he might as well ask Xiaobo for an address and catch Squirtle himself. The remaining favors can be used in the future. Anyway, it is a free favor, so he won't lose anything. And this is a life-saving favor, and he hasn't figured out how to use it yet. In this incident, his biggest gain is the bond between him and Xiao Ai, which is more valuable than anything else and can't be bought with money. He can fight for all the above things by himself, but Xiao Ai will be gone if he misses it, and there is also Mutuo. Good boy. Xiaobo didn't understand what that smile meant, but he could see that the other party's purpose was not simple, or there was no purpose at all, or he was just being too suspicious, but he was more inclined to believe that Yu Hai had a purpose. But for such a young man who dared to fleece the rocket team and dared to face the legendary beast, he really didn't know what the other party's purpose was, what he needed, and even if he wanted the legendary beast, he couldn't get it himself. The other party saved Xiao Ai, at least he was a trainer with action, and if he really had a purpose, he would definitely be able to get it himself. By the way, if you want to talk about the purpose, I really have a purpose for coming to you. Yu Hai thought about it. He had 2 purposes for coming here. First, go ahead. Xiaobo sat upright. He thought Yu Hai had no purpose. He wanted to listen carefully to what Yu Hai's purpose was. First, you know Xiao Ai's situation. Knowing Xiao Ai's existence, you have to share the pressure from the rocket team. When the rocket team hunts you down, you will also have a share. Second, help Xiao Ai find her mother. Xiao Ai can't be handed over to Fuji of the rocket team. Putting Xiao Ai in the rocket team is like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth. You should be able to predict the result. This. Xiaobo thought about it. If these 2 requests were really the purpose, then these 2 purposes were to help Xiao Ai, not to help Yu Hai. What benefits can the other party get? He stared at Yu Hai, trying to see from Yu Hai's eyes whether Yu Hai was lying, but just like before, facing Xiao Ai's resurrection, the other party also looked at him without hesitation. He also took the initiative to look away because of his guilty conscience. He didn't expect that every word the other party said was true, and the other party didn't lie to him. On the contrary, he had always distrusted the other party. Even if the other party presented facts and reasoned, he was skeptical. Until now, he felt that he had wronged the other party. The other party was really a boy who only wanted to save Xiao Ai. Even if you don't say these 2 things, I will do it. Xiaobo temporarily ruled out Yu Hai's suspicion and didn't plan to continue asking, because the other party wouldn't say it. As long as he knew that this young man was temporarily trustworthy, it would be enough. Yes, it was just temporary trust. He still needed to observe this young man. No matter what the young man's purpose was, don't try to confuse him. As for Fuji, who was in the rocket team, he had no news at all. But even if the other party was still alive, as long as the other party was in the rocket team for 1 day, he would not hand Xiao Ai over to the other party. This old friend was not able to protect Xiao Ai. Rocket team, this matter is difficult to deal with. They can only do their best to hide Xiao Ai and help Xiao Ai improve her strength. When Xiao Ai has the power to protect herself in the future, she will no longer have to fear the rocket team. He now wanted to give all the good things to Xiao Ai, but Xiao Ai was too young and needed time to grow up. He would give Xiao Ai all the best things on her way to growth. He wanted to make up for Xiao Ai. Whatever you want, Yu Hai waved his hand to show that he didn't care. He was too lazy to deal with this suspicious old man who had lost and found again. "Let's go, let's have lunch." Xiaobo opened the wooden door, held Xiao Ai on the wind speed dog, and went to the hall to eat together. Before eating, he had dismissed all the maids. From today on, he would know the background of any employee recruited into the gym. He had discovered several insignificant undercovers before, and he would also clean them up. He couldn't let them see Xiao Ai. Big dog, Xiao Ai sat on the big dog and grabbed the two fluffy ears of the wind speed dog. She used to ride the wind speed dog to play like this. Awoo! The wind speed dog stuck out its tongue helplessly. It knew that although the smell was different, the little ancestor was back again. It had suffered a lot, and its ears hurt so much, and this little ancestor didn't know how to be gentle. It was a king-level wind speed dog, but it actually became a child's mount. Doesn't it, a big dog that can spit fire, have any face? Be honest, if Xiao Ai falls down, I will beat you up. Xiaobo glared at the wind speed dog fiercely, warning the wind speed dog to take good care of Xiao Ai. Xiao Ai is now his most precious little baby, and he is afraid of bumping into it. Awoo! The wind speed dog looked at the trainer who changed his face in an instant. How did it become Mrs. Cow? It was obviously Xiao Tiantian before. What went wrong? Awoo! I am your Pokemon, are you mistaken? When they came to the hall, there was a table full of food, still steaming. In contrast, there was no one in the empty hall. Master Xiaobo, do you have any food for the Pokemon? Yu Hai sat on the dining table and released his Pokemon. Tooth-billed gull, frog, giant claw, rhinoceros, scyther, Gyarados, snail, Zapdos. There were 8 Pokemon in total, and all the Pokemon that could be seen by people were released. He placed Gyarados outside the hall. With such a large body, if it is released in the hall, it can blow off the roof in an instant. Roar, roar, Gyarados finally came out, and subconsciously roared to the sky. It has been in the Pokeball for a long time. It wants to fight and roar. Be quiet, big guy, Yu Hai patted Gyarados' sturdy body. Did this guy forget the pain after the scar healed? Did he think he was fine again after not being beaten for 3 days? Roar! Gyarados looked at Yu Hai, as if he had forgotten the pain again. The wound on his body was almost healed, and Gyarados felt that he was fine again. Yobo, Loach, what are you looking at? Mosquito Frog stood beside Yu Hai and showed his biceps. Roar, boss, don't fight, Gyarados bowed quickly, not daring to raise his head higher than Mosquito Frog. It didn't want to be beaten again. The wound a week ago had just healed. Are these your Pokemon? Xiaobo looked at Yu Hai's Pokemon, which were mostly water-based, which was in line with the characteristics of the Orange Islands. You let them wait outside with my elves, someone will prepare food for them. Okay, Yu Hai left only Zapdos, and the remaining 7 elves went outside to wait for dinner with Xiaobo's elves. Your bird is a bit strange. Xiaobo looked at the chick in Yu Hai's arms, which was a grey bird elf, and even he couldn't tell the species. This is a Spearow, born prematurely. Yu Hai put some grains in the bowl, which was considered as lunch for Zapdos. After all, he couldn't take out the electric energy cube, otherwise Xiaobo, a scientist, would be suspicious. Come and eat. Xiaobo heard this explanation and no longer bothered about it. He had studied elves for so many years and had seen many Spearows, but a Spearow was not strange. He had just arranged for Xiao Ai to sit down, and hurriedly asked Yu Hai to sit down too, so that they could have lunch. It's delicious, Grandpa Xiao Ai hasn't had such delicious food for a long time. Xiao Ai's mouth was full of oil. She really hadn't eaten such delicious food for a long time. She was trapped in the spiritual world and had no concept of time. If it's delicious, eat more. Xiaobo looked at Xiao Ai with a doting look in his eyes. He would never let the mistake happen again, and he would never let the regret happen again. He swore that he would definitely protect Xiao Ai. Even if the enemy was the rocket team, he would not let anyone take Xiao Ai away. During lunch, they could see that Xiao Ai was very happy. It was the kind of happiness that had relatives and was no longer alone. Master Xiaobo, do you have any clues about Xiao Ai's mother? Yu Hai asked about this matter during the meal. If Xiao Ai's mother could be found as soon as possible, someone would take care of Xiao Ai. As for them, forget it. The family affection that Xiao Ai needs most now is Xiao Ai's mother. I've asked someone to ask, but after so many years, who knows where Aimei is? Xiaobo sighed softly and talked about what happened back then. After Xiaoai had an accident, Fuji couldn't accept it and extracted Xiaoai's soul consciousness. After Aimei learned about Fuji's crazy behavior, she didn't want to be bound by the past, so she left Fuji, leaving only a farewell letter and a key. Since then, we have never contacted each other again. Good guy, Yu Hai said in his heart. Good guy. Xiaobo almost said that they were divorced. Where can we find Xiaoai's mother in this case? God knows if Xiaoai's mother remarried. Grandpa Xia, what about my mother? Xiaoai also heard it. Her mother seemed to have disappeared. Xiaoai, don't worry, Grandpa Xia will help Xiaoai find her mother. Xiaoai still has grandpa. Xiaobo gently pinched Xiaoai's face, smiled and comforted Xiaoai not to worry. Xiao Ai, don't worry, Xiaobo, the gym leader, is much more capable than me. Yu Hai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, someone took the blame. The pressure he had to bear alone was too great, so he did not hesitate to help Xiaobo. Hey, you little brat, if you can talk, just say more. Xiaobo could hear what Yu Hai meant. If Yu Hai and his team were to secretly look for Xiao Ai's mother, it would take them forever. They were right to choose to look for him. He could find someone through the connections in the gym, which would undoubtedly be much faster. Hey, look at what you said, you are the gym leader of the alliance, how can a rookie trainer compare to you? Yu Hai even quarreled with Xiaobo. There was no way, he was free, he felt much more relaxed, so happy. By the way, aren't you going to challenge the gym and participate in the Quartz conference? How many badges have you got? Xiaobo stopped arguing and asked about Yu Hai's purpose of coming here while watching Xiao Ai eating. He then remembered that Yu Hai still had to get a badge. I haven't fought any of them yet. I don't have any badges yet, but I still want to get them from you. He knows his own strength. It doesn't matter whether he fights in the gym or not. Unless Xiaobo deliberately makes things difficult for him and uses the strength of the king level to suppress him, he will definitely not be able to beat him. Hey, you kid is dreaming. Since you want to challenge the gym and participate in the Quartz conference, I will naturally test your strength. If you are too weak, you can't get the Crimson Badge. Old man, I feel that you have bad intentions. Yu Hai curled his lips. This old thing is very bad. The corners of his mouth are grinning to his ears. He must be thinking of something bad. Ha ha ha, stinky boy, rest in the store first, and have a gym battle tomorrow. Xiaobo couldn't help laughing. This kid saw his embarrassing side and teased him, an old man. Of course, he had to teach this stinky boy who didn't respect the elderly and loved the young a lesson. In fact, he also wanted to try, what strength does a trainer who dares to face the King of Phoenix have to make such a crazy move? Old man, you can't use those Pokemon outside the door, I can't beat them, Yu Hai said. Of course, Xiaobo's first-tier Pokemon. They are Ninetales, Tyrannosaurus, Charmeleon, Windy Dog, Flame Horse, Charizard. As the owner of a Fire-type gym, it is normal for Xiaobo to have more Fire-type Pokemon, and there are other Fire-type Pokemon. But Ninetales, Charmeleon, and Windy Dog are the Pokemon that Xiaobo often uses, and they are also Xiaobo's main Pokemon, especially the Charmeleon that takes a bath in magma, which is Xiaobo's strongest Pokemon. In addition to the above Pokemon, Xiaobo also has other Pokemon, such as Flareon, Houndoom, Magma Snail, Charmeleon and other fire Pokemon. There are also Pokemon from the Red Lotus Research Institute, such as Infernape, Electabuzz, Flying Legs, Fast Punch, Gory and other Pokemon, all of which are cooperating with researchers in the institute to do research. Ha ha ha, Xiaobo laughed, and did not argue with Yu Hai again. He had not discovered that this kid was so interesting before. He now believes more and more that this brat who appeared inexplicably and brought him a surprise has no ill will towards Xiao Ai, the Red Lotus Gym, or them. As for why the other party risked being beaten to death by the King of Phoenix and did all this, the other party didn't want to say it and he didn't force it, as long as the result was good. This man, when he gets old, likes to think about all kinds of messy things. He is really old. Chapter 437, Gym Battle. The sixth day of going to the Kanto region, cloudy. Yu Hai got up early today, and Xiaobo couldn't sleep early. As for Xiao Ai was still sleeping late. Yesterday, Xiao Ai was afraid to sleep alone, so she pulled Yu Hai and Xiaobo to accompany her. Many Japanese-style beds are laid on the floor. Last night, they slept on the floor, each with a quilt, and found a place in the room to make a bed and sleep all night. After getting up early, Yu Hai took water from the open-air hot spring to brush his teeth. When they finished brushing their teeth, Xiao Ai also got up in a daze, without opening her eyes, and rubbed her eyes with her fingers. Brother Hai, Grandpa Xiao Ai didn't know what to do, she seemed to have forgotten how to brush her teeth. Old man, you teach it yourself. You need to find a maid to take care of Xiao Ai's life. We have a lot of inconveniences in life. Yu Hai spit out the mouthwash and put the toothbrush and water cup back into the backpack. That's right, Xiaobo brought Xiao Ai a smaller toothbrush and taught Xiao Ai to brush her teeth again. He really needed to find a nanny to take care of Xiao Ai's daily life. Today was just the beginning, and he also felt inconvenient. Xiao Ai, brush your teeth and let's go have breakfast. Xiaobo taught Xiao Ai to brush her teeth, took Xiao Ai to have breakfast, and Yu Hai followed behind. After the three of them finished breakfast, the gym battle that Xiaobo mentioned was about to begin. This gym battle was not held in the battlefield inside the volcano, because that battlefield was not safe. It was a battlefield built on magma, and he didn't want to take Xiao Ai there. They changed to a safer battlefield, in the backyard of the BNB, where there was a large lawn. Xiao Ai was also sitting on the back of the windy dog. With the windy dog protecting Xiao Ai, the aftermath of the battle would not affect Xiao Ai. Young man, the gym battle of the Red Lotus Gym is a 3-on-3 battle. The first Pokemon I use is Growlithe. Please send out your Pokemon. Growlithe. Yu Hai thought about it. It seemed that Xiaobo really didn't bully him and didn't use his main Pokemon, but Growlithe was also a Pokemon cultivated by Xiaobo. It was very likely the cub of the King Growlithe, and it should not be underestimated. So, how about using this big guy? Roar, 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 Gyarados just came out, still as irritable as ever, roaring at Growlithe, instantly triggering the intimidation feature, as well as the scary face and glare, which reduced Growlithe's basic attack, basic speed, and basic defense. Hey, to deal with the fire-type Growlithe, you must use the water-type Gyarados. I'm sure I'll get this Crimson Batch. Yu Hai's Gyarados just came out and gave Growlithe a warning. Reducing Growlithe's attack by 1 level, defense by 1 level, and speed by 2 levels, his dirty routines are going to work. He wants to see how Xiaobo plays. Oh? Really? Boy, attributes alone can't determine victory or defeat. You can attack first. Xiaobo knew the intimidation feature, and it was not just intimidation. He found that there were also scary faces and glares in it. He didn't expect that this kid actually combined other moves with the features, and took effect on the opponent's Pokemon as soon as he appeared, and took the initiative in the first battle as soon as he appeared. In this case, changing Pokemon is the best choice, but they are fighting a gym battle, and the gym leader cannot change Pokemon. No matter how uncomfortable he is, he can only hold it. Gyarados, Dragon Dance, Yu Hai got the first attack. Of course he would not miss the opportunity to let Gyarados strengthen himself. This is the first attack advantage, don't miss it. Roar, Gyarados heard the Dragon Dance, flew into the air and swung his body violently, thereby increasing his attack and speed. Dragon Dance. Xiaobo did not take the opportunity to attack, but stroked his chin and thought. A Gyarados actually has a dragon-type move. It seems that this Gyarados is not simple, and must have some dragon-type blood. Catty, spray fire. Xiaobo intends to test the strength of this Gyarados. It must be said that this Gyarados is huge. This is the first time he has seen it. Whoa! Gyarados heard the trainer's words and immediately opened his mouth and sprayed a large ball of flames, attacking the huge Gyarados. Gyarados, water cannon. Yu-Hai naturally had to use water-based moves to offset the jet fire of Growlithe. Roar! Gyarados spurted out a large column of water from its mouth, meeting the jet fire of Growlithe. Water and fire collided in the middle, instantly generating a large amount of water vapor, obscuring the entire battlefield's vision. The attacks of the two were evenly matched, and neither of them overwhelmed the other. However, as the water vapor in the field rose, this was what Xiaobo wanted. Growlithe, move at high speed and rush over, Thunder Fang. Gyarados, calm down. Yu-Hai saw Gyarados looking around, looking panicked as if he had lost his target, and immediately calmed Gyarados' emotions, then shouted, use Storm. Roar! Gyarados spurted out a strong storm from its mouth, heading in all directions. It swept away, instantly blowing away the white steam that had just been created. Woof! Growlithe fell to the ground with all four limbs, grasping the ground tightly. If it didn't do this, it might be blown away by the strong wind. Gyarados, pray for rain. It was the first time that Yu-Hai asked Gyarados to use the rain praying move. Judging from the scale of praying for rain on Sweet Orange Island, Gyarados could pray for light rain. Roar! Gyarados ignored the Growlithe who was lying on the ground, and roared to the sky, summoning a large dark cloud, and began to rain lightly. According to Gyarados' proficiency, it should not be able to summon light rain so quickly, but the water vapor just now increased the humidity of the air here, making it very easy to pray for rain. Woof! Growlithe looked at the light rain falling from the sky, shook his body subconsciously, and felt uncomfortable all over. Growlithe, keep rushing forward, use Thunder Fang. Xiaobo no longer had a good way to break the situation. The thick fog just now was meant to confuse Gyarados' vision, but the home advantage just created was instantly broken by Gyarados. In that situation just now, Gyarados, who had lost his vision, was like a headless fly. Growlithe could search for Gyarados through smell, which was already the best opportunity for Growlithe to attack. Not to mention that the home advantage was gone, it was also drizzling in the sky, and the power of Growlithe's fire-type moves was greatly reduced, and using fire-type moves again would not cause any damage. However, when Arcanine took Xiao Ai back to the eaves to shelter from the rain, he was relieved. Gyarados, use water cannon. Roar! Puff puff puff! Gyarados saw Growlithe continue to rush forward, and immediately opened his mouth and spit out water cannon bombs at Growlithe. Without exception, they all exploded around Growlithe, and could not hit the accelerated Growlithe at all. It seems that Growlithe's dodge is very flexible. Yu-Hai immediately changed his offensive tactics and shouted to Gyarados, Gyarados, use your dragon tail to hit Growlithe. Roar! Gyarados' tail lit up with a blue light, and it hit Growlithe, which was approaching him quickly. Get out of the way, Growlithe! Xiaobo's shout was also timely. If Growlithe was hit by that huge tail, he would be useless. Boom! Gyarados' tail fell, splashing water on the ground, and the earth cracked inch by inch, but it still did not hit Growlithe. Gyarados, scary face! Roar! Gyarados instantly twisted his body, raised his ferocious mouth high, and intimidated Growlithe, who had just jumped away. Awoo! Growlithe saw such a huge monster up close, and instantly felt the suppression of the food chain, and fell to the ground with all four limbs, roaring. Gyarados, Thunder Fang, now is the best chance. Gyarados, fly and jump! Yu-Hai would not give Xiaobo this chance. Electricity has 4 times the restraint on Gyarados. If Gyarados is bitten and paralyzed, it will be troublesome. Roar! Gyarados' tail slammed the ground and instantly jumped into the air. This is the second flying type move Gyarados has mastered, but Gyarados still can't fly and can only jump into the air for a short time. Gyarados, thunder! Roar! The moment Gyarados flew into the air, Yu-Hai's shout followed closely. Gyarados roared to the sky again, and the lightning from its mouth fell indiscriminately below, electrocuting Gyarados and making Gyarados jump continuously. Even if Gyarados avoided the lightning from the sky, every time Gyarados landed, the water in the mud where it stepped was conductive, and it would still be electrocuted. Until Gyarados was paralyzed by the electric current and could no longer avoid the thunder in the sky, it was hit by a thunder and fainted in the mud. Not bad, young man. Xiaobo saw that Griffin was unconscious, and quickly used the Pokeball to take back Griffin. He lost the first gym battle. It seems that this young man's command ability is not bad, and the Pokemon he cultivated is also good, otherwise Gyarados would not have grown so big. Gym Master Xiaobo, attribute restraint is the foundation of trainers, and it is also the most basic tactic among trainers. Yu-Hai did not take back Gyarados. He was not surprised at all that he would win this battle. If he still lost after suppressing so many opponents as soon as he appeared, he would be embarrassed to say that he is a senior player. Oh? Is that so? Xiaobo smiled and did not object to Yu-Hai's words, because what Yu-Hai said was the truth. As for those who can't beat attribute restraint, that only means that you are a bad player, and you have to practice more. If others can crush you with reverse attributes, what else can you say? Then how about this one? Xiaobo sent out the second Pokemon, Lava Snail. A lava snail with both fire and rock attributes. You also want to control its attributes. Yu-Hai laughed. Is the scorpion rusted, or is there no Pokemon available? Compared to Gyarados' weak two-fold rock-type restraint, Magma Snail is restrained by 4 times the water-type, not to mention that it is raining now. But just after Yu-Hai finished speaking, he found that the drizzle in the sky stopped, which means that Gyarados' prayer for rain has ended, and Gyarados needs to pray for rain again before it rains. Come on, you attack first, both of us have restraints. Xiaobo smiled and gave up the first attack again. This is a fire gym, and he is a fire trainer. Isn't it normal to be restrained by water? Gyarados, water cannon. Yu-Hai did not doubt him. Whether Xiaobo really had no Pokemon or only wanted to use fire Pokemon, he still used the same water-type moves to serve. Roar! Gyarados looked at the flaming snail in the distance and opened his mouth again to spit out water cannon bombs. The previous Growlithe ran fast, and it couldn't hit Growlithe. This snail can't be faster than a dog. Lava Snail, retract the shell, break the shell. Xiaobo saw that it was another water cannon, smiled helplessly, and quickly asked the lava snail to retract its shell for defense. What? The lava snail retracted its shell the moment it saw the water cannon. After retracting its shell, the soil under the lava snail's feet exploded, and a white light lit up on the lava snail's shell. The lava snail used the shell break, which reduced its double defense and increased its double attack and speed. Oh, you're playing this trick on me. Yu-Hai almost couldn't help laughing when he heard the shell break. He finally realized what Xiaobo was thinking about using this lava snail. It turned out that Xiaobo didn't want to play attribute restraint, and he didn't even plan to use fire-type moves, but wanted to play dirty tricks with him. Gyarados, Dragon Dance. Yu-Hai thought to himself, you strengthen it, right? Then I will strengthen it too. As Gyarados twisted its body to dance, strengthening its attack and speed, the metallic luster appeared on the surface of the lava snail again. Lava Snail, Iron Wall. Damn it, the lowered defense has been restored. Yu-Hai saw this scene, and he found that he was at a disadvantage. Dragon Dance can only increase the attack and speed by 1 level. Broken Shell reduces the double defense by 1 level, increases the double attack by 2 levels, and increases the speed by 2 levels. Iron Wall adds 2 more levels of defense. The increase is more than the reduction. If he continues to strengthen, he will lose more. Gyarados cannot continue to strengthen. Gyarados, use water cannon to blast it. I want to see how many times the snail shell can withstand water cannons. The reason why Yu-Hai wants to use water cannons is because water cannons are special attacks, which have nothing to do with the physical defense added by Iron Wall. Roar, puff puff puff, Gyarados heard Yu-Hai's words and immediately launched a water cannon bombardment on the lava snail. One water cannon after another fell on the lava snail, smashing the lava snail into the mud. Lava snail, use the Gyro ball to roll out and poison around Gyarados. Xiaobo's intention was seen through, so he didn't dare to continue to strengthen the lava snail. After all, it was a water cannon with 4 times the restraint. If the water cannon came a few more times, the snail shell couldn't stand it. What? Lava snail immediately rolled out of the mud pit after hearing Xiaobo's words, and began to circle around Gyarados, and spewed black and red smoke from the holes on the snail shell that sprayed fire. It seems to be fire poison, with the burning effect of fire attribute and the poisoning effect of poison attribute. If inhaled, it will be 2 abnormal states. Gyarados, hold your breath and use tornado. Yu-Hai heard that Xiaobo was going to poison. This old man is very bad. Roar, Gyarados' tail glowed again, slapped the ground fiercely, created a tornado, rolled up the smoke sprayed by the lava snail, and controlled it in the tornado. Gyarados, use your iron tail to hit the ground and attack the lava snail. Roar, bang, bang, Gyarados used a tornado to sweep away the smoke and began to attack the ground randomly, not giving the lava snail a chance to release poison, but Gyarados didn't hit the lava snail once. It's useless. The lava snail is very fast when it rolls up, and the tail can't hit it. Xiaobo wanted to know why Yu-Hai made such a meaningless attack, and how Yu-Hai would break the situation this time. In fact, the battle between Pokémons is very similar to countering each other's moves. Yu-Hai not only broke his own moves before, but also defeated Caterpie. Yu-Hai's command and prediction are at a very good level. He is a young trainer with great potential. Chapter 438, No Martial Ethics. That's not necessarily true, Yu-Hai smiled. He was waiting for an opportunity. When Gyarados hit the ground to make it uneven, the speed of the lava snail was reduced. The result was better than expected. Because the speed of the lava snail was too fast, it just rolled up a muddy slope and flew into the air. Now, Gyarados, use the water tail to whip it away. Roar, Gyarados saw the lava snail flying in the air and unable to gain leverage, and the end of its tail was instantly wrapped by the water flow, and then it swung its tail hard to whip the lava snail. Pa! The lava snail was unable to gain leverage in the air, and was directly whipped away by the tail, hitting the tree trunk and fainting. Pa! Wow, Brother Hai is so awesome. Xiao Ai saw Yu-Hai win 2 games in a row and immediately applauded. Woof, 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 Arcanine saw Xiaobo lose, and roared at Yu-Hai, speaking up for his trainer. Big dog, don't be mean to Brother Hai. Xiao Ai grabbed Arcanine's ears, and Arcanine didn't dare to bark anymore, so he had to lower his head and whimper softly. Pa! Xiaobo took back the fainted lava snail and clapped his hands to praise this wonderful battle. In fact, he was the one who confused Yu-Hai with the attribute restraint. Even if he wanted attribute restraint, he would not have sent out the lava snail, but the lava snail still lost. Xiaobo Pavilion Master, there is one more game, Yu-Hai smiled. Gyarados' tail is a water-attributed move, which is 4 times more effective against lava snail. Even if lava snail uses iron wall, what can it do? The water attribute is not completely ineffective. As a result, everyone saw that the lava snail, which had been hit by the water cannon many times and was blown away by a tail, finally died. You little brat, you have some skills, Xiaobo smiled. The warm-up tests in the first 2 games were over. Next, he was going to get serious. He threw out the last Pokeball in his hand. Roar! As soon as the armored Tyrannosaurus appeared, it roared like Gyarados. Even without the intimidation attribute, Gyarados was frightened. Old man, you have no moral principles. Yu-Hai saw that Gyarados was suppressed by the momentum of Tyrannosaurus, and he didn't know that Tyrannosaurus was Xiaobo's main Pokémon, the King-level Tyrannosaurus. The pressure emanating from Tyrannosaurus was almost the same as the dominant aura of the Tyrannosaurus on the deserted island, and even more violent and hot than the Tyrannosaurus on the deserted island. It should be related to Xiaobo's training method. After all, Xiaobo is a fire trainer and lives near a volcano. It is normal for Tyrannosaurus to have a rolling heat wave. Stinky boy, what do you mean by no moral principles? Tyrannosaurus is restrained by 4 times the water type. This is the basic tactic you said. What? Your tactics don't work. Xiaobo put his hands on his waist, almost laughing, but in fact, the smile on his face couldn't be hidden at all. Tisk, you old man, you are so shameless. Yu Hai's fingers trembled with anger, and he didn't know how to curse. Attribute restraint is a basic tactic, but when the gap is too big, it can make up for the attribute gap. In other words, in the face of absolute strength, all attribute restraint and skills are useless. Without the support of strength, everything is empty talk. Gyarados, water cannon. Yu Hai was very angry with Xiaobo. Since the old guy didn't have martial ethics, he didn't respect the old and love the young. He directly launched a war without declaration, allowing Gyarados to attack directly. Roar! Gyarados was not only frightened at first, but also a little afraid of the pressure of the king on the armored Tyrannosaurus, but after hearing the words of the trainer, he still opened his mouth and spit out water cannon at the Tyrannosaurus Rex. It's useless, young man. Xiaobo was not in a hurry after being happy, looking at Yu Hai and Gyarados trying to struggle. Yes, it was a struggle. Although the Tyrannosaurus Rex was restrained by the water system 4 times, the water cannon hit the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and there was no reaction at all, just like tickling. The Tyrannosaurus Rex, who was a little annoyed by the harassment of the water cannon, raised his hand and slapped the water cannon of Gyarados, just like slapping a fly. Roar! Gyarados was sweating profusely when he saw the Tyrannosaurus Rex casually slapping the water cannon. Since it was beaten by the mosquito frog, it has never encountered a second opponent who put so much pressure on it. Gyarados, calm down, don't panic. Yu Hai told Gyarados not to panic, but it was fake not to panic. Even he almost couldn't hold it. This was his first time facing a king-level Pokémon. One was over 30 levels, the other was at least over 60 levels. Such a gap was a gap that could not be filled by any skills. He would definitely lose this battle. He had no chance of winning, even if he used Dragon Dance to stack Gyarados' attack and speed. Even the water cannon with 4 times restraint had no effect on the Tyrannosaurus Rex, not to mention that other moves would only be worse than the water cannon. Young man, if you don't come over, I will go over. Xiaobo saw that Yu Hai and Gyarados were too scared to move, and after teasing, he shouted to the Tyrannosaurus Rex, Tyrannosaurus Rex, Thunder Fist. Gyarados, use Waterfall Charge, Iron Tail. Yu Hai gritted his teeth secretly. Facing this king-level Tyrannosaurus Rex, Gyarados only had one chance to attack, and only one the opportunity to explode. Gyarados, fight it, the most powerful Iron Tail. Roar! Gyarados was awakened by Yu Hai's roar. Looking at the beast rushing towards him, he felt so small, but he still obeyed the trainer's words and quickly twisted his body to rush towards the Tyrannosaurus Rex. After Gyarados approached the Tyrannosaurus Rex, the muscles on its tail condensed, and the strong tail glowed with a metallic luster. Gyarados used all his strength to swing the iron tail and hit the thunder fist of the Tyrannosaurus Rex heavily. Swish, boom boom boom. At the moment when Gyarados and the Tyrannosaurus Rex collided, Gyarados flew back without surprise, breaking several large trees before stopping, and fainted directly. Come back, Gyarados. Yu Hai used the Pokeball to take back Gyarados. The reason why he didn't use the water tail for the last attack was because water can conduct electricity and will counter-attack. Even if the iron tail was used, it would double the restraint against the Tyrannosaurus Rex, but the facts proved that in the face of absolute strength, attribute restraint is useless. Gyarados had just faced Tyrannosaurus when he was knocked away by it, and it knocked it out with one punch. It was more ferocious than Poliwag. Facing this Tyrannosaurus, he could not defeat it, but he would not admit defeat. This was his first time facing the king. He wanted to test his limits and the limits of the elves. But who should be used next? The gull, Poliwag, Giant Claw, Rhinoceros, and Scyther. Poliwag, you go, Yu-Hai thought for a moment, then turned his head to look at Poliwag standing beside him. Poliwag was his strongest elf. He knew Poliwag couldn't beat it, but he had to try, right? He wanted to know how much Poliwag was inferior. Yobo, Poliwag had been standing beside Yu-Hai. When Tyrannosaurus came out, it reminded him of his life on the deserted island, where there was also a Poliwag that was just as ferocious and violent. Dragon. However, it had already experienced the aura of the Overlord and the pressure of the king on the deserted island, so it was only startled for a moment and quickly recovered, because it was not afraid of the Overlord of the king, and it had the courage to punch the king. Mosquito Frog, we only have one chance to punch, don't hold back, burst out with all your strength, remember to use guard to protect yourself. Yu-Hai planned to use the strongest move of the Mosquito Frog to see if it was effective against the king-level elves. Yobo, the Mosquito Frog knew what to use, slowly walked forward, faced the armored Tyrannosaurus, clenched his hands into fists, and collided them hard. Your eyes are very firm, Xiaobo didn't think there would be any miracles. After all, the gap between the king and the non-king, as a person who had experienced it, he had a deeper understanding than anyone else, and knew how big the gap was. Mosquito Frog, belly bulge, Yu-Hai didn't care what Xiaobo said, he just wanted to brew the most terrifying blow of the Mosquito Frog. Yobo, the Mosquito Frog heard its belly bulge, and even if it had to consume half of its physical strength, it would strengthen its attack power to the maximum. It's useless, Tyrannosaurus Rex, Lightning Fist. Duo, lightning flashed on the fist of Tyrannosaurus Rex again, and its feet could shake the earth when it ran, and it rushed directly towards the Mosquito Frog. Mosquito Frog, burst out with all your strength, freezing fist. Yu-Hai stared at the Tyrannosaurus Rex rushing towards it, intending to decide the outcome with one move. Yobo, ice crystals flashed on the fist of the Mosquito Frog, and it took a deep breath and rushed towards the Tyrannosaurus Rex, stomping on the ground with its feet. Belly drum, plus waterfall climbing, plus ice punch, plus double restraint of ice, plus ice. Boom! The moment the lightning punch and the ice punch collided, the middle of the battlefield exploded instantly, and a mushroom cloud rose from it and continued to spread around. The air waves of the two elves hitting each other pressed the treetops to fall back continuously. Even Yu-Hai himself had to lower his body to resist this impact. Crack, crack. The cracking sound coming from outside the field was the sound of the big tree unable to withstand the continuously spreading shock waves, the sound of the branches breaking, and the wooden pillars of Xiaobo Bianbi could not withstand the impact and cracked. Yo-Bo, the mosquito-repellent frog also flew back under the impact, so fast that it flashed by, leaving only a blue afterimage. Yu-Hai only saw a blue stream of light flashing by his side, and when he looked carefully, he found that it was the mosquito-repellent frog flying back. He hurried over and saw that the mosquito-repellent frog hit a tree trunk and stopped, and it was not injured. The mosquito frog was fine after using the ice explosion fist, and even the body that hit the tree trunk was fine, the tree trunk was broken. He was relieved when he saw that the mosquito frog was fine. It seemed that his idea was successful. He used the defense to resist the counter-injury of the ice explosion, and then wrapped himself with the water ball made by playing with water, which could also reduce the counter-injury of the collision. The mosquito frog on Yu-Hai's side was fine, but it consumed too much physical strength. The armored Tyrannosaurus on Xiaobo's side completely endured the double restraint of the ice explosion damage, and also endured all the explosion damage. The moment the armored Tyrannosaurus fought with the mosquito frog again, it felt a huge force coming, followed by an explosion impact, which blew it back again and again until it retreated in front of Xiaobo, and then sat down in front of Xiaobo, with its charred arms drooping weakly. The front of the armored Tyrannosaurus was full of explosion damage, and there were some fine ice fragments. Even its arms seemed to be burnt and turned black, and it couldn't even lift them up. Iron-armored Tyrannosaurus, Xiaobo looked at the armored Tyrannosaurus in such a tragic state. Although it was only flesh wounds, which just broke through the stratum corneum of the armored Tyrannosaurus, it was still too tragic. The arm was also injured, and some flesh and blood could be seen. The armored Tyrannosaurus raised its arm that was burned black after fighting with the mosquito-repellent frog, and planned to rub it on the grass, but as soon as the arm touched the grass, a piercing pain rushed to the forehead, and the armored Tyrannosaurus bared its teeth in pain. "You are injured, it's the mosquito-repellent frog." Xiaobo saw the injured arm of the armored Tyrannosaurus, and then looked at the mosquito-repellent frog on Yu Hai's side, only to see that the mosquito-repellent frog was just panting, and there was no sign of injury on its hands and body. "How is it possible, such a violent collision, how could there be no injury at all?" Xiaobo muttered to himself, not understanding what had just happened. He suddenly realized that the mosquito-repellent frog was not injured, which seemed not to be the point. The point is, it was just a mosquito frog, but it actually hurt his armored Tyrannosaurus, and he himself was not injured at all. How did the other party do it? "Master Xiaobo, are you still fighting?" Yu Hai also saw the charred arm of the armored Tyrannosaurus, which should be only slightly injured. After all, the armored Tyrannosaurus is a king level, and it is impossible for the mosquito frog to defeat it. The mosquito frog is now just a spent force. The belly drum has lost half of its physical strength. Later, it used defense and water balls to weaken the impact of the explosion, and consumed the remaining physical strength. The mosquito frog has no strength to fight. The mosquito frog was able to come over by itself, and it also took several breaths over there. He also fed an energy block and recovered some physical strength before coming over. Fight, why not fight? How could Xiaobo admit defeat? The armored Tyrannosaurus is the last elf. If he admits defeat, Yu Hai can get the Crimson Badge. But the mosquito-repellent frog obviously doesn't have the strength of a king. How can it burst out such destructive power? Even if it uses the belly drum to strengthen itself, it only has a basic attack of more than 200, how can it have such destructive power? Xiaobo didn't know that the belly drum was just one of the many amplifications. The real power of the mosquito-repellent frog was the power brought by the waterfall burst, as well as the ice attribute restraint, plus the ice explosion to achieve the current result. The basic attack of the mosquito-repellent frog is only 615 points, plus the attack of enhanced 6, is multiplied by 400%, which is just over 200. "Mosquito frog, are you okay?" Yu Hai looked at the mosquito frog, but the mosquito frog smiled at him and walked towards the battlefield step by step. When the armored Tyrannosaurus saw the mosquito frog on the field, it no longer sat down, but stood up and walked towards the battlefield. It was incredible that it had such a strong fighting spirit on a non-king. It hadn't been so excited for a long time. The armored rhinoceros drooped one arm and roared at the mosquito frog. "Yobo!" The mosquito frog was not to be outdone and raised his fist. "Mosquito frog, absorb the punch." Yu Hai planned to let the mosquito frog recover some physical strength first. Iron armored Tyrannosaurus, rock blockade. Xiaobo also began to take it seriously, preparing to go down to command the armored Tyrannosaurus to fight, instead of letting the armored Tyrannosaurus play freely. If the frog could still perform like that just now, he had to take it seriously. If he let the Tyrannosaurus Rex continue to play freely, he might really lose. This brat actually has a trick up his sleeve. This inconspicuous frog should be the opponent's strongest elf, not bad. Chapter 439, Crimson Badge. The Tyrannosaurus Rex, with anger provoked by the frog, gently raised his foot and fell down with a thud, creating many rock pillars from the ground, rising from the ground under the frog, forming a stone pillar formation to hit the opponent. "Yobo!" The frog felt the vibration under its feet and quickly jumped away with the waterfall, stepping on a stone pillar with both feet. It rubbed its fists when the rock blockade stopped. Tyrannosaurus Rex, Thunder Fist. Xiaobo used the rock blockade to block the venue and limit the jumping ability of the frog. He would not be wrong. The jumping ability of the mosquito-scented frog is very strong. If the venue is not restricted, the armored Tyrannosaurus can't catch up with the mosquito-scented frog. Duo, crackle, the armored Tyrannosaurus changed one hand to use the thunder fist, and it was not as flexible as before. Yobo, the mosquito-scented frog used the waterfall to jump to another stone pillar, until it found the blind spot of the vision, and then raised its fist to rush towards the armored Tyrannosaurus. The temporary stone pillar under its feet was directly broken by the mosquito-scented frog. How is it possible? Xiaobo finally realized where the mosquito-scented frog's burst came from after seeing this scene. It turned out that it was the burst brought by its legs. Duo, the armored Tyrannosaurus felt the danger behind it, and felt that its physical strength was sucked away. The armored Tyrannosaurus wanted to turn around and punch the mosquito-scented frog, but the mosquito-scented frog had already jumped away with the waterfall. I can't hit it. The armored Tyrannosaurus's reaction is not as fast as that mosquito-scented frog. Xiaobo saw the mosquito-scented frog dodge, and also saw the mosquito-scented frog's chest rising and falling, which was panting. Iron-armored Tyrannosaurus, rock blasting. Xiaobo changed his tactics. The iron-armored Tyrannosaurus stomped the ground with its big feet, shaking the rocks on the ground in front of it, and raised his hand to grab a stone and throw it at the mosquito-repellent frog. The mosquito-repellent frog could only dodge in the rock shells, which was exactly the opposite of the water cannon just now, but the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus rock shells could also smash the stone pillars. The rubble scattered by the stone pillars would interfere with the mosquito-repellent frog, or even hit the mosquito-repellent frog. Yo, hu, bo, hu, the mosquito-repellent frog was finally knocked to the ground by the rocks, gasping for breath on the ground, and before it could get up, the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus rock shells came again. Yobo, hu, the mosquito-repellent frog barely supported its body and hid behind the stone pillar, but the rock shells directly blew the stone pillar where the mosquito-repellent frog was hiding into pieces, and the mosquito-repellent frog was also knocked unconscious by the rocks falling from the sky. Yobo, before the mosquito frog fainted, it wanted to avoid the gravel, but it had no strength. The previous battle was already very difficult. It could only hold on until now because of its fighting spirit of not wanting to lose. The mosquito frog just ate an energy block and barely absorbed a punch from the armored Tyrannosaurus Rex, and then was chased and hit by the rock blast. In the end, it couldn't even use the waterfall climbing. It wanted to hide behind the stone pillar to take a breath, but the armored Tyrannosaurus Rex didn't give it this opportunity. Come back, mosquito frog, it seems that you have reached your limit a long time ago. Yu Hai already knew that the mosquito frog had reached its limit. If the mosquito frog didn't want to fight, he would have refused. However, he also knew the limit of the mosquito frog. The mosquito frog's full burst could only exchange for an arm of the king. Before the king, they were all ants. The gap between the quasi-king and the king was so big that there was really not much room for maneuver. I really don't know how big the gap is between the king and the champion. Come out, Iron Rhino. Yu Hai had only one Pokemon left, and he felt that it didn't matter who he sent. Don't look at the Iron Tyrannosaurus panting, but it's a king-level Pokemon. The panting of the king level is different from the panting of the frog, just because the opponent is a king level. It's good that the frog can hold on until now after panting. He has experienced the physical strength of the king level Pokemon in the pressure of the King of Heaven was gone. At least it was a little stronger than the other three little guys, which was why he chose Han to play the third game. The armored rhinoceros just came out and wanted to run around when he saw the grass. However, after running 2 steps, Han saw the collapsed stone pillars on the battlefield and the scattered gravel everywhere, and he realized that something was wrong. Iron-armored rhinoceros, it's your unevolved form, are you okay? Xiaobo naturally didn't want to admit defeat. It was impossible to give the badge to Yu Hai so cheaply. No matter whether he lost or won in the end, he had to finish the last game. The armored Tyrannosaurus beat his chest with his hand, indicating that he could still fight again, not to mention that it was just his unevolved form. Han felt that the armored Tyrannosaurus was very fierce, and had already run behind Yu-Hai to hide. Iron Rhino, this is the third battle. Gyarados and Frog have both lost. It's up to you. Who, what? That violent tadpole lost? Are you kidding me? How can I beat an opponent that violent tadpole couldn't beat? Han shook his head frantically. He didn't want to fight at all. He felt that the fierce big guy was like his father, just as fierce and violent. If he hadn't heard that Frog had lost, he might have tried it, but Frog had lost, so it would be useless for him to go up. Iron Rhino, think about your father. Do you really want to go back fat and get spanked by your father? If you don't become stronger here, you will definitely be spanked by your father when you go back. Hi. When the Iron Rhino heard about spanking, his eyes widened because he remembered the bad memories. When he was on the deserted island, his father often spanked him by the tail. The armored rhinoceros realized that it couldn't retreat and didn't want to be spanked, so it started digging the ground with its front limbs. It wanted to charge and become stronger, starting from here. In order not to be spanked by its father, it had to be stronger than its father, and then spank its father while he was asleep. Roar! The armored rhinoceros roared after accumulating strength, and rushed directly towards the armored Tyrannosaurus. In fact, the armored Tyrannosaurus didn't take its younger brother seriously. After all, the armored rhinoceros had just retreated to avoid the battle, and it despised cowards the most. Roar! The armored Tyrannosaurus also roared, reaching out to grab the horn on Han-Han's head, but it underestimated Han-Han's strength and was constantly pushed back by Han-Han. The armored Tyrannosaurus couldn't catch Han-Han's charge with one hand, not because Han-Han was very strong, but because it found that it had become weaker, because it only used one hand, and the other hand was injured just now, and it hurt when touched. Roar! Han-Han felt that it was too strenuous to walk against the Tyrannosaurus Rex, so he kept digging the ground with his front limbs, and directly knocked the Tyrannosaurus Rex to the ground. Iron Rhino, Frozen Fang, Yu-Hai saw Han-Han knocking the Tyrannosaurus Rex over, and immediately asked Han-Han to use a move that restrained him. Roar! Han-Han opened his big mouth to chew ore, and cold air instantly came out of his sharp teeth. It was frost that covered Han-Han's teeth. It made Han-Han's teeth longer. Iron Tyrannosaurus Rex, Frozen Fist, Xiaobo saw the Frozen Fang biting, and hurriedly asked the Tyrannosaurus Rex on the ground to counterattack with the Frozen Fist. Just in time, they were all restrained by the ice attribute. Then Han-Han's Frozen Fang bit on the Tyrannosaurus Rex's Frozen Fist. Crack, crack! The collision between the Frozen Fang and the Frozen Fist caused the frost to spread continuously. Han-Han's entire mouth was covered with frost, and the entire arm of the Tyrannosaurus Rex was frozen by frost. Roar! The two elves roared at the same time, each breaking free from the ice and taking 2 steps back. Crack, crack! Han-Han just chewed twice, and the ice in his mouth was broken into pieces and swallowed into his stomach. Han-Han felt that it was icy and cold, and it was best to eat it with ore. Crack! The armored Tyrannosaurus punched the stone pillar, and the ice wrapped around his arm was also shattered. Iron Rhino, use the frozen teeth again. Iron armored Tyrannosaurus, use the flame fist to knock it away. As the two elves separated, Yu-Hai and Xiaobo shouted at the two elves again, and the two elves collided again. However, the armored Tyrannosaurus, which has hands and feet, is generally more flexible and convenient than Han-Han. After Han-Han pounced on it, the armored Tyrannosaurus punched Han-Han in the face and knocked out all the frozen teeth. Suddenly, a punch was so powerful that it broke the ice on Han-Han's frozen teeth and knocked out Han-Han's teeth, knocking out Han-Han's teeth that could break mountains and split rocks. Roar! Han-Han looked at the knocked-out teeth on the ground, and was completely angry. He dared to knock out his teeth. With Han-Han's roar, a strong light instantly burst out from Han-Han's body. That was the light of evolution. Han-Han was going to evolve. Seeing that Han-Han was going to evolve, Yu-Hai hurriedly took out hard stones and soft sand from his backpack. They were all senior-level props. Fortunately, they were prepared long ago. These two props just corresponded to Han Han's rock and ground types, and could be absorbed by Han Han when he evolved, but Han Han's evolution was too sudden. After taking out the props, he ran to Han Han at the fastest speed and stuffed the two props into Han Han's big mouth, but Han Han was missing a tooth, and the hard stone rolled out again. Ironclad Rhino, bite and eat. Yu Hai had to remind Han Han to bite the two senior-level props and eat them. Roar! After Han Han ate the props, the light of evolution became brighter and brighter, and Han Han also changed from lying on all fours to standing on 2 feet. When the white light faded, Han Han evolved into an armored Tyrannosaurus, which was bigger than Xiaobo's armored Tyrannosaurus. Tyrannosaurus, and the tall and strong armored Tyrannosaurus. Evolution? It evolved while fighting. Xiaobo came over and looked at the evolved armored Tyrannosaurus. He didn't expect that the armored rhino actually evolved. It's really. Xiaobo muttered to himself for a long time, and Yu Hai didn't hear what Xiaobo said. When he saw that the armored rhino had evolved, he stepped forward and patted the belly of the armored Tyrannosaurus. Bang bang! Roar! The armored Tyrannosaurus was in no mood to pay attention to Yu Hai. It wanted to seek revenge on another armored Tyrannosaurus. Its teeth were knocked out. Its teeth. It wanted revenge. Roar! Xiaobo's armored Tyrannosaurus roared, not to be outdone. It's just a tooth, isn't it? Come back, armored Tyrannosaurus. Xiaobo saw that Yu Hai's armored Tyrannosaurus still wanted to fight, so he immediately took back his armored Tyrannosaurus. His armored Tyrannosaurus was seriously injured and consumed so much energy. If he continued to fight, the outcome would be unpredictable. Master Xiaobo, you are the one who won the gym battle and got the Crimson Badge. If Xiaobo hadn't been so mean, he would have taken back the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and didn't care about the Tyrannosaurus Rex's confusion, but asked about the badge. I guess so, the badge is yours. Xiaobo couldn't say anything more even if he was thick-skinned, because he was the one who took back the Tyrannosaurus Rex first. Yu Hai caught the Crimson Badge that Xiaobo threw, and it was considered that he got it. Haha, I got the Crimson Badge. Yu Hai ignored Xiaobo's I guess so, because it was obviously he who won the gym battle and got the Crimson Badge. If it weren't for the fact that Xiaobo, the old man, was so bad, and actually used the king-level Tyrannosaurus Rex to fight the gym battle, he would have won the gym battle long ago, and if the Rhino hadn't evolved during the fight, he would have almost lost. Everyone come out, the Tyrannosaurus Rex has evolved. Yu Hai released Gyarados and Frog, the two of them had already woke up. Yobo, Gyarados was only slightly injured, and the main reason was that he was exhausted and fainted. Roar, Gyarados was simply knocked unconscious, but the injury to its tail needed to be treated, and it would be sent to the Pokémon Center for treatment later. Bile, the owl flew down from the roof. It witnessed the entire gym battle. The Tyrannosaurus almost killed 3 in a row. It was too strong. Kuke, congratulations, you also evolved. The giant claw didn't see the battle just now, but when it heard that Big Brother Gyarados lost, it realized how dangerous the battle was just now. After all, in its heart, Big Brother Gyarados is the strongest. Scyther also wanted to go on the field. It just wanted to challenge a strong enemy, but when it learned that Gyarados was defeated, it subconsciously turned its head to look at Xiaobo who was leaving. It didn't expect that the old man was so strong. Zwivai, Xiao the snail found that after the evolution of the armored rhinoceros, it became the shortest one. No, it was not the shortest. There was a chicken as short as it, and it couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Jija, Zapdos was held in Yu Hai's arms. It didn't understand what everyone was talking about. It also flapped its wings happily. Duo, after the armored Tyrannosaurus grew hands, it immediately touched its teeth. It found that it was really missing one. Looking at the teeth on the ground, it wanted to cry. Iron armored Tyrannosaurus, eat more and it will grow back. Look at this tooth. It's black and has cavities. It's just the right time to change a new tooth. Yu Hai patted the shoulder of the armored Tyrannosaurus. He found that the armored Tyrannosaurus was much taller than him. The average height of the armored Tyrannosaurus is 1.9 meters. Although his armored Tyrannosaurus was not measured, it was definitely more than 2 meters. The two armored Tyrannosaurus were compared just now. His Tyrannosaurus is a little taller than Xiaobo's Tyrannosaurus. The Tyrannosaurus looked carefully and found that there was really something black on the teeth, so he accepted Yu Hai's comfort. Yu Hai collected the teeth of the Tyrannosaurus. He could make a necklace as a souvenir of them in the future, which could be regarded as the black history of the Tyrannosaurus. As for the cavities on the teeth, it was just a trick to fool Han Han. In fact, he didn't wash it clean and it was stained with mud. Okay, everyone come back. Frog, Gyarados, and Tyrannosaurus all need to go to the Pokémon Center for treatment. We will meet again when we take a hot spring bath later. Yu Hai let everyone chat for a while, then took back all the Pokémons, leaving only the otter, and took the otter to the Pokémon Center at the foot of the mountain, and handed Frog, Gyarados, and Tyrannosaurus to Miss Joy. Then, in the rest area of the Elf Center, he quietly waited for the treatment of the 3 mosquito frogs and quietly opened the panel of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Tyrannosaurus Rex panel. Tyrannosaurus Rex panel. Tyrannosaurus Rex. Attribute, ground plus rock. Gender, male. Potential, 74.33%. Level, 43.18%. Feature, hard head /38.15% hidden feature, sacrifice /37.17%. Ground system mastered moves. Earthquake /6.22%. Direct drill /1.99%. Heavy stomp /20.17%. 100,000 horsepower /27.28%. Dig /23.73%. Stomping /23.99%. Rock system, sandstorm /5.54%. Rock blast /4.91%. Sharp stone attack /5.91%. Rock fall /13.21%. Knockdown /14.37%. Rock polishing /35.26%. General system, rock climbing /36.27%. Impact /41.21%. Wagtail /20.88%. Rocket hammer /27.31%. Sacrifice charge /39.14%. Horn charge /40.53%. Scary face /7.14%. Trampling /6.37%. Horn drill /7.17%. Slam /8.21%. Fire, flame fist /4.31%. Flame fang /32.91%. Sunny day /3.63%. Electric, thunder fist /3.26%. Thunder fang /30.45%. Ice, frozen fist /3.82%. Frozen fang /28.94%. Water, rain prayer /3.34%. Surf /3.53%. Unclassified, crush /38.82%. Poison blow /5.45%. Shadow claw /4.94%. Iron tail /3.11%. Double return /26.22%. Sleep /42.81%. A total of 37 moves, the ones with low proficiency are new. The number of words is a bit too much, and the elf panel will be divided like this in the future. In fact, there are only 300 words. Chapter 440, News from Xiao Ai's mother. Iron armored Tyrannosaurus. Attribute, ground plus rock. Gender, male. Potential, 74.33%. Level, 43.18%. Features, hard head /38.15% hidden feature, sacrifice /37.17%. Mastering the moves. Han ate 2 senior level items of this system, and his potential reached 74, which is higher than the 71st of the giant claw crab, but still not catching up with the Gyarados. After all, it is only 2 senior level items. If it is a king level item, maybe Han can also jump to the semi-champion, but unfortunately he does not have a king level item. He only has the soft sand of the Quasi-King, which is a prop prepared for Han to use, not for eating. Being able to get a dragon scale of a king level real dragon has exhausted his luck. As for the good things from Baofeng, that is not called luck, that is called paying due rewards, which is something that was planned. Han's level has also reached more than 40, and he has finally entered the senior level, but he is still far from Xiaobo's armored Tyrannosaurus. When the armored Tyrannosaurus is injured, the outcome is still unknown. He may not be able to beat it at all, and the opponent can hold Han down with one hand. After all, it is a king-level elf, so it is normal that his armored Tyrannosaurus cannot beat it. Han's dual characteristics have increased a lot of proficiency. He bumped into trees a lot during the time in the gym. Anyway, his head is getting harder and harder. As for the remaining moves, the moves he has learned have not changed much, but there are some increases. The most surprising thing about Han's evolution this time is that Han has learned a lot of new moves, which is the highlight. The new moves are Earthquake, Drill, Flame Punch, Lightning Punch, Ice Punch, Rock Blast, Stone Attack, Scary Face, Trampling, Ramming, Horn Drill, Surfing. He was not surprised that Han could learn these moves. After all, he was the child of the Overlord and had eaten so many good things and props. Earthquake is a new move that Han can learn naturally through level increase. He couldn't learn it before because his level was not high enough. Farmer's 3 Punches is another use of the 3 Fangs move. As long as you know the 3 Fangs move, you can learn Farmer's 3 Punches by yourself. Rock Blast and Stone Attack are rock-type moves, and Drill is a ground-type move. Han also learned it after leveling up. Scary Face is the move that Gyarados uses to scare children. Anyone who looks scary can use this move. It is an easy move to learn. Trampling, Ramming, and Horn Drilling are all general-type moves. There is nothing much to say about the first 2. Just understand the literal meaning. One is to stomp with the foot, and the other is to hit with the body. But this horn drilling is a bit interesting. Like the head-breaking claw move of the giant crab, it can cause the near-death effect as long as it hits the opponent, provided that it can hit the opponent. There is also surfing. He was not surprised at all that the armored Tyrannosaurus could learn this move, because Han is not afraid of water at all and can surf after evolution. In addition to the above 12 new moves, Han actually learned Poison Attack and Shadow Claw, which he did not expect and was also the most unexpected gain. He did not expect that Han could actually learn these 2 moves. Neither of them is Han's original type moves. One is a poison type move, Poison Attack, and the other is a ghost type move, Shadow Claw. However, thinking back carefully, it is not without traces. Don't forget that Gengar ate thousands of gems, all of which are ghost type and poison type gems, and a small number of psychic type gems. He used to throw away those empty gems, but one time he found Han eating them from garbage. When he stopped him, he found that they were all empty gems that were thrown away by Gengar. Later, he didn't throw away the empty gems, but gave them all to Han. If Han ate thousands of ghost gems and poison gems, it would not be surprising if he could learn these 2 non-native moves when he evolved. Although the gem energy is empty, the energy of hundreds of gems and the accumulated energy cannot be underestimated. Han is blessed in the future. Since he likes to eat stones so much, he will throw them all to Han. Next, we have to study the evolution and degeneration of the 5 Pokémons, and then the empty gems can be consumed by Han. Gengui alone spent more than 600 million gems. He spent more than 500 million in the beginning, and spent more than 100 million in the end to break through the champion limit. So many gems are all in Han's stomach. There are also those props of Storm and those props of the black market, all in Han's stomach, and Han Han still has many props that he hasn't eaten yet. The next potential improvement will depend on those props. If Han Han eats so many good things and still sucks, he will doubt whether Han Han eats fake stones or fake props. There are more than 1 billion gems to be given to Han Han next, which should be able to push Han Han's potential to the champion, and then Han Han will be the fourth partner to enter the champion potential. After looking at Han Han's panel, he found that there are too many moves. With more than 30 moves, it is impossible to cover everything. In the future, he can only focus on training. Uncommon moves will not be practiced, including other elves. After looking at the panel, he turned off the panel of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The three of them treated him for more than half an hour. The radio notified him to go to get the elves. Miss Joy told him that the Tyrannosaurus Rex and the Tyrannosaurus Rex were both slightly injured. But the tail of the Gyarados was seriously injured. It can't fight with its tail for at least several days. The Gyarados needs to rest and recover the injury of its tail. When he heard the news, he was relieved. It was the Gyarados who was hurt emotionally. If he had known, he would not have fought hard at the last blow. However, fortunately, Gyarados used Iron Tail instead of Water Tail or Dragon Tail. If he had used these two moves, he would probably have been more seriously injured, because Iron Tail hardened the tail, which was equivalent to wearing armor and could resist a lot of damage. After learning about the injuries of Mosquito and the other two, he also took out the illustrated book to register for the Quartz Conference at the Pokémon Center, got the badge box from the Pokémon Center, and put the Crimson badge in it. This badge box has 10 grooves and can store 10 badges, which means there are at least 10 gyms in the Kanto area, but some gyms are not shown in the original book. However, the Quartz Conference Beginner's Guide should have the addresses of other gyms, and he is not in a hurry about it. It only takes 8 badges to participate in the Quartz Conference, which is still very simple for newcomers. At least it is much simpler than the examination of the Pokémon League Certification Center, which appeared in the animation and is the qualification examination for participating in the Quartz Conference. As long as you pass the written test and the battle, you can get the qualification badge. You don't need to collect 8 badges and can directly participate in the Quartz Conference. This kind of exam is very suitable for trainers who are very busy at work or need to travel around because of age or physical condition. It can quickly obtain the qualification to participate in the Quartz Conference. The Pokémon League Certification Center is different from the gym competition. You cannot bring your own Pokémon into the certification center. You need to use the Pokémon in the examination room to fight. You need to remember the types and characteristics of Pokémons, and even every stage and every move of Pokémons. The difficulty is very high. However, he will not take such an exam, because he needs to catch combination Pokémons to study evolution, which will definitely require running around. When he was collecting badges on the way, he caught all the Pokémons that evolved. Take back the 3 mosquito frogs, put the badge box and the illustrated book into the backpack, and went to the Pokémon Center to sit on the Big Mouth Gull. He returned to the Red Lotus Gym and saw Xiao Ai sitting on the Wind Speed Dog in the hall, and Xiaobo sitting under the eaves smoking and drinking tea. I don't know how Xiaobo treats his Tyrannosaurus Rex. It should be sent to the Red Lotus Research Institute for treatment. Xiaobo has many treatment channels and he doesn't need to worry about it. Young man, what did you feed the armored rhinoceros just now? Xiaobo just wanted to leave and didn't want to argue about winning or losing, so he didn't ask about it. Nothing, just 2 senior level props, hard stone and soft sand. Yu Hai sat on the wooden floor under the eaves, picked up Xiaobo's teapot and poured himself a cup, and tasted Xiaobo's tea. It's a bit bitter. Yu Hai just took a sip and spit out his tongue. He opened the lid of the teapot and saw that all the tea leaves were floating on the water. His face turned green immediately. It's just a pot of water. Is it necessary to put so many tea leaves? 2 senior level props. Xiaobo couldn't help twitching when he heard this. See if this is human language. Just 1 evolution, and throwing 2 senior level props to the elves, this doesn't look like the wealth of an orphan. The two senior level props together are at least tens of millions, which is really rich. Young man, how did the mosquito-repellent frog explode just now? Xiaobo did not delve into Yu Hai's secret. They were just two senior-level props, not very valuable things, but compared to the orphan, they were too luxurious. Old Xiaobo, that's a secret, don't ask too much. Yu Hai did not tell Xiaobo the secret of the mosquito-repellent frog. He knew that these elf researchers liked to study the secrets of the elves' power and the evolution of the elves the most. Xiaobo happened to be the former. He had no idea about the refill of tea. This thing was too bitter. He was not used to it. He drank tea just to taste the sweetness of the tea, but Xiaobo made it so bitter. Hey, brat, don't be so stingy. Xiaobo really wanted to know how Yu Hai cultivated the mosquito-repellent frog, which actually fought head-on with the armored Tyrannosaurus without losing a single blow and did not look injured. You have to know that it was just a mosquito-repellent frog, not even as powerful as a king, but it could actually burst out with the power to injure the Tyrannosaurus Rex. It was incredible. This was what surprised him the most, and it was also the original intention of his founding the Red Lotus Research Institute to study the secrets of the power of the elves. Although that destructive power was only one hit, and the Tyrannosaurus Rex did not burst out with all its strength, it still broke one of its arms. If it was an opponent of the same level, it would not be able to withstand the burst of the mosquito-repellent frog, and would be beaten to the point of retreat. Old man, don't even think about it, unless you can exchange it for a quasi-god. Yu Hai smiled and kicked the ball back. Anyway, the burst of the waterfall climbing is not a big secret. Exchange it for a quasi-god. God is not at a disadvantage at all. You wish. Xiaobo glanced at Yu Hai unhappily. He wanted a quasi-god. How could he exchange a quasi-god for a cultivation method? Could it be that the mosquito-repellent frog could be stronger than a quasi-god? Hey, forget it. If I don't want to exchange it. Yu Hai knew it was impossible. Sure enough, he couldn't get the wool from this old man, so forget it. Quasi-gods are late bloomers. They need a long time to cultivate. The growth period is at least 2 or 3 times that of other elves. When he needs the powerful combat power of quasi-gods, he no longer needs quasi-gods. By the way, there is news about Xiao Ai's mother, Aimei. My friend in Ziwan Town saw Aimei come to Ziwan Town to sweep Xiao Ai's grave. We are going to take a boat to Ziwan Town tomorrow. Do you want to go? Ziwan Town? My next step is the Crimson Gym in Crimson City. I have to go through Gemini Island and Sunshine Town by boat, and then transfer to a passenger ship. I can also take a 20-kilometer bridge to Crimson City. I can go with you for a while. Yukai opened the novice guide and turned to the map from Honglian Island to Crimson City. The Crimson Gym is the closest gym to Honglian Island. It is also the gym of the rocket team Undercover, the poison-type King Aju. However, Aju and Yishu are both in the 4 Heavenly Kings Reserve, and they may be attacking the 4 Heavenly Kings now. The gym may be managed by Aju's sister Aya and daughter Axing, so it is still possible to challenge. Actually, there is a gym in Ziwan Town. Xiaobo knew that Yu Hai was going to challenge the Quartz Conference, and he would definitely collect the badges for the competition with the gym as the goal, but it was the same as if they went to Ziwan Town first. There is a gym in Ziwan Town. Yu Hai looked at Xiaobo with suspicion. Could this old man be lying? He didn't remember that there was a gym in Ziwan Town, but there was an elf cemetery there, and there were quite a lot of ghost elves. Why? Don't believe it. Xiaobo was so angry that his beard trembled, but he was not angry. Instead, he explained to Yu Hai, King Kikyuko knows you. No, how could Yu Hai not know the ghost King Kikyuko? This old woman definitely has the strength of a champion. After all, she uses a ghost elf. The lifespan of ghosts is unknown and they are always at their peak. However, maybe because of her old age, she gave the championship position to the young man, Du. Kikyuko is about to retire and plans to open a ghost gym in Shintown. The gym is called Shin Gym and the badges issued are supernatural badges. I heard about it some time ago. Maybe the gym has already opened. Shin Town, where supernatural events frequently occur, is quite suitable for Kikyuko's new gym. Is there such a thing? Yu-Hai is indeed a little ignorant. He didn't see any Shin Gym in the animation in his previous life, but this is reality, and anything can happen. However, it was also said in the previous life that Kikyuko would temporarily take over as the owner of Tokiwa Gym. That was also the plot after Team Rocket was besieged by the Alliance and Sakeke fled. Before Team Rocket was besieged, after Kikyuko retired, she might really open a gym to cultivate the successor of the Ghost King. It is not impossible. Okay, then I will go with you, Yu-Hai did not continue to refuse. Anyway, they are all gyms. It is the same to fight Shin Gym first and then Crimson Gym. Just go with them. Xiaobo will definitely cover the entire trip to Ziwan Town. He will only eat, drink and have fun. Why not? The boat will leave at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Don't oversleep, Xiaobo reminded Yu-Hai when he saw him leave. Got it, Yu-Hai was going to take a hot spring bath. He released all 8 Pokémons on the surface and squeezed them into the hot spring together. Gyarados was alone in a hot spring. This guy was too big. Duo, when the armored Tyrannosaurus was released, he was missing a tooth and his speech was leaky, which attracted everyone's laughter. The armored Tyrannosaurus had to sink his face into the hot spring because he couldn't afford to lose the face of the Tyrannosaurus. Roar, Gyarados couldn't put his tail in the hot spring because his tail hurt, so he could only droop on the edge of the hot spring, and his whole body was limp in the hot spring. Yobo, the mosquito frog, with a towel on its head, was constantly steaming, and relaxed by the hot spring, relaxing from the fatigue of the battle just now. Yu-Hai did not blame it for losing the battle just now. Yu-Hai also told it that it was normal to lose, and that the Tyrannosaurus Rex was a king-level elf. Their strength was not enough, and they would reach that strength when they got stronger in the future. He also told them not to worry, and it did not take it to heart. Now it could relax and take a comfortable bath. While taking a bath, the giant crab also came down, and its whole body was soaked into a red crab, redder than before, and everyone laughed when they saw it. The big-mouthed gull, the flying mantis, and the small-mouthed snail were all soaking in the hot spring, only the lightning bird did not like water, stretched out its chicken claws on the shore, and was instantly scalded red by the hot spring. The lightning bird never dared to go down the hot spring again, but scratched Yu-Hai's hair on his head, and then squatted comfortably on Yu-Hai's head and dozed off. Yu-Hai also lay comfortably in the hot spring, and did not disturb the Zapdos who mistook his hair for a chicken coop. Xiao Ai was also watched by Xiaobo, so he did not have to pay attention to him all the time. He could finally take a good hot spring bath again. He could not help stretching his limbs, and felt that it was so comfortable to take a bath occasionally. It was a pity that the Swampurts could not be released, and they could not enjoy the hot spring this time. They could only be wronged for the time being. When he travels alone, he can release the Swampurts to take a bath. Chapter 441, Special Ability. The 7th day to the Kanto region, cloudy. Today, Yu-Hai got on the boat again. Since going to Kanto, he found that he spent most of his time on the boat. This voyage takes a week, and they will spend it on the ship. The reason why it takes a week is mainly because the voyage is too long. After boarding the ship from Honglian Island, they need to pass through Gemini Island, Sunshine Town, and reach the southeast corner of Guandu Continent. Then they continue to go north and run to the northernmost tip of Guandu Continent before they can reach Ziwan Town. They are equivalent to circumnavigating Guandu Continent and walking 1/3 of the coastline before they can reach Ziwan Town. It is really not easy for this trip. They may take a month to go back and forth, and they have to spend half a month on the ship. However, it is not without benefits. Xiaobo brought 2 maids on board this time. One maid is responsible for taking care of Xiao Ai, and the other is responsible for handling their daily chores. They only need to eat, drink and have fun. The captain of this luxury cruise ship is also Xiaobo's good friend. He arranged the best top-floor sea view room for Xiaobo, as well as a private training ground, so that he can train his own elves while on the ship. Yu Hai followed Xiaobo and got a sea view room on the ship. With Xiaobo's top service on the luxury cruise ship, at least he didn't have to worry about food. He hadn't replenished his travel supplies yet, so he could just follow Xiaobo to eat and drink, all the way to Ziwan town. Before leaving today, Xiaobo followed his advice and made a simple disguise for Xiao Ai. The first thing was to cut her hair short to shoulder length. She put on a cute sun hat and changed her clothes to suitable clothes and shoes. It was difficult for Xiao Ai to be recognized like this. The three gozank with clone markings on their bodies, which were not convenient to release, were also taken to the Red Lotus Research Institute by Xiaobo, who performed a small operation on the three gozank. Xiaobo removed the pigment markings on the gozank and used the original pigment to restore them and dyed their hair. In this way, the three gozank looked much more normal and could be released at will. Following Xiaobo to the Red Lotus Research Institute, Yu Hai couldn't help but sigh that Xiaobo had a way to solve the camouflage problem of the three little ones directly from the source when he saw Xiaobo coloring the three little ones. If it were him, he would only use a stupid method to dye the three little guys. When the three little guys shed their skin, the spots would grow again. Dyeing is not a long-term solution. In addition, Xiao Ai also made her first friend, an EV in the Red Lotus Research Institute. They played in the institute and soon became friends. Xiaobo let Xiao Ai take him with him. It's just an EV. There are many EVs in Xiaobo's institute. As long as Xiao Ai likes something, he will help Xiao Ai get it. Whether he wants to spoil Xiao Ai is another matter. Xiaobo just wants to compensate Xiao Ai. Xiao Ai has been away for too long, and he wants to make up for the years Xiao Ai has lost. Yu Hai has nothing to say about this. He understands the feelings of an old man. Let the old man toss around. He is too lazy to worry about these things. After getting on the ship, he did not stop training. He was at Xiaobo's private training ground. Xiao Ai was also here, riding a wind-speed dog and walking around. She was holding a furry EV in her arms, and there was a maid guarding outside the training room. Brother Hai, there seems to be something in your shadow. I can feel that it is so bored. What? Yu Hai was still running and preparing to take a break to drink water. Suddenly he heard Xiao Ai say this, and the water in his mouth almost sprayed out. Brother Hai, it seems to be very bored. Can you call it out to play together? Xiao Ai tilted her head. She had already felt Darkrai in Yu Hai's shadow, but she was not sure before. But this time Darkrai's boredom was very obvious, so Xiao Ai asked it out. Xiao Ai didn't understand why there was something in Yu Hai's shadow. Darkrai, is it true? She can actually sense you. Yu Hai was almost numb. Fortunately, Xiao Ai told him about this first, otherwise he didn't know that Xiao Ai had this ability. I don't know either, it may be related to the King of Phoenix. Darkrai's forehead was sweating. Xiao Ai suddenly said this, and it was also startled and a little confused. It hid in Yu Hai's shadow. Because of the reason of boarding the ship, it couldn't hang out blindly, so it felt very bored. Unexpectedly, this emotion was also sensed by Xiao Ai. Could it be that the King of Phoenix added some strange abilities to Xiao Ai? Or Fuji added the gene of the elves to the clone? Yu Hai thought about it, and suddenly thought of something, and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. He thought that the Mutual Research Institute was studying dream genes. Fuji, the crazy demon who doted on his daughter, couldn't have added the gene of dream to Xiao Ai's clone. Just thinking about it, he felt chills, it was really crazy enough. Brother Hai. Xiao Ai saw that Yu Hai was in a daze, and was actually talking to Darkrai. Xiao Ai, this is my brother's secret. Don't tell anyone else, not even Grandpa Xia. If anyone knows my secret, I'll be in trouble. Yu Hai touched Xiao Ai's head. He could only fool Xiao Ai in this way. He couldn't kill Xiao Ai to keep it secret. I hope Xiao Ai can listen to him. Okay, but it seems to be bored, brother Hai. Xiao Ai squatted on the ground and pointed at Darkrai in Yu Hai's shadow. She also stretched out her little hand to poke the place where Darkrai was hiding. At this moment, Darkrai was sweating profusely. It didn't expect that a little girl's perception was so strong. It had followed Yu Hai for so long, only to be touched by that little girl. Only Slow King has sensed it, and it is the first time that it has been sensed by humans. It's okay, it has a brother, it's not boring at all. Yu Hai saw Xiao Ai pointing at Darkrai, and the corner of his mouth twitched subconsciously, so he had to let Xiao Ai retract his finger and look up at Windy Dog. This stupid dog might leak the secret and tell Xiaobo about the previous conversation. Woof, 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 Windy Dog stuck out his tongue and barked in dissatisfaction. And then there was nothing else. Yu Hai couldn't understand the dog's barking, and Xiaobo probably couldn't understand what a stupid dog would bark again. Xiao Ai, it's training with brother again, and brother is going to run too. You and Windy Dog go outside to play with Grandpa Xia, okay? I'll come to accompany you after brother finishes training. Okay, brother Hai, big dog, let's go. Xiao Ai didn't see Yu Hai's worry about looking at Windy Dog, and grabbed Windy Dog's ears and left the training room. There was really nothing interesting here. The maid standing outside the door followed Xiao Ai and followed him closely. After Xiao Ai left, Yu Hai stood up and jogged, thinking about Darkrai. They were going to Lavender Town to go to Kikyuko's dojo. The old woman had been dealing with ghost-type Pokemon all her life, so it was not difficult for her to find Gengar hiding in the shadows. At that time, either let Darkrai stay away or put Darkrai away. But the strong dark aura on Darkrai was like the night that the sun could not shine through, and I was afraid that it would not be safe to put him away. Darkrai, there is a very powerful trainer in Lavender Town where we are about to go. We may encounter powerful Pokemon like that Slow King. You may have to leave and avoid him. I understand. Darkrai understood the seriousness of the matter. It never underestimated these trainers. Since it recognized Yu Hai, it found that the older the trainer, the more difficult he was. That old woman is likely to be a champion. She has the most ghost-type Pokemons, and a very powerful Gengar. Stingy? Glutton? Playful? Or happy? This is Darkrai's impression of Gengar, all the bad habits of Yu Hai's Gengar. I don't know, I haven't seen it either. Yu Hai's mouth twitched. That glutton was too playful, so he didn't dare to release it. It was better to keep it in the Pokeball and only release it at night. Okay, I'll stay away from it, Darkrai responded in the shadow. It was familiar with Yu Hai's smell and could find Yu Hai based on the smell. Hey, it's good that you understand. I'm afraid it will be troublesome if we are caught by that old woman. We are not strong enough now, so we can't be too reckless. Yu Hai doesn't do things that he is not sure of. Since he almost flipped over on Slow King, he has been much more careful. If Xiaobo's expression when he introduced the photo was not fake, but he missed the old friend in the photo, and he also saw the photo of Xiao Ai sitting on the wind speed dog, he would not have confessed Xiao Ai to Xiaobo. Two of the photos at that time were covered, one was Xiao Ai sitting on the wind speed dog, and the other was Xiaobo holding Xiao Ai. The little girl in the photo is exactly the same as Xiao Ai, smiling happily, and Xiaobo is also very happy. It must be said that Fuji cloned Xiao Ai and used Xiao Ai's original gene, and may have added dream genes. Feng Wang may have also added ingredients. From the performance just now, Xiao Ai can sense emotions, including the emotions of humans and elves. Xiao Ai can sense them, whether they are happy, sad, or bored. If this is the case, then it can distinguish lies through emotions. If someone says one thing and means another, it should also be able to sense different emotions. It is simply a walking human lie detector. Fortunately, he never lied to Xiao Ai after he met her. Although Xiao Ai was just a child, she could understand a lot of things. He talked to Xiaobo about many things, including Team Rocket. He didn't avoid Xiao Ai, just to let Xiao Ai know that Team Rocket was not a good thing and might capture her for research. From Xiao Ai's performance, Xiao Ai was very serious when she heard about Team Rocket. It seems that Xiao Ai is still very sensible. As for the ability to perceive emotions? Oh, let me think about it. Yu Hai thought about it. He didn't remember this ability in the animation. He only remembered the power of waveguide. Everything has waveguide, an ability to perceive everything, which is very similar to the observation haki of the Pirate King next door. The power of Super Conquer, the ability to communicate with elves, and can also appease the beasts. The power of Changpan, the blessing power given by Changpan Forest every once in a while, can heal and appease elves. Superpowers are normal superpowers, which many superpowered elves have. The powerful superpowers can communicate with elves directly through telepathy. The power of controlling dragons. People with the power of controlling dragons have a strong affinity with dragon elves, can communicate with dragon elves, and can also perceive the memories of dragon elves. Alice in the animation has these performances. For the time being, he only knows these human superpowers. Xiao Ai has the power to perceive other people's emotions. Compared with the above superpowers, it is not a very strong power. Many of the above superpowers can actually perceive emotions. I don't know whether Xiao Ai has this ability. Is it good or bad? Let Xiaobo worry about it. He was too lazy to think about it anymore. Anyway, there was a tall man to support him. He was jogging here, and the mosquito frogs were also training new moves. These new moves can only be used well when they reach a certain level of proficiency. It is another long process. After his morning exercise, he took a shower to wash off the sweat on his body. The maid came to inform him to eat. Heeled by the maid to the deck, he saw Xiaobo waving at him, so he walked over and sat down to eat lunch. Boy, is your life like this? Xiaobo could see that since Yu Hai came to Honglian Gym, except for taking a hot spring bath yesterday afternoon, he spent the rest of the time training with the elves. He was really working hard. Yes, unlike the owner Xiaobo, who has a big family, I am an orphan. I have to fight hard to get everything I want. Yu Hai smiled modestly. He would not tell the truth. These old men are very bad and always want to trick you. However, it must be said that it is quite comfortable to take a hot spring bath occasionally. It seems that all the fatigue in the body has been soaked away, and the whole body is much more relaxed. The elves also feel this way. Hey, good boy. Xiaobo could tell that Yu Hai was teasing him, but he didn't care. After spending the past few days together, he understood Yu Hai's unseriousness. This brat would probably only be serious when fighting. By the way, Xiaobo, I found that Xiao Ai can sense other people's emotions, including the emotions of elves. Is this a special ability, the same special ability as those superpowers? There is such a thing. Xiaobo looked at Xiao Ai, who was sharing sweets with Evie, and didn't listen to them in surprise. He didn't expect there was such a thing. Who knows? You know, Fuji is studying dream genes, and the participation of Ho in saving Xiao Ai. If these crazy scientists and mythical beasts add something to Xiao Ai, isn't it normal? Yu Hai ate his meal, swallowed it, and spread his hands helplessly. These were just his guesses. If he really wanted to further verify what the special ability was, he needed Xiaobo, a scientist. I'll keep an eye on it and ask Xiao Ai later. Xiaobo pondered for a moment and planned to study it after lunch. Unfortunately, he didn't have any equipment now and couldn't really detect Xiao Ai's special abilities. Then I'll leave it to you. I still have to train the elves later. Yu Hai waved his hand and finally threw this troublesome matter to Xiaobo, so that he could concentrate on training the elves in the afternoon. It's up to you, but your armored Tyrannosaurus is too weak and its teeth have been knocked out. You can go find my armored Tyrannosaurus later. It will be on the ship for a week. I told it that it will take your armored Tyrannosaurus. Chapter 442, The Armored Tyrannosaurus Wants a Reward. Okay, Yu Hai's eyes lit up instantly when he heard this. He didn't expect there would be such a good thing. Isn't this a free teacher? This is not something he asked for, but Xiaobo gave it to him. If he doesn't want to do it, it's a waste. Yu, likes to do it for free the most. The Tyrannosaurus has evolved, so it's a good time to learn a few new moves. One is Super Horn, a bug-type physical attack move with a power of 120. It's a bug-type ultimate move worth learning. There are also Flame Jet and Flame Burst, which are the signature ultimate moves of the fire-type trainer Xiaobo. His Tyrannosaurus must learn. There is also Ultimate Impact, a general-type ultimate move with a power of 150. It is almost a must-learn move for large-tonnage Pokémon. There are also Sword Dance and Iron Wall, which can also be used to get benefits from Xiaobo's Tyrannosaurus. If there is still time left, learn Rock Blockade of the Rock type. If there is no time, find an opportunity to learn it later. After all, it is Han-Han's own moves, and Han-Han should be able to learn it quickly. There are a total of 6 moves. Try to let Han-Han master them within a week. If you miss this opportunity, you will miss it. Now is the right time to learn them together. The 2 fire-type moves should be the simplest. Han-Han already has the basics. The Ultimate Impact is the second. Super Horn Attack, Sword Dance, and Iron Wall are difficult. It is better to learn the simple ones first. After lunch, Yu Hai went to find Xiaobo's armored Tyrannosaurus. After seeing the armored Tyrannosaurus, he found that he was cheated because this Tyrannosaurus was difficult to serve and would not move unless he was given delicious food. He had no choice but to take out a piece of hot rock to bribe the armored Tyrannosaurus. After all, the hot breath on this guy was bright, and he should like this kind of stone. Duo. Just as Yu Hai thought, the armored Tyrannosaurus saw the hot rock, his eyes were instantly attracted, and he stretched out his other hand without a bandage to take the hot rock and throw it into his big mouth to chew. Then the armored Tyrannosaurus stood up and patted Yu Hai. The force fell, and Yu Hai's shoulder hurt. It said that it has high hopes for you, and that little tadpole, that little brother of the same clan, it will teach you. I want it to learn these new moves. Take a look. Yu Hai took out a notebook, opened the video, and played the 6 moves he had just thought of to the Iron Tyrannosaurus. Yes, it was a notebook. There was a notebook at that time. Shinjo used a notebook to analyze Zai's Heracross, but the model was also very old. It was stolen goods from a certain black market, and he did not sell it. After watching the video, the Iron Tyrannosaurus nodded seriously, patted Yu Hai's shoulder again, and took Yu Hai's Iron Tyrannosaurus away. It said, "Don't worry, leave it to it, for the sake of the hot rock, it will definitely do it well." Yu Hai looked at the back of the armored Tyrannosaurus leaving, and the corners of his mouth twitched, and he put away the notebook in his hand. The other party really did it for the bribe, otherwise he would really be too lazy to move. He couldn't help but kick Han and scolded. "Why don't you follow and study hard? Otherwise how can you beat your dad? When you get spanked by your dad in the future, I won't help you." The armored Tyrannosaurus did not follow, staring at Yu Hai with his eyes, and licked the corners of his mouth. It said it wants it too. De Clay was quite speechless when he translated this. Why are they all foodies? Here you go. Yu Hai threw a piece of hot rock to Han, who bit it in his mouth and went away happily. He didn't care about the knocked-out teeth, but he still had a leak when he spoke, and he didn't know when he could grow them back. Iron Tyrannosaurus, you must study hard. Yu Hai said goodbye to the Iron Tyrannosaurus, came to Xiaobo's private training room, trained the remaining elves, and began his boring life on the luxury cruise ship. At the same time, Honglian Island, Honglian Gym, also welcomed a group of trainers who challenged the gym. Since Xiaobo was not there, only the maids in the gym received these trainers. Although Xiaobo's gym is difficult to find, it can still be found by those who are interested. When will gym leader Xiaobo come back? We finally got here by boat. Sorry, gym leader Xiaobo didn't tell us when he would be back. Ah? Why is that? Then how can we challenge the gym? Dear guests, Honglian Town is a famous tourist resort, famous for its hot springs. You can have fun in Honglian Town and wait for gym leader Xiaobo to come back. Let's go, let's challenge other gyms first. The nearest gyms are Changpan Gym and Crimson Gym. Let's go to the city to play for a few days. If the gym leader doesn't come back, we'll challenge other gyms. As the trainers left, the BNB at Honglian Gym returned to peace again. The trainers stopped arguing, and the BNB only provided accommodation, not gym battles. If Yu Hai was here, he would definitely recognize two of the young trainers, who were old acquaintances of his. Koji, the gym master is not here. Should we go to Viridian City or Crimson City next? Xiao Shun mostly uses grass-type Pokémons. He is at a disadvantage in challenging this gym, but he has a Gyarados. I don't know. Since we are here, let's go to the hot springs first and think about it slowly. Koji didn't care about so much. The purpose of his coming out was to relax. Challenging the gym and participating in the Quartz Conference became the least important things. Master Koji, we can't go to Viridian City. I suggest skipping the Viridian Gym. The young man is Koji's bodyguard and also a gym force. Naturally, he knows whose territory Viridian City is. The rocket team appears most frequently in Viridian City and Viridian Forest. Why? Koji didn't understand and asked the bodyguard directly. Master Koji, Viridian City is fire. The young man leaned over and whispered in Koji's ear, telling Koji whose territory Viridian City is. After all, the rocket team is the local snake in Viridian City. Forget it, let's go to Asakusa City next. Koji's face turned green when he heard Team Rocket. He was very afraid of Team Rocket now, afraid of being captured by Team Rocket. Koji. Xiao Shun didn't know what Koji heard, and instantly decided where to go next. Xiao Shun, I'll tell you after we take a hot spring bath. Anyway, don't go to Tokiwa City. Koji looked around. There were many people here, so Team Rocket couldn't be told. Then the two went to the hot spring in the city and talked while taking a bath. If the two knew that they missed Yukai by half a day, I don't know what they would feel. They just arrived at Honglian Island this morning, and Yukai just left Honglian Island this morning. There is also a young trainer who is also targeting the Kanto League Quartz Conference and knows Yukai. He is on the passenger ship from Tuchan Island to Honglian Town at this moment, a little slower than Xiao Shun and the others. Chapter 443, The Dark Side of the Luxury Cruise. It was the 8th day to the Kanto region, sunny. Today is the second day that Yu Hai and his friends went to Ziwan Town. After breakfast in the morning, they all went to do their own things. In fact, Yu Hai was the only one busy with training. Xiao Ai was playing all the way. Xiao Bo was on the deck to take care of Xiao Ai. Windy Dog also became Xiao Ai's full-time nanny. They didn't go anywhere on the deck. After morning exercise and lunch, Yu Hai continued to train Pokemon in the afternoon. Frog and others were practicing new moves. Tyrannosaurus has been learning from Xiao Bo's Tyrannosaurus these 2 days, and he didn't disturb Tyrannosaurus. There has been no change in the Pokemons in the past 2 days. Only the giant claw crab shed its shell again because of the hot spring, and its potential has increased a little. It is possible to enter the championship at this rate. After all, other Pokemons can't shed their shells, but the giant claw crab can shed its shell, and it can also increase its potential and become larger, just like Han eating stones. These are the Pokemon's own racial talents, which need to be developed by trainers. In the following afternoon training, the elves practiced their new moves in pairs. Only when they improved their proficiency could they be used in actual combat. After the afternoon training, they sat together for dinner. After dinner, he said he would go back to the house to rest. He would not participate in the activities in the evening, that is, watching the sea with an old man, so that he would not be so bored. In fact, it was not that he did not have activities, but that he did not want others to find out about his activities. It happened that Xiaobo had to take Xiao Ai with him, but he had no time to pay attention to him. He locked the door after returning to the house. He released Jengar, Orb Silk Spider, Ditto, and Sculpin, and prepared to take them to the underground battlefield of the ship to play. They were on a luxury cruise ship more than 10 stories high. Since someone was holding a trainer competition in public, there must be some shameful underground gambling behind the scenes. There were also elf transactions, elf duels, and transactions of contraband. All legal, illegal, and things that the Alliance did not allow would appear underground. In fact, it is easy to understand if you change the name. In the previous life, the electric in the film, underground duels, octagonal cages, and life and death fights without rules often appear. The invisible underground is a place of lawlessness. The place he was going to tonight was such a place of lawlessness. He found it when he wandered to the bar on the ship last night. He found that some people did not come to drink at all. After arriving at the bar, they went directly to the kitchen. He guessed that there must be a place like a black market here. The cruise ship should be divided into 2 floors. The upper floor normally receives passengers to play, and the lower floor is the darkness hidden under the bright and beautiful luxury cruise ship. He put on his backpack, let Jengar hide in the shadow, let Ditto jump on his face to change his face, let the orb spider lie on his shoulder, and he also hung a black face towel around his neck, which could be used at any time. He came to the balcony, closed the window, and sat on the big-mouthed gull to leave the room. He sat on the big-mouthed gull from the upper deck to the middle deck. He put away the big-mouthed gull, took the orb spider into the elevator, and came to the bar on the bottom floor. There should be an entrance to the underground black market here. When he arrived at the bar, he sat at the bar, and the waiter came over to ask him what he wanted to drink. "Sir, what kind of wine would you like?" He took out a 500 denomination coin and placed it on the table, waved to the waiter, and waited for the waiter to approach before he whispered, "I want to know how to get downstairs." "Sir, please follow me." The waiter immediately understood when he heard downstairs, quietly put away the tips on the bar, and took Yu Hai to the back kitchen of the bar. "Sir, the admission fee to go downstairs is 10,000. The waiter took Yu Hai to the back kitchen, reminded him, and left. There was a man in a chef's uniform guarding the door. Yu Hai paid 10,000 for the admission fee, and the other party opened the door. He saw a staircase going downstairs, which was dark inside and only illuminated by emergency lights. After he entered the passage, the door behind him closed, and he immediately asked Darkrai to go downstairs to see what was going on. Not long after, Darkrai came back. "There is no ambush below, but there are many masked men." "It's okay." Yu Hai heard this, quickly pulled up his scarf, and walked down directly. After going down 3 stairs, the bottom suddenly opened up, and what came into view was a large square with many vendors and shops. It was simply a small market. In addition to people buying and selling things, the most lively place here is the underground duel arena. Even if he didn't go there, he could already hear the shouting over there. He didn't go to see the shops on the road, but went straight to the duel arena to watch the game here. There are several types of games here. The most popular game is the fighting competition. If the trainer can defend the ring for 10 consecutive games, he can get 10 boxes of energy cubes or a bonus of 100,000. If you defend the ring for 20 consecutive games, you can get a random fighting type Pokemon egg. If you defend the ring for 30 consecutive games, you can specify a fighting type Pokemon egg owned by the organizer. If you defend the ring from 7 p.m. to 5 a.m. the next day, you can get a bonus of 50 million. There is no need to watch this kind of competition. Yu Hai just understood the rules of defending the ring in the fighting competition and left. It is possible to win 10 games in a row in this fighting competition, 30 games in a row, or even win until the next morning. Forget it. Even without the organizers sniping, it is difficult for a Pokemon to persist in defending the ring. The organizer will not be stupid enough to release 50 million funds. 50 million is just a bait to attract trainers to participate. In addition to the fighting competition, there are some small competitions, which are similar to the small competitions on the cruise ship. Basically, they are held once a week. They are all small competitions sponsored by sponsors. When there are no sponsors, the organizer is the sponsor, after all, to liven up the atmosphere. There is also the strongest attribute challenge here, and the strongest attribute winning streak record. Yu Hai saw that the winning streak record holders here are mostly dragon Pokemon, which is worthy of being the synonym of powerful. Even the list of other attributes is occupied by dragon Pokemon plus other types. For example, Dragonite, a dragon type plus flying type, occupies the first place in the flying type attribute list, with a winning streak of 64 games and no defeat. There is also Garchomp, who has taken the first place in the ground type list. On the dragon type winning streak list, all dragon types are in chaos. Dragonite, which ranks first in the flying type list, ranks third in the dragon type list. Compared to the outstanding performance of the dragon type, the ghost type is much quieter, with only a few ghost type Pokemon. The rest of the other attribute lists are similar, and the winning streak records are not as many as the dragon type. However, there is no fairy type here, which should have not been discovered yet. As for the role of this list, it is of course a strong reputation. If the trainer wants the reputation of the strongest with the same attribute, the organizer will give the trainer this reputation. For the reputation, these trainers will break their heads. Chapter 444, The Battle in the Black Market. For the competition here, Yu Hai just watched for fun. He would not compete for the strongest with the same attribute. He came to the free competition area, where he could also place bets. It's a pity that he can't bet on himself. The organizer may be afraid that some powerful trainers will disrupt the game. However, he can ask others to help him place bets. He also needs to find a trustworthy companion. He currently does not have such a companion. In fact, you can bet on the first 3 games, especially the defending game and the strongest attribute challenge. The higher the winning streak, the higher the odds. However, he didn't think about making money when he came here. Instead, he let Frog, Zubat and Swampert try the water first. Forget about Jengar. How can the cards show up? Considering that this is a lawless place, he is still struggling whether to let Swampert play 2 games. After all, it is a starter Pokemon. If someone targets it, it will be troublesome. Let's take it one step at a time. It's useless to think too much now. He still wants to let Frog try the water because Frog is about to evolve. Frog and Han will evolve in the next few days. But he hasn't figured out how to play the free game here. After watching for a while, he figured out the rules. In fact, there are no rules. Trainers who want to play can go up. The referee is the referee of the organizer. The rules of the battle are also very simple. Release the Pokemon together and attack together until the other party admits defeat. Taking back the Pokemon in the middle is also considered as admitting defeat. No matter what kind of game it is, the organizer will not personally participate in it, but the organizer is the trader, or the dealer takes it all. No matter what, the organizer will not lose. There are only 2 battle venues in the free game area here, which are originally opened for trainers to have leisure and entertainment. There are many venues like this on the open decks of luxury cruise ships. Although this is not the main business, it can still be opened, but the profit is definitely not as much as in other competition areas. After watching several games here, he found that a battlefield was vacant and no one went up to challenge. He looked at the masked brother next to him, handed him a cigarette, and asked, "Brother, do you smoke?" No, the masked man next to him was a little puzzled, secretly sighing that Yu Hai was too familiar and dared to chat casually here. "Brother, I've been watching for a long time. That person offered a price of 1 million per game, why didn't anyone go up to fight?" Yu Hai saw that the man was not very strong, why didn't anyone challenge him for 1 million per game? What the hell, that person is a bad boy here, and he has some relationship with the black market manager. Even if he loses, he will refuse to pay. Ordinary trainers dare not play with them. There is such a thing? No one cares. Yu Hai was shocked. Someone actually took the lead in breaking the rules. This black market can still be played like this. He's just showing off here. You'll know once you get cheated. Anyway, don't play with them. He doesn't dare to mess around in the fighting competitions over there, the competitions with sponsors, and the strongest attribute challenge competitions. He's very honest. So that's how it is, Yu Hai understood. If it was just to cheat passers-by, it would be fine if he got cheated once. Just remember that these people can't be provoked. If you lose, you can only bear it yourself. But the other competitions are the pillar industries here, which are specially used to attract popularity and make money for the organizers. It's impossible to let such people break the rules. Moreover, they are too weak to play in the other competitions. Although the organizers will also arrange their own trainers to snipe the defending trainers, as long as the organizers don't admit it, it doesn't matter even if everyone sees it. Anyway, it has nothing to do with the organizers. No matter who comes, they won't admit that this competition can be manipulated. After figuring this out, Yu Hai asked again, "Brother, how many people are there?" "Not many, just the two around the boy, and the lackeys behind him. As long as you don't provoke them, nothing will happen." "Thank you for the news, brother," Yu Hai thanked the strange brother. Seeing that the evil young man had a bad reputation and could not wait for a challenger even if the bet was raised to 1 million, he stamped his feet angrily, cursed inwardly, and left. After seeing the evil young man leave, some people came on the field one after another and prepared to reopen the market. This time the odds were much smaller, basically 100,000 per round. Yu Hai felt itchy, and after a large armor defeated the Venus flytrap, he walked up. 100,000 per round. The trainer of the large armor saw the masked Yu Hai, just glanced at Yu Hai lightly, indicating that after 100,000 per round, he would stop talking nonsense. 100,000, Yu Hai threw the money to the referee. In fact, this referee was not very useful here. He just kept the funds as a guarantor and occasionally maintained the fairness of the game. If there was a problem with the game, the referee could still be found. "Please take back the armor and prepare to start the next game." The referee received the money, verified the authenticity, and raised his hand to signal the trainer of the armor to take back the Pokémon. "No need," the trainer of the armor shook his head slightly and looked at Yu Hai confidently, which meant that he would not take back the Pokémon, and it would be okay to give Yu Hai some advantages. "Challenger, please send your Pokémon, the battle is about to begin." The referee was not surprised to hear this. He was used to such trainers, blindly arrogant trainers, and he had seen many of them during his days as a referee. "Go, Zubat." Yu Hai saw that the other party was arrogant, and he didn't say anything. After all, it was the other party's own choice. If he didn't take advantage of it, he would be a bastard. Seeing that the other party didn't take back the armor, he changed his mind. He didn't use Frog to fight this game, but used Zubat to test the water instead. Zubat is now over level 30, and is considered a good player among the elites, but he has little practical experience, so it's just right for the armor to try. Zubat. When the armor trainer saw Yu Hai take out Zubat, his face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. He didn't expect that the opponent was so shameless that he sent a flying Pokémon to restrain his bug Pokémon. The battle begins. The referee saw Zubat and smiled helplessly, not caring about so much. He had already given him a chance and shouted to start. Guzbat, harden. The armor trainer wanted to strengthen Zubat's physical defense, because the next battle would be difficult. Guzbat, hypnotize. Yu Hai smiled, laughing at the opponent for only knowing defense now, but it was too late. Zubat's eyes were fixed on Theta Jia. From his eyes, released hypnotic waves at Dejia. "No, Dejia is digging holes. Stop, Dejia jumped up and plunged into the mud and disappeared, avoiding Zubat's hypnotic waves. Yes, the battlefield here is mud, and you can use ground-based moves with little power, but moves like earthquakes cannot be used, which are prohibited. You know, they are on a cruise ship, and at the bottom of the ship. If they use an earthquake, they might overturn the cruise ship. Zubat, be careful, it will come out from the ground. Now, Dejia, throw it on the earth. Hwalala! Dejia suddenly broke through the ground behind Zubat, jumped up and wanted to catch Zubat and throw it on the earth. But Zubat's ultrasonic detection had already captured Dejia's movements, and he just flapped his wings lightly to avoid Dejia's capture. Golbat, air blade! Ah! Golbat turned around and flapped his wings quickly, throwing more than 10 wind blades at the immobile armor in the air. Air blade is a special attack. The armor did not have special defense, so it was directly cut by dozens of wind blades, fell from the air, and fainted. Golbat! The armor trainer saw that the armor was defeated, gritted his teeth secretly, and put away his armor. In fact, the armor lost, and the opponent's arrogance should be blamed. After all, the referee gave the opponent a chance, but the opponent did not listen to the advice. Golbat is at a disadvantage against flying type. It had fought against Venus Flower before, and with the double restraint, the opponent's armor had nothing to play with Golbat, and it was only a matter of time before it lost. One more game, the armor trainer threw another 100,000 to the referee, saying that he wanted to play another game, otherwise he would not be able to sleep tonight. Okay, Yu Hai did not go to withdraw the money. He deposited 200,000 yuan with the referee first, and then he used the pokeball to take back Zubat. Ha ha ha, you are stupid. I really don't know where this fool came from. Do you really think you are invincible? That's right, you didn't take back the Pokemon and let others restrain themselves. You deserve it if you can't beat them. The audience who saw this scene laughed out loud, laughing at the big armor trainer for being a big idiot. Now it's good, because of arrogance, he lost a game, and now the opponent is very cautious and doesn't give him any chance at all. Tisk, the big armor trainer heard the laughter, his face was burning and painful, and he wanted to leave here quickly, but because of face, he must fight the last battle, and he must win it back, after all, the money was paid. Come on, place your bets. I'm betting on Zubat's trainer. Me too. It's rare to see such an interesting battle. I'll just spend tens of thousands to have some fun. As everyone laughed, Yu Hai's battle began to gain some popularity. The organizers' handicap also noticed them. Because there were viewers who wanted to bet on these two people, their handicap also had business. Please send out the combat Pokemons, both trainers. Seeing that Yu Hai and his trainer were ready, the referee raised his hand and asked them to send out Pokemons. Come out, Pidgeot. Come out, Zubat. That's right, Yu Hai sent out Zubat again, because after the opponent's armored trainer suffered a loss, he would definitely send out a flying Pokemon to get back on his feet. Even if he had to grind slowly, he would grind him to death. This is the advantage of flying Pokemons. In most cases, only flying Pokemons can break the game. If they are not flying Pokemons, it is difficult to hit flying Pokemons. This can also be regarded as a kind of pre-reading. Pidgeot vs Zubat, Pidgeot has a big advantage. Facing this kind of raptor, unless there is a Charizard, many flying-type Pokemon will be at a disadvantage. After seeing these two Pokemon, the audience outside the venue were analyzing the win or loss. They were all trainers, and they could still see a lot from the surface. Pidgeot, tear it apart with lightning flash, the big armored trainer was angry, and ordered Pidgeot to attack without waiting for the referee to shout start. Haha, you are confused, Yu Hai smiled silently, and also shouted to Zubat, Zubat, find an opportunity to bite it with poisonous fangs. Ah, Zubat narrowed his eyes, opened his sharp teeth and mouth, and looked at the rushing Pidgeot with a playful face. After Pidgeot approached, it also used lightning flash to get on Pidgeot's back, catching Pidgeot off guard. With the same moves, the level difference is not big, and the basic speed of the two flying-type Pokémon is similar, so it usually takes a long time to fight to decide the winner. But Zubat had a faster way to resolve the battle. Coming onto Pidgeot's back, Zubat opened its mouth and bit Pidgeot's wings. Pidgeot, steel wings! Too late, Yu-Hai laughed. The opponent should have used Tailwind or high-speed movement to accelerate before attacking. Unfortunately, he was too impatient. After Pidgeot was bitten by Zubat's poisonous fangs, he would definitely be poisoned. He was still very confident in Zubat's poison. After Pidgeot reacted, he used Steel Wings to bounce Zubat away. The bitten wing suddenly felt a sharp pain, and Pidgeot fell directly from the air and could no longer fly. Take Pidgeot to heal quickly, otherwise Pidgeot will be useless. Yu-Hai had no grudges against the opponent, but kindly reminded him. The armored trainer saw that Pidgeot's wing feathers instantly turned black and purple, and the black and purple color was still spreading, so he could not continue to hesitate. If it dragged on any longer, Pidgeot would probably be crippled. He quickly used the Pokeball to retrieve Pidgeot and left the battlefield. Hwa wah wah! After the trainer Dajia left, the audience outside the field exclaimed one after another. The audience was shocked by the poison of this Zubat. Isn't this Zubat too poisonous? Just a bite, and Pidgeot can't fly. Yes, it stands to reason that Pidgeot, who feeds on Arbok, can't have only this little poison resistance. Indeed, it should be that Zubat's poison is too strong. Listening to the discussions of the audience outside the field, Yu-Hai sighed in a low voice. Zubat is the product of Team Rocket's experiment. How can the poison not be strong? He cut 2 poison sacs for Zubat, and then barely suppressed the poison in Zubat's body. Before cutting, Zubat's poison was stronger than Frog. There was no poisoning state at all. As long as it was touched, it would be in a poisonous state. After winning another game, Yu-Hai took back Zubat with the Pokeball and continued to wait for the challenger in the field. If there was no challenger, he could only come again tomorrow. His purpose today was to hone Frog, but now it turned out to be Zubat, and he even used Zubat to fight 2 games in a row. It was really unexpected. However, after waiting for only half a minute, a masked trainer came on the field and threw 100,000 to the referee without saying anything. Please send out combat Pokémons. Bang bang! Quack! Frog finally appeared on the field, and they also saw the opponent's Pokémon, which was an electric Pokémon. Magneto was the Pokémon sent by the new challenger. Electricity versus flying is indeed a good choice, but Yu-Hai didn't use Zubat. Chapter 445, Frog's Performance. Yu-Hai didn't send Zubat this time, just to hone Frog, but he didn't expect the opponent to send out Pokémons that restrain Zubat. It was really a misjudgment. However, Frog's poison is useless against Magnetron. Fortunately, Frog is a dual attribute Pokémon, and there is a fighting type that can restrain Magnetron. Fuck, I guessed wrong, the masked trainer was screwed. He thought he could get a chance with Magnetron, but he didn't expect Yu-Hai to predict his prediction and change a Pokémon. In fact, Yu-Hai didn't predict at all. He just wanted to change Frog to fight, and he happened to predict the opponent's prediction. The battle begins. No matter, Magnetron, electromagnetic wave. Frog, get out of the way. Quack! Frog saw 2 yellow arcs coming towards him, and quickly retreated to avoid Magnetron's electromagnetic wave attack. Continue the electromagnetic wave, the masked trainer argued with Frog. Since he couldn't restrain it, he would put it in an abnormal state first and then fight. Yo, Yu-Hai was almost laughed out of anger. This guy is really weird. Why is he so obsessed with electromagnetic waves? Frog, throw mud. Quack! Frog picked up the mud on the ground and threw it. As long as it hit Magnetron, it could also reduce the opponent's hit rate. Bang, bang, bang! With more than 10 mud blocks flying, Magnetron also dodged under the trainer's command, but was still hit by several blocks, so the electromagnetic waves emitted by Magnetron could not hit Frog even more. Finally, Frog was dissatisfied with picking up mud too slowly and spit out mud directly from its mouth. "That's mud shooting." Yu-Hai saw the mud shooting, and didn't expect Frog to learn a new move in the battle. Magnetron, Gyro Ball. The masked trainer couldn't stand the harassment of mud, and finally changed his tactics. Magnetron spun to get rid of the mud on his body and rushed towards Frog. Frog, Absorb Punch, hit it away. Yu-Hai saw that the opponent didn't dodge, anyway, it was just what he wanted. The Steel-type move Gyro Ball has no obvious power. The slower the basic speed of the player is than the opponent, the greater the power. Unfortunately, the basic speed of Magnetron is 70, and that of Frog is 50, so this move can't have much power. However, the power of the high-speed rotation collision should not be underestimated, but it's not time to be afraid. Quack! Frog triggered its own danger foresight, which can help it judge from which direction the attack will come. When Magnetron turned in front of it, it found the right opportunity to jump away, seized the opportunity of Magnetron's turning, and hit Magnetron with an absorption punch, directly knocking Magnetron back and fainting in front of the masked trainer. Lost, the masked trainer looked at the fainted Magnetron, took back Magnetron with the poke ball, and then left the field sadly. He didn't want to fight anymore and wanted to take Magnetron to treatment. After winning another game, Yu-Hai won 3 games in a row. Wow! Another win, 3 consecutive wins. Why haven't I heard of this guy before? Yes, I haven't heard of him. He's a very powerful trainer. He won 3 consecutive games. The audience who bet on Yu-Hai made a lot of money. Everyone started to discuss Yu-Hai's background. After all, the regular customers who often hang out here have never heard of Yu-Hai. Frog is not a common Pokemon. It is a Pokemon from the Sinnoh region. It is only on the list of the strongest attribute challenge, but it is an evolved form, Poison Skull Frog. Now another frog has appeared, which immediately aroused their interest in discussion. Yu-Hai did not pay attention to the discussions outside the field. He used the poke ball to retrieve Frog. This time, it didn't take long before the challenger appeared again and threw 100,000 to the referee. The battle started again. "Come out, Coconut Tree!" Quack! Yu-Hai sent Frog again, and this time the opponent was a Coconut Tree. Coconut Tree with superpowers. Yu-Hai touched his chin and fell into deep thought. The opponent obviously wanted to restrain Frog by 4 times, but was also restrained by Frog's poison by 2 times. The two are equally matched, there is no advantage or disadvantage, only after fighting can you know the winner. Coconut Tree, Hypnosis. Frog, close your eyes. Yu-Hai can only respond like this, just don't look. Quack! Frog quickly closed his eyes. If he didn't look at Coconut Tree's eyes, he wouldn't be affected by the hypnosis wave. Coconut Tree, Seed Machine Gun. Coconut Tree trainer saw Frog close his eyes and couldn't help but sigh that it was a good opportunity. Frog was a living target. Puff puff puff. As the seed bullets sprayed out of the Coconut Tree's mouth, Frog could dodge these attacks with its perception. This was the result of the usual perception sparring. Danger prediction has been used to the extreme by Frog. Frog can sense the direction of the attack and directly jump away from the position where the seed machine gun attacks. Frog's dodge is maxed out. What? How is it possible? The Coconut Tree trainer didn't believe that Frog could dodge the attack without looking. Idiot! Yu-Hai cursed secretly and reminded Frog, "Frog, don't close your eyes. Coconut Tree can't hypnotize you when you attack." Quack! After Frog opened his eyes, the seed machine gun couldn't hit him. After all, the usual dodge sparring was not in vain. Frog, rush up and use poison attack. Quack! Frog dodged the bullets and ran close to the Coconut Tree. Don't let it come over. The Coconut Tree trainer knew that Yu-Hai's Pokemon were all very poisonous. He couldn't let the opponent use poison moves, otherwise he would lose. Coconut Tree, Telekinesis. Hey! Coconut Tree's eyes lit up with blue light, and he glared at the approaching Frog again, trying to control Frog with telekinesis. Frog, use defensive power to charge forward. Yu-Hai really didn't have a good way to defend against telekinesis, so he could only charge forward against telekinesis. He didn't want to use Shadow Ball yet. It seems that Frog has to learn some evil moves to defend against telekinesis and break telekinesis attacks. Quack! Frog rushed to Coconut Tree with its hind legs against the suppression of telekinesis, raised its dark purple and shining palm, and directly poked Coconut Tree's abdomen, while injecting poison. It's over, Coconut Tree is poisoned. The Coconut Tree trainer grabbed his hair and was about to collapse. The fact was just as the Coconut Tree trainer thought. Coconut Tree, which was hit by the poison attack, not only had to bear double damage, but was also poisoned, and rolled on the ground in pain. Come back, Coconut Tree. After the Coconut Tree was taken back, the trainer also left the battlefield to detoxify the Coconut Tree. Wow, it's really poisonous. Yeah, that Zubat is like this, and this frog is like this too. Where did he find the poison? It's too poisonous. The Coconut Tree had a poisoning reaction when it was touched. After winning another game, Yu-Hai took back Frog. He felt that his routine was almost figured out, and the next trainer who came on the field should be targeted. But what he wanted was to be targeted, otherwise he couldn't test Frog's limits. In order to make Frog better deal with the next battle, he released Frog, took out a fine fighting energy block, threw it into Frog's mouth, and let Frog recover some physical strength. Quack! Frog chewed the energy block and looked at the audience around him, which seemed to be getting more and more. With the news of Yu-Hai's Zubat's 2 consecutive victories and Frog's 2 consecutive victories, this place also attracted a lot of popularity, all of whom came to watch Yu-Hai. After all, there aren't many exciting battles, not to mention the exciting battles of consecutive victories. It's just that everyone came to watch, but no one took the field. This time, after waiting for 3 minutes, a masked trainer came up and threw 100,000 alliance coins to the referee. Please send out the combat Pokemon. Come out, Mongoose Slash! Quack quack! Yu-Hai took back the frog and threw it out again. Unexpectedly, the opponent this time was Mongoose Slash, a Pokemon that looked like a big cat, and a big cat that walked upright, with 2 black claws on its arms. Mongoose Slash! Yu-Hai thought about it. If he remembered correctly, this Pokemon had an immune characteristic, that is, an immune characteristic to toxins, and would not fall into a poisoned state, and it was quite restrained by the toxins of Frog. However, Mongoose Slash is a general Pokemon and will be restrained by the fighting type. I don't know if the opponent is aware of this. Mongoose Slash, dig a hole. The masked trainer did not intend to confront head-on, but wanted to test it in a roundabout way. After Mongoose Slash burrowed into the ground, Bad Frog lost its target and didn't know where Mongoose Slash would come out from. Bad Frog, don't panic, feel the vibration under your feet. Yu-Hai immediately spoke to comfort Bad Frog, asking Bad Frog to carefully feel the vibration under his feet. Now is the time to use danger prediction. Quack! Bad Frog calmed down instantly after hearing Yu-Hai's words. As long as Yu-Hai was there, it had nothing to fear. Because it was Yu-Hai who gave it a home, gave it warmth, told it what a friend was, and gave it hope. It trusted Yu-Hai unconditionally. Only Yu-Hai did not abandon it, but changed it. It believed in Yu-Hai. With as the noise from its feet became more and more intense, it also realized that Mongoose Slash was about to break through the ground. At the moment when Mongoose Slash's sharp claws broke through the soil, it kicked off the ground. Boom boom boom! The Mongoose Slash that broke through the ground did not hit the Bad Frog, so it could only fall back to the ground and sharpen its claws at the Bad Frog. Mongoose Slash, use Swallow Return. Hearing Swallow Return, Mongoose Slash immediately rushed towards the Bad Frog and scratched the Bad Frog with its claws many times to attack. But every scratch of Mongoose Slash was evaded by the Bad Frog nimbly. The Bad Frog often practiced sparring during that period, and its dodge rate was very high. Bad Frog, use Bullet Fist. Quack! The Bad Frog raised its arm and repeatedly hit Mongoose Slash, and its speed was even faster than Mongoose Slash. That's because Bullet Fist is a priority move. In fact, each move has its own priority. When it is necessary to determine which of the two Pokémons will attack first in a battle, the priority will be determined first. When the priority of a move used by one party is higher, this Pokémon will use the move faster than other Pokémons regardless of its speed. On the contrary, when the priority of a move used by one party is lower, even if the speed is higher, it will be slower than the opponent. Only when the moves used by both parties have the same priority, the basic speed of both parties is required to be determined. Bullet Punch is a move with a higher priority, so it is naturally faster than Swallow Return. Unfortunately, Bullet Punch is a Steel-type move, not a Fighting-type move, and its power is only a pitiful 40. The reason why he wanted to use Bullet Punch was just to disrupt the attack rhythm of Mongoose Slash. After all, the basic speed of Mongoose Slash is 90, which is much faster than the basic speed of Bad Frog 50. Bad Frog can dodge for a while with its flexible body movements, but it cannot dodge all the time. If it continues to dodge, it will be hit sooner or later. Bad Frog, Absorption Punch. Yu-Hai saw that Bad Frog disrupted the attack rhythm of Mongoose Slash, and immediately asked Bad Frog to use Absorption Punch to pursue the victory instead of Explosion Punch, in order to be safe. Damn it, the masked stall owner was anxious when he saw that Mongoose Slash was at a disadvantage in the close combat. He didn't expect that Yu-Hai didn't use Poison-type moves, but used Bullet Punch instead. This was a variable he didn't expect. Then Mongoose Slash's immunity is useless. Bad Frog also has Absorption Punch to restrain its Mongoose Slash. Mongoose Slash was knocked to the ground by the Absorption Punch. When he got up, he saw Bad Frog hooking his fingers. Was it provoking him? Mongoose Slash was instantly overwhelmed, his eyes quickly bloodshot and red, staring at Bad Frog, staring at this poisonous creature. It eats poison, and it was provoked by food. That's it, Yu-Hai didn't expect that Bad Frog actually learned to provoke. Bad Frog is a little different from Mongoose Slash. Under normal circumstances, it can't beat Mongoose Slash, but Mongoose Slash, when enraged, will not listen to the trainer. Mongoose Slash, stop, use Swallow Return. Mongoose Slash didn't listen to the trainer's angry scolding, and even used no moves, and rushed towards Frog again. Frog, its mind is already confused, use Guard to block it, and then use Explosion Fist to finish it off. Yu-Hai shook his head secretly. This battle is already a foregone conclusion, and mentality is also very important in a battle. If you lose your mentality, you lose half, and if you mess up your rhythm, you lose everything. And now is a good time to use Explosion Fist. Quack! Frog held on to Guard and blocked Mongoose Slash's claw attack. Mongoose Slash did not go around, but kept attacking Frog's guard. When Mongoose Slash wanted to take a breath, Frog punched out and hit Mongoose Slash's abdomen, directly knocking Mongoose Slash out. The explosive punch has a 100% confusion effect. Even if Mongoose Slash could barely get up, the confused Mongoose Slash would not listen to anything the trainer said, and would only attack randomly, and could not beat Frog. Then, Mongoose Slash was taken back by the masked trainer, and the battle ended with the challenger's defeat. Yu-Hai and Frog won another battle. Wow! 5 consecutive wins, Frog 3 consecutive wins. This trainer is so strong, he has won 5 games in a row, who can beat him? The audience looked around, wanting to see if anyone had come on the field to play the 6th game, and also wanted to see how many consecutive wins this strange trainer could have. Just after Yu-Hai took back Frog, someone else came up and threw 100,000 to the referee without saying a word. Chapter 446, Evolution, Make Up for Yesterday. Please send out the battle elves. Come out, Scorpio. Come out, Bad Frog. Yu-Hai threw out the Bad Frog that he had just taken back. Seeing that the opponent sent out Scorpio, he knew that he might lose this time. The reason is simple, because Scorpio is a natural counter to Bad Frog. First of all, the attribute Restraint. Scorpio is a ground system plus a flying system. Fighting resistance, poison resistance, and hidden characteristics are still immune. It has taken all the advantages against Bad Frog. Bad Frog is restrained by the ground system and the flying system. Not only is its original attribute resisted, but it is also naturally restrained by Scorpio's two original attributes. This game is impossible to play. Scorpio has all the advantages and will appear later. Bad Frog has played so many games. What can it play now? So how to break this game? In fact, it is also very simple. Bad Frog only needs to learn a freezing punch, that's it. Ice type restrains Scorpio 4 times, Scorpio has no chance to fight. But Frog doesn't have a freezing punch, so Scorpio is a natural counter to Frog. It's really unexpected. I didn't expect there would be Scorpio here. Scorpio, rush over with a flash of lightning, acrobatics. The masked trainer also saw that Frog was already at the end of its strength, so there was no nonsense and Scorpio rushed directly. Frog, dodge, and use poison attack. Yu-Hai now wants to bet on whether the opponent's Scorpio has hidden characteristic immunity. Quack, Frog stared at the flying Scorpio. In fact, Scorpio can't fly. It flies by jumping to high altitude and gliding. If there is wind, it can glide, but it can't fly. The masked trainer knew that Frog's dodge was very high, and he didn't expect the acrobatics to hit Frog. Sure enough, Frog dodged the attack, jumped on Scorpio's back, used poison attack on Scorpio's back, and knocked Scorpio to the ground. Crackle, Scorpio screamed in pain after landing, but it also caught what it wanted. Quack. When Frog attacked Scorpio, it found that its ankle was caught by Scorpio's pincers. Haha, success, the masked trainer laughed. The acrobatics just now were just feints. His goal was to catch Frog. Scorpio, dig a hole. Crackle, Scorpio heard digging a hole, and excitedly waved his pincers, pulling Frog into the ground. Frog Yu-Hai really didn't expect that the other party had such an idea and endured a poison attack just to catch Frog. From this point of view, Frog's poison is probably useless to Scorpio. Scorpio must have an immune characteristic, but I don't know whether Frog's poison is more poisonous or Scorpio's poison resistance is higher. Yes, it is poison resistance. Although the immune characteristic can be immune to most toxins, Pokémon are still flesh, not stones like rock Pokémon. It is impossible to be completely immune to toxins. It's just that these Pokémon with immune characteristics have higher poison resistance than other Pokémon. Boom boom boom. With the rumbling sound coming from underground, Scorpio came out with Frog soon. Scorpio was already sweating profusely after coming out, but fortunately he was not unconscious, but his face was not good, and he still had symptoms of poisoning. As for Frog, it had been thrown out by Scorpio and fell into a coma, losing its ability to fight. Frog, can't fight. With the referee's voice, he announced to all the audience that Frog was defeated. Frog, come back. Yu-Hai took back Frog and went to find the referee to get his money back. He had just fought 6 games, 2 with Zubat and 4 with Frog, won 5 games, and lost 1 with Frog, which was 500,000 alliance coins. Frog trainer, this is your principal of 100,000, and the winnings of 400,000, a total of 500,000, you can count it before leaving. Thank you. Yu-Hai took 5 bundles of money and prepared to go back to sleep. His purpose of coming out tonight had been achieved, so there was no need to stay any longer. Your Frog is very powerful, but my Scorpio is still poisoned. If Frog hadn't been exhausted, he might not have lost. The masked trainer came over, and he didn't see Yu-Hai clearly because of Yu-Hai's loss. After all, Yu-Hai is also a trainer who has won 5 games in a row. He just got a bargain and won Yu-Hai by luck. Your Scorpio is also very powerful. We will fight again next time if there is a chance. Yu-Hai waved his hand and said goodbye to the other party. The other party should have accidentally discovered that Scorpio is immune to toxins. If he continues to study it in depth, he will sooner or later discover the hidden characteristics. I didn't expect that the other party's Scorpio really has hidden characteristics, otherwise he would not dare to stand up and challenge him, but the other party's Scorpio is still poisoned. Thinking of this, he took a last look at the other party and sighed that trainers who know how to use characteristics are not simple. He mixed into the crowd with the money and disappeared in the crowd. After leaving the battle site, he touched the 400,000 yuan he earned in his arms. He did not plan to stay in the black market any longer, but returned the same way and left the black market. If he left later, he might be blocked because someone was looking for him. After arriving at the middle deck, Yu Hai did not return to his room immediately, but found the treatment room on the ship and spent 20,000 to check the bodies of Bad Frog and Big Mouth Bat. If they were injured, they would be treated, and if they were not injured, they could recover from the fatigue of fighting. The service here is quite good. After seeing his dress, the elf nurse here did not ask anything and treated Bad Frog and Big Mouth Bat. In general, it is not bad, but the fee is a bit expensive, but there is nothing to do about it. Bad Frog and Big Mouth Bat cannot be treated. After the treatment of Bad Frog and Big Mouth Bat, the nurse told him that the elves were fine and they would recover after a good night's rest. Then, he left the treatment room with confidence, released the Big Mouth Gull on the deck, flew to the upper deck on the Big Mouth Gull, came to the balcony of the room where he lived, opened the room with a window, and went into the room with the elves. After returning to the room, he released Frog and Zubat again, and took out midnight snacks for the two guys, as well as Orb Spinner and Ditto. Jengar, Darkrai, and Swan also had midnight snacks. After eating the midnight snack, he put Jengar away to prevent this guy from running around again. He just took him out for a walk, which was enough. Later, he put Zubat, Ditto, and Orb Spinner back, and released the crab. The work of keeping watch tonight was left to Swan and Darkrai, and Swan was not taken back. As for Frog, he took out 2 fighting gems. It was time for Frog to evolve. Quack! Quack! Bad Frog eats fighting energy cubes, and uses fighting gems to evolve. Bad Frog looks at the brown gem in Yu Hai's hand, which looks very tempting. As for the poison system, there is no need to use poison. Bad Frog's poison system is already strong enough, and there is no need to continue to strengthen the poison system. Even Scorpio with immune characteristics can't withstand the poison, is there any need to strengthen it? The poison resistance of that Scorpio is already the highest he has encountered. It can actually weaken the poison of Bad Frog and turn it into a poisoned state instead of a highly toxic state. Other Pokémons are all highly toxic once they are poisoned. Scorpio can actually suppress the toxins in his body and defeat Bad Frog underground. It is already a very outstanding performance. Don't you look at the Pokémons with immune characteristics, there are only 3 Pokémons, Scorpion and Snorlax. A poison? Cough, why use poison when facing a poison Pokémon? Wouldn't it be better to just use Earthquake and stomp on it? It's not like Frog can't learn Earthquake, so why use poison instead of using Earthquake? What kind of brain circuit is this? Frog, bite these 2 gems and feel the energy in the gems carefully, and you can evolve. Yu Hai looked at Frog's panel. After the battle just now, the experience value has been full, and it's just a matter of thought to want to evolve. You can use anger to stimulate it, or wait patiently for a good mood, and use the energy in the gems to stimulate evolution. Quack! Frog swallowed the energy, measure the cube, step on the ground, and let Yu Hai put the gem on the ground before taking it. Here, Yu Hai understood that he was afraid that the toxins on his skin would touch him, so he immediately put down 2 fighting gems. Quack! Bad Frog picked up the fighting gem from the ground and felt it carefully. He could indeed feel the rich energy in the gem, and then it evolved, and a white light shone on its body. Seeing this white light, Yu Hai was very excited. After Han Han evolved, Bad Frog also evolved. Quack! Bad Frog grew a lot taller in an instant after evolving, and it was still a little unaccustomed to the perspective of becoming taller. Before evolving, Bad Frog was only 0.7 meters, that is, 70 centimeters. After evolving, Poison Skull Frog reached 1.3 meters, which was already at his waist. Bad Frog, congratulations on your evolution. Yu-Hai did not release other Pokemon to celebrate Bad Frog's evolution. It was late at night, and it would be too noisy if everyone came out. The entertainment activities on the luxury cruise ship were all on the middle and lower floors, not on the top floor. We could celebrate later if we had a chance. Kuke, the giant claw crab, was there, and this guy could always catch up. Bailey, the big-billed gull, nestled on the quilt at the foot of the bed and sent blessings to Poison Frog. Congratulations, Darkrai also congratulated in the shadow, and only Poison Frog could hear it. Quack, Poison Frog called to everyone, and then went to the bathroom to look in the mirror. It wanted to see what it looked like now. Poison Frog, you've grown taller. Yu-Hai followed him to the bathroom and smiled as he talked about his height. The poisonous frog is a dark blue elf with yellow eyes, a red vocal cord at the throat of its chin, and a poison sac in its throat. If a sound is made from its throat, the stored toxin will be refined more strongly. Compared with male poisonous frogs, females have smaller poison sacs. On the back of each hand of the poisonous frog, there are 3 fingers and bright red claws. The legs are muscular, with 3 toes, a red middle toe on each foot, and a sharp spike extending from the heel. The muscular thighs should be the racial talent of the poisonous frog. They should be well developed in the future. The power should not be inferior to the mosquito-repellent frog. Quack, the poisonous skull frog nodded silently, agreeing with Yu-Hai's words. It could feel that it had indeed grown taller. Poisonous skull frog, you performed very well tonight. Keep up the good work. Only by becoming stronger can you not be troubled by the poison. Quack, the poisonous skull frog was very excited after evolving, but it didn't show anything on its face. It was an expressionless frog with paralyzed face. Others couldn't tell what it was thinking at all. It had gotten used to paralyzed face, which was difficult to change. It didn't know how to change, and there was no need to change now, because it had everything. As long as Yu-Hai was there, it had everything. For it now, it is very satisfied with its current life. It does not ask for too much. Its current life is much better than being sold here and there. It finally has a warm home and a group of fun friends. Toxic Skull Frog, you are exhausted from the battle tonight. Come back and have a good rest. Yu-Hai took out the poke ball. He didn't know why Toxic Skull Frog was in a daze. This Pokemon didn't like to express himself, and he didn't know the situation. Quack, Toxic Skull Frog nodded gently, raised his hand to touch the poke ball in Yu-Hai's hand, and finally looked at Yu-Hai, turning into a red light and entering the poke ball. It's really strange, Yu-Hai whispered twice, returned to the bedroom, and put Toxic Skull Frog in the bedroom. Frog's poke ball was placed on the bedside, facing him. He didn't notice that Poison Frog was quietly looking at him in the poke ball. He had already fallen on the bed, looking at Poison Frog's panel, wanting to see what surprises Poison Frog would bring him. Poison Frog. Attribute, Poison plus Fighting. Gender, Male. Potential, 66%. Level, 38.12%. Feature, Danger Prediction /32.68%. Hidden Feature, Poison Hand /35.88%. Mastering the moves. After the evolution of Bad Frog, the potential reached 66, which is a good potential for the king. The level of Poison Frog is also it has reached level 38 and is about to enter the senior level. When he finishes the Quartz Conference, he can use Poison Frog to make money. Seeing this, Yu-Hai found that the second-tier Vest Elves are also going to reach the senior level, which is convenient for his money-making business. If these little guys are too weak, he would be embarrassed to use them. The Danger Prediction characteristic is the characteristic with the biggest change, and the proficiency has actually reached more than 30. The Poison Hand characteristic is 35, and the proficiency has only increased by 8 points. It is not that the increase is not fast, but after the physical fitness of the Bad Frog is enhanced, the toxins in the body are suppressed, so the poison hand characteristic has only increased a little. In addition to the evolution of the bad frog, the physical fitness of the bad frog has finally caught up with the severe poison in the body. It is a good thing, so the poison frog can also proceed to the next step of training. In order to avoid being restrained by Scorpio or psychic elves, poison frog needs to learn ice-type moves, evil-type moves, and ground-type moves. Learning these 3 types of moves will become the next training direction for poison frog. You can learn the ice punch from frog, the darkness-type moves can be learned from Darkrai, and the ground-type moves will be discussed later. First, let poison frog learn the moves that other Pokémon have, and then consider the moves that other Pokémon don't have. The changes in poison frog's poison moves have stabilized, so you don't need to pay too much attention to them, as long as they don't increase as sharply as at the beginning. In addition, after evolution, 2 new poison moves were added, 1 poison needle and 1 sludge bomb. The changes in fighting type moves are quite large, especially the changes in the absorption punch, which increased the proficiency by more than 20 points, and also added 2 new fighting type moves. One is bodybuilding, a move that strengthens attack and defense. One is kicking down, kicking the opponent's feet hard to make him fall down. The heavier the opponent, the greater the power. There are also 2 new moves, both of which are learned in battle. One is the ground-type move mud shooting, and the other is the evil-type move provocation. In this way, the evolution of Bad Frog only brings 4 moves, which is not as exaggerated as Han-Han's evolution, but it is already very good. It's not that he doesn't use props to evolve Bad Frog, but he can't use poison-type props. Even if he forces the props on Bad Frog, it probably can't absorb it. I'm afraid it will be poisoned. Not everyone has the abnormal absorption ability of Han-Han. Bad Frog's basic potential is not as high as Han-Han. Even if the 2 senior level props are not eaten, Han-Han can keep them in his stomach and absorb them slowly, but Bad Frog can't. Han-Han can use stones as a staple food, but Bad Frog can't. This is the biggest difference between the 2. After looking at the panel of Toxic Skull Frog, he turned off the panel and arranged for Toxic Skull Frog to learn new moves tomorrow. Wait until Toxic Skull Frog learns new moves before going to the black market. Otherwise, without Ice Punch and Dark-type moves, it will be a disadvantage to fight against trainers who specially arrange tactics for Toxic Skull Frog. In the next journey, you can use Frog and others to gain experience in the open-air battlefield during the day, and use Toxic Skull Frog and others to gain experience underground at night. Good guy, he couldn't help laughing when he thought about it. It seems that all the trainers on the whole ship have become his experience babies and the whetstones of the elves. Toxic Skull Frog Panel. Toxic Skull Frog Panel. Toxic Skull Frog. Attribute, Poison plus Fighting. Gender, Male. Potential, 66%. Level, 38.12%. Characteristics, Danger Prediction /32.68%. Hidden Characteristic, Poison Hand /35.88%. Poison System Mastered Moves, Poison Attack /33.11%. Toxic /36.55%. Poison Liquid Shock /29.44%. Poison Needle /9.15%. Sludge Bomb /6.34%. Fighting System, Explosive Punch /22.47%. Absorption Punch /32.24%. Bodybuilding /6.77%. Kickdown /4.34%. Ground System, Mud Throwing /33.31%. Mud Shooting /4.35%. Unclassified, Bullet Punch /30.27%. Hold /34.51%. Sleep /36.72%. Shadow Ball /15.25%. Provocation /5.55%. Chapter 447, It's not bad to open a gym. It was cloudy on the 9th day of the trip to the Kanto region. This morning, after Yu Hai, Xiaobo and Xiao Ai had a quick breakfast, he took Mosquito Frog and the others to the training room. When he came to the training room, he released the gull, the giant crab, the scyther, the gyropod and the snail, leaving them to train in the training room. The training content had been explained yesterday, and the elves just needed to train according to it. There was still the Tyrannosaurus Rex left, which had been following Xiaobo's Tyrannosaurus these days, and he did not take it back. Also, the frog and the Zapdos were taken away. Zapdos was still young, so he was worried about releasing them. The frog had a teaching task today, so he didn't need to train for the time being. After leaving the training room, he went to the middle deck, found a toilet at random, went in, changed his clothes and came out again, and replaced his face with ditto. After changing his clothes, he came to the public training room and rented a training room. The fee was 5,000 per hour. He rented it for 4 hours first. There were all kinds of training equipment in the training room, but the space was not very large. He rented a medium-sized training room. The advanced one cost 11,000 per hour, which was simply robbing money. The purpose of renting this training room was in order to let Frog learn new moves. It was Frog who taught Frog to learn. Darkrai, check if anyone is peeping in the room. Yu Hai did not release the Pokemon immediately, but stood in the shadow under the light of the training room, letting Darkrai check if anyone is peeping. No, Darkrai left from Yu Hai's feet, walked around the training room, walked outside the training room, and returned to Yu Hai's feet. Very good, Frog, Frog, you come out. Yu Hai released Frog, and told Frog, Frog, you will teach Frog to learn the freezing fist today. Yobo, Frog patted his chest, called Frog away, brought Frog to the sandbag, and demonstrated the use of the freezing fist to Frog. Darkrai, you have a surprise attack move. Please teach it to Poison Frog. Poison Frog really needs it. Yu Hai looked at the two Pokemons who left, and sat on the bench to chat with Darkrai. Okay, wait until it learns the Ice Punch first. Darkrai did not refuse, this was just a piece of cake. Everyone come out. Yu Hai released Swampert, Zubat, Gengar and Orb Spinner, and asked these Pokemons to come out for breakfast, and asked Frog to teach Swampert to climb waterfalls. Gengar, play here after breakfast, don't go out through the wall to play, there are many people outside, it will be troublesome if you are seen. Yu Hai took out the food and told Gengar not to play too much. Cowherhee, Gengar nodded, indicating that he understood. In addition to being greedy and playful, he was still very obedient. Swampert, you have to train with Frog after breakfast, okay? Yu Hai reminded Swampert again, this little guy has been training waterfall climbing for a while. Kukaka, Swampert ate the breakfast that Yu Hai fed him. He was not as clingy to Yu Hai as when he was a child. He began to be curious about this world. After arranging the Poison Skull Frog and Swampert, Yu Hai looked at Zubat again. This Pokemon would replace Orb Spinner and become his last line of defense, at least on the surface. In fact, there were Gengar and Darkrai in the shadow. With the improvement of strength, Orb Spinner gradually couldn't keep up. When he became a king, Orb Spinner could retire. It would not be very useful to continue to bring him around. It is difficult for Orb Spinner that cannot evolve to break through the potential of the king. If Orb Spinner evolves, it will not be able to lie on the shoulder. It is hard to say whether it can break through the potential of the king. This is a dead cycle. Then Zubat became the next guard at this time. Zubat's ultrasonic detection is very useful. Zubat with the potential of the king can follow him for a long time. Then Zubat also needs to learn some new moves, such as Steel Wings, High-Speed Movement, Feather Perch, etc., which are all necessary moves for a flying Pokemon. Scyther and Gulper know these moves, so you can let Gulper learn from them when you have time. Gulper's physical fitness is the most important thing now. After so much flying training, Gulper's physical fitness has caught up and is almost catching up with the poison in his body. After some time, he can enter the next stage of training. If it is a healthy Pokemon like Swampert, there will be no such worries. After the growth period, he can start training directly. After Gyarados was kicked out of the Vest Pokémon, the Pokémon available for his Vest identity became 4 again: Pokémon, Gulper, Swampert, Gengar. In fact, Gengar and Darkrai will not show up unless it is absolutely necessary. They are all his trump cards. Ditto cannot be used on the face. Ditto will not be able to keep up in the future. The final function can only be to change the face. The same is true for Orb Spinner. Then the Pokémon that he can use as a Vest identity are only Pokémon, which is still too few. But he did not plan to capture new Pokémon. After he finished the Quartz Conference, he returned to the Zygon Gym to study the 5 Pokémon that could be combined and evolved. If all 5 could be combined and evolved, he would assign some Pokémon to his alias. For example, Vash, this Pokémon of the Poison type is the exclusive Pokémon of the villain. It would be a pity if he didn't use it to do some bad things. There are still 4 Pokémon left: Slowpoke, Nat, Diglett, and Magneto. He can assign Pokémon according to the team configuration at that time. According to the current configuration, his alias is almost becoming the Poison Pokémon team. With Poison Frog, Gulp, Gengar, and Vash, there are already 4 Pokémon of the Poison type. Such a team configuration will be killed by the Ground type and the Psychic type. Fortunately, he has Darkrai, but Darkrai cannot be exposed. He also needs to find a Dark-type Pokémon to replace him. If it is a Dark-type substitute, there are more Pokémon to choose from, such as Murkrow, Houndoom, Magna, Megalodon, Bankiras, etc., all of which are his favorite Dark-type Pokémon. There are also Umbreon, Absol, Zoroark, Three-Headed Dragon, Greninja, Blazing Roaring Tiger and other Dark-type Pokémon, all of which are his favorite Dark-type Pokémon. But again, these Pokémon are either unavailable, or the evolution conditions are too harsh, or they are unaffordable. As long as they can be related, they can also brush high-potential Dark-type Pokémon. Only the Pokémon with relatively large numbers such as Murkrow, Houndoom, Megalodon can be chosen. It is difficult to even meet Magna, let alone a high-potential Magna, which can only depend on luck. In a place like the Orange Islands, there are no other Pokémon, but there are more sharks, so it seems that there is a choice, but in fact he has no choice. It seems that we have to use Megalodon, the villain's exclusive evil Pokémon. When he returns from the Quartz Conference, he needs to find someone to catch fish. A man's fishing village is a good choice. Otherwise, we have to rely on the fisherman. It may take a long time to catch a shark. The direction of the available Pokémons for Magia has been decided. The first generation members of his Rainy Day team have also been changed. Snail was kicked out of the Rainy Day team and its position was taken over by Gyarados. The current Snail is not as powerful as Gyarados, so he can only arrange it this way. Snail was put in the 3rd echelon. The 2nd echelon is Poison Frog used by Magia. The members of the 3rd echelon have not been decided yet. Currently, there are only Snail and Zapdos, and they are all babies and need time to grow. Counting the other 4 combination evolution Pokémons, Slowpoke, Diglett, and Slither, there are 5 Pokémons. He should give the other 3 in 1 Magneto to Magia, because Magneto has a lot of resistance, especially psychic resistance, which is very suitable for Magia's poison team. The only pity is that Magneto is 4 times weaker than Ground, which is really fucked up. The Venomous team was originally restrained by the Ground type, and there was another 4 times weak Ground type, which made him speechless. However, even if it was a 4 times weak Ground type, he still added 3 in 1 Magnetron to the Venomous team, because although 3 in 1 Magnetron was restrained by the Ground type, it could fly, that is, float off the ground. If the damage came from the Ground type, as long as it could not hit the flying 3 in 1 Magnetron, it would not be able to cause damage to 3 in 1 Magnetron, which meant that the restraint of 4 times weak Ground did not exist. He is really a genius. On the surface, he has Zapdos, so the vest must also be equipped with an electric-type Pokémon. In a place like the Orange Islands, you can't live without electric Pokemon, otherwise you can only be electrocuted by others, but you can't electrocute others, isn't it a loss? As for the Pokemon placed in the gym, the ones with good potential are Butterfree, Giganotosaurus, agate jellyfish, mud loach, and the Magikarp who doesn't want to leave. Keep these elves first, and when you become a top trainer in the future, if you open a gym in the Orange Islands, you can also enrich your water gym and use it to deal with those new trainers who come to challenge. After all, they are all elves with the potential of top trainers. If they are cultivated, they can also be regarded as combat power. They can be placed in the lake as pond overlords, especially the Loach, which is a pond overlord. If you encounter elves with high potential on the road, you can also subdue them. Even if you don't use them yourself, you can use them to breed cubs, reward gym apprentices, or open a breeding house to sell elf cubs when you open a gym in the future. It would be a waste if you don't use the proficiency panel to open a store to make money. After opening a gym, the gym is a sideline, and running a breeding house is the main business. Isn't this the case for most gym owners? For example, Sakeke, the gym is a sideline, and the Rocket Team boss is the main business. The same is true for Itsumai, the gym is a sideline, and the oranges at home are the main business. There is also Liulai, whose gym is a sideline, and whose main business is the big hotel at home. There are many gym owners like this, so he won't name them one by one. These are his plans for the future. He has many plans, such as opening a gym to fish, doing some leisure work in the Alliance to fish, or doing something in the Orange Islands. These are all future plans. As for which path he will take, he doesn't know. After all, it's a matter of the future, who knows? Everything he does now is to prepare for the future, because there is only one prerequisite for taking these paths, that is, you must have strong strength, otherwise you can't catch fish safely. Closing the small notebook and putting it back in the backpack, Yu-Hai also started exercising in the training room. He tried dumbbells, weightlifting, waist training, abdominal training, and treadmills, and felt pretty good. Today, he spent the whole day in this training room. Even when Xiaobo called him to have lunch, he didn't go back. He has prepared lunch for the giant crabs and asked the strongest scyther to distribute it. I believe everyone has no objection. After the time in the training room was up, he added another 8 hours. He did not plan to go back for dinner. He spent the whole day in the training room training until it got dark. He and the elves were still in the training room. After 12 hours, he came out of the training room. The luxury cruise ship outside was still brightly lit, bustling, and noisy. When he came to the public toilet, he took off his disguise and took the elevator to the top floor to collect the giant crabs from Xiaobo's training room and prepare to return to his room. However, before he entered the door, he was seen by Xiaobo's maid, who came up to ask him to come over. "Old man, what's the matter?" Yu-Hai came to the deck and saw Xiaobo still looking at the sea, holding the sleeping Xiao Ai in his arms, and sat opposite Xiaobo helplessly. "Boy, where have you been all day?" Xiaobo was quite curious about where Yu-Hai had been. He actually came back at night, and he and Xiao Ai hadn't found him all day. "I went there and fought a few battles, and made a small profit," Yu-Hai lied to Xiaobo. If Xiao Ai hadn't fallen asleep, he wouldn't have dared to say that. "Really? You made a lot of money," Xiaobo didn't doubt Yu-Hai. After all, everyone has their own secrets. As long as Yu-Hai doesn't hurt Xiao Ai, that's his bottom line. "Okay, tell me if you have something to say." "I'm so sleepy," Yu-Hai yawned again and saw the tea and fruit on the table. He only ate the fruit and didn't drink the tea, because he couldn't sleep after drinking strong tea, and he didn't want to suffer from insomnia. "Nothing, I just didn't see you for a day, and I thought you were blocked by someone," Xiaobo smiled, as if he was chatting with an old friend again, and suddenly changed the subject and talked about another thing. "I found that Xiao Ai does have special abilities. It seems that she only has the ability to perceive emotions, but not to find other abilities. That's not very strong," Yu Hai touched his chin and thought about it. The special ability of sensing emotions is not as useful as his panel, let alone the other 5 special abilities, and even superpowers are not as good. It's really not very strong, and Xiao Ai's ability is still passive, which means that people and elves who appear around her can sense emotions, and the range is not very large. Maybe she is still young, and when Xiao Ai grows up, she will know whether she has other abilities. Now only Ho and Fuji know what happened to Xiao Ai, Yu Hai sighed. Ho is a mythical beast. It is not so easy to see. Fuji's life and death are unknown. It is estimated that Fuji personally cloned Xiao Ai, so only Fuji himself knows what was added. It is estimated that there is no test record. It may be that Fuji did not want to record it and did not want others to see his daughter's cloning report. That's true, Xiaobo knew it, but only he and Yu Hai knew this secret, so he could only discuss it with Yu Hai. By the way, let Xiao Ai contact less with other people. After Xiao Ai adapts to this ability, she will not be affected by negative emotions when contacting other people. You should know this, right? I know, Xiaobo, how could he not know this? If Xiao Ai was thrown into a crowd, Xiao Ai's passive perception ability would instantly receive all kinds of complex emotions, such as happiness, sadness, resentment, anger, etc. It would definitely make Xiao Ai very distressed, or even unbearable, and she would become depressed, which would affect her eating and even health. This was a result they didn't want to see. Okay, you can do whatever you want. I'm going to sleep. Yu Hai felt that the chat was almost over and was ready to go back to sleep. Boy, so Xiao Ai came to Honglian Gym, is she trying to get rid of it? I haven't seen anyone all day, and I don't know how to play with Xiao Ai. Haha, old man, you know everything and still ask. I can't take care of children, it's troublesome when children cry. Yu Hai knew that Xiaobo was not so serious, and joked with Xiaobo, and then waved his hand and left the deck. Leave the wind alone, or you will catch a cold. Hey, this stinky boy. Xiaobo raised his lips slightly, and Yu Hai, who had already left, did not see the smile on Xiaobo's lips. In fact, Xiaobo had asked Xiao Ai yesterday, and Xiao Ai did not sense any negative emotions from Yu Hai. Since they met, they were happy, worried, joyful, relaxed and other emotions. After knowing this, Xiaobo trusted this strange boy a little more, otherwise a stranger would not be worth his investment, nor worth the personal teaching of the armored Tyrannosaurus, not to mention that he took out the bottom of the box. That stinky boy would definitely be surprised when he knew it. Chapter 448, Alito. The 11th day of the trip to Kanto, cloudy. Today is the 3rd day of training Poison Frog in the training room, but he did not open the training room today because yesterday and the day before yesterday, Poison Frog learned frosts. After that, he came to the bar at the bottom of the cabin. This time, he didn't need the bartender to lead the way. He went to the kitchen and paid 10,000 yuan for the entrance fee, and the chef in the kitchen opened the door. He didn't let Darkrai explore the way, and walked down with the orb spinner. He was familiar with the road when he came here for the 2nd time. He basically didn't watch the previous few games. Those games were all scams. He went directly to the free game area and saw a masked trainer fighting. After their battle was over, he went up and threw 100,000 alliance coins to the referee. A game here is mostly 100,000, and there are also 500,000. 1 million is rare. Basically, no one opens such a large handicap. Please release the battle Pokemon. Come out, Radon. It's Radon, as expected, Yu Hai sighed secretly. Just now, this man won a battle with Radon, and the Pokemon he sent out was Toxoplasma. Quack, Toxoplasma came here again, and as soon as it appeared, it attracted the attention of many viewers. It should be him, right? I didn't expect that Frog would evolve. Look, there's a spider on his shoulder. The trainer of Frog 2 days ago also had a spider on his shoulder. It seems to be him. I don't know how his frog will perform after evolving. I don't know how many games he can win this time. Toxic Skull Frog. The trainer of Radon saw Toxic Skull Frog and heard the audience's discussion. His face darkened instantly. When Frog won the last time, he also saw it at the scene. That guy was not only smart, he is very good at using spirits, poison, and commanding. It seems that he knows a lot of spirits. It is so easy to crack the opponent's tricks. He is in trouble. Rumble Rock, turn into a circle, and roll. Gurgle. Rumble Rock retracted his limbs into his body like a turtle, and his head also retracted. Then, he stood still, and a grey light flashed on his body surface, improving his defense in this way. After turning into a circle to increase his defense by 1 level, Rumble Rock began to roll, and rolled faster and faster, rolling towards Poison Frog. Poison Frog, build up first, and use guard to block it. Yu-Hai couldn't let the opponent roll all the time, because rolling is a move that lasts for 5 rounds. It will start from the initial power of 30, and after 4 consecutive attacks, the power will be increased to 2 times, 4 times, 8 times, and 16 times respectively. Therefore, he must let Poison Frog stop Rumble Rock's rolling in the first round, even if he uses the first guard. Quack! Toxic Skull Frog used all his strength to tighten his muscles, improving his first level attack and first level defense. Then he stared at the rolling Radon, stretched out his hands to open a light green barrier, successfully stopped Radon's rolling, and forced Radon to stop. Now, Frozen Punch! Quack! After Toxic Skull Frog forced Radon to stop, he clenched his fists and tightened his muscles. His fists were quickly covered with frost, and he punched Radon hard. The red spikes on his fists penetrated into the cracks of Radon's rocks, and finally knocked Radon out. Radon! Radon's trainer shouted excitedly when he saw Radon flying back. Gurgle! After Radon stopped, his limbs emerged from the rock body. He couldn't even stand steadily and was a little dizzy. Toxic Skull Frog, continue with the Frozen Punch. Yu-Hai saw that Radon was still not awake, so he would not give the opponent a chance to breathe, and he must pursue the victory. Quack! Toxicobrog slightly bent its hind legs, and catapulted away from its original position. It arrived in front of Radon in just a moment, and hit Radon with another freezing punch. Such a strong explosive power, Yu-Hai was shocked when he saw Toxicobrog's explosion. He didn't expect that Toxicobrog had such explosive power without any explosive moves, almost catching up with Poliwag. It seems that the muscular legs are the racial talent of Toxicobrog. In order to make this kind of explosion stronger, it seems that weight training is necessary to train Toxicobrog's explosive power. He feels that Poliwag's racial talent is exactly the opposite of Toxicobrog, but it can only be developed after evolution, because Poliwag's upper body muscles are more developed than the lower body. So fast! Radon's trainer was also amazed at the speed of Toxicobrog when he saw Radon being hit again. With just 2 leaps, Toxicobrog ran more than 10 meters away. In the last burst, it hit Radon, which means that the Poison Frog only needs 6 hits to run back and forth on the battlefield. The battlefield they are fighting on is not a large venue like a big stadium, but a small battlefield, about the same size as a basketball court in the previous life. From the burst just now, Poison Frog jumped a distance of 10 meters, which is already a very strong explosive power. You should know that Mosquito Frog has this kind of explosive power only when he used the waterfall climbing. Poison Frog, continue to use the Freezing Punch. Yu-Hai used the Freezing Punch not only to let Poison Frog get familiar with the new moves and practice with the opponent, but also to slow down. Radon, roll! Radon's trainer finally reacted after hearing the Freezing Punch again and wanted to command the Pokémon to fight. But Radon, who was hit by the Freezing Punch twice, had many parts of his body frozen, and his limbs began to lose control and could not be retracted. Gurgle! Radon found that his hands and feet were frozen and he couldn't retract them completely. He could only stand there anxiously. However, Toxic Skull Frog didn't give Radon a chance. When Radon couldn't retract his limbs, it burst out twice and came to Radon, raising its frozen fist to smash Radon's head. Dong! A solid punch hit Radon's head. Radon only had time to look at Toxic Skull Frog before he was knocked unconscious. Radon lost. Radon's trainer saw Radon unconscious, took Radon back with a poke ball, and went to the referee to take the money he had won before, leaving the lost 100,000. He didn't want to fight anymore. Radon was completely defeated after only 3 frozen fists. He found that Toxic Skull Frog had become stronger after evolving, and it was difficult for him to win with his current command ability. Wow! So strong, it's totally different from the previous bad frog. Yeah, it's just an evolution, why did it suddenly become so much stronger? Did you see the speed just now? It was so fast that you could only see the afterimage, and it crossed a distance of 7 or 8 meters in an instant. No matter what, bet on him, I bet he will win the next game. Yukai won the first battle and successfully won the first game with the new move. He also used the poke ball to take back the Pokemon and prepared to wait for the next opponent. This time, we waited for a long time, and no one came on the field for 3 minutes. Just when everyone thought that there would be no opponent, someone came up and threw 100,000 to the referee. Please send out the battle Pokemons on both sides. Quack! Pokemon appeared again and looked at his opponent. Rado, as soon as Alito came out, his attention was all on Pokemon. It had just seen Pokemon's battle and was a very strong opponent. Alito Duo. Yuhai looked at the Alito on the opposite side. This Pokemon, like Toxic Skull Frog, is a fighting Pokemon from the Sinnoh region, but the other party is much more precious than Toxic Skull Frog, which means it is much more expensive. The price alone is close to hundreds of millions, and his Toxic Skull Frog only cost more than 4 million, and it was restrained 4 times by the opposite Alito. This game is difficult to win. Both are fighting type Pokemon, and this type can restrain Toxic Skull Frog. I didn't expect that there would be such a Pokemon here. Isn't the other party afraid of being robbed? By the way, the other party is not disguised. Yuhai suddenly realized one thing. Here, either masked or changed their faces, the other party actually exposed himself openly. It seems that he must be notorious and not a simple character. The battle begins. Alito, Sword Dance. Toxic Skull Frog, Poison Attack. Yuhai secretly suppressed the speculation in his heart. If things can't be done, it doesn't matter if he admits defeat. At most, the previous game was in vain. Quack quack, the poison frog heard the poison attack and quickly rushed forward. The raised scarlet claws emitted a purple-black halo, which was the shining poison energy. Alito, Shadow Clone. The opponent seized the opportunity to dance with the sword in advance, and after the poison frog came over, he used the Shadow Clone to avoid the poison attack. Poison Frog, come back! Yuhai saw that the poison frog was trapped in the encirclement of the Shadow Clone of Alito and was in an unfavorable situation, so he immediately asked the poison frog to retreat. Quack! Poison Frog jumped twice and retreated from the encirclement of the Shadow Clone. In that situation just now, it couldn't tell who was the real body. Alito, move at high speed and rush over, use the Psychic Blade. It's really a psychic move, Yuhai sighed secretly, looking at the 8 Shadow Clone rushing over, and shouted to Poison Frog, look at the footprints on the ground, shoot with mud. Quack! The Poison Frog reacted instantly, looking at the footprints on the ground that only a physical body could step on. The smoke and airflow brought up immediately revealed the position of the real body, and opened its mouth to spit out mud shots. Alito, split the mud. Alito did not stop, and continued to swing the retractable blade at the elbow to cut the mud shots spit out by the poison frog. Every time it cuts, a materialized arc-shaped mental blade will be generated. Even if the mud shots are cut, the mental blade will still fly towards the poison frog to attack. Quack! The poison frog quickly jumped away to avoid these mental blades, but these mental blades also disrupted the attack rhythm of the poison frog, and Alito had already rushed over. Bullet Fist, Yuhai had no choice but to change tactics. Quack! The poison frog saw that Alito was close at hand, and had no time to care about anything else. Hearing after the bullet punch, he immediately punched Alito, but Alito dodged it. Then, the two sides turned into close combat. The basic speed of the two Pokémons was similar. Toxicosaurus was only 5 points faster than Alito, but this speed was not an advantage at all, and Toxicosaurus would lose as long as it was hit once. Alito could fail countless times, but Toxicosaurus only needed one mistake, which was 4 times restraint. However, fortunately, Toxicosaurus's dodge was full, and the bullet punch was a preemptive move. When Alito did not cut Toxicosaurus, Toxicosaurus bullet punch hit Alito twice. Bang! The third punch even knocked Alito out. Later, Alito knelt on one knee, barely supporting his body with one hand, his face a little ugly. Alito, what's wrong with you? The trainer of Alaga didn't know why Alaga felt uncomfortable. It was only a 40 power move. Even if he hit it a few more times, it shouldn't be that uncomfortable. Rado, Alaga turned around, and the trainer saw that Alaga's chest was black, which was a symptom of poisoning. Poisoning? How is it possible? The trainer of Alito was a little bit unbelievable. Why would Alito be poisoned when Toxicobrog didn't use poison? Ha, Yu-Hai smiled slightly under his face towel. The bright red claws on Toxicobrog's arms were the needles that output the toxin. There is a poison sac in Toxicobrog's throat. If a sound is made from the throat, the stored toxin will be refined more powerful. The poison generated by the poison sac will be transported to the spikes on the fist through the pipes on the arm. When the spikes attack the enemy, the opponent will be poisoned. Don't forget Toxicobrog's poisonous hand feature. When Pokémon with this feature use contact moves, there is a 30% probability that the target will be poisoned. If it was an ordinary toxic frog, there might only be a 30% chance of being poisoned, but once it was touched by his toxic frog, no matter what moves were used, as long as it was a contact move, as long as the spikes touched the opponent would be 100% poisoned. It can be said that every attack of toxic frog was a poisonous attack, so why didn't Radon get poisoned just now? Please, toxic frog is very poisonous, but no matter how poisonous it can't poison a stone. Quack, the toxic frog's spikes were still leaking venom, dyeing the ground black. So poisonous, even if there was no poison-type move, it still poisoned Alito. It seems that you can't touch it, no contact. Chapter 449, It's still faster to make money by robbing others. Alito, hypnotize. After realizing this, Alito's trainer immediately changed his tactics. He couldn't fight with Toxic Frog in close combat. Close combat would only accelerate the outbreak of toxins. They had to fight quickly. Rado, Alito stared at the Toxic Frog. Frog, prepare to release hypnotic waves with both eyes to hypnotize Poison Frog. But Poison Frog is not without countermeasures, just close your eyes, hypnotic waves are different from dark holes. As long as you block the hypnotic waves of hypnosis, you will not be hypnotized. As long as you touch the dark hole, you will be forced to hypnotize, which is very unsolvable. Damn it, Alito, eat the fruit to detoxify. Alito's trainer originally didn't intend to use it, after all, there was only one fruit, and it would be gone if you eat it. He also knew that Poison Frog was very poisonous, so he let Alito bring the fruit to fight. Fuck, there is still fruit. Yu-Hai was numb. He didn't expect that the opponent would be poisoned during the fight. He also saw the opportunity to win, but the opponent took out a fruit to detoxify. Poison Frog, rush up, poison attack. Yu-Hai would not let the opponent detoxify, and continued to use poison to turn the poisoned state into a highly poisonous state. Quack, seeing that Alito was about to eat the fruit, Poison Frog rushed forward and gave Alito a fatal blow. Unexpectedly, Alito threw the fruit into its mouth and ran away with teleportation. Fuck, I almost forgot about teleportation, Yu-Hai cursed in a low voice. He had no choice but to stop Poison Frog, mud shooting. Seeing that the opponent had eaten the fruit and was still using teleportation to escape, Yu-Hai could only let Poison Frog interfere with the opponent. Anyway, he couldn't catch up. Quack! Poison Frog looked around the battlefield and quickly found the disappeared Alito. He immediately opened his mouth and spit out mud shooting, but all the mud was split. Poison Frog, Venom Attack! Yu-Hai saw that the mud shooting was ineffective and decided to change tactics. Puff puff puff, Poison Frog heard the venom attack and immediately opened his mouth to spit out purple shells to hit Alito. Facing the venom sprayed by the Poison Frog, Alito didn't dare to take it head-on, nor did he dare to chop it, he could only avoid it. As Alito dodged, the Poison Frog continued to spit out venom until the entire battlefield was covered with venom, and the opponent didn't realize the seriousness of the matter. Until Alito felt pain under his feet, he stopped running and looked at his feet that had turned purple and black. Alito? Can this also be poisoned? Alito's trainer was puzzled. He didn't touch the Poison Frog, why was he still poisoned? Rado, Alito quickly left the venom-filled ground and ran to the four corners of the battlefield that were not contaminated by venom. That was the only place that was not contaminated by venom. How is it possible? Alito's trainer saw the black mud on Alito's feet and suddenly realized something. He looked at the entire battlefield. There was black venom everywhere, and it was still making a hissing sound. Damn, it's actually corrosive venom. If Alaga steps on it, his feet will be slowly corroded. The poison that was just removed is now poisoned again. Alaga's trainer almost spit out blood when he saw this. He wanted to curse the other party for being shameless, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. Cursing is not decent at all. He has to pay attention to his image. Many people are watching. Alaga has no fruit to detoxify, but sleeping can detoxify, but after sleeping, Alaga will also lose. According to the speed of the Poison Frog, it only takes a moment to come over. The sleeping Alaga can't hold on for 2 rounds and will lose before waking up. However, even if he doesn't need to sleep, Alaga can't fight. This time the poisoning starts from his feet. Poison Frog, give it the last blow, Poison Attack! Quack! Poison Frog rushed forward again, raised its spikes and was about to send Alaga away. But the trainer of Alito still wanted to struggle. Alito, Psychic Blade! Rado, Alito looked at the rushing Poison Frog and kept throwing out sharp blades from his hands. One after another, the materialized arc-shaped psychic blades attacked Poison Frog, but they were all avoided by Poison Frog. But attacking Poison Frog was not the opponent's goal, but destroying the venom in the venue was the opponent's goal. Now, teleport! Poison Frog, chase it! Yu-Hai didn't believe it. Now was the time to fight for consumption. Whoever had the longer physical strength would win. It didn't matter if Alito destroyed the venue. As long as he was still poisoned, he would lose sooner or later. Sure enough, when Poison Frog caught up with it and was out of breath, Alito couldn't hold on any longer and fell to the ground. Poison Frog didn't continue to chase it because the winner had already been decided. Hwalalal! Win, win again! Ah, it can win, that's Alito. Yeah, it can win even when it's quadruple restrained. It's just a little bit forced, it still won by exhausting its stamina. Haha, it still won. The audience outside the venue screamed excitedly when they saw Toxicanthus defeating Alito. They didn't expect that Toxicanthus still won under such a disadvantageous situation. It was really not easy. Yu-Hai was secretly relieved when he saw Alito fall. This game was too tiring and he was almost out of patience. It seems that Toxicanthus also needs to learn the flying move Swallow Return and the ghost move Shadow Claw, otherwise it won't be in the embarrassing situation of having no moves to use. As for Shadow Ball, it actually doesn't work that well. The hit rate is too low at the beginning, and there's no need to use it later. It's just a test of physical strength. When poisoned, Alito can't outrun Poison Frog anyway, and Poison Frog doesn't need to use Shadow Ball. It just needs to stand there and spit mud to drive Alito away. After Alito was taken back, the other party said nothing and took Alito away. Yu-Hai also took back Poison Frog and released it again to feed Poison Frog energy blocks to restore physical strength. He didn't notice that someone was walking towards him. "Hey, little brother, your poison frog is doing well. Our young master wants to invite you." Yu Hai just fed poison frog an energy block when he saw a young man without a mask. He remembered that this man was the follower behind the evil young man that day, not interested. "Little brother, don't be shameless." Seeing that Yu Hai didn't appreciate it, the young man stopped smiling and his face turned cold instantly. A fierce look immediately appeared on his face. Not interested, Yu Hai would not indulge the other party. This is a lawless place. If the other party wants to die, he will help him. "Boy, you are shameless, right?" The young man's naked threat was evident in his words, without any concealment. Yu Hai was too lazy to pay attention to this. He was just a lackey. He turned around and went to the referee to get money. "Boy, if you don't give me face, don't even think about fighting in the future." Yu Hai still ignored the barking lackey, and the referee didn't make things difficult for him. He gave him his original capital of 100,000 and the winnings of 200,000, and he turned around and left the black market. At the same time, on the second floor of the battlefield, in a luxurious audience seat, the trainer of Alito just now came here and was laughed at by the evil boy. "Haha, you are not good enough. You lost with such a big advantage. It's that poison skull frog that is too poisonous, not me." The trainer of Alito sat on the sofa in a depressed mood. Even if there was a beautiful fruit plate in front of him, he had no interest in eating it. However, when he saw the lackey of the evil young man fail to invite Yu Hai to defeat him, he also laughed and said, "Haha, you are no good either. He doesn't care about your face at all." Reminded by the trainer of Alito, the evil young man looked down and saw Yu Hai directly ignoring his subordinates, taking the money and leaving the black market. The lackey of the evil young man hurried upstairs and reported the matter to the evil young man. He didn't dare to look at the evil young man's face at all. It was very ugly. Waste. The evil young man smoked a cigarette and pressed the cigarette butt hard on the palm of the lackey. Even if it hurt, he could only bear it. After giving his subordinates a small punishment and a big warning, the evil young man stepped on the jade coffee table with his shiny leather shoes. He just waved his hand lightly, and decided the end of someone else's career. "Call 2 good players to follow up and cripple him." "Yes, master." The lackey didn't dare to say a word after hearing this, nor did he dare to look up at the evil young man. He had to be grateful that the evil young man was not angry, otherwise he would be thrown into the sea to feed the sharks. After the lackey left, he quickly called 2 of his accomplices to follow him. They were going to cripple that arrogant guy and vent the anger for the young master, otherwise the young master would take it out on them. "Your useless subordinates can't take down that kind of person. Don't let him kill you." The trainer of Alito smiled and ate the fruit happily. There was nothing happier than seeing his brothers get beaten. It seems so. The strength shown by that guy is already at the senior level, especially the poisonous skull frog. Even your Alito is not a match for it, the young master carefully analyzed and secretly poked at his good brother's pain. "Hey," the trainer of Alito was too lazy to argue with the young master. He pretended not to hear and ate the fruit. "Ask 2 more people to follow. I don't believe that 5 good hands can't stop him." The young master waved his hand behind him again, and the lackey behind him immediately left the 2 and followed the footsteps of the 3 people just now. As soon as Yu Hai left the black market and came to the bar outside, he realized that he was being followed. After all, the bright footsteps behind him when he went up the stairs were not for show. As soon as he arrived at the bar, he saw 3 men in black coming out of the kitchen. When they saw him, they raised their hands and pointed at him and rushed towards him. He turned around and ran with the orb spider and entered a men's toilet cubicle. Why did he choose a public toilet? Of course, he wanted to catch them all in one fell swoop. That kid is in the toilet. He actually ran into the toilet. He is really good at hiding. Let me find where this little cutie is hiding. Yu Hai heard footsteps coming from outside the cubicle, some of which were chasing the 3 people, and some were leaving in a panic. Soon, the whole toilet was quiet, leaving only the three men in black laughing strangely. Darkrai, sneak attack, Yu-Hai hid in the toilet cubicle and whispered to Darkrai. Understood. Darkrai left the shadow under Yu-Hai's feet, quietly emerged from the shadow behind the three people, looked at the wretched three people who were opening the cubicle door, rubbed a dark hole in his hand, and threw it at the three people. The dark hole instantly enveloped the three people. When the dark hole dissipated, the three people fell asleep in the toilet. Some people lay on the urinal, and others fell on a pool of mysterious liquid, sleeping like dead pigs. Orb Silk Spider, search the body. Yu-Hai opened the cubicle door and saw the mysterious liquid on the ground. I don't know who got angry and the floor was covered with mysterious liquid. These three dead pigs were still lying on it, so he didn't do it himself, so he let the Orb Silk Spider search the body, and Darkrai also returned to the shadow. Gangui, quickly pick it up with telekinesis. Yu-Hai saw the Pokeballs searched out from the ground, and immediately called Gengar to use telekinesis. Gangui emerged from the shadow, quickly controlled the things on the ground with telekinesis, and flew into the bag that Yu-Hai opened. In just a few breaths, they completed the division of labor and cooperation in looting. Then, he asked Gengar and the Orb Spider to come back, and let the Orb Spider spit out a spider web outside the toilet to seal the entrance of this toilet, and then he left the public toilet. As soon as he left the bar public toilet, two more people came here. If these two people came earlier, they would definitely be like the three dead pigs stripped naked inside. Although they were called dead pigs, Yu-Hai did not kill anyone. After all, he was on a cruise ship with limited space for activities. If a murder case occurred, he would be searched, so he let the three people in the toilet go, but only scrape off everything on his body. After getting rid of the pursuers, he came to an empty corner on the deck and looked through the harvest just now. The three of them scraped out a total of 10 elves, which was a good harvest. Except for the elves, all the personal belongings of the three were thrown into the sea, and they were left to find them slowly. At the end, there was still some cash left, but not much, only about 500,000. As expected, they were all poor, and they didn't make as much as he won 5 games in a row. However, there were still 4 props on the 10 elves, all of which were elite props, and ordinary props, not valuable things. He sorted out the items he had looted, went into the public toilet again to change his clothes, returned to the top floor sea view room, and came to Xiaobo's private training room. It was still morning, and he had nothing to do, so he could only come here to train elves and fight with Mosquito Frog and others. As for the 10 trophy elves, they will be teleported to the old drunkard after getting off the ship. The teleportation on the cruise ship is fine, as the teleportation of each elf is recorded. It will be bad if they are found out. After getting off the ship, find a place to teleport. Who will know who he is when he covers his face? There is no need to worry about the old man. That old vixen is very smart. If he is found out, he will not live that long. There are more water-type elves among these 10 elves, followed by grass-type elves. Most of them are ordinary elves. The only one that is not ordinary is a sea thorn dragon. It has no dragon scales and is also an ordinary elf. He remembered that this sea thorn dragon was found from the young man who barked the dog. It should be the elf rewarded by the evil young man. It's a pity that the potential is not very good. The potential of these 10 elves is not very good. The strength is generally between elite and senior levels. The potential is also 40 to 50, the potential has been exhausted, there is nothing to see. Let the old drunkard deal with it when the time comes. There are also 4 elite items, which are not worth much money. A few million will be dealt with, and a small profit of nearly 10 million. This time the harvest is not bad. Calming down the excitement in his heart, he trained with the elves until noon, and was called to lunch by Xiaobo's maid. After lunch, he played with Xiao Ai for a while, and then went to train the elves again. However, it was not a few mosquito frogs, but a few poisonous skull frogs. He rented another training room to train the second echelon of vests. This time he took Scyther and let Scyther teach Gulp Steel Wing and high-speed movement. Poisonous Skull Frog wants to learn Shadow Claw, a move that Gengar knows. Originally, he wanted to learn Thunder Fist first, but Han didn't have time, so he could only learn Shadow Claw first. Since he was targeted, he was too lazy to go to the underground to play games, and it was the same to come to the training room to train elves. There are still 2 days before arriving at Ziwan Town. The training time will pass quickly and they will arrive at Ziwan Town soon. According to the original plan, he wanted to test the water with Shuiuiu. Now, he is being targeted and there is nothing he can do. As for whether to retaliate? Of course not. He is not a child. He will not kill the dog owner just because the dog barked a few times. Anyway, he has taken more than 10 million yuan. It is enough to accept this compensation. He will not go to the black market again. As long as the group of lackeys do not come to provoke him, he will let them go. At the same time, the 3 people who were stripped in the toilet went back, still naked, wearing only a pair of white shorts. Master, we saw that person hiding in the toilet, so we followed him in. We didn't see anything. We don't know why he fainted. When he woke up, he was like this. Lock him up. The evil young man was too lazy to look at these 3 people. It was really eye-catching. Not only did he not catch the person, but he didn't even know he was stripped naked. It was really embarrassing. Master, spare me, spare me. Slap. Pay papa. After hearing the slap, the strong man who held down the 3 people slapped each of them more than 10 times, and their teeth were pulled out, and there was blood foam at the corners of their mouths. Then, the 3 were taken away. Just let it go, unlike you. The trainer of Alito laughed and teased the young man. How can I let it go? The other party must be on the ship. If he comes here again, he can't escape. The young man was not worried about not being able to catch Yu Hai, unless Yu Hai was no longer here. Otherwise, he has his people on the ground and underground, and the other party can't run away. The 12th day to the Kanto region. Nothing happened, training Pokemon. The 13th day to the Kanto region. Nothing happened, training Pokemon. Chapter 450, Misty Forest. The 14th day to the Kanto region, sunny. In the morning, the cruise ship docked, and they finally came to the pier outside Ziwan Town, which is also a small town. They will go from this small town to Ziwan Town, which is shrouded in thick fog all year round. Get off the boat, get off the boat. Xiao Ai was very excited when she saw the maid packing up and preparing to get off the boat. She was bored of staying on the boat these days. It was too boring to turn around and see the sea everywhere. Now she can finally see something different. Let's go, Xiao Ai. Yu Hai didn't need to pack up. He only had a backpack, and everything was in the backpack. However, Geng Gui had a lot of good things in his stomach, and there were many large items, which would only be taken out when needed. Brother Hai, let's go find Mom. Xiao Ai was happy because she was about to see her mother. There were traces of her and her mother's life here, and there were places she was familiar with. Okay, get off the boat and jump off. The boat is too narrow. Yu Hai pulled Xiao Ai to walk in the aisle. There were people crowded here, all of them were passengers who were going to get off the boat, and it was not good to be noisy. Okay, Xiao Ai looked left and right, and found that there were really a lot of people, and all kinds of noises reached her ears. If she listened carefully, she could still feel the passengers' relaxation and happiness. After all, they were about to get off the ship. Brother Hai, there. Suddenly, Xiao Ai pulled Yu Hai's arm hard and raised her hand to point at a thief who was touching a bag. She sensed the joy of the thief who was about to succeed, which was different from the emotions of other passengers, and then she realized that someone was stealing things. Xiaobo, Yu Hai looked in the direction of Xiao Ai's finger and saw the thief, but he didn't want to care, but this would bring a bad impression in front of Xiao Ai, so he could only call Xiaobo and let Xiaobo deal with it. It's a small matter, Xiaobo smiled, took out the pokeball and released the duck-billed Charmander. Duck-billed Charmander, catch the thief who stole things. Ah, Pokemon? How could there be a Pokemon? The thief, who was concentrating on touching the bag, didn't notice the approach of the duck-billed Charmander at all. It was not until he was caught by the duck-billed Charmander that he screamed and realized that he was discovered. Thief? My bag! When they saw the thief, all the passengers subconsciously reached for their pockets. Some passengers found their wallets were still there, while others found their wallets were missing. They all glared at the thief. When they all got off the boat, Miss Juncha was already waiting below. There was more than one thief just now, and not all the passengers who got off the boat could find their wallets back. Nothing was missing from Yu Hai and the others. The thief would be handed over to Miss Juncha for handling, and Xiaobo, the owner of the museum, would come forward to negotiate. The matter was quickly dealt with, and they also had to set off for Ziwan town. For this purpose, they rented a leaky sightseeing car and drove to Ziwan town. He didn't know what Xiaobo was thinking. Ziwan town was shrouded in fog all year round. It would be strange if the sightseeing car could see the scenery. He really didn't understand Xiaobo's train of thought. And Ziwan town was famous for supernatural events. There must be many ghost-type elves, and they might encounter them on the way. The fact was just as he thought. Before the sightseeing bus had driven out for long, it was shrouded in fog. Even the fog lights of the sightseeing bus could not penetrate it, and the visibility was only about 7 or 8 meters. From time to time, the cold wind blew past the ears, causing the two maids to hug Xiao Ai tightly. They had no mood to sightsee at all, and curled up together and looked around in horror. Bang! Big-mouthed gull, go to the front and use the storm to blow away the thick fog. Bila Bailai, Big-mouthed gull looked at the surrounding fog. The storm was a trick to clear the fog. The people on the sightseeing bus watched the big-mouthed gull fly forward. Soon, a gust of wind came. Yu Hai stretched out his hand to press Xiao Ai's hat to prevent it from being blown away by the wind. The big-mouthed gull used the storm several times in a row, and the vision in front was much better. The big-mouthed gull flew back to the roof of the car and rested on the roof. But the sightseeing bus was surrounded by fog not long after it drove, and the big-mouthed gull could only use the storm to disperse the fog again. In this way, the sightseeing bus took more than an hour to finally arrive at Ziwan town. They also saw the tallest building in Ziwan town, the Elf Cemetery Tower, which is a 7-story tower-shaped cemetery. As for going back? Forget it. The driver dare not go back alone. They also have a branch here. It is not too late to drive back when the weather is good. After arriving at Ziwan town, they did not get off the bus. Xiaobo looked at the note in his hand and gave directions to the driver in the co-pilot. They had just arrived at Ziwan town when the sightseeing bus drove into the forest again. This forest is different from the forest they came from. The trees here are obviously much taller, covering the sky and blocking the sun. The surroundings are full of fog, which is even more gloomy than the forest just now. The driver couldn't see the road ahead and almost hit the tree trunk. The sightseeing bus really couldn't drive in, and Xiaobo didn't force the driver. He asked the driver to return the same way. They got off the bus and walked. In fact, after arriving here, there is no road here, even the dirt road is gone. Yu Hai knew where Xiaobo was going. He should be going to the dojo of King Kikyuko. But why didn't he open the dojo in the city? He actually opened it in the wilderness. His taste was unique enough. After changing from taking a car to walking, there were more things to carry. They couldn't carry all the big and small bags of sundries. An old man, a child, 2 women, and he was the only young man. Then he was conscripted and all the things were thrown to him. He had no choice but to release the frog, the giant claw crab, the iron tyrannosaurus, and the Gyarados to let these 4 elves help him move things. Forget about the scyther, the sickle can easily chop things into pieces, and the skull gull can easily chop things into pieces. I was exhausted just now and was resting in the poke ball. He asked the 4 Pokemon to carry the good things, but he was dumbfounded because Xiaobo and the others were gone. There was thick fog all around. He didn't know when Xiaobo and the others ran away, which made him a little upset. Which way should he go now? When Xiaobo left, he didn't leave an address. How could he find the Shinjim? He could only release the gull again and shouted to it, "Gull, fly out of the forest and look for a house nearby." "Bailey, Bailey," the gull sighed. It was destined to be a hard-working person, but when it saw the things on the backs of the 4 mosquito frogs, it felt that it was just looking for a house, which seemed to be much easier than them. As the gull left, Yu-Hai was waiting under the tree trunk. He hadn't noticed it before, but now he calmed down and looked carefully, and found that this forest was very quiet, dim, gloomy, and a little cold. It was really supernatural. I really don't know if living here will shorten his life. Darkrai, I'm going to the Shinjim soon. You take Jengar out to hide. Don't be too far away from us. I can already feel it. There's a terrifying aura over there, not far away. This is its territory. The aura it unconsciously emits is a warning to outsiders not to get close. Darkrai looked to the east, where the source of the terrifying aura was, not far from here. Forget it, you'd better stay away. I'm afraid that old ghost will eat you, Yu-Hai sighed. In fact, he didn't want Darkrai and Jengar to leave, because he felt creepy staying here, with goosebumps and sweat standing up, and it felt like there was a pair of scarlet eyes staring at him in the dark. He had this feeling before. In a Ling's castle, being stared at by Jengar was like this. Belly, Belly, the gull found the house and was ready to come back to report, but it found that it was lost, which was very painful. There was no other way, it could only hover above the forest, using its voice to remind Yu-Hai, and let Yu-Hai under the forest give some hints. Roar, Gyarados heard the call of the gull and immediately roared. What the hell, use a water gun, Yu-Hai kicked Gyarados, and the roar scared him. He was already very nervous, and suddenly it was so scary. Roar, Gyarados was kicked, and looked at Yu-Hai with a flat mouth and aggrieved. It didn't do anything, why did it hit it again? Okay, hurry up and use the water gun, and you will have a snack later, Yu-Hai sighed helplessly, reaching out and patting Gyarados' sturdy body. This guy didn't dare to be fierce now, and learn to be soft and not hard. Roar, puff. As Gyarados sprayed water, the gull determined their position, fell from the canopy where Gyarados sprayed water, stood on Gyarados' head, and raised its wings to point Yu-Hai in the direction. Let's go, everyone, Yu-Hai asked Gyarados to go first, followed by Crab and Han-Han, followed by Frog, and commanded by Otoko. They walked forward together. After walking in the forest for half an hour, Yu-Hai asked everyone to stop because he found something wrong. They seemed to be lost. They had just been here, and there were traces of Gyarados crawling on the ground. The traces of that huge body rolling over the mud were very clear. It was Gyarados, so they had been circling in one place. He looked up and looked forward. There was nothing but fog. The surrounding tree trunks were about the same size and looked exactly the same. It was almost impossible to tell the difference. Turning around and looking back, it was still filled with thick fog, with visibility less than 10 meters, and the trees were the same trees. But they followed Otoko, and Otoko often flew out to calibrate the direction. How could they get lost? Excluding natural interference, there was only one truth. They were tricked. Maybe this was a test to challenge the gym. The test might be to pass through the foggy forest. In this case, the guidance of the gulls is useless, because the gulls may have been misled or even hypnotized. In the eyes of the gulls, they are indeed moving towards the house, but in the eyes of the gulls, the house will change its position. If it is a king-level elf that silently gave the gulls wrong information, it is not impossible. After all, he has experienced the gap between the king level and the senior level, and he can't beat them even if they are tied together. What's more, the owner of the Shinjim is the old woman Kikyuko, who is a figure of the same period as Professor Oak, and should not be underestimated. Gulls, use the storm around, Yu Hai wanted to try whether the fog forest was a test. If it was a test, the fog would definitely not be so easy to dissipate. Bilibali, the gulls asked everyone to get ready, and then flapped their wings vigorously to blow away the thick fog around. When the gull stopped flapping its wings, the fog in the forest was indeed much less, but after just a few breaths, the fog returned before they had walked out of 10 meters. Yu Hai took a deep breath and looked at the thick fog that surrounded him again. He didn't have Dark Ray with him, otherwise he could walk out of the fog in minutes. He was really helpless. However, if he didn't have it, then he didn't have it. For the safety of Dark Ray and Jengar, they should not follow him. At this moment, Dark Ray and Jengar were watching Yu Hai and the others. Cao Ji? Why are they back again? Jengar was originally wandering around in the forest with Dark Ray, and then he saw Yu Hai and the others circling in the forest, and even circling 2 or 3 times. The gull was hypnotized, and the path he pointed out was wrong. Dark Ray sighed, "Someone is watching here, it's better for them not to show up." "Cao Ji, are you going to help them?" Jengar scratched his head, wanting to help. This is a good opportunity to show off in front of that violent tadpole. "No, trust them, they will come out, we will be exposed if we go out." Dark Ray shook his head and hurriedly stopped Jengar's dangerous thoughts. "If they are discovered by that old ghost, they will be finished." "Gyarados, never mind, use the destruction death beam around." Yu Hai was too lazy to play any fog game, just blew up the maze directly, and there was no test. Roar! Gyarados was so excited, he didn't have to endure it anymore, he could finally vent his anger without any scruples. Roar, roar, roar! Gyarados opened his mouth and burst out orange-yellow beams with a destructive aura around him. Cooling? Stiff? What the hell? The destructive death ray has no CD here with Gyarados. It can explode as much as it wants. Not to mention the fog, even the blazing fire of the surrounding trees cannot stop Gyarados from exploding. At this time, there were 2 old guys in the attic in the distance, looking at the forest here, and saw the sky-high light column bursting from Gyarados and the forest fire. "Old Xia, is this your disciple? The destructive power is quite strong. Although it is a stupid method, it is also a way to get out. Kikyuko, it's almost done. The fire can't be suppressed later." Xiaobo's eyelids jumped. He didn't expect Yu Hai to be unable to get out, and actually caused destruction and caused a forest fire. "Humph, let him put out the fire himself." Kikyuko snorted coldly, glanced at the worried Xiaobo, and poked the ground with the crutch in her hand. "Xiao Qian, go pick him up and let him put out the forest fire." Kikyuko asked the girl behind her to pick up Yu Hai, and turned to go down the attic. It would be strange if she had a good face after causing so much destruction as soon as she came. Xiao Qian, who also saw the fire, also had anger in her eyes. She was Kikyuko's disciple, Kikyuko's granddaughter, and a trainer who liked grass-type elves. This fire would burn down the homes of many grass-type elves. Even if Kikyuko didn't say it, she would go to Yu Hai to settle accounts. He set fire to the misty forest when he couldn't get out. He must be another brainless trainer. In fact, the fog would disperse at night. I didn't expect this man to set fire. She left angrily and was ready to settle accounts with Yu Hai. She wanted to see what Xiaobo's disciple looked like. He must be a hot-tempered fire-type trainer, which made her impression of Xiaobo a lot worse.